Chapter 1 The cold wind blows in dilapidated house. Behave, relinquish shorts. The improved toxin resistance enhancement solution. Achoo. Goodness, I'm freezing to death. Where am I? Whereas a plush velvet blanket? Yangzuan slowly openedizes, and what geridheimways a ramshackle house with draft seeping through to cracks, an empty room with only a wooden cur, half a leg missing, creaking ominously. What the hell am I doing here? Arushof memoria surged from the depths of his mind, and Yangzuan stu dazed for a while before fully accepting his recollections. Orphaned in Hesiof, bullied, and oppressed below Calgalgs. After years of toil, no teen have found himself alone in his dilapidated abode. Yangzuan watched as the cold wind swept in from all directions, its a touch making him shiver involuntarily. Brother, it seems you have stacked up quite heavy buffs. Yangzuan sighed, already familiar with the next steps honey dead to do aspation lay away their revel off his golden finger. Thus, Yangzuan said quietly on the rapid himself in feather quilt, exiting Ganaraf calm. Yang Xian, are you a thumb? A rough voice scowled out. This golden finger's voice sounds somewhat familiar. With his face numb from the cold, Yangzuan's consciousness began to blur. A scarred, menacing Ming kicked a already battered wooden door, followed Bitwalaki's. Yanshian have a Javenitsama thought, I fio agree you could enjoy a life of luxury, no longer coupa du pinthais wretched place, exposet to feelments looking not. Ash spoke Xiong Tian's greedy gaze fixate to Panyangzuan Shansam face. Feeling the heat of such a made Yangzuan shudder with revulsion. At that moment, Hariko let the identity of Timan before him Xiong Tian, a minor leader of Chigang. The Chigang was the reorganization that had been oppressing Yanshian on off Trima Jorgongs outside Heishan City, controlling the timber business for the city's hundreds of Hausens, demanding a hefty Saventan stacks from Alhovenschurden to the mountains to gather wood. For years, Yangzuan had been exploited in this manner, laboring tirelessly on litogropor ven capitalists would we apathis blight. Xiong Tian was the meaner leader responsible for overseeing this area, and Donade had to compensate the increasingly striking Yanshian. Don't misunderstand Young Tian's orientation is perfectly normal. There isn't hahashasites to Yanswanas that he intends to sell him to a brothel in the inner city. Individuals of striking appearance, regardless of gender, can fetch a handsome sum in the brothels of the inner city. Thus began Xiong Tian's relentless burst of Yanshian, seeking to force his submission. Recalling the sequence of events, Yangzuan was consumed with rage at the thought of being sold for his body. Damn you, Xiong Tian. Yangzuan cursed inwardly while maintaining a smile in his face. Master Xiong, I think can need to consider it for a few more days. I'm rather attached to my old profession. To Yangzuan's surprise, Xiong Tian did not react with anger but instead patted Yangzuan's shoulder. Staying true to your roots is commendable. I feel change ormond, feel free to find memories and should not be hard to locate. Yanshian, whose bonus felt as though they might shitter, gritted his teeth and replied. Thank you, Master Xiong. If I change me mind, you will certainly seek you out at the first opportunity. That's good. A trusty warrior sensible person. Xiong Tian logged heartily, then left with his twolakis. As Yangzuan watched Xiong Tian's retreating figure, he couldn't help but exhale sharply. What immense strength! Yangzuan felt as if his shoulder might dislocate. Is this the power of a martial artist? In Yangzuan's memories, these world-possessed martial arts, where legendary warriors could part traverse sand mountains, capable of lifting immense weight 7th Osoho had just begun their martial journey possessed the strength to rival Tenman. Xiong Tian was indeed a practitioner of martial arts although not yet of high rank, his sister was a concubine of Chigang's leader, which afforded him his position as a meaner leader. The martial arts hierarchy in this world was divided in levels: 9th rank blood refinement, 8th rank bone forging, and 7th rank marrow cleansing, among others. Individuals like his Chigang leader were a martial artist of 8th rank bone forging. What to do, run, bother must Xiong Tian slacky swatching outside. Moreover, as an ordinary person were called escapito, he would likely undo pasmer for beasts before I called of and livethacity. Thera beyond the city was Spirilis, a city close to the Heishan mountains, where wild beasts roamed without sufficient strength, one would not dare to wander outside. Yet, with necessity, it was nearly impossible to evade death a threat posed by Xiong Tian. In a moment of frustration, Yang Suanshan inadvertently slipped into his pocket. Detected redeemable item, life simulation simulator activated. Yang Zuan frozen place. Ik know you would abandon, little golden own. Yang Zuan exclaimed joyfully, pulling good a single silver coin from his pocket. Can exchange for 01 currency, will the Olakiter deem? Current simulation require a steak expenditure of 1 currency. Ya need money to seat, what a ridiculous system. What do without funds? Yang Suan's expression turned sour. Wait, I remember istish to waste money. Following his recollections, Yang Zuan moved a brickhandful, revealing a small cloth pouch hidden inside. Inside pouch were a silver PC and 9 fragments of silver, totaling 9 coins. This was the fruit of Yang Zuan's labor over years, painstakingly saved through relentless exploitation and frugality, just enough to pay for his tuition at a martial arts school. Exchange all. Exchange successful, character panel appeared. A screen appeared before Yang Zuan's eyes, visible and light to him. Character Yang Xian. Age 18. Physique mortal. Talent none. Realm none. Skills proficient in wood chopping. Currency 3. Would I like to initiate a simulation? Yes. Yang Zuan murmured. Expenditure of 1 currency. Simulation commencing, filtering entries. Note entry level Sarek categorized as black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, and colorful. Premature death gray your life you will be exceptionally fragile, and your lifespan will be significantly shorter than that of an average person. Sharp senses green your hearing and vision will greatly surpass that of ordinary individuals, and your intellect will sharpen, enhancing your comprehension. 20's limit black you will not live past the Agaf 24. Craftsman white your arm strength will seize late increase. In young symbiosis green you will develop an additional opposites exogen. You may select an entry from the options available. First, eliminate the entries of premature dead hand 20's limit, which are ebathominous. What on earth is in young symbiosis, how can't that be green entry? Having dismissed all unfriendly entries, only the manless choice of green remains. Iku sharp senses. Simulation commencing. Chapter 2 Blood Refinement. Day 1 you venture out under the pretense of purchasing grain while secretly observing Gifanyonai's monitoring you. White sharp senses entry your perception enhances, allowing you to swiftly detect a figure trailing you from a distance. Deliberately, you turn into an narrow alley and the person hastily follows, failing to find your trace. Employing lampowder on knowledge from our past life you launch as your priciatic the person clutches their groin and collapses. Yora Majetra Thir belonging San Fine Twotail Soft Silver, immediately heading towards the inner city. Day 2 you pick Twotail Soft Silver and successfully enter on off T5 Major Martial Arts Julson the inner city, the rock solid martial school. You receive a foundational blood cultivation technique, and if I had not achieve a significant mastery within a month, you will be expelled from the school. Day 3 while diligently practicing the foundational blood cultivation technique, your comprehension ability has improved, and that technique poses no challenge for you. However, due to long-term malnutrition and a frail body, the most crucial aspect of early martial training is physical conditioning, and do lack the funds to nourish our body, causing slow progress in our training. Day 3 continually practicing. Day 4 continually practicing. Day 5 Xiong Tian sends Samiana to invite you for a meal outside the city, beauty o ignore him, focused on your training. Day 31 sitting cross-legged in your room after a month of training, your foundational blood cultivation technique has reached a Damanor achievement just to step away from cultivating your first thread of vital energy. In a moment of desperation, you recklessly attempt to brain through your realm unexpectedly, you fail, suffering a severe depletion of your vital energy and being expelled from Throck Solid Martial School. Day 32 Xiong Tian seeks you out to discuss previous collaborations. You filled with free, engage in 8 spirit to battle with Xiong Tian ho hassle ready cultivate death red off vital energy, far surpass your strength. Xiong Tian is endured by your fierce strike and the uperish. This simulation has concluded. Please select an word from the following options. Realm attained in the simulation. Green and tree sharp senses. Train and experience gained in the simulation. Select ethereal mat to net in the simulation. A powerful energy surged within Yang Zuan's body. His previous life frail physique transformed into enough strength he could feel immense power coursing through him with every movement. Yang Zuan grasped a nearby woodenker, lifting it effortlessly. It's too light, I can't gauge my current strength. Thus, Yang Zuan stepped outside to find a wooden stake, lifting the 50-pound stake he fold like an Ober Natal. Yang Zuan estimate his strength to be around 1,200 pounds now. Not bad, achieving such strength at Tamanor level. Yang Zuan felt quite satisfied with his newfound power. With 12 simulation opportunities remaining, once he achieved mastery in the foundational blood cultivation technique, Heckle joined Throck Solid Martial School, eliminating worries about Zhong Tian and allowing him to train in peace. Yang Zuan's anticipation for martial arts grew. This extraordinary strength was something he had never encountered before. He immediately activated the simulator again. Initiating Ganather simulation. Expenditure of 1 currency. Simulation commencing, filtering entries. 20's limit. Blackhill will not live past the Agaf 24. Vitality surge green. Your vitality is remarkably more robust than that of average person endowed with a naturally powerful physique. Foolish grey. Your comprehension is lamentably limited, and our intellect falls far below the common standard. Inherent disability. Grey. Yo will random lila coni organ. Rottenwood. Grey. Your aptitude for cultivation is disheartening. Lipor, with all our attributes falling below average. Yang Zuan cast a glance at entries that appeared were even more dismal than last time, rendering any consideration unnecessary. Choose Vitality Surge. Simulation begins. On the first day, you discern the identity of Tosa covertly observant Jew. Entering Ganarawali, moments later, you emerged with a small pouch of coins, satisfaction evident in your demeanor. On the second day, you ventured into the inner city and joined Pancher Martial Arts Academy, acquiring the foundational blood-nourishing technique. On the third day, bolstered with the formidable talents bestowed by Vitality Surge, you made a rapid progress. On the fourth day, you engaged in arduous training. On the fifth day, you continued a rigorous practice. On the sixth day, your mastery of the foundational blood-nourishing technique which of fruition, prompt in Jado showcase our cultivation progressed to ease in your disciple soft academy. In 5 days, your completion of the foundational blood-nourishing technique astonished the academy head Zhou Xing, wo accepted to as a direct disciple, markinjuous this event direct disciple academy. On the 7th day, Zhou Xing imparted to the 9th grade a technique a 3 yuan blood refining method along with the 9th grade martial skilled puncher fist. You cherished these teaching sen commensador training. On the 15th day, your mastery of the foundational blood-nourishing technique was perfected, placing Jumral Yast Pawe from entering the martial realm. On the 30th day, you entered the basics of 3 yuan blood refining method, stepping into the 9th grade blood refining realm while simultaneously beginning your training in puncher fist. On the 31st day, filled with confidence as a practitioner of the 9th grade blood refining realm, you prepared to confront past grievances in the outer city. On the 32nd day, you stealthily infiltrated Zhongtai Skirtyard, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Just as you Lakadantoi order get, Adelman emerged from within Zhongtai's residence. With a single punch, you met your demise in the spot. This simulation has concluded. Please select an word from the options below. Cultivation Realm Simulation. Vitality Surge Green. Cultivation Experience Simulation. Choose Vitality Surge Green. The Vitalite Ruti our body surge of awakened, continuously boiling on deckpending until our resembled a thoroughly steamed shrimp, emanating warmth. Yang Zuan latuda furiouser, pounding his fists into the ground, creating gas malpit, and in than did the tumultuous vitalita begento subside. Truly, the green and tri remarkably our vitality has significantly increased. Once more. Cost 1 gold. Simulation begins. Current life selecting entries. Lives limit. Black you shall not live beyond 32 years. Vitality Surge Green. Your vitality is remarkably more robust than that of average person endowed with a naturally powerful physique. Foolish Grey. Your comprehension is lamentably limited, and our intellect falls far below the common standard. Heavenly Calamity Grey. You will randomly encounter a threatening crisis. Inferior Grey. All attributes are at diminished behalf. Surprisingly, Vitality Surge is still available. Yang Suan glanced over Thentrius were requitesimal artothelis time, requiring no deliberation. Choose Vitality Surge. Simulation begins. On the first day, you stepped out with a light heart, and soon after, Ushrils Creamacode Fromaterawali, from Woki Wemerjid clutching Apachov coins. On the 30th day, you concealed yourself beside Shontayan Skirtyard, quietly observing the activities within when Edelman stepped out. Recognizing Gammas Huyuan, the letter of Chaibang, you prepared to leave, only to find that members of Chaibang were surveilling Theria, coincidentally arriving at our hiding spot early Evathemsels. With neuther option, you incapacitated the Manhawas about Odrapastrassers, but the commotion was too loud, alerting Huyuan to your presence. With a single punch, you felt our inside shitter. You have vanished. This simulation has concluded. Please select an air word from the options below. Cultivation Real Mint Simulation. Vitality Surge Green. Cultivation Experience Synth Simulation. Choose Cultivation Real Mint Simulation. The powerful Vitality surged within Yanshan and Heffeltan immense increase in strength as I've had been reborn. The previous libiting cold wind no fell tashed into us a spring breeze. With a thunderous impact, Yang Zuan struck out, creating gas Maldentin fabric wall, while his fist, imbued with vitality, remained unscathed. Yang Zuan sensed the vital life flowing within him, akin to small tadpoles navigating through his body, nourishing him. Before entering Therium, he had done lie a few wisps of vitality, which a cold not mobilize. Upon entering Therium, Yang Zuan could now command Twytheus. Thevitalitigran San Swana tremendous increase in strength, enveloping him like armor, shielding his flesh. Now, I possess the strength of 1,000 pounds with such formidable vitality, even facing Berliman wielding weapons would be trivial endeavor. Yang Zuan's eyes gleamed, his voice imbued with newfound confidence. Open Thepanol. Character Yang Xian. Age 18. Physique mortal. Talent Vitality Surge Green. Realm early 9th grade blood refining realm. Skills proficient in woodcutting. Money 0. Indeed, the sensation of progress through on a sona fort sistrally accelerating. Yang Suan stepped out of the dilapidated house, casting Geglansat Thetwolite sky. At that moment, the Zittingson was cast injit's final race of flight, a snake was poised to descend. Yang Suan felt a surge of impatience. On a moonless night, a time for murder and mayhem. Chapter 3, A dark and windy night in the eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City, there lies a courtyard that serves as the residence of Xiong Tian. Xiong Tian, a notorious figure known for his tyrannical behavior, employs various unscrupulous methods to seize wealth, and even this courtyard was taken by force. At this moment, Xiong Tian is reveling in the company of 4 underlings, drinking merrily and engaging in playful games. Indulging in copious amounts of meat. Brother Xiong, why do you speak so kindly to that young Xian? If you ask me, we should just tie him up and take him to the Yihong courtyard. Can he possibly resist? One of the drunken underlings inquired, perplexed. You know nothing. His most valuable asset is his face. If we push him too hard, and he ends up taking drastic measures, we won't be able to sell him at all. Xiong Tian retorted, gulping down a mouthful of wine and belching loudly. For now, let him be unable to gather firewood or pursue any other livelihood. Once he is completely out of options, he will naturally come begging at my feet. Xiong Tian said, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face, choosing to say no more. One of the perceptive underlings promptly filled Xiong Tian's cup, toasting him with enthusiasm. May our esteemed leader soon acquire those 50 taels of silver. Ha, I'm looking forward to visiting the Yihong courtyard myself, another underling said, his face alight with anticipation. Who would have thought you had such tastes? Xiong Tian remarked, slightly taken aback, after a year of camaraderie. He never imagined his underling had an appetite for both genders. With a wave of his hand, he declared, I'll take you along when the time comes. A good brother, I toast to you. Came another round of clinking cups. Filling the courtyard with a buoyant atmosphere. Outside the courtyard, Yang Xian, who had just arrived, overheard their predatory banter. As a dignified traveler from another world, how could I endure such humiliation? A gentleman can tolerate much, but this is intolerable. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door into splinters. The resounding crash captured the attention of everyone within the courtyard. Oh, it's Yang Xian, boss, he's delivered himself right to our doorstep. One underling shouted excitedly. A slightly tipsy Xiong Tian felt something was amiss but could not quite place it. Yang Xian unleashed a punch, sending the underling who had jested about his home courtyard flying several meters. Blood spilling from his mouth as his body convulsed, clearly on the brink of death. The gruesome scene jolted the remaining four back to reality. You better not get carried away, boss Xiong is right here. One of Xiong Tian's underlings stammered, trembling, Yang Xian, I am certain there has been some misunderstanding between us. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly, Xiong Tian said, eyeing the now unfamiliar Yang Xian with a grave expression. Gazing at the splintered door and the nearly lifeless underling, Xiong Tian finally realized what was amiss. This fellow was no longer the easily manipulated little rabbit he once thought. Let us converse in hell, Yang Xian declared as he swiftly advanced, delivering 3 consecutive punches. Having reached the 9th rank of the blood refining realm, his strength exceeded 1,000 pounds, and his speed was beyond the ordinary. The remaining underlings, caught off guard by the approaching fists, could barely react before they were sent tumbling through the air, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Witnessing the collapse of his underlings, Xiong Tian's face darkened. He understood that today would not end well. That he hastily drew a long knife from the side and swung it toward Yang Xian, who seemed momentarily stunned, frozen in place. As the blade drew nearer and Yang Xian remained motionless, Xiong Tian felt a surge of triumph. Get closer, just a bit closer, he thought, as he prepared to cleave Yang Xian in two. With all his might, he felt the vital energy within him boiling, as if he were about to grasp the true essence of martial arts. If I survive this battle, Xiong Tian shall surely ascend to the blood-refining realm. Yet, in an instant, Yang Xian evaded, his body soaring away like a kite severed from its string. Despite having cultivated his own vital energy and possessing a strength of 400 pounds, Xiong Tian found himself gravely injured from the full force of a blood-refining realm warrior's punch. Collapsing to the ground, you cannot kill me, my sister is the favored concubine of the Chai clan's leader, Xiong Tian pleaded, struggling to maintain his composure. A resounding punch struck him squarely in the skull, causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices as he fell lifelessly. Enough of your nonsense. As Yang Xian surveyed the fallen Xiong Tian and his underlings, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Having been reborn, the imminent challenges had been so easily resolved. How remarkably effortless it is to eliminate threats, he mused, before promptly beginning to scour the courtyard for valuables. Ultimately, he uncovered 60 taels of silver. Given that Xiong Tian oversaw a firewood business serving over 1,000 people, one would expect more wealth. It was evident he must have other hidden caches. However, Yang Xian was uninterested in wasting time searching further. Clutching the 60 taels of silver, he returned to his dilapidated abode under the cover of night. 60 taels of silver. I'm rich, Yang Xian exclaimed, eagerly anticipating his next simulation. Simulator, begin the simulation. This simulation requires a cost of 10 gold coins. Shall we proceed? 10 times the price. I spoke too soon. You were even more unscrupulous than the goose factory, Yang Xian lamented, feeling a pang of regret, yet he had no choice but to comply. 10 gold coins consumed. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Sharp hearing and keen sight. Your auditory and visual senses will surpass those of ordinary individuals, and your mind will be astute, enhancing your comprehension. Merchant screen. You possess a commendable talent for commerce. With a business acumen sharper than most, Carpenter White, you have a commendable talent for woodworking. Being a skilled craftsman, Fisherman White, you possess a commendable talent for fishing. With enhanced experience, Tyler White, you are a novice Tyler. Possessing strong plastering skills. Is this a profession hub? Why are there so many professions, and none of them useful? Yang Xian muttered in frustration, ultimately choosing sharp hearing and keen sight. Simulation commencing. Chapter 4, The Pursuit on the First Day. You have already become a formidable 9th-rank blood-refining warrior, thus, you decide to head directly to the inner city to join the Panshur Martial Arts School. As an 18-year-old blood-refining warrior, your talent attracts the attention of Zhou Xing, who, after confirming your identity, accepts you as a personal disciple. On the 2nd day, Zhou Xing imparts to you the 9th-rank cultivation technique, the 3 elements blood-refining method, along with the 9th-rank martial skill, the Panshur Fist, and you begin rigorous training. On the 10th day, as a personal disciple of the martial arts school, you participate in the martial arts competition in Black Mountain City. Representing the Panchur martial arts school, you face and triumph over the younger generation of the other 4 martial arts schools, gaining significant renown. On the 11th day, you bring great honor to the Panchur martial arts school. And Zhou Xing, overjoyed, rewards you with a 9th rank spiritual item, a blood fruit, along with a wealth of resources. By the 30th day, with the assistance of ample resources and the blood fruit, you break through to the mid-stage of the blood refining realm. On the 60th day, Zhou Xing dispatches you to the Black Mountain Range for further training. On the 61st day, while training in the Black Mountain Range, you are ambushed by a shadowy figure. Sustaining serious injuries. As you face the cloaked assailant, you attempt to flee but find yourself powerless, subjected to torture, and ultimately you perish. End of simulation. Please select one reward from the following options. Choose the cultivation realm attained during the simulation. The surging vital energy within Yang Xian swelled as he sensed the total amount of vital energy inside him had roughly doubled. He gathered several large wooden stakes to test his strength. Noting an increase of about 1,000 pounds, nonchalantly he tossed the stakes aside, clenching his fists with newfound vigor and clarity in his gaze. Now, defeating 5 of my former self would pose no challenge. Proceed, continue, begin simulation. This simulation requires a cost of 20 gold coins. Shall we commence? The price has gone up again. Although Yang Xian had anticipated this, he still felt a twinge of pain. He had hoped the 60 taels of silver would allow for numerous simulations. But it seemed he could only afford 3. Yes. 20 gold coins consumed. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Foolish Gray, you are inherently foolish to an extreme degree. In simple terms, you are an idiot. Short-lived Gray, your lifespan will be reduced by 2/3. You are destined for a short life. Distorted appearance Gray, your facial features will move at your whim. Half-wit Gray, your brain will only be half the size of an average person's, leading to severe cognitive decline. You will be deemed mentally impaired. Ordinary person White, your attributes will be forcibly adjusted to the average level of an ordinary person. Curse it all. Yang Xian gazed at the array of ominous entries and could not help but curse aloud. After much hesitation, he finally made a decision. I select short-lived Gray. It was the least impactful option among the 4 Gray entries, and based on his previous simulations, it seemed he would not live long regardless. As for the ordinary person entry, despite appearing as the only white option, it was no different from the Gray entries for Yang Xian. Forcing his attributes to conform to the average would render the previous 3 simulations meaningless. Simulation commencing. On the first day, you have now become a mid-stage blood refining warrior. After careful consideration, you decide to head to the inner city to join the Panchur martial arts school. After all, the blood fruit holds great significance for someone still in the blood refining realm. As an 18-year-old mid-stage blood refining warrior, your presence stirs the entire Panchur martial arts school, where only the schoolmaster Zhou Xing is an 8th rank bone refining warrior. Being mid-stage in the blood refining realm places you among the top 20 of the hundreds of disciples. Your talent captures Zhou Xing's attention, and he accepts you as his 7th personal disciple. On the second day, Zhou Xing imparts to you the 9th rank cultivation technique, the 3 elements blood refining method, along with the 9th rank martial skill, the Panchur fist, and you embark on diligent training. On the 10th day, as the representative of the Panchur martial arts school, you participate in the martial arts competition in the inner city, effortlessly dominating the disciples of the other 4 martial arts schools, thereby gaining immense fame. On the 11th day, you bring great honor to the Panchur martial arts school, and Zhou Xing, filled with delight, rewards you with a 9th rank spiritual item, a blood fruit, along with a wealth of resources. On the 12th day, you begin consuming the blood fruit, and with the potent medicinal effects enhancing your progress, you advance rapidly. On the 13th day, you diligently refine the residual medicinal power of your blood and energy, engaging in arduous training. By the 60th day, you were dispatched by the Zhou clan to undergo trials in the Black Mountain Range. On the 61st day, you deliberately refrained from entering the Black Mountain, opting instead to linger outside, preparing to evade for a few days before returning. On the 63rd day, feeling secure and believing the danger had passed, you resolved to return to Black Mountain City. However, on your way back, you were ambushed by a shadowy figure. Remaining vigilant, you narrowly escaped the attack and sprinted in a desperate bid to evade your pursuer. Yet, ahead another shadow struck, and with a mere touch, you found yourself devoid of the strength to resist, collapsing heavily to the ground. Gazing at the 2 figures cloaked in black before you, despair enveloped your heart. You understood that escape was no longer an option. You questioned them about their pursuit, but the 2 remained silent. Subjected to cruel torture, you perished. The simulation concluded, and you were prompted to select one reward from the following options: the cultivation realm and the simulation. Gray attribute, short-lived ghost. The cultivation experience in the simulation. I choose the cultivation realm from the simulation. Once again, your energy surged, and Yang Xian estimated an increase of approximately 30% in his vitality. His strength surged by around 300 pounds. Yang Xian unleashed a punch, and the air resonated with a whistling sound, the powerful gust causing the branches and leaves of the trees to tremble. It was satisfactory. Yang Xian retracted his fist, placing both hands behind his back as a few scattered green leaves danced with the wind, settling upon his shoulder, bestowing him with an air of mastery. Standing still, Yang Xian silently savored this moment of transcendence. Contemplating the two harrowing experiences of being pursued during the simulations, the only person I have offended in reality should be the leader of the Chai Gang. As for the simulation, having defeated the younger generation of the 4 major martial arts schools, it might be considered a minor grievance, not enough to warrant a death pursuit. Of course, this was merely Yang Xian's conjecture. Perhaps it was his displayed potential during the simulation that prompted the martial arts schools to eliminate this perceived threat. However, extricating himself from this predicament was quite simple. Commence simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 20 coins. Shall we begin? Yes. Deducting 20 coins. Simulation commencing. Filtering attributes. Osprey green. You will possess formidable dynamic vision and considerable agility. Incontinence gray. You will lose control over your bodily functions. Wearing split crotch pants is advised. Major debtor gray. You will automatically incur a debt of 100,000 taels of silver. Dancer green, with an agile physique and graceful form. Your comprehension of dance will significantly enhance. Steady white, think thrice before acting, exhibiting unparalleled prudence, though this may cause you to miss certain opportunities. Yang Xian had already developed immunity to the nonsensical underworld attributes. Instinctively disregarding those peculiar entries, he chose the Osprey. Simulation begins. Chapter 5, The Road to Wealth. On the first day, having discerned the perilous atmosphere in Qinggu City, you promptly gathered your belongings, preparing to flee. If you can run swiftly, troubles will not catch up. You departed from Black Mountain City. On the third day, you encountered a band of dozens of robbers, after paying a considerable price to slay the mid-stage blood refining realm leader. You seized a fine steed and began your escape. On the 10th day, after 9 days of travel, utilizing the stolen steed, you successfully reached the county city of Luyan. On the 11th day, at the age of 18, your mid-stage blood refining strength caught the attention of the local prominent family, the Sun Clan, who recruited you as a guard, promising numerous generous benefits. For the sake of future cultivation resources, you consented. On the 12th day, you were imparted with the 9th grade blood refining technique, the red fire blood refining method, the 9th grade martial skill, the sky-splitting palm, and the 9th grade agility technique, dragonfly touching water. On the 30th day, you were assigned as one of the many guards tasked with protecting the third young master of the Sun Clan, Sunshine. On the 253rd day, you expended a significant amount of resources to obtain a damaged 9th grade spiritual item, the blood fruit. After consuming it, your realm improved considerably, leaving you just a step away from the late stage of blood refining. On the first year and 3 days, you applied for a 3-day seclusion. Commencing your retreat. On the first year and 4 days, your breakthrough was fraught with peril, yet fortunately, you successfully advanced to the late stage of blood refining, albeit with significant hidden injuries remaining in your body. In the first year and 3 months, leveraging your late stage blood refining strength, you were successfully promoted to a second-tier guard. In the second year, your training progress slowed, and you began to grow complacent. Your 9th grade agility martial skill, dragonfly touching water, reached minor success. In the third year, while accompanying Sun Chang on an outing, he encountered an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in purple and could not resist teasing her. However, the purple-clad lady exuded an extraordinary demeanor, and Sun Chang dared not go further than verbal flirtation. That night, a swordsman struck, and a cold gleam flashed. A blade of air, dozens of feet long, swept through the Sun Clan. The clan's elder, Sun Wei, a 6th grade true Chi realm innate martial artist, could not withstand even one strike and was slain on the spot. The Sun Clan faced a brutal purge, particularly the third young master Sun Chang, who was mercilessly cut down after enduring hundreds of blows, dying amidst his cries. It was then you realized that Sun Chang had trifled with you. You ran, the 9th on the human ranking and the 9th on the peerless ranking. The Moonshade Goddess, the swordsman before you, was none other than Yi Yuren's devoted protector, delivering a massacre to the Sun Clan. As a guard of the Sun Clan, you too could not escape. Meeting your demise as the unleashed blade energy obliterated your very being, you perished. The simulation concluded, and you were prompted to select one reward from the following options: the cultivation realm and the simulation. Green attribute, Osprey. The cultivation experience in the simulation. I choose the cultivation realm from the simulation. Your robust vitality surged exponentially once more, and Yang Xian seemed to hear the roaring of energy within him. With an uncontrollable impulse, Yang Xian unleashed a punch, causing a towering tree over 10 meters high to tremble slightly, leaving a deep impression several inches deep in its trunk. Yang Xian felt his strength had soared to approximately 4,000 pounds. This was due to the green attribute, blood boiling, granting him power far exceeding that of the average individual. Most would only achieve around 2,000 pounds upon reaching the late stage of blood refining. Now Yang Xian's raw strength rivaled that of ordinary peak blood refining martial artists, though he still lagged slightly in terms of vitality. Just one green attribute endowed me with the power to transcend a minor realm. How formidable must the attributes above it be? Yang Xian was exceedingly satisfied with his current green attribute. For someone at the late stage of blood refining, it served as a remarkable boon. Alas, he wished he could simulate for a longer duration. Reflecting on his longest simulation lasting 3 years, Yang Xian felt a twinge of regret. Had he lived out his natural lifespan, he likely could have broken through to the 8th grade bone-forging realm. Yet, all had been undone by that swordsman's strike. This world is truly perilous, Yang Xian mused. Indeed, beautiful women are among the most dangerous individuals one should avoid in this realm. Opening the panel, character, Yang Xian, age, 18, physique, mortal talent, blood-boiling green realm, 9th grade, late stage of blood refining skills, woodcutting, minor success, money, 10 coins. Yang Xian had previously considered 60 taels of silver a substantial amount, but now it seemed just a drop in the bucket. Indeed, one's perspective tends to elevate with increasing consumption levels. In the short term. Where could he acquire money? After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a singular solution. The primordial accumulation of capital comes from plunder. Therefore, Yang Xian's current objective was singular, the Chai Gang. Presently, the Chai Gang bore deep enmity toward Yang Xian. If that is the case, let them contribute their share to my martial path. With newfound determination, Yang Xian's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he sprang into action. The Chai Gang was one of the 3 major factions outside Black Mountain City. Originally thriving by monopolizing the firewood trade within the city, and now they had become one of the dominant forces outside the city, their influence extending beyond firewood into various industries, effectively ruling the outer city. Even the words of the local government might not hold as much weight as the commands of the Chai Gang. Although somewhat absurd, this was the reality of the Dezhou dynasty, which had persisted for 7,000 years. In this world, where martial prowess had reached an inconceivable level, even the imperial family of the Dezhou dynasty could only share dominion with the great clans. In small towns, there were small factions like the Chai Gang. In county cities, prominent families like the Sun Clan, and in provincial cities, there were sects and noble families, while across the land, numerous ancient powers governed their territories. Were there good people in a domineering gang like the Chai Gang? Perhaps, but certainly not among the upper echelons like the gang leaders. As a faction that thrived by draining the lifeblood of the common folk? Those in leadership positions above the gang leaders were the greatest beneficiaries. Even if they harbored good intentions, the moment they ascended to such positions, they had already become oppressors. In the dead of night, at Luchui Courtyard, even though it was late, the courtyard remained brightly lit, with shadows flitting about and the sounds of laughter and merriment occasionally breaking the silence. Wang Tangzhu, do come play again next time. Several heavily made up, alluring women trailed a plump man, flirting and posing. Rest assured, my beauties, I shall return tomorrow, Wang Shan replied, pinching a tender peach, causing the woman to blush anew. A refreshing breeze brushed across Wang Shan's face, momentarily sobering him from his drunken stupor. As Wang Shan, who had just recently been promoted to a Chai Gang leader, relished his newfound status and had been visiting Luchui Courtyard for several consecutive days. He pondered whether to choose Xiao Chui or Xiao Hong for his entertainment tomorrow. Perhaps I should indulge in both, he mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he unknowingly strolled into a secluded street. At this moment, he was alone. Wang Shan preferred to visit brothels without attendants, relishing his solitary enjoyment in recent days. A sudden chill swept through the air, making him shiver inexplicably, having just broken through to the late stage of blood refining. He felt an unbidden sense of dread. What the devil? Wang Shan rubbed his nose, noticing the surroundings were now utterly deserted. A glint of cold light flashed in the darkness, revealing a blade poised to strike. Wang Shan was suddenly filled with a sense of unease, instinctively turning his head. A bloodied arm fell to the ground. Bastard! Wang Shan cried out in anguish as he turned to discern the identity of his assailant. All he glimpsed was a flash of a sharp blade, effortlessly piercing through his body, disregarding the thick layer of blood energy that enveloped him, leaving behind a long trail of crimson. As he gazed at Wang Shan's lifeless form on the ground,
Yang Shan, still not reassured, prodded him with the blade twice more. Only upon seeing the corpse's utter lack of response did Yang Shan confirm that he was truly dead. Yang Shan rummaged through the body and retrieved 30 taels of silver and a 100-tael banknote. It was somewhat lacking. Regrettably, Wang Shan's residence was situated too close to Hu Yuan, the leader of the Chai gang, and he harbored numerous thugs. Otherwise, he could have plundered Wang Shan's estate directly, doubling his gains. Fortunately, there were still other rewards. Clutching the blood-stained kitchen knife, Yang Xian melted into the inky night. Chapter 6, Longevity is a Blessing. Once again, it was that dilapidated tile-roofed house, riddled with drafts. Yang Xian was counting the riches he had acquired through his exploits of wealth redistribution. A total of 300 taels of silver, quite satisfactory. After eliminating Wang Shan, he had also sought out 3 minor leaders of the Chai gang, pillaging them thoroughly, which ultimately yielded this sum of hundreds of taels. For this, he had even made a special trip to the bank to exchange the banknotes. Simulation initiated. The simulation requires a consumption of 40 gold. Shall we begin? Yes. Consuming 40 gold. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Wisdom green. Exceptionally intelligent. Quick-witted, possessing wisdom beyond the ordinary. 18-year limit black. You shall not survive past the age of 18. Robust green. Physically strong and possessing a powerful physique. Dwarf gray. Your height is fixed at 1 meter 30. Mage white, your right arm possesses strength that surpasses the ordinary. To Yang Xian's surprise, there were 2 green entries this time. He gazed at the 5 newly generated entries with delight, however, since he already possessed the enhanced physique from the boiling blood. He decided to choose wisdom. The simulation commenced. On the first day, you resolved to distance yourself from conflict and live quietly until your natural end. You packed your belongings and, at dawn, departed from Heishan City. On the third day, you acquired a fine steed from unknown bandits, conveniently sending them away from this world. By the 10th day, you arrived at Yun City in Luyun Prefecture riding the same steed. On the 11th day, you declined the invitation from the esteemed Sun family of the region, opting instead to become a wandering warrior, benevolent towards others and resolutely avoiding trouble. In the second year, lacking resources, you still found yourself stagnating in the late stage of blood refinement. However, through your diligent efforts, you finally secured a home of your own in Yun City. In the 4th year, through the introduction of your neighbor, Granny Wang, you married the young woman Wang Qing, who lives nearby, thus officially starting a family at the age of 20-2. By the 5th year, after relentless training, you finally broke through to the perfected stage of blood refinement, significantly elevating your status. In the 6th year, your first son was born, whom you named Jiang. In that same year, you secured a managerial position at the Tiandi Merchant Association. In the 7th year, your second son was born, named Jiang Kong. In the 9th year, your first daughter was born, named Jiang Xian. By the 10th year, a battle erupted outside Yun City between a demon cult's master and a righteous powerhouse, the residual shockwaves devastating half of Yun City. Fortunately, under the protection of the Tiandi Merchant Association, you and your family narrowly escaped with your lives. You learned the names of 2 formidable martial artists, the Blood Refinement Master Qi Shuihe of the Blood Demon Cult and the White Tiger Sword Master Mu Ju of the Four Symbols Sword Sect. It was said that they were both unparalleled figures of the 7th realm in martial arts, capable of shattering mountains and rivers in a single strike, masters who had grasped divine abilities. Upon hearing of such figures, you couldn't help but yearn for their prowess, desiring to wield divine capabilities and traverse the world as they did. Yet, you knew you must return to reality, as you began to assist the Merchant Association in dealing with the aftermath of the chaos. In the 12th year, after 6 years of effort, you finally earned the right to learn the 8-rank bone forging technique through your contributions to the Merchant Association. In the 15th year, after years of arduous training, you broke through to the bone forging realm during a sunny midday. With bones forged of gold and iron, you finally ascended to the 2nd realm of martial arts, no longer the lowest tier. You were promoted to the position of chief manager at the Tiandi Merchant Association. In the 16th year, your son Yang inherited your talent and even surpassed it, with you as the chief manager. His progress in martial arts was rapid. By the tender age of 10, he had already cultivated his first trace of blood energy. In the 18th year, under your support, your son Yang faced numerous challenges and finally entered the prestigious Szechuanqin mountain of the Yunmeng Prefecture. It was rumored that masters resided there, and it had quite a reputation even in Yunzhou. The unfulfilled aspirations of your heart and the world you longed to witness were entrusted to your progeny. Show me the higher vistas of martial arts, you said to your son Yang in his parting words. In the 20th year, with ample resources, you broke through to the mid-stage of bone forging. In truth, had it not been for the busy duties of the chief manager, which curtailed your training time, you could have achieved this breakthrough 2 years earlier. However, the world is devoid of what-ifs and perfect scenarios. In the 21st year, your second son Yang Kong exhibited mediocre martial talent, prompting you to instruct him in the ways of commerce. In the 26th year, you advanced to the late stage of bone forging. That same year, you received news from your eldest son Yangan, who had also broken through to the late stage of bone forging. You couldn't help but feel a mix of nostalgia and joy. In the 29th year, your daughter Yang Xian got married, and that same year, your eldest son Yangan successfully advanced to the third realm of martial arts, the cleansing marrow stage. You rejoiced at the double happiness and celebrated with copious amounts of drink. In the 31st year, your grandson was born. In the 33rd year, you achieved the perfected stage of bone forging at the age of 51, a feat made possible solely through the accumulation of resources. You realized that reaching the cleansing marrow stage was no longer within your grasp, and you began to relinquish your martial pursuits. In the 34th year, your second son married. In the 35th year, your second son assumed the role of manager at the Tiandi Merchant Association. In the 40th year, you began to step down from your position as chief manager of the Tiandi Merchant Association. In the 42nd year, your eldest son broke through to the fourth realm of martial arts, the 6th grade True Chi stage. The Yang family began to establish a reputation in Luyun Prefecture, gradually overshadowing the now-defunct Sun family. By the 50th year, the Yang family had ascended to the status of a prominent family in Luyun Prefecture, becoming a force to be reckoned with. In the 60th year, amid the weeping of numerous descendants, you passed away. You had died. Simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the following options: cultivation realm from the simulation, green entry wisdom cultivation experience from the simulation. To think I could live this long. Even establishing a family, Yang Xian wore a look of astonishment. The longer one lived, the greater the rewards. He chose the cultivation realm from the simulation. A surge of immense power, far surpassing any before, erupted within Yang Xian's blood. Refinement perfected, early bone forging, mid-bone forging. Yang Xian's realm soared until it finally stabilized at the perfected stage of bone forging. I am invincible, Yang Xian exclaimed, reveling in the explosive surge of blood energy and the now unyielding bones that felt as strong as steel. Unable to suppress his laughter, Heishan City, leader of the Chai Gang, a mere chicken among dogs, Yang Xian swung his fist, and a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air, leaving deep gashes on a tree. His unremarkable punch struck the tree with the force of a hammer. With a resounding crash, a tree large enough for two people to embrace was cleaved in two, its massive trunk crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Alas, I lack martial techniques. Yang Xian retracted his fist, surveying the disarray, his mind in contemplation. If only he could master a martial technique, the power of that punch would be doubled. But surely learning martial techniques isn't overly complicated? Yang Xian mused aloud, initiating another simulation. Chapter 7. Today, the Chai Gang falls. This simulation requires a consumption of 500 gold. Insufficient funds. What? How much did you say? Yang Xian prepared to boldly strengthen himself once more, only to discover he lacked the necessary funds. He glanced at his status panel. Character: Yang Xian, age 18, physique, mortal talent, boiling blood realm, perfected 8-rank bone forging skills, firewood chopping proficiency, money 230, a mere 8-rank bone forging warrior with the barest of skills. I must be the most destitute perfected bone forging warrior in the world. Yang Xian gazed at his panel, which featured only the solitary skill of chopping wood, unable to look any longer. In light of this, I must seek out a few angel investors for the sake of my martial career. With that thought, Yang Xian promptly rose and left the dilapidated tile-roofed house. At this moment, within the Chai Gang stronghold, in a spacious hall, useless, how could someone have their throats slit on our own turf? Why didn't he die in the brothel? Hu Yuan, the leader of the Chai Gang, bellowed in a fit of rage from his seat at the head of the table. This morning, a significant event had unfolded within the Chai Gang. A hall master and 4 minor leaders had all unexpectedly met their demise. And it had occurred right on the Chai Gang's territory. It was evident that this was a deliberate attack aimed at the Chai Gang, inciting Hu Yuan's fury. The fact that even a hall master was killed on their own turf was a provocation, a challenge to the Chai Gang's authority in the outer city. As for the assailant's strength, they could only be weaker than him, otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such petty tactics to undermine the Chai Gang. You lot, immediately mobilize everyone in the outer city. Find that scoundrel for me. I refuse to believe there are no traces left, Hu Yuan's voice thundered. Once I find that scoundrel, I will show him the might of the Chai Gang. After venting his frustrations, he promptly instructed the remaining 7 hall masters, move out. Yes, the Hall Masters responded with firm assurances, vowing to capture the rogue. They were not entirely comprised of incompetence, seeing the confidence radiating from the Hall Masters. Hu Yuan's mood improved slightly. I heard you were looking for me. A refreshing voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a tall and extraordinarily handsome youth standing outside the door. Clad in a flowing blue robe, he stood tall and straight, resembling a rare orchid or a jade tree, his demeanor poised and unhurried. What a strikingly elegant young man he was, a fleeting thought passed through the minds of the onlookers. Yang Xian cast a glance at everyone present, then fixed his gaze upon Hu Yuan, who sat at the head of the table. A panel materialized in Yang Xian's line of sight character. Hu Yuan physique, mortal talent, strong and robust. Born to be unruly realm, mid-stage bone forging. Observing the imposing figure of the 2-meter-tall man before him, Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Not bad, this was another feature of the simulator, allowing him to see a simplified template of his opponent. It was precisely due to this capability that Yang Xian could accurately identify his target, which emboldened him to stride confidently into the base of the Chai Gang. A mere mid-stage bone-forging warrior was no match for him. Boy, you are. Before Hu Yuan could finish his sentence, Yang Xian lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. Yang Xian raised his fist, and in that instant, his entire being erupted with a surge of vitality. The scorching energy blazing like a furnace, searing everything in its vicinity. Sensing Yang Xian's overwhelming momentum, Hu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he barely had time to cross his arms defensively. Crack, with a sharp sound of bones fracturing. Hu Yuan was sent flying over 10 meters, cough, cough, struggling to rise with his legs. Hu Yuan hung his arms limply, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through him, since breaking through to the peak of bone forging. Yang Xian's power, due to his boiling vitality, far surpassed that of an ordinary peak-stage bone-forging warrior, boasting a strength of several tens of thousands of pounds. Such terrifying power could only be likened to a humanoid beast. To say nothing of an ordinary person, even a blood-refining warrior would be crushed into pulp by a single punch from Yang Xian, were it not for Hu Yuan being an 8th-grade bone-forging warrior. With bones tempered to the hardness of steel, he would likely have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. My lord, I believe we have a misunderstanding. If Wang Shan has offended you, it is surely an unforgivable crime, and has nothing to do with my Chai Gang. I implore you, noble sir, to show mercy. Hu Yuan stammered, enduring the pain as he spoke in a low voice. At this moment, his arms were incapacitated. Not only could he not wield a weapon, but even lifting them proved to be a challenge, rendering him utterly incapable of contending with the fierce beast-like figure before him. As Yang Xian gazed at Hu Yuan, who was now abject and obsequious, he felt a deeper understanding of the world around him. The greatest sin lies within yourself. Hu Yuan was taken aback. About to respond, when a massive fist came hurtling toward him. Bang! A shower of blood erupted into the air. Yang Xian wiped the blood from his knuckles with his sleeve. Weakness is your greatest sin. As the leader of the Chai Gang, you have oppressed the common folk, leading to their ruin, all because of their weakness. Your demise at my hands today is also a consequence of that weakness. Thus, you could be said to die justly. The gang leader is dead. Run, damn it, how can you abandon the gang leader? We must fight back. Several hall masters of the Chai Gang, witnessing their leader dispatched in mere moments by the youth before them, were immediately struck with fear. This was no graceful young man. He was clearly a harbinger of death. Yang Xian noticed that, aside from the scattering of the others like leaves in a storm, one loyal individual was bravely approaching him. Such courage! Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xian unleashed another swift and clean punch, sending the approaching hallmaster flying several dozen meters, his chest caved in, devoid of life. Though Yang Xian had not practiced any martial arts techniques as a bone-forging warrior, his speed far surpassed that of these blood-refining warriors. In just a few moments, Yang Xian had another person in his grasp. My lord, my brother Wang Shan's actions have nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. Wang Hai, terrified and trembling, pleaded with tears streaming down his face. So you are indeed Wang Shan's relative. Yang Xian had not anticipated that in his casual capture he would find the unfortunate brother of the man he sought. It seems you and your brother share a fateful connection. Yang Xian smiled at Wang Hai. No, I mean, Wang Hai stuttered, speak, where is your Chai Gang's treasury? Yang Xian had not brought this fellow along for idle chatter. I know. But my lord, if I tell you, will you let me go? You have no choice. Yang Xian tightened his grip slightly, and Wang Hai's complexion instantly turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled desperately. However, if you lead me to your Chai Gang's treasury, I shall have no reason to harm you. Just as Wang Hai felt he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Yang Xian loosened his grip. Speaking thus, upon hearing this, Wang Hai, revived with a second chance at life, wasted no time leading the way, winding through several turns. They finally arrived at an inconspicuous room. Wang Hai twisted a vase on a bookshelf. And with a rumble, the wall shifted, revealing a hidden door. Step inside. Yang Shen watched Wang Hai with a smile, swallowing hard, fully aware he had no grounds to refuse. Wang Hai cautiously entered. Fortunately, nothing triggered any traps, and the passage remained calm. Before long, the pair arrived at a secret chamber. My lord, aside from me and the gang leader, no one else knows of this place. This is a secret I painstakingly uncovered. No sooner had Wang Hai spoken than the door to the chamber suddenly opened, and two figures emerged from within. They were two of the hall masters who had just fled in that moment. The four exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding, one of the emerging figures began to explain. Yang Xian paid no heed, his fists clenched tightly. Bang, bang. After two dull thuds, two rather battered corpses lay on the ground. To spare you, yet you do not cherish it, and instead come to steal from me. Truly, avarice is your nature. Shaking his head, Yang Xian began rifling through the bodies, extracting a considerable sum of silver. Before entering the chamber himself, Wang Hai cautiously stepped over the two bodies. Following him inside, Yang Xian surveyed the spacious chamber, completely disregarding weapons, herbs, and techniques, his gaze fixed on the area where silver and gold were stored. In the corner, three wooden chests were neatly arranged. Yang Xian opened a chest, and a dazzling white light flashed forth, revealing a trove of gleaming silver neatly arranged within. Counting the contents, he found each chest contained 1,000 taels of silver, totaling 3,000 taels, in addition to 2,000 taels in banknotes he had pilfered from the two hall masters. In total, this amounted to 5,000 taels of silver, truly a fortune. Yang Xian's original self had toiled for 5 or 6 years to accumulate a mere 2 taels of silver. It would take at least 12,500 years for him to amass such wealth. My lord, may I take my leave now? Wang Hai, gazing at the glistening silver, felt his mouth watering, yet dared not entertain any thoughts of greed, his heart racing with trepidation. Of course, as I mentioned, I have no reason to harm you, Yang Xian replied solemnly. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Wang Hai exclaimed joyfully, his feet seeming to glide as he dashed away. However, just a few steps later, he felt an immense force strike him from behind. Weren't you supposed to have no reason? A final thought flashed through Wang Hai's mind as he made intimate contact with the wall once more. Do I need a reason to act? Ignoring the corpses at his feet, Yang Xian redirected his attention to the glimmering silver. 3,000 taels of cash, enough for me to simulate 6 times? This time I must secure some advantageous attributes to address my shortcomings. I cannot afford to break through again, lest I risk being unable to simulate it all. Yang Xian pondered silently, reflecting on how his previous pursuit of realms was driven by imminent danger, necessitating a rapid enhancement of strength. Now, having eliminated threats, he should truly become a paragon of martial prowess. Initiate simulation. Chapter 8, Madness of the Blade Intent. This simulation will require a consumption of 500 currency. Shall we commence? Commence, consuming 500 currency. Simulation starting. Filtering attributes. Archery. Green, you possess a commendable talent for archery. A born marksman. Arrogant. White, your temperament will become haughty and disdainful, and you will receive a slight enhancement during breakthroughs. Aged. White, your lifespan will extend to 70 years, contingent upon your health. Blade Master. Green, you have an extraordinary comprehension of blade techniques. You are an exceptional swordsman. Missing weight. Gray, a random part of your body will be lacking a few pounds. Yang Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had prepared himself for an onslaught of bizarre attributes, yet the outcome was not as he had anticipated. It seemed that enhancing one's strength had a corresponding effect on the attributes as well. Of course, this was merely Yang Xian's conjecture. Perhaps it was simply a stroke of good fortune this time. Gazing at the two green attributes that had emerged, Yang Xian fell into contemplation. The title of Blade Master is quite appealing. And besides, where would I find a technique for archery? I already have a blade technique readily available. Yang Xian's gaze fell upon a book prominently displayed on the bookshelf, titled Chaotic Wind Blade Technique. I choose Blade Master. Simulation begins. On the first day, you suddenly feel a tingling in your hand, and glancing at the finely crafted long blade beside you, you pick it up, feeling as if it were an extension of your own body. As though you had found your beloved possession. At this moment, you resolve to become a renowned blade master across the land. You take the martial techniques from the chamber with you. On the second day, you begin to study the Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, a 9th-grade martial art divided into 3 levels, Gentle Breeze, Tempest, and Chaotic Wind. You commence your training in this blade technique. On the 117th day, after diligently practicing for half a year, you finally grasp the fundamentals of the Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, and you are filled with joy. On the 353rd day, as you feel your progress stalling, You realize there remains a considerable distance to master the chaotic wind blade technique completely. You comprehend that cloistered endeavors yield only diminishing progress, thus you resolve to confront the myriad sword masters. Honing your blade techniques. On the 357th day, you arrive at the city of Yun in Luyun County, designating it as the inaugural station for your swordsmanship refinement. In the subsequent year, you challenge various swordsmen, selecting only those of comparable prowess. The moniker of Tempest Blade Master begins to resonate within the small circles of Yun City. By the third year, following numerous battles, your chaotic wind blade technique reaches its zenith, and your reputation as the Tempest Blade Master flourishes. In that same year, the Sun family seeks to recruit you, yet you resolutely decline. A month later, a formidable swordsman obliterates the Sun family in Yun City. You aspire to seek his counsel on swordsmanship, only to be met with humiliation. He perceives your discomposure and casually inflicts grievous injury upon you with a single strike. Yang Xian, witnessing this, grinds his teeth in fury at such brazen tyranny. Though merely a simulated event, it stirs indignation. How dare he injure my brother in arms? Just wait until I discover your identity. In the fourth year, after a year of recuperation, you find yourself healed. Yet the wound has severed your martial foundation, leaving no path forward in your martial journey. Devastated, you channel all your energy into your blade techniques, seeking solace in their depths. By the fifth year, your fervent and frenzied practice of the blade culminates in the perfection of your chaotic wind blade technique. A decade passes, and your mastery transcends the original confines of your technique, revealing an elusive realm beyond. In the 20th year, your chaotic wind blade has been transformed beyond recognition, and you rechristen it as the Frantic Three Blades, establishing an 8th-tier martial skill. In the 30th year, you sense that the mysterious realm is within reach. Embarking on a journey throughout Luyun County in search of challenges, the renown of the Frantic Blade Master echoes widely across Luyun County, even reaching the borders of Yunmeng Prefecture. By the 35th year, while resting during your travels, the sky suddenly darkens, and a torrential storm descends. In a stroke of inspiration, you wield your blade wildly amidst the rain, appearing as though possessed. You grasp the true essence of your blade technique, the frantic blade intent. In the 36th year, a practitioner of the cleansing marrow realm scoffs at your reputation and seeks to capture you personally. With a mere flick of his wrist, he attempts to strike, but in a single blow, the cleansing marrow practitioner's head rolls, his face frozen in astonishment, utterly powerless to resist. This battle leaves many in shock. The name of the Frantic Blade Master resonates throughout Luyun County, even garnering some recognition in Yunmeng Prefecture. By the 40th year, you age rapidly, the repercussions of that grievous injury manifesting, severely impacting your lifespan. You choose to retreat into the mountains. In the 43rd year, on a mist-laden morning, after completing your daily practice, you sit upon a wooden chair and soon drift into a deep slumber. After an extended period, only the long sword in your embrace emits a faint tremor. You have passed away. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the options below. Cultivation level in the simulation. Green tier swordsman cultivation experience in the simulation. I choose the cultivation experience from the simulation. Note: selecting cultivation experience will randomly yield 1 to 2 martial skills. Please choose wisely. Randomly, drop. Yang Xian silently intones. A torrent of intricate swordsmanship knowledge floods his mind. In mere moments, Yang Xian transforms from an utter novice in swordplay to a master who has immersed himself in the blade for decades. A sudden frenzied madness engulfs Yang Xian, instilling a chilling sense of lethal intent akin to that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Yang Xian seizes his sword, a flick of his wrist unleashing an invisible blade aura. Imbued with a wild demonic essence, the hardened wall, forged from black rock, bears a long, deep gash measuring several meters, nearly cleaving it in two. What a terrifying blade intent! Yang Xian dispels the frantic blade intent. Gazing at the mark he has left behind, he muses, yet, this technique demands considerable energy. Yang Xian realizes he can manage but 3 strikes before succumbing to fatigue. What a boon, to exchange a green tear for such a formidable killing technique. Yang Xian feels today is indeed his fortunate day, were it not for the severance of his martial foundation in the simulation, leading him to become increasingly obsessed with the blade. Comprehending such blade intent would have been exceedingly difficult. Should he attempt it again, it would likely prove elusive, particularly seeking counsel from that rogue swordsman. Contemplating the swordsman, Yang Xian's expression turns cold, yet, were it not for that swordsman, he would not have grasped such blade intent. Thus, the next time he encounters that individual, he shall refrain from delivering a strike. With this thought, Yang Xian glances at his status panel character. Yang Xian age, 18 physique, mortal talent, blood chi boiling green realm, 8th tier bone forging completion skills, woodcutting minor achievement. Frantic Blade Intent 2 tiers money, 2730. He still requires agility, defense, and concealment techniques. Ideally, he would also acquire a physique-related trait. Yang Xin studies his panel, pondering his shortcomings. In light of this, he commences a new simulation. Chapter 9, Blood Chi Battle Body. The sound of hooves clattering on the blue stone tiles resonates crisply. It is the morning after a light rain, and the flowers along the roadside still drip with dew. Releasing a fragrant aroma. Two figures abruptly intrude upon this refreshing scene. Miss, please slow down, calls out a remarkably delicate young girl on the left. Xiaoyi, we are nearly there, replies a woman clad in a cloud-patterned robe. Her gaze lifted towards the distant outline of the city, revealing a measure of her beauty. Her brows resemble distant mountains, and her skin is as smooth as congealed fat. The girl on the left, though already strikingly beautiful, pales in comparison to the latter. Her flawless features carry a hint of spirited vigor, enhancing her charm without detracting from her grace. Hurry, Xiaoyi, we must swiftly slay that beast. The woman in the cloud-patterned robe urges her peculiar steed with small horns to gallop forward. Understood, wait for me. The girl named Xiaoyi promptly accelerates to keep pace with her companion. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yang Xian, who is deeply engrossed in the simulation, a beast has emerged from Heishui City. Finally, the simulation concludes. Open the panel. A character, Yang Xian, age, 18, physique, mortal talent, blood chi boiling green. Iron bone green, intelligent green realm, 8th tier bone forging completion skills. Frantic Blade Intent 3 tiers turtle breathing technique completion. Iron Sand Body greater achievement, 8 steps to catch cicadas greater achievement. Woodcutting minor achievement money, 730 after 4 simulations. Aside from one mishap, the other 3 have yielded substantial rewards. He can simulate once more, may it produce excellent traits. Yang Xian silently prays within, commencing simulation. Consuming 500 gold, simulation begins. Filtering traits, tigerback bear waist green, naturally robust physique with commendable training aptitude. Blood chi battle body blue, your blood chi flows like a river, exceedingly vigorous, your foundation surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Enhancing your strength in battle as your blood chi thickens. Longevity green, your lifespan will increase by 20 years. Tree climbing white, you will gain substantial experience in tree climbing. Gluttonous ghost gray, your appetite will remain perpetually unquenched. A blue trait. At last, Yang Xin gazes at the shimmering blue trait, unable to suppress a jubilant wave of his arm. He selects the blood chi battle body. Simulation commences. On the first day, you sense your blood chi has thickened several fold, nearly doubling your strength, and you revel in the terrifying benefits brought by the blood chi battle body. Suddenly, you recall the 2 figures in black robes from the previous simulation. Now your strength has transformed beyond recognition. Complemented by your perfected 8th tier concealment technique, the turtle breathing technique, you decide to venture into the inner city for further exploration, enrolling in the Panshur Martial Arts Academy. On the second day, you reveal your mid-stage strength in the blood refinement realm. Capturing the attention of Zhou Xing, who accepts you as his 7th direct disciple. Zhou Xing imparts to you the 9th tier technique, 3-element blood refinement method, and the 9th tier martial skill, Panshur Fist. By the 10th day, as a direct disciple of the Martial Academy, you participate in the martial arts competition in Heishan City, representing the Panshur Martial Arts Academy, easily dominating the other 4 major academies' youth, earning you widespread fame. On the 11th day, you bring immense honor to the Panshur Martial Arts Academy, delighting Zhou Xing, who rewards you with a 9th tier spiritual item, the blood chi fruit, along with abundant resources. On the 12th day, Zhou Xing dispatches you to the Heishan mountain range for training. On the 13th day, while traveling, you pass by a dilapidated temple and choose to rest temporarily within it. That night, a murderous intent looms. You nimbly evade hidden projectiles from the shadows, spotting 2 figures in black robes emerging from the temple's entrance. Without a word, you reveal your true strength, an overwhelming blood chi enveloping the entire temple. Drawing your accompanying blade, the blade intent manifesting, appearing as though possessed. A lethal blade intent hangs over them. The 2 black-robed figures, taken aback by your terrifying strength as an 8th tier bone forging realm warrior and your comprehension of blade intent, instinctively attempt to retreat, but is it too late? A flash of cold light, and the blade aura surges forth. One of the black-robed figures is cleaved in 2 by your demonic blade intent, his robes torn into shreds. Recognizing a familiar face, you finally understand why you have been persistently ambushed. The other black-robed figure suddenly begins to swell, bursting through his robes to reveal his true form. Showcasing sharp fangs and snowy fur, a 2-meter-tall fox demon. The fox demon howls, a dense aura of demonic energy enveloping it, its tails thrashing in a futile attempt to fend off the blade's edge.
The blade aura sweeps in, severing the foxtails with precision, and without losing momentum, it nearly splits the revealed fox demon in two, leaving it on the brink of death, just as you prepare to deliver a finishing blow. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupts behind you. Razor-sharp claws pierce through your chest, clutching a pulsating crimson heart. Boom, you are dead, the simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. Within the simulation, the cultivation realm is the blue physique, blood chi battle body. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation allows for the selection of blood chi battle body. Boom, Yang Xian felt a profound transformation occurring within his physique. As his previously narrow meridians were now being thoroughly expanded by waves of blood chi, his vital energy surged, becoming increasingly robust. The foundation that once appeared somewhat frail had now solidified, and the strength he possessed, originally amounting to several thousand pounds, had nearly doubled. How formidable! Is this what it means to possess a blue physique? Yang Xian sensed a comprehensive enhancement across all aspects of his being, his power having multiplied several times over. Previously he could only unleash 3 strikes of the frenzied blade intent, but now he could consecutively execute 10. Yang Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The enhancement of his physique not only bestowed enduring stamina but also augmented his destructive capability. The original frenzied blade could only slay those at the early stage of the cleansing marrow realm and severely wound those at the mid-stage. Now, with his power having increased several-fold, Yang Xian felt confident he could vanquish even those at the late stage of the cleansing marrow realm. Needing merely to strike a few more times, reviewing his status panel, character, Yang Xian, age, 18, physique, blood chi battle body, blue, talent, fiery blood, green, iron bones, green, intelligent, green, realm, 8th rank, bone refinement, perfection, skills, frenzied blade technique, realm. Frenzied blade intent, 30, tortoise breathing technique, perfection, iron sand body, great accomplishment, 8 steps to chase the cicada, great accomplishment, wood chopping, minor accomplishment, wealth, 230. At last, he felt a semblance of accomplishment. Yang Xian gazed at his now less meager status panel with a sense of satisfaction. With an additional 2,000 taels in silver notes, he could engage in several more simulations. He needed to quickly exchange it for actual silver. Yang Xian cast a glance around the secret chamber, ultimately choosing to take a few precious 9th-grade spiritual items with him. Before departing, he selected the finest tempered blade to carry away. He emerged from the oppressive secret chamber, inhaling a breath of fresh air. At this moment, the eastern dawn broke, casting a brilliant golden light that illuminated the world in all directions. Yang Xian observed the disciples of the Chai gang scavenging for valuables and casually sent a few oblivious ruffians to meet their leader, thereby intimidating the avaricious onlookers as he strode away with an air of confidence. From this day forth, the Chai gang was history. Perhaps soon factions like the Knife Gang or Wolf Gang would emerge, but they would no longer concern Yang Xian. Chapter 10. The Fox Demon. Heishan City is divided into inner and outer districts. The outer city is predominantly populated by impoverished households, with the majority appearing gaunt and emaciated, barely able to secure 3 meals a day while enduring the exploitation of factions like the Chai gang. Although the inner city is not devoid of its own issues, it is certainly better than the utterly dilapidated outer city. At the very least, most residents of the inner city manage to scrape together a sufficient living, which is enough for them. At this moment, Yang Xian arrived in the inner city, clad in a simple white long robe that he had just purchased from a tailor for a few taels of silver. Dressed in white, with a striking appearance and distinguished demeanor, passers-by momentarily mistook him for a young master from a prominent family. Glancing curiously at him before subtly distancing themselves, Yang Xian curiously surveyed his surroundings. The fragrant aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air, while vendors selling candied hawthorn energetically shouted to attract customers, and patrolling constables graciously accepted gifts from merchants. "Get away, all of you, scram!" a furious shout echoed from afar, followed by the rapid clattering of hooves and wheels. In the distance, a horse-drawn carriage thundered down the street, with the driver cracking his whip to drive away the pedestrians. A burly man, caught off guard, was struck by a lash, blood gushing from his back, yet he dared not protest. Quietly retreating to a safer distance, Yang Xian stood nearby, watching as the carriage rampaged through the street, creating chaos before departing with an arrogant swagger. At that moment, a pair of alluring eyes peeked out from behind the carriage's curtain, lazily surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, as if noticing something, the bewitching figure withdrew her gaze. Yang Xian furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Character, by Lung physique, Fox Demon, green, talent, spirit eyes, blue, enchantment, green, self-healing, green, realm, mid-stage 7th rank, cleansing marrow, spirit eyes, possesses a divine vision that can pierce through surfaces and discern illusions.
Enchantment, naturally charming, capable of beguiling the hearts of others. Self-healing, exhibits a strong capacity for self-regeneration. A monster, although Yang Xian had heard tales of various monsters, such as the heart-devouring fox demons and the savage wolf demons. Even rumors of a demon king of sorts that could move mountains and fill seas. He had never encountered a true demon in reality, let alone a renowned fox demon. The fact that she possessed a blue attribute was particularly intriguing, especially one related to ocular techniques. Yang Xian's thoughts drifted back to the fleeting gaze of greed he had observed from the carriage moments ago. Ever since comprehending the blade intent, his spiritual awareness had become exceptionally keen, particularly towards malicious intent. Old man, who was that person in the carriage? Why were they so arrogant? Yang Xian inquired, grasping the arm of an elderly man who was about to leave. The old man, with his white beard and hair, initially prepared to rebuke Yang Xian for his interruption but quickly softened upon noticing the young man's pristine attire and distinguished demeanor. You are not from around here, are you? The person in the carriage was the young lady Wang Xian of the Wang family, one of the two prominent families in Heishan City, with immense power. The elder sighed as he spoke. This young lady was not always like this. Though she was never particularly kind-hearted, she certainly wasn't as domineering as she is now. The members of wealthy families are so capricious. One day they may be benevolent, and the next, they could be as vicious as this young lady. The old man sighed again, seemingly lost in thought, his expression tinged with melancholy. Yang Xian, having gleaned the information he sought, inquired about the Wang family's residence, thanked the old man, and proceeded on his way toward their estate. Meanwhile, in the now distant carriage, Bai Lang, with her alluring fox-like features, covered her mouth as she suppressed her excitement. What a robust vital energy! What a powerful physique! How I long to. Bai Lang couldn't help but lick her lips. It is fine. I've taken note of him. He won't escape. Just wait a few days longer. Bai Lang forced herself to regain her composure, her previously flushed face returning to normal. She hadn't anticipated that merely stepping out would lead her to such a delightful surprise. A human with vigorous vital energy and a special physique was akin to a precious fifth-grade medicinal herb to her. If she were to consume him, the true gang realm would be within her grasp. Her decision to escape from her family to hunt and cultivate in Heishan City was undoubtedly the right choice. It had only been a short while, and she had already encountered such an opportunity. She had firmly etched Yang Xian's aura in her memory. As long as he remained in Heishan City, he would not escape her watchful eye. This fox demon has likely seen through my tortoise breathing technique, Yang Xian pondered as he walked. The 8th-rank tortoise breathing technique was insufficient against a fox demon with a blue attribute and extraordinary ocular powers. It was likely that she had already set her sights on him. Yang Xian understood that his abundant vital energy was akin to a walking treasure trove for such demons. This explained why he had been targeted during the last simulation. And not by just one fox demon, but by several. What exactly is the situation with the Wang family now? The thought of the young lady of the Wang family being a fox demon, and perhaps not the only one, quickened Yang Xian's pace. Not far ahead, a large crowd gathered, with several constables attempting to maintain order. How tragic! The second son of the Li family was also a blood refinement realm warrior, yet he has ended up in such a state. Indeed, there have been several similar cases recently. Do you think an evil cultivator has infiltrated, harvesting essence blood for malevolent practices? Perhaps a monster has mingled in as well. Listening to the hushed whispers around him, Yang Xian observed the emaciated corpses being carried out, and his understanding deepened. This fox demon has turned Heishan City into a hunting ground. Yang Xian's expression turned cold at the thought of being targeted by that fox demon, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. The roles of prey and hunter are often interchangeable. Avoiding the noisy crowd, Yang Xian quickened his pace. The Wang family's estate was easily recognizable, marked by two imposing stone lions at the entrance, occupying a vast area, with the gilded characters prominently displayed on the plaque. Yang Xian merely glanced at the general layout before turning to leave. Nightfall would present a better opportunity for exploration, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Before long, Yang Xian arrived at the Tiandi Bank, a spacious establishment divided into 3 levels. At the entrance stood several guards wielding long blades, their vital energy abundant, exuding an impressive air. Tiandi Bank is affiliated with the Tiandi Merchant Guild, the very organization Yang Xian had served in during his simulation. To be precise, in that simulation, Yang Xian had been the chief steward of the Tiandi Merchant Guild's Yun City branch. As the largest merchant guild in the Great Zhou dynasty, Tiandi Merchant Guild established a branch in every county city. Moreover, Tiandi Bank has a presence in every city as well, across the 36 states. 180 prefectures, and 960 counties. The Tiandi Merchant Guild's influence is pervasive, thus giving Tiandi Bank an esteemed reputation. Within the Great Zhou dynasty, the funds stored at Tiandi Bank reportedly surpassed those of official banks. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of Tiandi Bank, Yang Xian emerged under the watchful gaze of the guards, carrying two seemingly heavy wooden crates. He placed the two crates into the carriage he had just purchased. The rich aura of vital energy flashing briefly before intimidating any ill-intentioned onlookers as he drove away with confidence. Chapter 11, Blood Demon Yang Xian parked the carriage at a secluded spot beneath the city wall. Promptly exchanging the silver contained within the crates. He opened his status panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Blood Chi. Battle Body: Blue. Talent: Boiling Blood, Green. Iron Bones, Green. Wisdom, Green. Realm: 8th rank. Bone Forging Realm, Full. Skills: Frenzied Demon Blade Technique, Insight. Frenzied Demon Blade, 30. Mastery, Turtle Breathing Technique, Complete. Iron Sandbody, Great Achievement, 8 Steps to Catch Cicadas, Great Achievement. Woodcutting, Minor Achievement, Wealth, 2230. Initiating Simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 500 wealth. Shall we commence? Commencing. Expenditure of 500 wealth. Simulation begins. Filtering entries. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Green. You possess the strength to lift 9 bulls and drag 2 tigers. Your physique is extraordinarily formidable. Mastery of horse riding. Green. Your horsemanship is unparalleled. You are a true master of equestrianism. Blood Demon Body. Blue. A thirst for blood engulfs you. The source of life is endless. You will possess profound comprehension in the realm of blood. Naturally attuned to the blood path, and your temperament shall be influenced by this physique. Fleet-footed. Green. You run like the wind, incredibly swift. Your speed will be greatly enhanced. Beggar. Gray. Your funds have been forcibly reduced to 0. Another blue entry has emerged. Yang Xian displayed a delighted expression, not anticipating such a fortuitous turn of events. With 2 blue entries appearing consecutively, the Blood Demon Body sounds rather sinister, but it matters not. For this is merely a simulation. I shall choose you. Blood Demon Body. Simulation commences. On the first day, you discover a potent craving for blood and capture several martial artists who were secretly observing you. Amidst their terrified gazes, you begin to absorb their blood essence, and soon only a few desiccated corpses remain on the ground. You lick your lips unsatisfied, and decide to undertake something grander. In the dead of night, you infiltrate the Wang family estate, targeting a fox demon. First faced with the dual enhancement of the Blood Demon Body and Blood Chi Battle Body, the fox demon succumbs in mere breaths. Transforming into a lifeless husk. After absorbing the fox demon's essence, you feel your power surge like a rocket, swiftly breaking through to the bone-cleansing realm, observing the panicked Wang family members around you. A subtle smile graces your lips, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. A massacre begins as you ravenously consume the blood essence of everyone present, just as you prepare to breach yet another realm. A mysterious woman appears. With a single strike, you sustain significant injury. Although your wounds heal almost instantaneously, you understand that you are no match for this woman. The sword energy descends like rain, exuding an aura of lethal intent. You struggle to withstand the violent onslaught of her swordplay, clearly realizing that her sword intent surpasses the blade intent you have comprehended. Under the moonlight, the exquisite swordplay bursts forth with an extreme murderous aura. Drawing upon the vast blood essence you have absorbed, you continuously heal, battling against the odds. Seizing an opportunity, you ignite the blood within you and swiftly flee the scene. The mysterious woman relentlessly pursues you. Her agility unmatched. Even with all your might, your speed merely exceeds hers by a fraction. After racing several hundred miles in a brief span, your complexion pales due to the severe depletion of blood essence. And your speed begins to wane. As you glance back at the sword's edge drawing near, despair envelopes you. From despair arises madness. You prepare to self-destruct in a fiery explosion of blood essence. Intending to make this wretched being feel your wrath, just as you are about to unleash your fury, a surge of blood essence strikes, carelessly sending the woman behind you flying. A gaunt elder clad in crimson robes materializes in midair. The mysterious woman gazes at the elder without uttering a word before turning to leave. The elder makes no attempt to stop her, allowing her to depart. Unexpectedly, during your outing, you encounter a promising prospect. Young one, come with me. He beckons. A wave of blood essence envelopes you as the elder escorts you away from that place. On the following day, through your conversations along the journey, you come to understand the identity of the gaunt elder, Gumu. One of the 36 guardians of the blood path. A master at the 6th realm of martial arts, the divine concealment realm. He is just a step away from the 7th realm, the profound realm. Yet, that step is as distant as the heavens. Gumu takes you as his personal disciple, and you formally join the blood path, becoming an inner disciple. You are instructed in the blood demon scripture, a classic that leads directly to the 8th realm of martial arts, the true fire realm. However, you only possess the portions pertaining to the first 4 realms of martial arts. On the 3rd day, you commence your study of the blood demon scripture. The process is seamless, akin to a fish returning to water, as if the scripture was crafted solely for you. After your transition, your foundation experiences a significant enhancement. On the 4th day, you accompany Gumu to Jingzhou, entering the stronghold of the blood path. To your astonishment, it is an independent realm, referred to by the blood path as the Blood Sea Paradise. The vast expanse stretches thousands of miles, adorned with mountains, rivers, and plains. While illusory sun and moon alternate, here millions of mortals reside, and resources abound. Various spiritual herbs are not only plentiful but also numerous. You witness the profound heritage of a grand sect for the first time. You formally become a disciple under Gumu, inscribed in the Jade Record, joining the ranks of the Blood Path. The 2nd year passes as you diligently cultivate within the Blood Path. The Blood Demon Scripture complements your abilities remarkably, and your strength escalates rapidly. Soon breaking through to the mid-stage of the Bone Cleansing Realm, you begin challenging inner disciples ranked above you, finding yourself positioned as the 128th inner disciple. In the 3rd year, seeking swifter breakthroughs, you occasionally venture out, devouring vast amounts of blood essence to aid your ascension. You discover that the blood essence within the disciples of the blood path far exceeds that of external martial artists, prompting you to covertly target the outer disciples of the blood demon path. However, in this world, secrets rarely remain hidden. Before long, your nominal master, Gumu, learns of your actions but does not punish you. Instead, he praises you, offering to shield your misdeeds. This is the mark of a fine disciple of the blood path. You have grasped its essence. All but yourself are expendable, with the protection of a guardian. You become even more reckless, capturing martial artists for cultivation at will, and your strength surges rapidly. By the 5th year, you stand just a step away from the 4th realm of martial arts, the True Gang Realm. As the name suggests, the True Gang Realm necessitates the condensing of Gang Qi. To condense Gang Qi, one must first gather elemental energy. There exist 48,000 varieties of elemental energy in the world, categorized by quality into inferior, medium, superior, absolute, and the most powerful 36 types of heavenly Gang Qi. You enter the secret realm within the Blood Sea Paradise to collect Gang Qi. Fortune smiles upon you, and with the aid of several well-meaning senior brothers, you successfully gather a type of superior elemental energy, Blood Fiend Magic Qi. You break through to the True Gang Realm and begin to venture out for training as a disciple of the Blood Path. By the 7th year, you have made quite a name for yourself. The title of Blood Fiend Demon Child resounds throughout Jingzhou, instilling fear in the hearts of many. In the 10th year, you wreak havoc across Jingzhou, stirring up a storm of blood and carnage. You become the target of pursuit by numerous righteous cultivators. Your strength has become formidable, allowing you to turn the tides and slay several members of the righteous sect, continuing your carefree existence while your infamy spreads swiftly. By the 12th year, your strength has made substantial progress. Having advanced to the late stage of the True Gang Realm, you challenge the last-ranked figure on the human ranking list, the purple-green swordsman Chen Gui. After an intense battle lasting half a day, you narrowly secure victory with a single strike. Utilizing the powerful self-healing capabilities of the blood demon body, you ascend to the 108th position on the human ranking list. The name of Blood Fiend Demon Child reverberates across 36 states. Your status within the blood path rises significantly, placing you as the foremost inner disciple, second only to the 3 grand true disciples. By the 18th year, your actions have grown increasingly arrogant and tyrannical. You frequently conduct blood sacrifices in villages and even scheme to devour the life essence of an entire city, feasting upon the blood of tens of thousands. Your conduct finally draws the ire of the Great Zhou dynasty, prompting the 10th-ranked figure on the human ranking list, the small martial lord in Fei Hong, to take matters into his own hands. In a matter of mere exchanges, you find yourself on the brink of death. Had it not been for the outstanding self-healing ability of the blood demon body, you would have perished on the spot. Just as you teeter on the edge of demise, Gumu appears to rescue you, leading you back to the Blood Sea secret realm. By the 20th year, your injuries heal, and through unforeseen circumstances, you break into the 5th realm of martial arts, the Divine Intent realm. In the same year, the 3rd true disciple of the blood path meets an inexplicable demise, and as a successor of the blood demon scripture, you are hastily promoted to true disciple status. In the 22nd year, the blood path prepares for a great contest, pitting the 3 true disciples against one another for the position of blood path successor. As the weakest among the three true disciples, with the shallowest foundation, you quickly find yourself outmatched in this struggle, suffering grievous injuries at the hands of the second true disciple. To recover your strength and rapidly enhance your abilities. You begin rampaging through villages and cities, the enormous life essence allowing for swift improvement. Just as you revel in your growing power and the thrill of slaughter, a mysterious figure arrives at your doorstep. You gaze upon the familiar silhouette, an unsettling premonition washing over you. Sword energy blazes, illuminating the skies for miles. As the sword energy surges toward you like a celestial river, terror grips your features. The overwhelming sword pressure is beyond your capacity to withstand. This woman now possesses a terror surpassing even that of the small martial lord you encountered previously with a single sweep of her sword. You find yourself on the brink of death. This time, there is no stronger presence to come to your aid, and Gumu inexplicably delays his appearance. As the long sword descends, your life is extinguished. And you perish. Chapter 12, Master, Grandmaster. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the options below. The cultivation realm attained in the simulation. The blue entry of the blood demon body. The cultivation experience gained within the simulation. Yang Xian would undoubtedly reject the blood demon body, although it demonstrated formidable prowess in the simulation, potentially rivaling that of a purple entry in conjunction with the blood demon scripture. The thought of it altering his temperament caused him to dismiss it immediately. However, the cultivation experience from the simulation is invaluable, thus, he opts for the cultivation experience acquired during the simulation. The martial experiences of blood demon Yang Xian over the decades flood into his mind. A wealth of knowledge that takes several minutes for him to fully assimilate. So that is how it is. Fortunately, I did not recklessly elevate my realm. After digesting the martial experience, Yang Xian finally gains a clear understanding of martial arts. This knowledge is rooted in the profound heritage of a demonic sect that has persisted for millennia. According to the martial arts experiences elucidated by Yang Xian, the path of martial arts is divided into 9 realms. Often referred to as the 9 grades of realms, the first 3 realms, 9th grade blood refinement, 8th grade bone forging, and 7th grade marrow washing, are widely recognized by all. Above these 3 realms lie 3 additional realms. Known as the innate warriors, the 6th grade true gang realm involves harnessing the vital energies of the universe to condense into gang qi. Those who achieve profound mastery in this realm can even project a gang qi extending 3 zhang. Impervious to water and fire, and difficult for blades and swords to inflict harm, capable of taking lives from a distance of 10 zhang. Furthermore, by absorbing this qi, one can extend their lifespan to 200 years. Within the military of the Great Zhou dynasty, such individuals could serve as deputy commanders, and in the Grand Sects, they would be regarded as pivotal figures. In simulations, Yang Xian once relied on his eldest son, who had attained the 6th grade true gang realm, to elevate the Yang family to a position of prominence within a county. As the first and most crucial of the 3 innate realms, the true gang realm is significant due to the nature of gang qi. The world comprises a staggering 48,000 types of vital energies, and thus, there exists a distinction in quality among these gang qi. The higher the quality of the vital energy, the greater the strength of the gang qi. It is even said that extraordinary gang qi can refine one's physique, potentially giving rise to ethereal or divine bodies, which greatly benefits one's innate potential. The prodigies of sects and noble families can utilize superior or even extraordinary vital energies to refine their gang qi, setting them apart from ordinary warriors who can only use mid-grade or low-grade energies. This disparity is why sects and noble families can look down upon commoners. The mere distinction in vital energy creates an immense gap. Yang Xian is grateful that he did not blindly pursue higher realms, for otherwise, he would have had to break through and start anew. The 5th grade divine will realm primarily focuses on the cultivation of intent. The martial arts world evaluates skills through 3 realms. When techniques are honed to their utmost, they give rise to divine will known as intent. This is the first realm. Intent, for instance, the intent of the sword, the intent of the blade, the intent of the spear, and so forth. Depending on one's comprehension, the realization of intent varies among individuals. Yang Xian comprehends the mad demon blade intent, which is a manifestation of blade intent. The 2nd realm is referred to as the heart realm, encompassing the heart of the blade, the heart of the sword, and the heart of martial arts. This represents the 2nd realm of martial will, the heart realm. Those who possess the heart of the sword or the heart of the blade can unleash martial techniques that surpass their inherent power. This is the pure heart of intent. The 3rd realm is known as the domain realm, which influences and controls the world around. The domain realm enables one to manifest their martial will over a span of territory. making it possible to summon snow in June or reverse the flow of rivers, extraordinary feats that are, nonetheless, commonplace for those who have mastered it. Mastery of intent, particularly achieving its full realization, is the foundational requirement to step into the divine will realm, which seeks to amplify the soul through one's comprehension of intent. The divine, being the most mysterious aspect of the human body, births martial will through intent. Only by fully grasping a form of intent can one ascend to the next realm. Known as the fourth grade divine treasury realm, the human body is a vessel of infinite potential, housing countless treasures. The divine treasury realm is dedicated to unlocking these treasures within the human form. The body comprises 5 vital organs, which are essential yet delicate. The so-called divine treasury refers to refining the 5 organs into the 5 divine treasuries, excavating their potential and transcending the mortal coil. The heart fire divine treasury, kidney water divine treasury, spleen earth divine treasury, liver wood divine treasury, and lung metal divine treasury represent the 5 divine treasures. Each time a divine treasury is nurtured, one experiences a significant enhancement. Consequently, the divine treasury realm showcases the greatest disparity. A warrior who has awakened a single divine treasury is worlds apart from one who has activated all 5. Above the divine treasury realm lies the mastery realm, the third grade of which is known as the profound understanding realm. In the profound understanding realm, one achieves harmony with the universe and generates divine abilities spontaneously, possessing the flames of the heaven burning. One can scorch the earth for 1,000 miles, evaporating rivers and seas. With the divine strength to shatter mountains and shift peaks, one can summon soldiers from mere beings, transforming them into heavenly warriors. This is divine ability, surpassing mere techniques and transcending the mundane. It is akin to the mystical arts of immortals. Only upon entering the third grade profound understanding realm can one be considered a true powerhouse in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even within the Blood Demon sect, a lineage with millennia of heritage and vast resources, masters of the third grade profound understanding realm are exceedingly rare, scarcely numbering more than a handful, contingent upon their possessing a lifespan of 600 years. The Great Zhou dynasty maintains a tradition that only those who are masters may be granted titles of nobility, underscoring the esteemed status of the profound understanding realm. Above the third grade profound understanding realm is the second grade true fire realm. Yang Xian has limited knowledge of this realm, only aware that it is also referred to as the Grand Master realm. True fire refines the spirit, transforming the primordial spirit into form and grasping the dualities of yin and yang. Those akin to sword immortals can even lock souls across vast distances, slashing foes from miles away. Furthermore, they possess the ability to seize control of bodies, living for up to 1,200 years. Such individuals stand at the pinnacle of the Great Zhou dynasty. For instance, the master of the Blood Demon sect is a Grand Master of the second grade True Fire realm. The leaders of top sects and nobility in the Great Zhou dynasty are predominantly of this realm. Beyond the second grade lies the first grade Ascension realm. Regarding this realm, even Yang Xin possesses scant understanding. It remains too distant for him, with knowledge that only a handful of individuals in the world can attain this realm, true arbiters of existence. Each resembling a deity or Buddha, wielding immeasurable power. Reflecting on his decades of martial arts experience, Yang Xin cherishes the invaluable insights that have enriched his understanding of martial arts. He realizes that there are indeed distinctions within the bone forging realm. Ordinary practitioners who reach the pinnacle of the bone forging realm may only forge a set of iron bones, achieving a strength of 30,000 jin with a mere motion of their arms. Yet true geniuses can accumulate deeper foundations, achieving silver bones or even golden bones within the bone forging realm. In the silver bone realm, one's arm strength can reach 60,000 jin, double that of iron bones. In the golden bone realm, it can surmount 100,000 jin, breaking the 10,000 threshold. However, only those with exceptional foundations and abundant resources can traverse these realms. Yang Xian recalls his encounter with Hu Yuan, the mid-stage bone forging warrior and leader of the Chai gang. Before him, Hu Yuan crumbled like mere foam. In hindsight, he realizes he has also achieved silver bones. Yang Xian understands that this is likely due to the blood chi battle body, which has significantly enhanced his foundation, elevating him even within the bone forging realm. The path of martial arts indeed requires one to tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice, observing the myriad barriers of martial arts. Yang Xian feels a surge of emotion. Opening the panel, he sees, name, Yang Xian, age, 18, physique, blood chi battle body, blue, talent, boiling blood, green, steel-like bones, green, wisdom, green, realm, perfected bone forging realm skills, blood demon blade intent. Mad Demon Blade Technique, Blood Demon Blade Intent, 40, Mad Demon Blade Intent, 30. Turtle breathing method, perfected. Iron sand body, great accomplishment. 8 steps to catch the cicada, great accomplishment. Wealth. 1730. Yang Xian gazes curiously at the additional blood demon blade intent. With a 40 mastery of blade intent, it can already be considered a minor accomplishment. Yang Xian channels the blade intent, and a powerful aura of madness erupts from him. He perceives a river of blood flowing before him. Filled with a violent desire to kill, such a murderous blade intent, he quickly dispels the blade intent, astonished. While it may render him somewhat bloodthirsty, the nature of martial arts is indeed rooted in slaughter, which can be an advantage. Although he was influenced by the blade intent moments ago, he still manages to maintain control. Had he only recently grasped this blade intent, he might have become a mindless killing machine. Yang Xian recognizes the perilous nature of this blade intent. The moment of comprehension is the most dangerous. If one's reason is eroded by the blade intent without a master to safeguard them, they could indeed become an unreasoning demon. Regrettably, he lacks the blood sea true scripture, which leaves him somewhat disheartened, as it is evident that martial experience does not encompass fundamental techniques. Beginning the simulation. Chapter 13. The Madman. Yang Xian cost 500 wealth. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Madman. Blue. A madman is audacious and dauntless, fearing nothing and unrestrained, with a heart free of fear when breaking through realms. One will gain certain enhancements. Blade Master. Green. You possess an extraordinary comprehension of blade techniques. You are a skilled blade master. 88 Calamity. Black. You will not survive past 16 years of age. Light as a swallow. Green. You are as light as a swallow, elusive and unpredictable. Your agility talent has been enhanced. Diminished returns. Gray. You exert more effort but receive less reward. Another blue entry appears. Yang Xian gazes at the brilliant blue, somewhat surprised. Madman sounds perilous, audacious, and unrestrained. Is this not inviting trouble? Nevertheless, I choose the madman. I wish to see how mad I can truly be. Simulation begins. On the first day, you feel as though you have cast off many shackles. Stepping into a new realm, you laugh heartily, declaring, "How dare these mere ants pry into my affairs?" You obliterate the several warriors lurking in the shadows. Departing with satisfaction. On the second day, you leave the inn and begin gathering information about the Wang clan. Tyrannical and unrestrained, that is the consensus regarding the Wang clan. The small Wang family is exceedingly arrogant. Enraged, you decide to confront the Wang clan and eliminate that fox spirit. In the process, you arrive at the Wang clan, heading directly for the fox spirit, shouting, "Little demon, prepare to die." Your actions successfully enrage the fox spirit, which reveals its true form, eager to devour you. This audacious fool. In a flash, your blade gleams like a river hanging upside down, akin to the bright moon suspended high. The formidable blade intent, striking at the very core of one's being. With your mastery of 40 mad demon blade intent combined with your silver bone strength, a single strike cleaves the once mighty fox spirit in half, blood spilling upon the ground. You immediately proceed to deal with the core high-ranking members of the Wang clan. None can escape your blade. Just as you finish dispatching everyone, a figure descends quietly. Your strength is commendable. Why not join my Demon Slayer division? The newcomer invites. What nonsense is this Demon Slayer division? If you wish for my allegiance, defeat me first. You respond with a cold laugh, taking the initiative to strike. Blade intent surges forth, glistening with a chilling light. However, the mysterious woman accepts your challenge with a gentle flick of her sword. She effortlessly deflects your full force attack. Then, a sword intent as clear as the moon erupts, and her sword, like a swimming dragon, swiftly approaches. As you gaze upon the overwhelming sword intent, a chill runs through your heart. No longer concealing your power, an exceedingly sanguinary blade intent bursts forth, the small mastery of blood demon blade intent causing the might of your swordplay to surge by more than a mere factor of 2. Even if one were to attain the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm, should they lack comprehension of intent, you possess the confidence to strike them down. The enigmatic woman observes the sudden eruption of the bloody blade intent, her expression tightening. Such a malevolent blade intent, so replete with sanguinary essence, this blade intent surely is meant to offer sacrifice to tens of thousands. A slight trepidation stirs within her heart. You are a practitioner of the demonic path. Although her words seem to pose a question, certainty lies beneath. By your measure, you are unworthy of such knowledge. Your defiant retort sharpens the blade intent further. Very well, I shall capture you and compel you to speak. The woman, now somewhat incensed, regards you as an excessively arrogant individual. The sword intent radiates like the sun and moon in the sky, its might becoming increasingly terrifying, with 40% of the blood demon blade intent combined with the 6th tier blood demon blade technique. Although your realm limits the full manifestation of the blood demon blade's power, beneath the true chi realm of the 6th tier, you remain nearly invincible. The clash of sword intent and blade intent seems to shatter the void itself. As the residual waves dissipate, both parties find themselves evenly matched. A sense of astonishment fills your heart. You never expected your adversary to withstand this strike. This is indeed a true prodigy of martial arts. Your strength is but this. You maintain a facade of disdain. The opponent remains silent, but after a ripple, a blue sword materializes in her grasp. The sword, surrounded by layers of frost formed from icy air, emanates an extraordinary aura. A slight shiver courses through you at the sight of the remarkable blue longsword. You wish to rely on this weapon to triumph over me. I grant you this opportunity. However, even wielding a divine weapon, your frailty shall not change. You display a proud countenance, indulging in mockery. The woman grips the hilt of her sword tightly, resolving to teach you, the boastful braggart, a lesson with the sword. The woman feels invigorated. Not only does her sword aura amplify tremendously, but with each clash, you are beset by a bone-chilling cold that slows your movements. After dozens of exchanges, your lips turn purple. Your limbs tremble uncontrollably, and cold air emanates from your entire body. Is this all you can muster against mere cold? You stammer, still wearing that scornful expression. The moon hangs coolly, the sword is frosty as ice. A flash of blue frost crosses your vision, and then you lose consciousness. On the fourth day, you awaken slowly to find yourself imprisoned in a shadowy chamber. A man stands before you. Upon noticing your awakening, he promptly begins to interrogate you. You remain silent, casting a cold gaze upon the incessant prattling of the man. Your demeanor incites his ire, and he threatens you, declaring his intent to employ torture. You remain unmoved, regarding him with a look of disdain. Your attitude successfully provokes him further. He storms out in a fit of rage. On the 10th day, you are still confined in the dark chamber, and due to your extreme lack of cooperation, you have yet to be released. They urge you to divulge your origins, but you feign ignorance. In response, they summon a 5th-tier practitioner of divine intent skilled in soul techniques. You fall prey to an illusion, yet your fearless nature allows you to withstand the mental assault. Witnessing your unscathed state, everyone is taken aback, astonished by your formidable soul. On the 18th day, still in that lightless chamber, a blood-red shadow appears at your feet. How did you acquire the blood demon blade? The newcomer's voice is frigid, laced with murderous intent. A mere sneak, and you dare to question me? You respond with haughty disdain. Dismissing him entirely after a brief silence, the newcomer tightens his grip. A blood shadow flits past, and your vitality begins to wane. Even so, you maintain your air of indifference. The figure hidden in the darkness seems to darken further, hastening your blood loss. You are dead. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The realm attained in the simulation. Blue attribute, gluttonous devourer. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation. What a waste of a simulation. Yang Xian feels somewhat vexed. What is this gluttonous attribute? It would be better renamed to stubborn-tongued. He chooses the realm attained in the simulation. Yang Xian's aura surges once more, the realm's accumulation allowing him a significant breakthrough in the bone-tempering realm. With a couple more accumulations of the same realm, I shall forge golden bones. Yang Xian clenches his fists, feeling the power within him. Compared to before, it has increased by approximately 10,000 pounds. Summing up to 80,000 pounds of strength, Yang Xian throws a punch, the air resonating with deep, thunderous sounds, the fierce wind from his punch causing the carriage to tremble. Just 2 more simulations left. Grant me something good, Yang Xian silently prays as he begins to harness the power of metaphysics. The simulation commences. Chapter 14, an unexpected turn, consuming 500 currency. The simulation begins, filtering attributes. Gluttonous devourer green. Your eating and digestion speeds far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Deficient yuan yang gray, your essence is only half that of an average person. Sudden death black, you will unexpectedly perish at an unspecified time. Robust as an ox green, physique is sturdy. Strength akin to that of an ox. Theft white, you will master certain thieving techniques. Quite mediocre. Yang Xian gazes at the unremarkable attributes with a hint of disappointment, casually selecting one. He chooses gluttonous devourer. The simulation commences. On the first day, you ignore the scrutinizing gazes lurking in the shadows and opt to find an inn in the inner city to rest. On the second day, early in the morning, a servant dressed as a runner delivers an invitation, inviting you to attend a birthday banquet 3 days hence. Upon inquiry, you learn that it is the 80th birthday of the Wang family's patriarch, and all prominent figures of Heishan City will be in attendance, including the Wang family's old rival, the Zhang family. You readily accept the invitation. On the 5th day, you attend the celebration for the Wang patriarch, where hundreds gather to pay their respects, creating a magnificent spectacle. You take your seat among the crowd. Exquisite wines and dishes abound, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of musical instruments, while dancers gracefully sway. Their garments fluttering in an enchanting display, the atmosphere is electric, with smiles gracing every face, but gradually an odd tension begins to permeate the air. Why can I not summon my strength? A gasp arises from the crowd.
But it is too late. You feel a weighty sensation, though not incapacitated like others. You feel as if burdened by a massive stone, your movements sluggish, such a potent poison. You marvel internally, having already taken precautions and refrained from tasting any food. Yet you still fall victim. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the Wang family's young lady transforms into a colossal demon fox, her gaping maw ready to devour all. Her oily green eyes instill dread in the hearts of those present. As chaos ensues, you remain remarkably calm. Just as the demon fox prepares to feast upon the panicked crowd, a sword descends from the heavens, nearly cleaving the beast in two. A woman stands atop the roof. Surveying the scene, the sudden turn of events ignites a flicker of hope in the eyes of the crowd. The reality does not disappoint them. In just a few exchanges, the previously invincible demon fox lies on the ground, blood pooling and life extinguished. Witnessing the demise of the demon fox, the Wang family descends into chaos. The patriarch, now covered in white fur, wears a ghastly expression, seeking to flee, yet, after a single strike, only a headless corpse remains. I am a bronze-ranked demon slayer of the Demon Slayer Department, here to eliminate this demon fox. The newcomer displays her badge, then engages with the county soldiers and magistrate who arrive belatedly. On the seventh day, you visit a woman residing in the county office, wishing to join the Demon Slayer Department. The woman, noting your commendable talent and youth, provides you with a token, instructing you to arrive at Yunming City in a month. On the 38th day, armed with your full mastery of the 8th tier bone tempering realm and notable innate talent, you successfully join the Demon Slayer Department as a bronze-ranked Demon Slayer. In the first year, you diligently train, frequently accompanying teams on demon-slaying missions, rapidly enhancing your strength, and advancing to the Cleansing Marrow realm. In the second year, you accumulate enough merit to be promoted to a copper-ranked Demon Slayer. By the fifth year, you have become an experienced demon slayer, beginning to undertake missions independently. In the 10th year, with the resources of the Demon Slayer Department, you successfully break through to the Qi realm with mid-tier Yuan Qi. In the 11th year, a gold-ranked demon slayer from the department slays a dragon demon king in Yunzhou, prompting retaliation from the Yunming Dragon Palace. 300-foot-long black dragon serpents descend amidst stormy weather, darkening the skies over Yunming City. Thunder rumbles, sword auras tear through the thick clouds, revealing the light of day, nearly toppling the entire city. Before long, a furious roar echoes, and a lengthy shadow plummets from the sky. Ultimately, only two battered black dragons escape in disarray. In the 12th year, the vengeance from the Yunming Dragon Palace follows swiftly, and the number of demon-slaying missions increases dramatically. During an outing, you encounter a frenzied 4th-tier dragon demon. Despite your utmost effort, you are easily torn apart. You are dead. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options: the realm attained in the simulation, green attribute, gluttonous devourer. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation, inexplicably absurd. Yang Xian remarks upon the abrupt end of the simulation. Indeed, surprises are ever present. It is merely a matter of time. He chooses the cultivation experience gained in the simulation. 1 minute later, Yang Xian absorbs all the martial arts experience in his mind. He opens his panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: blood chi, battle body, blue. Talent: fiery blood, green, steel like bones, green, intelligent, green. Realm: 8th grade bone forging realm. Perfected skills: mad demon blade technique realm. Blood Demon Blade, 40 Mastery, Mad Demon Blade, 40 Mastery, Demon Tracking Technique, Mastered at Greenwood Fire Blade, Minor Mastery, Turtle Breathing Technique, Perfected Iron Sand Body, Major Mastery. 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, Major Mastery. Wealth, 1230. In the martial arts experience Yang Xian received, there were only 2 7th grade true techniques, and their quality was rather mediocre. However, among them was a particularly unique technique for tracking demons, the demon tracking technique. The other was an unremarkable 7th grade blade technique, the Greenwood Fire Blade, suitable for utilizing the attributes of wood and fire in one's chi. For Yang Xian at this moment, it was rather unhelpful, given that he had yet to attain the 7th grade. By the time he reached that level, he would likely find little use for this blade technique. Continuing the simulation. Chapter 15, The Birthday Banquet. In the Savior, Yang Xian gazed calmly at the 2 large wooden chests that were now completely emptied. A total of 2,000 taels of silver had vanished just like that. He never anticipated that he would one day become a wealthy spender. The last 2 simulations yielded only some rather unremarkable green attributes, compelling Yang Xian to opt for martial arts experience instead.
which could only be described as meager. He opened the panel. Character: Yang Shen, age 18, physique, blood chi, battle body, blue talent, fiery blood green, steel like bones green, intelligent green realm, 8th grade bone forging realm, perfected skills, mad demon blade technique realm. Blood Demon Blade, 40 Mastery, Mad Demon Blade, 40 Mastery, Demon Tracking Technique, Mastered Greenwood Fireblade, Minor Mastery Wealth, 230. Yang Shen looked at the stagnant blade intent with a sense of frustration. Lacking corresponding talent attributes made it exceedingly difficult to enhance his blade intent. Ignoring the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, Yang Shen directly drove his carriage to a rather exquisite inn. "Please take care of my carriage," he instructed, tossing a couple of silver coins to the approaching attendant. Upon seeing the gleaming silver, the attendant's face broke into a broad smile. "Young master, rest assured, I will take good care of your carriage," the attendant said, promptly leading the carriage to the rear courtyard. Yang Shen still had a few scattered silver coins on him, so he was not modest and directly requested the finest guest room. Quietly awaiting the grand event in a few days, truly a life of toil. Money indeed does not last, and he would have to hustle for it once more. Lying on the bed, Yang Shen contemplated the upcoming Wang family birthday banquet in 4 days. Pondering how he could amass the most silver, only with sufficient wealth could he sustain his bright future on the martial path. Crowdfunding martial arts, urgently seeking support. As Yang Shen pondered over the two types of blade intent, he realized his progress was painfully slow, almost slower than a snail's pace. At this rate, advancing his blade intent by even a single level might take him over 100 years. Without talent, progress truly felt agonizingly arduous. Yang Shen was moved by his own lamentable talent in the blade arts and, in a fit of rage, decided to let it go. "Enough, time to sleep a while, miss, you must try this. This candied hawthorn has a unique flavor." A girl dressed in a green dress, Xiaoyi, chewed enthusiastically on something, her words somewhat garbled. Luo Qingning looked at the candied hawthorn presented before her. The glistening sugar coating over the rosy fruit was indeed appetizing. Crunch! Luo Qingning bit into it with a resigned expression, and then her eyes sparkled with delight. Xiaoyi, noticing her mistress's gleeful reaction, beamed with pride. "See, miss, I told you I have some experience when it comes to food." Xiaobi chuckled, but suddenly noticed her own candied hawthorn had been reduced to a mere stick. "Leave some for me," she exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Enough of that. Let us not forget we have important matters to attend to," Luo Qingning said, licking the sugary residue from the corner of her mouth with a serious demeanor. "Miss, it's just a little fox demon. If you take action, it will be easily subdued," Xiaohi replied nonchalantly. Her mistress was a noblewoman of a prominent family, a true martial prodigy with perfected cleansing marrow cultivation and transcendent swordsmanship. A mere 7th grade fox demon was hardly a threat. Do not be careless. Let us observe for a few more days. This fox demon might have ulterior motives. Luo Qingning shook her head, her experience as a demon slayer emphasizing caution. The relationships among demon clans were intricate, and these lesser demons could easily be tied to more formidable foes. Although even formidable demons posed little threat to her, she could not afford to squander her precious trump cards unnecessarily. Let us observe for a few more days. If this fox demon is merely feeding on essence, then we shall eliminate it directly, Luo Qingning stated earnestly. Turning back, she discovered her maid had wandered off to sample more delicacies from the vendors. 4 days later, at Changyunin, Yang Shen held the invitation card and hurried towards the Wang family estate. At this moment, the entrance of the Wang family was bustling with activity, with elegantly dressed individuals of notable status coming and going. The leader of the Blue Wolf Gang, presenting 300 taels of silver and 2 wild ginseng roots, wishing the elder Wang longevity, announced the steward at the entrance. The Jinbao Commerce, gifting 500 taels of silver and 10 gemstones. Another voice chimed into the Tiger Roar Martial Arts School, presenting 200 taels of silver and half a stalk of 9th grade spiritual herb, jade ginseng. The stewards of the Wang family were busy welcoming the esteemed guests, ushering them into the inner hall, while those of lower status were led by attendants to the outer hall. Leader Wu, I hear you have been quite prosperous lately. The Chai gang was wiped out overnight. The 2 major gangs in the outer city have certainly benefited greatly, remarked Li Xiao, the robust master of the Tiger Roar Martial Arts School, smiling at the Blue Wolf Gang leader, Wu Wei. Do not jest. The Chai gang's sudden demise has left us all in fear, worried that some young hero might take action against us next. There is no benefit to speak of, Wu Wei replied with a wry smile, as if genuinely burdened by the pressure. Nevertheless, the benefits are tangible. I foresee that the outer city will soon belong to your Blue Wolf Gang, said Wang Bao, the jovial president of the Jinbao Commerce. President Wang, such words are not to be taken lightly. Sun, the leader of the San Bamboo gang, is still present. Wu Wei quickly gestured towards Sun Buwan, who was surrounded by several individuals seemingly preoccupied. Damn it. Wu Wei thought to himself. He was acutely aware that with the Chai gang dismantled, a vast expanse of interests had opened up, and these individuals were certainly eager to claim a share. Yet, he could not refuse them. Despite being one of the two major forces in the outer city, none of the factions before him were inferior to him. Moreover, Wang Bao was from the Wang family. Representing their interests, it seemed he had no choice but to relinquish a portion of his gains today. Wu Wei felt immensely frustrated but could only engage in light-hearted banter with those gathered. The elder Wang has arrived. A voice rang out, prompting everyone to cease their conversations and rise to show their respect. Elder Wang, named Wang Xing, was an 80-year-old gentleman who still appeared vigorous and radiant. In recent years, the Wang family had flourished under his leadership, nearly surpassing the Sun family to become the foremost family in Heishan City. The elder seems younger than before, truly a picture of longevity and health. Wu Wei praised from below. Wang Xing, hearing the praise, couldn't help but smile more broadly, waving his hand. Ha, I thank you all for attending my humble birthday banquet. On this joyous occasion, please make yourselves comfortable. He welcomed, gesturing for everyone to take their seats as he signaled to his sons, officially commencing the banquet. The eldest daughter of the Wang family, Wang Xian, sat beside Wang Xing, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the guests. Her brow slightly furrowed. That person has not come, she wondered. She had clearly sent someone with an invitation and even had them follow from a distance to prevent any escape, yet she had not seen him. Was he unwilling to attend, or had he sensed something? Bai Lang felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for seizing the opportunity to gather the majority of capable martial artists in Heishan City at this birthday banquet, she would have personally sought out that individual. No matter, even without him, the presence of over 100 vigorous martial artists here is still a significant gain, Bai Lang reassured herself, redirecting her attention to the ongoing festivities. The shadowless snake toxin I brought from my family will take effect in no more than 10 minutes. By then, apart from those in the cleansing marrow realm, they will fall one by one. Once they succumb, with the elder Wang enchanted in bestowing the fox demon with his essence, I can indulge in these blood feasts without worry, she thought, her smile broadening at the prospect of feasting on dozens of exquisite blood delicacies. After a few days of minor skirmishes in Heishan City, she finally had something to show for her efforts. As the atmosphere of the birthday banquet grew lively, Yang Xian stood on a nearby building, observing the happenings within the Wang family estate. When the time comes, I shall rescue them from their peril. I wonder how much they will reward me, he mused. Moreover, the Wang family colluding with the fox demon is a grave sin. When the time comes to raid their home and eradicate their lineage, I must ensure I receive my fair share of the spoils. Yang Xian's thoughts raced with the anticipation of the substantial wealth soon to flow into his hands, his heart igniting with fervor, eager for the fox demon to create a commotion, allowing him to descend as the savior, earning the gratitude of the entire assembly. However, he needed to act before that woman from the Demon Slayer division. Yang Xian's body tensed, his right hand gripping his blade. When the situation arose, he would be the first to arrive on the scene. Chapter 16, The Celestial Weapon descends at the Wang family's birthday banquet. Everyone was raising their glasses in a toast to the elder Wang's longevity. Wu Wei intended to say a few flattering words to leave a good impression, but suddenly he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. His blood chi stagnated within, and his legs buckled, nearly robbing him of the strength to stand. Damn it, it's poison, Wu Wei exclaimed, but he soon realized that nearly everyone present was in a similar state. Swaying unsteadily, not only the guests celebrating the birthday, but even the Wang family members, with only a few exceptions, had collapsed to the ground. What does your Wang family intend to do? Do you mean to leave us all behind? Sun Buwan, the leader of the Sanju gang, is a robust figure who, relying on his late-stage bone refinement strength and notable body refinement skills, established the Sanju gang in the outer city to plunder the wealth of the common people. Often derided as a mindless brute by many, he now found himself in a state of rage, glaring at Wang Xing. Wang Xing, unfazed by the furious stares of the crowd, turned his gaze towards Bai Lang, who was seated beside him. Miss, everything is prepared. At this moment, Bai Lang ceased her pretense, tearing away her original guise to reveal her true form. A massive, menacing fox spirit bared its teeth at the gathering. Her oil-green pupils radiated an unabashed intensity of greed, and her chilling gaze sent shivers down the spines of those present. A demon, a fox demon. Wang Xing, do you wish for your entire clan to be annihilated? Colluding with the demon race to harm martial artists? Wu Wei stared at the colossal white fox before him, momentarily stunned, before erupting into furious tirades. The others also displayed expressions of terror, realizing they were on the brink of becoming the fox demon's next meal. Their hearts gripped by fear. Just moments ago, Sun Buwan had been chastising Wang Xing, but now his eyes were glazed over, momentarily stunned into silence by fear, although the existence of demons was not a secret. Under the suppression of the demon-slaying office, ordinary people rarely encountered them, let alone a malevolent demon within the city. A puff of white mist erupted as the fox demon disdainfully flicked her white tail. Wang Xing has long been ensnared by my charm and the essence of fox demons. Can't you see the other members of the Wang family sprawled on the ground, truly mindless humans? To become the blood feast of my Bai Lang is a privilege for you lowly mortals, and I shall savor you slowly. The fox demon opened her maw, filled with sharp fangs, and advanced towards the crowd. Don't eat me, I beg you. Wang Jinbao, staring at the fox demon now within arm's reach, turned pale, his voice trembling. As a member of the Wang family in charge of the Jinbao Merchant Association, he had not anticipated that attending his family's patriarch's birthday celebration would cost him his life. At that moment, this 200-pound merchant leader shed tears of despair. How dare a mere fox demon commit murder in broad daylight? Utterly unaware of the consequences, a resounding voice echoed from the sky. Yang Xian leaped onto the rooftop, looking down upon the scene. Miss, someone is usurping your task. In a nearby corner, Xiao Yi shook Luo Qingning's arm. Exclaiming in astonishment, having firmly grasped her long sword, Luo Qingning relaxed upon witnessing the unfolding events. Had Yang Xian not appeared, she would have already drawn her sword and dispatched the fox demon on the spot. Let us observe first, Luo Qingning had deduced the identity of the fox demon before her, of the Bai clan, and a member of the fox race. As a bronze-ranked demon slayer of the demon slaying office, she naturally possessed intelligence regarding the demon races in Yunmeng Prefecture. If her guesses were correct, this Bai Lang hailed from the renowned Mengshan Bai clan. Though the Bai clan did not possess a third-grade demon king, they certainly had more than one fifth-grade great demon. Moreover, fox women are inherently alluring, possessing exceptional charm. The Bai clan's practice of offering fox maidens to establish connections with various great demons and even demon kings had garnered them a notable reputation in Yunmeng Prefecture. Observing her surroundings with caution, Luo Qingning was taken aback by the audacity of the Mengshan Bai clan to cause chaos within the city, suspecting that this reckless fox demon might have a cunning old fox backing her. Standing atop the rooftop, Yang Xian, wielding a long knife, observed the scene with an enigmatic smile. Humans, do you seek death? The fox demon, recognizing Yang Xian, her pupils constricting, was well aware of his identity. This human, possessing a unique physique, was someone she had longed for. She had thought they would never meet again, yet here he was delivered right to her doorstep. The fox demon felt a surge of joy as the prized elixir she had once fled from had now returned. A delightful turn of events, young lord. I didn't expect you to think of me so fondly. Returning at such a critical moment. A sultry voice, intoxicating to the core, reached Yang Xian's ears, sending goosebumps crawling across his skin. Bold fox demon, how dare you attempt a surprise attack? Suddenly beset by a mental assault, Yang Xian swiftly grasped his long knife, unleashing his full energy, diving down like a great rock. The already burgeoning intent of the mad demon blade erupted forth, his long knife igniting with an infernal glow. Third style of the Qingmu Raging Fire Blade, utilizing the newly acquired 7th grade blade technique, though it required the use of vital energy to unleash its full potential. The enhancement from the Mad Demon Blade intent caused the Raging Fire Blade's power to surge. The flames transformed from his energy, radiating in overwhelming heat, instilling a profound sense of pressure. No, wait, Bai Lang's face turned ashen. She had initially believed him to be merely an 8th grade bone refinement martial artist, yet she had not expected him to comprehend such formidable blade intent. Under the oppressive aura of the blade intent, even breathing became a challenge, leaving her helplessly watching as the blade, imbued with unparalleled power, descended upon her. No, as the long knife approached, Bai Lang felt the very fur on her body begin to char. As if she were plunged into a hellish cauldron of boiling oil, the searing flames and icy murderous intent nearly shattering her sanity. Boom! The massive form of the fox demon was cleaved in two, the powerful shockwave leaving a 10-meter-long gash in the ground, faintly visible flames dancing within it. The onlookers swallowed hard, gazing at the gash in astonishment. Could this individual before them truly be a congenital martial artist who had already condensed their vital energy? Otherwise, how could one explain the outward force of the blade aura and its overwhelming might? As they beheld the severed form of the fox demon, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Their grateful gazes fixed on Yang Xian. Had it not been for Yang Xian's timely intervention, they would have surely met their demise at the jaws of the fox. But there is still one more. Yang Xian turned his attention to the guest of honor at the birthday celebration, the seemingly frail 80-year-old Wang Xing, who, upon meeting Yang Xian's gaze, flinched. "Young master, I was bewitched by this fox demon. Please investigate, I am innocent," Wang Xing cried out desperately. Yang Xian remained unmoved, raising his long knife to strike down. Wang Xing shrieked, his body sprouting white fur as he leaped into the air. The blade aura swept past, leaving behind a headless corpse. "Well, the matter is settled, now let us discuss the reward." Yang Xian turned around, revealing a pristine smile to the gathered crowd. "What a reward?" The crowd stared at Yang Xian, who was demanding compensation, momentarily bewildered before snapping back to reality. "Young master, there is indeed a reward. You have saved us from peril. I, Wu Wei, am willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver as a token of my gratitude." Wu Wei spoke first, his expression obsequious. This individual before them could very well be a congenital martial artist of the 6th grade or higher. Opposing his wishes could lead to consequences far beyond mere silver. After Wu Wei's declaration, the others quickly caught on, preparing to echo his sentiments when an ill-timed voice interrupted. "A reward? Young sir, the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty do not stipulate such a thing." A middle-aged man in official robes proclaimed with an air of righteousness. At his words, the expressions of the crowd shifted. "Are you not aware of the situation? This is not the Black Mountain County office. The corpse of the fox demon lies right beside us." As the crowd prayed to avoid being implicated, Yang Xian merely smiled. "Oh, may I ask who you are?" The man, brimming with pride, declared, "I am Chen Huan, the chief scribe of Black Mountain City, hailing from the Chun family of Anyang Prefecture. Black Mountain City is also known as Black Mountain County, and a chief scribe ranks just below the county magistrate. Essentially the magistrate's most trusted aide." This meant that the individual before them was among the top 3 figures in the Black Mountain County office, and with his noble lineage from the prefecture. It was no wonder he appeared so arrogant. "So, I must address you as Lord Chen, then." Yang Xian regarded the self-righteous scribe with a bemused smile. Observing Yang Xian's seemingly submissive demeanor, Chen Huan was secretly pleased. Maintaining an outwardly calm facade, "You, a mere commoner, addressing me as such is quite fitting. However, you are also a powerful congenital martial artist. Today, you have saved my life, thus I could offer you the position of my trusted aide as a reward." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's gaze turned cold. This feeble man wished to make him a lackey. "I must extend my gratitude to you, Lord Chen. What of this so-called 6th grade congenital martial artist? I have heard that the Chun family of Anyang is not one to bow so low." Chen Huan, filled with self-satisfaction, thought to himself that Yang Xian was bowing to his family's reputation. Just as he was about to say something to display his magnanimity, a flash of blade-like cut through the air, and a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Chen Huan's final thought flickered through his mind as he met his demise. "Are there any dissenting opinions regarding my reward?" Yang Xian surveyed the dozens present, his long knife gliding smoothly, producing a crisp sound. Should anyone harbor objections, they were welcome to voice them. He relished the notion of accommodating suggestions. All those present, including Wu Wei, gazed at the now headless corpse of Chen Huan, hastily shaking their heads. "We have no objections. Your noble intentions are commendable, young master." Watching the crowd nod in agreement like chickens pecking at rice, Yang Xian beamed with satisfaction. "I truly excel in fostering goodwill." Nearby, 2 individuals silently observed the unfolding scene. "Miss, shall we not intervene?" He glanced at Luo Qingning. "He saved everyone's lives. He is entitled to this reward, especially having slain a demon. He has indeed performed a service." Luo Qingning, however, felt indifferent, considering the killing of a chief scribe to be somewhat troublesome. It was not that a chief scribe was untouchable, but rather the implications of that person's identity posed a dilemma. The Chen family of Anyang, Luo Qingning was somewhat aware, was initially a prominent family within the prefecture, with their strongest member merely a 5th-grade spirit realm martial artist. However, 3 years prior, the Chen family produced a martial arts prodigy who awakened a special physique and, due to exceptional comprehension, became an apprentice to a master. This has caused the Chen clan in Anyang to rise dramatically, their influence expanding rapidly. The mere fact that even a junior member can be appointed as a county clerk speaks volumes. Yet, he is but a distant relative. What does it matter even if the prodigy of the Chen family were to arrive? Luo Qingning remarked indifferently, holding the Chen family in little regard. "Miss, do you intend to recruit him into the demon-slaying department?" Upon hearing her assertive words, He immediately understood that her mistress had taken a liking to the young gentleman's prowess. "You cannot deny, this gentleman is extraordinarily handsome. Having him in the demon-slaying department would certainly be a treat for the eyes." He scrutinized Yang Xian's visage intently, noting indeed that he resembled a beautiful jade, strikingly handsome. "What are you thinking? Does the demon-slaying department judge by appearances?" Luo Qingning playfully tapped Xiaoyi's head. causing her to wince in pain. However, his strength is truly exceptional. At such a young age, he has already comprehended the essence of the blade and has achieved a minor mastery, undoubtedly deserving the title of a prodigy. Luo Qingning assessed thoughtfully. I shall invite him shortly. Such a raw gem must not be overlooked. At this moment, Yang Xian was being escorted by the Wang family to their ancestral secret chamber. As for the dozens of individuals present, each received a reward ranging from 500 to 1,000 taels based on their influence. Yang Xian had initially planned to seek out the remaining guests in the outer courtyard to negotiate terms. However, considering there were still treasures from the Wang family yet to be collected, he resolved to seize the bulk of the spoils first. Accompanying Yang Xian was Wang Yuan, the eldest son of the Wang patriarch, who had narrowly escaped a dire situation due to his father's schemes. Reluctantly, he opened the family's treasure vault at Yang Xian's invitation. "You may leave now." Upon entering the vault, Yang Xian was immediately captivated by the dazzling treasure chests. Instructing Wang Yuan beside him, after a moment, noticing that Wang Yuan still hesitated at the entrance, Yang Xian lifted his blade slightly. "What, do you intend to remain here forever?" This statement sent Wang Yuan into a panic. I'm leaving this instant." With that, he dashed out of the vault. Truly, one could not underestimate the wealth of a prominent family. After dealing with Wang Yuan, Yang Xian surveyed the array of treasures before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The gold and silver amounted to a total of 20,000 taels, half in silver notes and half in silver bullion. He promptly exchanged all the coins, tucking 1,000 taels in notes into his pocket. It was a pity that there were no storage artifacts among the treasures. Yang Xian felt a twinge of regret, glancing at other valuables like weapons. He could only select a few to take with him. This blade is impressive. Approaching the weapons display, he found a long sword measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Its blade is thin as a cicada's wing and razor-sharp, gleaming with an icy light, undoubtedly a formidable weapon. As Yang Xian examined it, he noticed 3 prominent characters inscribed on the hilt. Cold Light Blade. What a splendid cold light blade! It must be an 8th grade weapon. In a world teeming with weapons, distinguishing their quality necessitates a classification system: inferior grade weapons, middle grade treasures, superior grade divine weapons, and the legendary celestial weapons of boundless power. Crafting weapons is arduous, thus even a practitioner of the first realm often struggles to find a weapon that suits them. For instance, the leader of the Chai Gang, an 8th grade bone refining realm warrior, wields merely a 9th grade weapon. The 100 refined blade Yang Xian uncovered in the Chai Gang's vault barely qualified as a weapon of merit. Yet, the cold light blade before him is an 8th grade weapon, worth at least several thousand taels. Weapons are akin to a second life for warriors. Their value is self-evident. If a fine weapon holds such worth, one can only imagine the value of treasure grade and divine weapons. It is said that treasure grade weapons endow their wielders with tremendous power and possess various extraordinary effects, hence their esteemed title. As for divine weapons, they are rumored to possess sentience, each renowned for their formidable reputation. Their wielders are invariably powerful masters, effortlessly capable of vast feats. Celestial weapons, on the other hand, are mythical artifacts, described succinctly: shatter mountains and rivers, reshape the universe. Yang Xian grasped the cold light blade, unable to part with it. Now, as a master of the blade, his appreciation for fine swords was natural. Indeed, only by pooling our strengths in martial arts can I carve my path. He sheathed the cold light blade at his waist and collected several precious 9th grade spiritual items, departing the vault only when he could carry no more. Chapter 18, The Demon Slaying Department. Bang! 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 Over 100 armored soldiers, clad in formidable gear, paved the way ahead, the clash of armor ringing out crisply. Halt! County Lieutenant Li Wu and County Magistrate Qian Kai rode at the forefront on low-grade extraordinary steeds. The blood-red horses, their entire bodies resembling blood-red jade, with vitality surpassing that of many blood-refining realm warriors. Such steeds were typically reserved for the military observing the tightly shut gates of the Wang residence. The magistrate frowned. "Break it down," the county lieutenant commanded loudly, and several robust soldiers swiftly crashed the wooden gate open. What lay before them was a scene of chaos, with all individuals sprawled on the ground, the effects of the toxin still lingering. Upon seeing the military arrive, they stirred with excitement. "County Magistrate, please save us." Ignoring their pleas, Qian Kai and Li Wu led their soldiers into the inner courtyard. The situation mirrored that outside. The once high-ranking individuals now lay helplessly on the ground, while Yang Xian had already vanished without a trace. Among the fallen was the dismembered corpse of a fox demon. Qian Kai scanned the scene, his heart already bracing for the inevitable. What exactly transpired here? Who can provide an explanation? Having received urgent news, Qian Kai had rushed over, only to be met by Xiao He. clad in a green dress, who strolled in with a black token in one hand and a snack in the other, her mouth still chewing. Allow me to explain. Upon seeing the black token, Qian Kai's expression changed dramatically. You are the demon slayer. Both Qian Kai and Li Wu immediately dismounted, bowing slightly. According to the laws of the Great Zhou Court, a copper token demon slayer held jurisdiction over officials below the prefectural level and possessed the authority to temporarily dismiss them. Moreover, the demon slayer's sole purpose was to eradicate demons, and Qian Kai understood the implications of this. The fox demon menace has been dealt with. You shall manage the aftermath. Furthermore, Wang Xing of the Wang family conspired with the demons and has been executed. The handling of the Wang family's fate is now in your hands. Understood, Qian Kai responded, waving his hand out. A throng of fierce warriors immediately seized the Wang family members within the crowd. The faces of the Wang clan turned ashen. Although they were not the masterminds, they could expect severe punishment, not to mention the loss of their assets. As for resistance, what a joke. The county town boasted thousands of armored elite soldiers, many of whom were formidable martial artists. The county lieutenant himself was a fully realized bone-refining realm warrior, among the strongest in Black Mountain City. Meanwhile, having reached a secluded street, Yang Xian glanced back at a corner. My dear, you followed me this far. I presume you have urgent matters to discuss. Emerging gracefully from the shadows was Luo Qingning, a smile gracing her porcelain-like face. Your perception is remarkable. You are indeed worthy of being called a prodigy who has grasped the essence of the blade. The woman possessed an immaculate beauty, her skin as pure as ice and her demeanor exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of a celestial being. What an enchanting woman, Yang Xian thought, momentarily taken aback. Curious, he examined the information about the woman before him. Name, Luo Qingning. Physique, innate sword bone, orange, ice skin jade bone, purple, talent, heaven's favor, gold, flawless sword heart, orange, innocent heart, purple, spiritual wisdom, purple, insight, blue, realm, 7th grade cleansing marrow realm, perfected, heaven's favor, blessed by the heavens. Endowed with great fortune, capable of turning dangers into blessings, and enhancing the luck of those close to her. Innate sword bone, naturally gifted with sword-related abilities, possessing the potential of a sword immortal. Flawless sword heart, an inherently pure heart, untainted by the mundane, capable of rapidly comprehending the way of the sword. Ice skin jade bone, skin as pure as snow, bones like beautiful jade, inherently pure and transcendent. Innocent heart, a heart as pure as a child, with an unblemished state of mind. Spiritual wisdom, naturally endowed with spiritual insight, possessing extraordinary comprehension. Insight, exceptional perception, able to see what others cannot. 1 gold. 2 oranges, 3 purples, and 1 blue. Yang Xian felt as though he were blinded by the dazzling brilliance of her attributes. What a luxurious profile. Is this what it means to be a prodigy? In that moment, he sensed an unnameable pressure emanating from the woman, a sense of hierarchical dominance that reminded him of the feeling he experienced in his previous life when facing top achievers. May I inquire what brings you here? I adhere to the law and strive to be amicable. I trust one have not offended you in any way. Yang Xian regained his composure, already speculating about the identity of his visitor. In several simulations, a mysterious woman from the demon-slaying department had appeared, and he distinctly remembered a previous encounter where he had perished at her hands. Luo Qingning responded straightforwardly, I am Luo Qingning. From the demon-slaying department. I have come today to extend an invitation for you to join us. Reason? Yang Xian inquired succinctly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingning smiled slightly. By your appearance, it seems you lack a mentor. Despite such adverse circumstances, your strength is truly astonishing. The demon-slaying department, as one of the 3 departments of the Great Zhou, possesses resources and techniques rivaling those of ancient sections, unlike those sects which impose stringent requirements, 3 years in the outer sect, 5 years in the inner sect, and numerous trials to cultivate profound techniques. Our demon-slaying department welcomes all, regardless of background or talent. As long as you accumulate enough merit, you will have access to grand techniques and rare treasures. At this point, Luo Qingning paused to observe Yang Xian's expression. Upon seeing signs of interest, she casually added, moreover, when we raid forces colluding with demons, all spoils belong to the demon slayer. Hearing this, Yang Xian's eyes lit up. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. Luo Qingning nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Yang Xian had already made up his mind. He possessed a simulator. Yet what he lacked were merely funds and foundational techniques. Such foundational techniques could only be found within powerful factions, although Yang Xian could rely on the simulator to elevate his realm to that of a 3rd-rank master of the transcendent realm or even immortal. Acquiring a few divine skills afterward would be a trivial task, yet it would consume an inordinate amount of time and effort, since the demon-slaying division could provide him with divine skills. Yang Xian certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. As for where to obtain the necessary funds, after several days of exploration, Yang Xian discovered that only crowdfunding could facilitate his rapid growth. The accumulation of one individual could never rival the foundation amassed over generations by a family. They were the true forces capable of aiding Yang Xian in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. However, acts of plundering and exterminating families could not be a long-term solution. Yang Xian desired to develop steadily and did not wish to be labeled as a demonic rogue, perpetually pursued by officials. It wasn't that he was afraid, rather, who would prefer to face adversaries of superior realms daily. Is it not uncomfortable to bully fledgling novices? Thus, finding a sustainable path was Yang Xian's true aspiration. The fact that the demon-slaying division could brazenly plunder and exterminate families, with the spoils entirely theirs, aligned perfectly with Yang Xian's philosophy of crowdfunding martial arts. With collective effort, I shall ascend the path of martial arts.
This is crowdfunding in martial arts. I have made my decision. Yang Xian nodded vigorously, his gaze revealing unprecedented determination. The road to martial arts begins today. Very well. Luo Qingning, witnessing Yang Xian's sudden surge of resolute will, was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a satisfied smile. This is my token. Luo Qingning tossed a dark black token towards Yang Xian, engraved with a copper-yellow pattern and a celestial blade suspended at the token's apex. As if poised to descend at any moment, with this token in a month's time, proceed directly to the capital of Yunmeng Prefecture to participate in the demon-slaying trial. Rest assured, the trial will be a mere trifle for you. As Luo Qingning spoke, a smile graced her features, eagerly anticipating their reunion in Yunmeng City. She reminded him to seek her out then. Thank you, Miss Luo. Yang Xian clasped his hands in gratitude. She was the first individual in this world to extend goodwill towards him, greatly enhancing Yang Xian's fondness for her. Observing this, Luo Qingning waved her hand and vanished in an instant. What a bountiful harvest! Yang Xian jostled the token in his hand, his spirits lifted. Chapter 19. Born with a sword bone. Mengshan is a renowned mountain in Yunzhou, characterized by towering peaks and undulating ridges, shrouded in countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters, a rare land of spiritual elegance with a concentration of vital energy far surpassing ordinary regions. Such a treasure trove naturally attracts numerous factions, among which the Bai family, a well-known fox clan, holds a significant presence in Mengshan. The Bai family, under the protection of the sun-eating demon king, thrives in these mountainous territories. Their residence is nestled deep within a bamboo grove rich in vital energy. The area encompassing the bamboo grove spans over 10 miles and constitutes the Bai family's domain. This bamboo grove is no ordinary place. It consists of a rare variety known as cloud-pattern bamboo, which is not only exceptionally resilient but can also harness explosive vital energy. It serves not only as a primary material for 7th-grade weaponry but is also sought after as a supplementary material for many treasured weapons, making it exceedingly precious. Thanks to their connection with the sun-eating demon king, the Bai family can maintain control over this territory. In the lush expanse of the verdant bamboo forest, within a meticulously crafted bamboo dwelling, a white fox with fur as smooth as silk lay lazily upon a bamboo bed. Miss, a grave situation has arisen. Bai Lang is dead. A voice pierced the tranquility, instantly rousing the white fox. Dead? How swift indeed! Upon hearing the news, Bai Xian was initially taken aback, only to subsequently reveal unabashed delight. Miss, the clan is now in utter chaos. Bai Lang was to be offered as a concubine to the sun-eating young master. Now that she is deceased, the clan must urgently find a replacement. A seemingly youthful white fox knelt on all fours, speaking respectfully. That fool Bai Lang, were it not for her fortuitous awakening of the spirit eye and being favored by the sun-eating young master, how could she have ever been considered for such a position? Bai Xian scoffed. Only I, as the daughter of the Grand Elder, am worthy of the sun-eating young master. With that, Bai Xian narrowed her fox-like eyes, adding, and now, I am the sole choice for the clan. How delightful it was to have lured that foolish fox out of Mengshan and delivered her to the human realm. Given her modus operandi, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demon-slaying envoys, leading to her demise. Now she has indeed met her end. Outside, the thought of having eliminated Bai Lang through a mere ruse filled Bai Xian with immense satisfaction. Come, let us meet with the clan leader and my father. Ecstatic, Bai Xian skipped out with uncontainable enthusiasm. Joyful, Yang Xian observed his panel, feeling immense satisfaction. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: blood chi battle body blue. Talent: blood chi boiling green. Steel like resilience green. Intelligent green. Realm: 8th rank. Bone refinement completion. Skills: Frenzied Demon Blade Intent, Blood Demon Blade Intent, Blood Demon Blade Level 4, Frenzied Demon Blade Level 4, Demon Seeking Method Mastery. Greenwood Ignition Blade Minor Mastery.
Turtle breathing method completion, Iron Sand Body major mastery, 8 steps chase cicada major mastery funds, 40,000 At this moment, Yang Xian reclined on a wooden chair in the center of a pavilion. Surrounded by picturesque bridges, artificial mountains, fountains, and the gentle flow of water, creating a scene of poetic beauty, this opulent residence had been generously bestowed upon him by the county magistrate, Qian Kai, who, upon hearing of Yang Xian's exploits in demon slaying,
sought to forge a favorable connection with a potential innate realm warrior emerging from the city. Qian Kai naturally understood the importance of seizing the opportunity. Yang Xian graciously accepted such a boon. 40,000 taels of silver, that's a staggering 80 simulations. I refuse to believe I won't draw a single high-level trait. With astonishing confidence, Yang Xian activated the simulator. Simulation commenced. The simulation requires the expenditure of 500 funds. Shall we proceed? Commence. How could this be? Before long, Yang Xian lay despondently on the wooden chair, murmuring in discontent. After a staggering 19 simulations, only 3 blue traits materialized, not a single purple one. Yang Xian harbored grave suspicions that this simulator was intentionally draining his funds. Fixated on his monetary balance, seeking every means to deplete it. No, Yang Xian emitted a cry of frustration. Continue simulating. I refuse to believe I cannot draw a single purple trait today. Expenditure of 500 funds. Simulation commencing, filtering traits. Perhaps it was the last vestige of stubbornness from the unluckiest of souls, but amidst the flickering colors, a radiant purple light erupted. Born with a sword bone, incomplete a natural sword bone. Inherently possessing a fragmented sword art, with an understanding of swordsmanship far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A born sword bone, albeit an incomplete talent, Yang Xian had not anticipated drawing a low-tier version of Luo Qingning's talent. Incomplete or not, it was still a purple talent. Yang Xian sighed with relief. Unlucky, not even worthy of a dog. Choosing born with a sword bone, incomplete, simulation commencing. In the first year, you obtained the incomplete born sword bone. Your gaze fell upon your cold light blade. Instantly losing its allure, you traveled to Yunmeng City, passed the demon slaying trial, and officially joined the demon slaying division, showcasing your extraordinary swordsmanship talent while training under Luo Qingning. In the 4th year, traveling through the 3 prefectures and 18 counties with Luo Qingning, your bond deepened, evolving into life and death companions, battling mountain lords in forests and capturing great serpents in lakes. Your strength rapidly advanced through repeated trials. After breaking through to the late stage of the cleansing marrow realm, you comprehended the essence of sword intent. In the 5th year, during a mission, you unexpectedly encountered a rampaging great demon. This great demon possessed a bloodline of extraordinary origins. Perilously close to the Demon King realm, with formidable power, even with Luo Qingning employing her trump card, she could merely inflict grave injuries upon it, provoking its ferocity and escalating its rampage, just as you faced imminent demise. A dazzling sword light streaked down from the heavens. The sword light split into countless beams, dismembering the great demon into fragments. A mysterious female swordsman descended, not only vanquishing the demon but also seeking to take Luo Qingning as her disciple. Luo Qingning requested that the female accept you as well, but she declined, stating bluntly that your talent was simply mediocre. Seeing this, Luo Qingning also refused the woman's request. In resignation, the woman offered to bestow upon you a portion of high-grade vital energy to aid in your condensation of the true qi. Promising that after imparting her techniques, she would not restrict Luo Qingning's freedom. After some contemplation, Luo Qingning acquiesced. You agreed to meet again in 3 years. Luo Qingning departed with the woman, and you received a portion of high-grade vital energy known as the clear void sword qi. In the 8th year, after 7 years of demon slaying, you had perfected your cleansing marrow realm, successfully breaking through to the true qi realm through high-grade vital energy. That same year, due to your blood qi battle body, your blood qi burned like a furnace, and due to your exploits in demon slaying, your reputation spread far and wide, drawing the attention of the demoness from the Crimson Blood Demon sect. You were abducted by the Crimson Blood Demon sect, where you experienced a life of royal treatment, marveling at the might of these demonesses, becoming lost in their tender embrace. In the 9th year, you now emaciated lay in despair upon your bed, while the demoness gazed at you with a smile seemingly more vibrant than before. In your final moments, you glimpsed a brilliant sword light slicing through the heavens, the clash of terrifying auras reverberating, demonic energy surged, sword light crisscrossed, and the very fabric of the universe seemed to shatter. You perished. Simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the following options: realm attained in simulation, purple trait, born with a sword bone, incomplete, cultivation experience gained in simulation. Regarding such an outcome, Yang Xian found himself at a loss for words.
Were demoness is truly this alluring? Internally, he scoffed, selecting the purple trait, born with a sword bone, incomplete. Suddenly Yang Xian felt an itch in his chest, as if something were growing within him, compelling him to touch it. Oh no, a bone has truly begun to form. Chapter 20, Bone Cleansing and Marrow Washing. Huff. Yang Xian exhaled gently, his breath coalescing into a white ribbon, lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. At this moment, Yang Xian's skin glowed with a radiant luster, and he appeared to be in high spirits. Although his appearance had not changed, his temperament had clearly ascended to a higher echelon, further accentuated by the snow-white garments he donned, which made him seem as gentle as jade. Yet, despite having just acquired the incomplete sword bone, the joy swelling in his heart was swiftly extinguished. He had broken through to the 7th rank of the cleansing marrow realm, purging the impurities from his body and achieving a state of innate purity. The enhancement of the cleansing marrow realm was profound, permeating from within to without, which explained the dramatic transformation Yang Xian had undergone. For most individuals, a breakthrough to a major realm would be a cause for elation, yet Yang Xian found himself on the verge of tears, while obtaining the innate sword bone should have been a moment of celebration. The formidable backlash it provoked unexpectedly propelled Yang Xian's realm upward uncontrollably, leaving him unable to contain it. Reluctantly, Yang Xian had no choice but to ascend to the cleansing marrow realm, gazing at the simulator. Yang Xian nervously uttered, "Simulator, commence simulation. This simulation will require the expenditure of 5,000 gold coins. Shall we begin? This feels like robbery," Yang Xian thought, feeling a knot in his chest. He had anticipated a spike in prices but was taken aback by the outrageous tenfold increase. At that moment, he possessed 30,000 gold coins, meaning he could afford to simulate only 6 more times. "Commence simulation," he said, a sense of resignation in his voice. "I was indeed too careless. Expenditure of 5,000 gold coins. Simulation commencing." Filtering entries, Yang Xian fixed his gaze on the flashing entries, his eyes wide open. "Dual mastery of sword and blade. Mastering both sword and blade. Your innate talent in these arts is unparalleled." A purple entry, little gold coin. "Are you trying to comfort me?" Yang Xian felt a surge of joy. The first simulation after breaking through had yielded a purple entry, proving that one's first attempt often bears the blessing of good fortune. "I choose dual mastery of sword and blade. In the first year, your comprehension of both sword and blade significantly increased. During your journey to Yunmeng City, you acquired an 8th grade weapon level sword. You effortlessly passed the demon slaying trial and chose to travel alongside Luo Qingning. With a sword and blade hanging from your waist, you began learning sword techniques from Luo Qingning. In the 3rd year, armed with the experiences from your previous travels, you moved with ease during this journey. Rather than mere exploration, it felt as though you were indulging in leisurely pursuits with Luo Qingning, and your bond with her deepened. Along the way, you marveled at the mighty rivers, observed the ebb and flow of tides, and danced with the sword under the moonlight, grasping the essence of the tide sword intent. By the 5th year, frequent sparring with Luo Qingning allowed you to validate your sword techniques, and your proficiency advanced rapidly. However, you were still unable to defeat her. The 2 orange sword-related entries amplifying her innate talent were overwhelmingly formidable, and the gap between you was widening. That same year, you encountered a rampaging great demon. Yet you did not deliberately evade it, knowing it was an opportunity for Luo Qingning. In a familiar turn of events, you found yourself cornered, only to see a similar flash of sword light, and the great demon fell silent in an instant. A woman descended like the moon, seeking to take Luo Qingning as her disciple. Anticipating this, you prevented Luo Qingning from acting hastily, hoping she would accept this master. Luo Qingning acquiesced to your counsel, and the woman, seeing this, beamed with delight, her gaze toward you softening considerably. You and Luo Qingning agreed to a 3-year pact. As she departed, the woman touched your brow and bestowed upon you a high-grade vitality purifying sword qi, granting you the 4th grade sword technique, metal killing sword qi. In the 6th year, you concluded your demon slaying journey and returned to Heishan City, where you devoted yourself to comprehending the metal killing sword qi. By the 8th year, leveraging the high-grade vitality purifying sword qi, you successfully broke through to the true qi realm, gaining insight into the metal killing sword qi. You returned to Yunmeng City once more. In the 9th year, Luo Qingning reappeared in Yunmeng City, and you, feeling restless, challenged her. In less than 10 exchanges, you found yourself defeated. Even with her holding back, a sense of frustration welled up within you. The disparity in innate talent was indeed insurmountable. Luo Qingning reassured you, stating that as long as one of you was capable, it sufficed. If faced with danger beyond her ability to withstand, your priority was to escape. You felt somewhat speechless and resolved to train harder in the sword arts. In the 11th year, a significant upheaval occurred within the demon-slaying division as a gold-ranked demon slayer vanquished a dragon demon king. This act provoked retaliation from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace, and 3 dragon kings besieged Yunmeng City. The patriarch of the Yunmeng Luo clan joined forces with the gold-ranked demon slayer to slay the dragons, 2 of which fled in defeat, leaving behind 1 carcass. Yu and Luo Qingning remained safe in the Luo family residence during this turmoil. In the 12th year, the retaliation from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace escalated, forcing Yu and Luo Qingning to venture out frequently to slay demons. Thanks to Luo Qingning, as long as you did not encounter a demon king,
you could act without reservations. By the 15th year, your metal-killing sword chi reached a small level of mastery, and you comprehended the metal-killing sword intent. That same year, you perfected your cultivation in the true chi realm and advanced to the divine intent realm. In the 16th year, Luo Qingning challenged the second-ranked individual on the human rankings, Wang Sanxing. After over 100 exchanges, with a single sword light cleaving the heavens, Luo Qingning successfully ascended to the second rank. Moreover, as the first-ranked individual was already over 40, automatically disqualified from the rankings, Luo Qingning was poised to become the champion of the next human rankings. The name of the sword Immortal Luo spread across the 36 states, marking her as one of the most notable prodigies in martial arts over the past 40 years. In the 17th year, the Great Zhou dynasty declared that the Yunmeng Luo clan harbored treasonous intentions. A martial general led an elite force of 100,000 to besiege Yunmeng City, while several third-grade experts stood guard at the city gates, watching with hawk-like intensity. The Yunmeng Luo clan had become a turtle in a jar. War erupted. At a critical moment, Luo Qingning's mysterious master arrived, engaging in a fierce battle with the martial general and holding off 2 experts. The patriarch of the Luo clan valiantly ensured your escape from Yunmeng City, confronting 3 experts alone. Yet, a long-planned operation would not allow for an easy escape. Several 5th-grade masters of the divine concealment realm relentlessly pursued you, each having reached the pinnacle of their realm. You and Luo Qingning found it impossible to resist, embarking on a perilous journey to flee for your lives. Suddenly, a mysterious master descended, and you believed rescue had arrived. However, an eruption of profound light followed, and you were struck by a formidable force. Turning to dust, you had perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. In the simulation, the cultivation realm is at the purple entry of dual mastery of sword and blade. You chose the purple entry of dual mastery of sword and blade. Yang Xian gripped the long blade beside him, feeling an extraordinarily intimate connection, as if it had become a part of his very being. He casually twirled the blade, sheathing it with ease. With this purple entry, my progress in both sword and blade arts will undoubtedly accelerate. Yang Xian was quite satisfied with the dual mastery entry. It would be a significant asset for his future simulations. With nothing else to attend to today, he continued the simulation. The gentle flow of water accompanied by a mild breeze enveloped him as Yang Xian immersed his mind entirely in the simulation. Chapter 21, Water Bandits. Yunzhou lies in the northern part of the 36 states, one of the 6 northern states, and together with the neighboring Mengzhou, they are referred to as Yunmeng Province. The term Yunmeng has ancient origins, dating back to the era of the Celestial Path, when the 2 states were already known by this name. The words Yun and Meng are derived from a vast lake that spans both states, known as the Yunmeng Zhe. Due to this lake, hailed as the 3rd most significant waterway in the world, the Yunmeng province has long been a land of waters. Rivers branching from the Yunmeng Zhe crisscross the 2 states, providing immense convenience and prosperity, with countless vessels traversing the waterways. It is said that the river's hue connects with the sky, a timeless clarity spanning millennia. At this moment, the golden sun was rising in the east. The great sun pierced through the clouds, casting a crystalline light across the heavens and the earth. Amidst the 1,000-mile expanse of azure waves, countless golden sparks danced upon the surface. Yang Xian stood at the bow of the ship, admiring the breathtaking view of the rolling waves. After slaying the fox demon, Yang Xian had lingered in Heishan City for over 20 days, and now he was finally setting off to join the demon-slaying division. He boarded a passenger ship specifically designed for transporting people, drifting downstream toward Yunmeng City. At the current speed of the ship, it would take approximately 4 days to reach Yunmeng City. This vessel, carrying hundreds of passengers, spanned 20 zhang in length, qualifying it as a sizable ship. Good sir, what an exquisite moment to enjoy the riverside. It must be quite refreshing, a man addressed Yang Xian, turning around. Yang Xian observed a handsome scholar who appeared to be quite refined. May I inquire your name? The scholar clasped his hands in greeting, asking, I am Yang Xian, but I am unaware of your esteemed name.
Yang Xian responded, returning the gesture. I apologize for my rudeness. I am Fang Jing, traveling to Yunmeng City to pursue my studies, the scholar explained, soon engaging Yang Xian in an enthusiastic conversation. This was Yang Xian's first encounter with such an amiable scholar. And after exchanging a few casual remarks, he managed to send the scholar on his way. Realizing Yang Xian's disinterest in further conversation, Fang Jing promptly turned to engage others at the bow of the ship. Yang Xian regarded Fang Jing, who seemed so eager to converse, with a peculiar expression. Character: Fang Jing. Physique: mortal talent, articulate purple, storyteller green, loquacious white. Realm: 9th rank. Blood refinement realm perfection. Articulate: the more one speaks with others, the greater the increase in comprehension for a short time afterward. Storyteller: possesses a unique narrative ability for stories, captivating the audience. Loquacious: prone to incessant chatter. This was the first time Yang Xian had encountered such an unusual set of attributes. What is this? Speaking can transform one into a genius, yet, since Fang Jing's entry was merely purple, the elevation in comprehension must be limited. However, when paired with the loquacious attribute, it truly was a perfect match. As for Fang Jing's claim of pursuing studies, Yang Xian found it utterly unbelievable. Was he not merely tormenting his fellow disciples? He wondered if silencing this chatterbox would diminish the effectiveness of the attribute. Watching Fang Jing, who was engrossed in conversation with others, Yang Xian's gaze turned strange. Suddenly, while discussing past lives with someone, Fang Jing felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around but found nothing amiss. Muttering to himself, he redirected his attention back to the conversation. Before long, Fang Jing had managed to engage every person on the ship in conversation, realizing that no one was willing to converse further. He stood alone at the side, still yearning for more water bandits. A panicked voice suddenly rang out from the lookout tower. Yang Xian turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld 3 slightly smaller vessels surrounding the grand ship in a triangular formation. Cursed be it, it was the water bandits of Yunmeng's. Could it be the infamous ships of the 13 bandits of Yunmeng's? Upon witnessing this, the crowd became somewhat flustered. The passenger ship was affiliated with a prominent merchant guild from Yunmeng City. Normally, such a guild would have established adequate connections for safe passage, yet an unexpected incident had arisen. Everyone, do not panic, I shall negotiate, declared the steward aboard the ship, attempting to calm the anxious passengers. Wherever there are lakes, there are bound to be water bandits, and as the foremost lake in the realm, Yunmeng's was notorious for its rampant banditry, with countless rogues operating within. Even though the Tongyuan merchant guild wielded considerable influence, it was impossible to entirely eliminate such threats. May I inquire as to the esteemed heroes before me? I am the steward of the Tongyuan Merchant Guild from Yunmeng City, and we have connections with the 7th bandit. Master Yuan Zhe, of the 13 bandits of Yunzhe, I hope you will show us some leniency, Chen Bao shouted. The guards aboard this vessel numbered only 20 or so, with the strongest among them merely a leader at the initial stage of the Washing Marrow realm. In contrast, the 3 opposing ships were manned by at least 3 leaders of the Washing Marrow realm, accompanied by hundreds of water bandits. Chen Bao fixed his gaze upon the opposing vessels. Hoping that the reputation of their guild and its association with the Yunzhe 13 bandits would intimidate their adversaries. Since you are acquainted with Master Yuan, we shall let you pass. However, to ensure your survival, you must relinquish half of your valuables. The water bandits on the opposite side responded after a considerable pause. Chen Bao's expression darkened. If they were only seeking some valuables, he could concede, but the notion of targeting all the passengers' possessions posed a significant dilemma. Brave heroes, we can offer gold and silver, but I find it difficult to comply with demands concerning the belongings of our passengers. If we cannot protect the property of our guests, I fear the reputation of the Tongyuan Merchant Guild will surely plummet. Our rival guilds would undoubtedly revel in our misfortune. Damn it, we are informing you, not negotiating. If you do not allow us aboard within 10 minutes, we shall not hesitate to take action, an irate bandit at the bow of the ship bellowed. Brandishing a massive broadsword, were it not for Master Bai Bo Yuan's favor, you would not even have your lives to prepare for us to board immediately. Should you dare resist, you shall all be fed to the great fish. Chen Bao's face turned ashen. After 7 or 8 years of sailing, it was his first encounter with such ferocious bandits. Generally, merchant guilds and the water bandit lords of Yunmeng's operated under an unspoken understanding. Encountering them was merely unfortunate, requiring a monetary offering to avert disaster. Yet today, such brazen banditry was unprecedented in his experience. Where did these brash fools come from? Chen Bao muttered under his breath. Feeling somewhat helpless, just as he found himself at an impasse, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the previously intimidating bandit was abruptly cleaved in two. His mangled body plunged into the water. staining it crimson and attracting a frenzy of carnivorous fish. How tiresome, Yang Xian remarked, wielding his longsword with an indifferent expression, his wrist flicking deftly. Chen Bao turned to see Yang Xian casually unleashing several sword strikes. The golden sword energy sliced through the bow of the ship, wreaking havoc among the bandits standing on the deck, showering the scene in a rain of blood as they scrambled into the cabin. Run, there is a martial artist of the innate realm among us. The water bandits were thrown into disarray, swiftly turning their vessels around. Yang Xian observed the fleeing ships, his movements unrelenting. The killing sword chi of Gung Jin surged forth. With the amalgamation of his Gung Jin sword intent and the small mastery of the killing sword chi, its power surged dramatically. The golden sword energy, akin to a dragon, shattered the ship's structure, rendering it into splinters, while the bandits plummeted into the lake like dumplings, thrashing about in panic. Many clung to floating debris, gasping for breath, grateful for their narrow escape. What a sharp sword energy! Chen Bao marveled at the three vessels, now reduced to wreckage, his heart racing. As the steward of the Tongyuan Merchant Guild, he had witnessed his fair share of martial prowess, even encountering practitioners of the 5th grade divine intent realm, although this sword energy lacked the overwhelming presence of the 5th grade. It was exceedingly rare among those in the true gang realm, with its razor-sharp murderous aura sending shivers down Chen Bao's spine. What shocked him most was that the young man before him had achieved such prowess without employing any gang chi, relying solely on his swordsmanship, a remarkable feat indeed. Thank you for your timely assistance, noble sir, Chen Bao exclaimed, hurrying to Yang Xian's side to express his gratitude with a bow. It is of no consequence. The water bandits have brought their misfortune upon themselves by provoking me, Yang Xian replied, sheathing his long sword and waving his hand dismissively. It is unfortunate that most of these bandits have become food for the lake's depths. I should not have shattered their vessels. Yang Xian felt a twinge of regret for having missed the opportunity to showcase his skills without holding back. Nevertheless, your actions today have been a great favor to us, and on behalf of the Tongyuan Merchant Guild, I must express my sincere gratitude, Chen Bao stated earnestly. Seeing Chen Bao's sincerity, Yang Xian could not refuse. It was indeed splendid to receive benefits for doing good deeds. Please follow me, Chen Bao said, his expression brightening as he led Yang Xian towards the interior of the ship. Meanwhile, Fong Jing, who had been lurking nearby, realized that the person he had approached earlier was a formidable expert. Excitement surged within him, and he prepared to engage Yang Xian once more, but seeing Chen Bao lead him away, he reluctantly decided against it. Chapter 22. The sword named Gung Xian. Chen Bao guided Yang Xian into a chamber aboard the ship, where a guard held a brocade box. Noble sir, please take a look, Chen Bao said, carefully opening the box. Inside lay a sword inscribed with golden runes, resting quietly, with golden sword energy swirling around it like tadpoles, causing even a mere glance to evoke a stinging sensation. Chen Bao gazed at the sword within the box with reverence, hesitating to touch it for fear of being harmed by the dispersed sword energy. This sword measured 3 feet and 7 inches in length and 3 inches and 3/10 in width, forged entirely from Gung Jin iron ore, complemented by the essence of mysterious iron, and meticulously crafted by a master smith over the course of a month. The essence of Gung Jin rendered it exceptionally sharp, classifying this Gung Jin sword as a low-grade treasured weapon, imbued not only with Gung Jin sword energy but also exhibiting remarkable hardness. At this point, Chen Bao handed the brocade box to Yang Xian. Not a treasured sword for a hero. You have done me a great favor, and I bestow this sword upon you, so it may no longer gather dust. Yang Xian regarded the precious item in his hand with a perplexed expression as he turned to Chen Bao. I appreciate your kindness, but such a valuable gift is truly excessive, Chen Steward. Weapons are inherently precious, and divine treasures even more so. A low-grade treasured weapon is a rarity, even among innate realm practitioners. Most 6th-grade true gang realm warriors can only wield 7th-grade implements, and even some impoverished 5th-grade divine intent realm practitioners possess but a low-grade treasured weapon. This illustrates the rarity of treasured weapons. One could sell an entire ship and its cargo and still not procure even half a treasured weapon, although Yang Xian had rendered significant assistance. It hardly warranted the bestowal of such a prized possession. Chen Bao chuckled at Yang Xian's response. Noble sir, you worry too much. While I am not a martial arts master, I can indeed make decisions regarding a low-grade treasured weapon. Furthermore, I must confess to some selfishness. I have always cherished the opportunity to befriend heroes. Individuals of your caliber are truly rare, and I hope you will accept this token of friendship. Yang Xian perceived the sincerity in Chen Bao's expression, which seemed genuine, and thus he refrained from further pretense. Accepting a low-grade treasured weapon was a reasonable exchange, and time would reveal the wisdom of Chen Bao's decision today. In that case, I shall gladly accept this low-grade treasured weapon. Yang Shen grasped the Gung Jin sword, and its sword energy surged forth violently, but under the influence of his Gung Jin sword intent, the tumultuous energy was quickly subdued. This Gung Jin sword was indeed a perfect match for his Gung Jin sword intent. With it, the power of his killing sword chi would increase by 30%. Yang Shen contemplated privately that with the enhanced potency of his killing sword chi, he should be formidable even among practitioners of the True Gang realm. Although he had yet to encounter a living warrior of the True Gang realm, making it difficult to gauge the gap between them, he believed that his killing prowess would be sufficient to rival theirs. The Gung Jin sword resonated harmoniously with him, and its indestructible quality, owing to the infusion of mysterious iron essence, led him to name it the Gung Xian sword. Yang Xian sheathed the Gung Xian sword at his waist. While the sword he had acquired in Heishan City, which was of 9th grade quality, was placed back into the brocade box, this brocade box too was remarkable. Its interior was crafted from a layer of cold jade. Originally intended to contain the dissipating Gung Jin sword energy, but now it served as a sheath for a 9th grade implement. Rest assured, I, Yang Xian, am not one to take advantage of others. This 9th grade implement shall find a home within this cold jade brocade box. Making it a fortunate sword indeed, thank you, Chen Steward, Yang Xian expressed as he prepared to take his leave. Chen Bao's face lit up upon seeing Yang Xian accept the sword. Your acceptance is the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Yang Xian, having said his farewells, departed. Once he had left, a nearby guard leader quietly remarked, "Second young master, this low-grade treasured weapon was meant to be presented to the patriarch. Might this not be inappropriate?" Chen Bao waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to refrain from further comment. This young man is a true prodigy of martial arts. A mere low-grade treasured weapon is nothing compared to the opportunity to befriend such an individual. We built our fortune through commerce, and it is essential to cultivate good relationships. When I explain this to my father, I shall surely receive praise, unlike your thick-headedness, Chen Bao concluded with a breath. Gazing in the direction Yang Xian had departed, the mastery of sword intent at such a level is indeed remarkable. Yang Xian made his way along the ship's deck, simultaneously reviewing his personal profile. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: blood chi battle body, blue. Talents: innate sword bone, purple. Dual mastery of sword and saber, purple. Blood chi boiling, green. Steel-like constitution, green. Intelligence, green. Realm: initial stage of 7th grade. Washing marrow realm skills: minor mastery of Gung Jin killing sword chi. Blood demon saber intent, frenzied demon saber intent, Gung Jin sword intent, 30. Blood demon saber intent, 40. Frenzied demon saber intent, 40. The minor mastery of Gung Jin killing sword chi was proving difficult to advance. Yang Xian felt a pang of distress within him. It was only during these recent simulations that he came to realize that one's realm could indeed impose limitations on the advancement of martial techniques. Even the essence of one's intent could be constrained. After achieving mastery of the Blood Demon Blade's intent, he found no further growth, initially believing that the Blood Demon Yang Xian's blade intent had merely reached its peak. However, it now appeared that the highest realm he could sustain was merely that of mastery. Ultimately, the essence of intent is rooted in the communion of the soul with the heavens and the profound understanding of the great Tao. Should the soul be feeble, the resonance with the cosmos would be correspondingly diminished. Yang Xian had originally hoped to directly comprehend the domain realm through simulations, thereby exponentially enhancing his combat prowess to bridge 2 or 3 great realms. Perhaps even striking down a 3rd-grade master of the transcendent realm with his 6th-grade true chi. Yet, it now seemed that he had been overly ambitious. Those so-called prodigies who grasped the Tao in a single day were either reincarnations of great beings or possessed an exceedingly rare talent in the realm of the soul. Reflecting on the myriad legends from the tales he had read, Yang Xian felt enlightened. Young master, upon returning to the deck of the ship, he heard someone calling for him. Raising his gaze, he saw Fang Jing, the exceptionally gifted individual he had spoken with earlier. Upon noticing Yang Xian looking his way, Fang Jing hurried over and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young master, for saving our lives just now. In gratitude, I am willing to serve you in all matters." Fang Jing's expression was one of deep appreciation, as if he genuinely shared a profound bond of master and servant with Yang Xian. Yang Xian remained silent, regarding him with a bemused expression. This fellow truly knew how to elevate his own status. After a prolonged silence, Fang Jing, sensing the awkwardness, spoke up. Young master, have I done something amiss?" Yang Xian shook his head. "You claim you would serve me, but what merit do you have for me to accept you?" Wu Fang Jing stood tall. "Young master, this is likely your first visit to Yunming City. Am I correct?" "Indeed." Yang Xian nodded slightly. "Though I may lack talent, I bear a nickname, the Informant. I may not know everything about the affairs of Yunming City, but I am certainly well informed about 8 or 9 out of 10 matters." Fang Jing spoke with unshakable confidence. Yang Xian felt a flicker of interest. He indeed required a knowledgeable guide in Yunmeng City. Here stood a man who had boldly offered himself, and accepting him was not out of the question. Just as Yang Xian was about to speak, Fang Jing interjected. However, there is one matter you must be aware of. Fang Jing's expression grew serious as he stated, I hail from Yunmeng City, but due to offending certain local powers, I was forced to leave my home. It is only today that I have risked returning. Not if you were to accept me, it may involve certain dangers. I urge you to consider this carefully. You are quite forthright. Yang Xian thought better of Fang Jing, seeing him as a sincere individual. Without further ado, he inquired, who are your enemies? The Sun family of Yunmeng City, a small family boasting several 6th-grade true Qi practitioners. Fang Jing replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian smiled. Then you shall serve as my guide in Yunmeng City. Fang Jing was instantly elated, his previously anxious disposition now relaxed. Thank you, young master, with a new attendant at his side. Yang Xian entrusted Fang Jing with the care of a brocade box he carried. Fang Jing, how many days until we reach Yunmeng City? Yang Xian inquired, enjoying the refreshing breeze. 3 days remain, young master.
Fang Jing respectfully answered, already fully embodying the role of a servant. 3 days later, at the docks of Yunmeng City, hundreds of vessels of various sizes lay anchored, with workers bustling about, loading and unloading goods. The thrumming human activity painted a picture of prosperity. Yang Xian stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the colossal city sprawling before him like a great beast. The ancient blue bricks exuded a sense of timelessness, and the towering city walls, rising 100 meters high, instilled a sense of awe. This was Yunmeng City, the most prosperous ancient city in the region, aside from the provincial capital, Tianmeng City, the heart of Yunmeng Prefecture. Young master, should you require anything, please feel free to visit our Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce. I shall always be at your service. Chen Bao called out from the ship, waving his hand. Yang Xian reciprocated the gesture, bidding farewell. Be ye careful. He reached out to catch a man who nearly slipped off the bridge while carrying a heavy sack of goods. The man, startled and pale, had thought misfortune awaited him, but was astonished to find himself lifted back onto the bridge, face to face with a handsome young gentleman in white. Thank you, young master, thank you, the man exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude upon recognizing his savior. Yang Xian waved his hand, accepting the man's thanks with a nod. Since entering the cleansing marrow realm, his strength had surpassed 100,000 pounds, making it as effortless to lift a grown man as it would be to catch a chicken. Fang Jing, tell me more about Yunmeng City, Yang Xian said, raising his eyes to the imposing stone walls. Intrigued, Fang Jing, seizing the opportunity to showcase his knowledge, cleared his throat. Young master, the history of Yunmeng City stretches back far into antiquity. It is said that the city was founded when the great Yunmeng Marsh emerged, its origins lost to time. Due to its proximity to the marsh, the city has always been a hub of trade and transport, making it renowned even beyond the borders of our province. Furthermore, legend has it that a true dragon lies dormant within the Yunmeng Marsh, and Yunmeng City has thus been graced by a touch of draconic energy. Thousands of years ago, during the expansive campaigns of the Great Zhou dynasty, several noble lords emerged from this region, endowing it with formidable strength. The border city by Yunmeng Marsh boasts tens of thousands of households. The permanent population of Yunmeng City alone exceeds 1 million, not to mention the countless merchants and travelers, rendering its bustling activity almost incalculable. Such a thriving metropolis naturally possesses a robust martial presence. Fang Jing paused for a moment. The influence of the Great Zhou Court is well known. The 3 divisions of the Zhou Court have established branches in every prefectural city. The Zhenwu division suppresses rogue forces, the Qima division hunts down evil sects, and the Zhaoyao division eradicates chaotic demons. In every prefectural city, the power of these 3 divisions is considerable, each boasting several innate peak martial artists in residence. Yang Xian nodded, recognizing that the Great Zhou dynasty showed no signs of decline, and its authority remained formidable. Fang Jing leaned closer to Yang Xian, lowering his voice. However, in Yunmeng City, the true power does not lie with the 3 divisions of the Great Zhou. Who then? Yang Xian inquired. The true rulers of Yunmeng City are the Luo family. Fang Jing replied, the Luo family. Indeed, the Luo family, Fang Jing affirmed, his expression grave. The prefect of Yunmeng, Luo Tianqing, is the head of this family. And what's more, he is a 3rd-grade master of the transcendent realm. Fang Jing spoke with a hint of admiration. A master, a figure capable of wielding divine powers, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Some local governors may not even measure up to a master, and for Luo Tianqing to serve as a prefect with such power is indeed a great honor. Furthermore, the Luo family boasts more than one master.
Luo Tianqing's younger brother Luo Lai is also a master and a general under the Great Zhou's divine martial marquis, commanding a third of the divine martial army. His influence is immense, with 2 masters in one family. The Luo family is undoubtedly among the top 10 clans in the realm Dai and Yunmeng City. It is the Luo family's domain, with no other prominent clans to rival them, thus one must tread carefully and avoid provoking the Luo family here. Lest one finds oneself in dire straits. Fang Jing sighed, perhaps reminded of his own predicament, earnestly warning Yang Xian, concerned that the young man's impetuousness might lead him into conflict with the Luo family. Oh, such formidable power exists. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised. While he had known Luo Qingning hailed from an extraordinary background, he had not anticipated it to be so illustrious. In that case, let us go. Where to? Wei Fang Jing asked, puzzled. To the Luo family. The Luo family's residence is situated at the very heart of Yunmeng City. The estate sprawls over a vast area, with intricately arranged pavilions, corridors, artificial hills, and fountains. In the estate's rear courtyard, Luo Qingning, dressed in a flowing white dress adorned with tassels, was engaged in an intense spar with a middle-aged maid proficient in the true Qi realm, Azure Lotus Break. A stream of azure sword energy, shaped like a blooming lotus, swept through the air. The maid, sensing the imminent threat, immediately conjured her protective true Qi. The 3-inch thick barrier of formless Qi met the azure sword energy. Dissolving as if submerged in water, the maid's eyes widened in astonishment as the sword energy dissipated upon contact, vanishing without a trace. The young lady's sword energy not only demonstrates considerable improvement but is also now much more fluid in its execution. Among her peers in Yunmeng City, it's likely no one can rival her. A girl in a green dress, stuffing her cheeks with pastries, praised her young mistress. Slow down, Luo Qingning, observing her maid's stuffed cheeks. Could not help but sigh, finding her maid's lack of resistance to delicacies rather exasperating. Miss, someone has come to visit you. A guard rushed into the courtyard, urgency evident in his demeanor. Who? A friend from Heishan City. Outside the Luo residence, Fang Jing gazed at the imposing entrance, particularly unnerved by the piercing gazes of the 2 gatekeepers. Young master, how did you come to know the fairy Luo? Fang Jing curiously inquired of Yang Xian. Initially believing he had secured a martial prodigy as an ally, only to discover such powerful connections as well. A fairy, Yang Xian, who had been admiring the 2 guards exuding an aura of battlefield valor, turned to Fang Jing in confusion upon hearing the term. Indeed, young master, you may not know, but Luo Qingning, the fairy Luo, is a renowned figure not only in Yunmeng Prefecture, but across all 36 provinces of our land. So famous? What is the reason? Yang Xian asked, astonished. To have gained such notoriety across 36 provinces surely indicated something remarkable. You truly do not know? Fang Jing looked at Yang Xian in shock, as if he were a rustic from a remote village. Yang Xian frowned at the scrutiny, feeling it was rather odd to be treated this way. Fang Jing hurriedly explained, young master, the fairy Luo is ranked 3rd on the celestial rankings, known as the White Jade Fairy. With an ethereal form and celestial grace, she is the embodiment of unblemished beauty, hence the name White Jade Fairy. The purpose of the extraordinary ranking is to celebrate ethereal beauty and unparalleled grace. Featuring only the most exquisite figures of the realm, that the fairy Luo ranks 3rd on this list undoubtedly makes her fame resound across the 36 states. A flicker of admiration glinted in Fang Jing's eyes. These figures had always seemed like celestial beings to him, mere fantasies to be contemplated from afar. He never anticipated that today he would have the chance to behold one in person. Pray tell, young master, have you not heard of this extraordinary ranking? Indeed, I have not, Yang Xian replied. Originally, he was but a destitute soul, struggling to make ends meet, and thus had little knowledge of such extraordinary tales. Fang Jing, hand to his face, was taken aback to discover that the young master was a martial enthusiast, utterly oblivious to such a renowned list. Young master, allow me to introduce. Before Fang Jing could finish, a maid stepped forward. This esteemed young master, Miss, has asked me to guide you. Yang Xian promptly followed the maid inside, with Fang Jing hastily trailing behind, forgetting his unfinished words. Chapter 24. The 5 Elements Tao Body. The maid led Yang Xian through a series of corridors and several courtyards until they finally reached their destination. As Yang Xian followed the maid, his mind wandered to the numerous powerful guards and attendants they had encountered along the way. Character: Jiaosan physique, mortal talent, resilient green, swordsmanship prodigy green realm, mid-stage 6th rank true vitality realm. Character: Li Si physique, mortal talent, loyalty green, swordsmanship prodigy green, iron will green realm, late-stage 6th rank true vitality realm. Character: Luo Yang physique, firewood spirit body blue talent, unyielding green, swordsmanship prodigy green, master of sorcery blue realm, mid-stage 5th rank divine intent realm. Master of sorcery, possesses profound attainments in the art of sorcery. capable of unleashing the full potential of sorcery. Fire wood spirit body blue, a harmonious blend of fire and wood gathering spiritual energy with exceptional innate talent and a strong understanding of fire and wood principles. Yang Xin noticed that the number of martial artists at the True Vitality realm was indeed quite substantial, most serving as guards. He had just passed through a courtyard where he observed a middle-aged man clad in a vigorous robe, whose strength was among the strongest. Judging by the name, he likely belonged to the Luo family, and as a fifth-rank divine intent martial artist with 2 blue attributes, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. Indeed, the Luo family was impressive. Within a short span, Yang Xian had already encountered numerous innate realm martial artists. He was somewhat astonished, for in Black Mountain City, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single innate realm warrior. Even in the county city, the status of an innate realm martial artist was quite elevated, yet within the Luo family, they were not uncommon, though not exactly ubiquitous either. Young master, we have arrived. The graceful maid led Yang Xian and Fang Jing to a delicate courtyard before taking her leave. Please step inside. Luo Qingning sat in the center of the courtyard on a rattan chair, her complexion as radiant as white jade, complemented by her extraordinary beauty and ethereal demeanor, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Behind her stood a remarkably graceful girl in a green dress, curiously observing Yang Xian. Miss Luo, it has been a while. Yang Xian clasped his hands in greeting. Behind him, Fang Jing was momentarily entranced. His gaze dazed, flawless as white jade, with autumn waters for spirit and jade for bone, indeed a celestial beauty. The extraordinary ranking does not deceive me, Fang Jing murmured, unable to contain his excitement as if he were in the presence of his idol. Noticing Fang Jing's ecstatic expression, the girl behind Luo Qingning, Xiaoyi, frowned, clearly displeased. You truly lack manners. Yang Xian, observing Fang Jing's rapturous demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. Miss Luo, please do not mind. My companion has only heard of the illustrious fairy Luo and is overwhelmed to see her true visage. Fang Jing quickly regained his composure and immediately apologized. Fairy, forgive my rudeness. It is my first encounter with someone of your celestial stature, and I momentarily lost myself. Do not worry. I shall not take offense. Luo Qingning replied, her expression lightening with amusement, for she had encountered such reactions before. Yang Xian could empathize with Fang Jing, had it not been for his own resolute will tempered by the sword's intent during his first meeting with Luo Qingning. He too might have been entranced by her ethereal beauty. Miss Luo summoned me to participate in the demon-slaying trial, and I hope my early arrival does not inconvenience you, Yang Xian explained. His face revealing his earnestness for acceptance, Luo Qingning was taken aback by Yang Xian's directness. She had never encountered someone so forthright before. However, she was not inclined to refuse, as she had intended to invite Yang Xian to join the demon-slaying division. His arrival indicated that he indeed had such intentions. You are quite bold, but our Luo family estate is spacious. Your stay would be quite acceptable. Luo Qingning nodded in agreement with Yang Xian's request. However, I have one condition. Pray, speak. During these 3 days, you must accompany me in sword practice, so that I may witness your martial prowess. Luo Qingning's gaze was piercing as she regarded Yang Xian in Yunmeng City. She had yet to encounter a peer who could challenge her, and Yang Xian's arrival presented a ripe opportunity. Naturally, I accept. Yang Xian readily agreed, for he sought to glean insights from Luo Qingning regarding his innate sword bone. The experiences accumulated in simulations offered no guidance regarding innate sword bones, leaving Yang Xian with scant understanding of his own talent. It is settled then. Upon hearing Yang Xian's agreement, Luo Qingning promptly instructed Xiaoyi to guide him to an empty courtyard. Young master, please follow me. Xiaoyi, lively and sprightly, led Yang Xian and Fang Jing to their new courtyard. Such vivacity, Yang Xian chuckled, observing the energetic Xiaoyi before curiously opening his panel. Character, Luo physique, 5 elements. Dao body orange talent, gluttonous white. Sorcery master purple, spirit wisdom purple, focus green realm, early stage 7th rank cleansing marrow realm. 5 elements. Dao body, a convergence of the 5 elements, favored by the heavens, inherently possessing the 5 elements' divine abilities. Unimpeded in the path of the 5 elements. I note, the Dao body will awaken fully only upon reaching the 6th rank True Vitality realm. Sorcery master, possesses exceptional comprehension of sorcery, capable of mastering numerous sorcerous arts. Focus, more readily enters a state of concentration, free from distractions. Gluttonous, exhibits a more voracious appetite than the average person. Indeed, a prodigy. Yang Xian was taken aback by the orange attribute, realizing that this seemingly innocent maid was, in fact, a genuine talent. The hallmark of the Transcendence realm is the mastery of divine abilities. To inherently possess the 5 elements' divine powers suggests that she would encounter no hindrance in reaching the 3rd rank Transcendence realm. Yang Xian pondered the complete innate sword bone, which also harbored divine abilities, and concluded that the orange attribute could very well guarantee a minimum of third-rank transcendence. This is it, young master.
Xiaodi led Yang Xian to a small courtyard, its environment serene and exquisitely crafted.
Thank you, Lady Xiaodi. Yang Xian expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, his tone warm and sincere. It's nothing. Really? Xiaodi blushed under Yang Xian's earnest gaze and quickly excused herself. Watching Xiaodi hurry away, Yang Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. How amusing. Having distanced herself, Xiaodi reflected on how she had been flustered by a mere glance. Feeling a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, Xiaodi, you are a maidservant to the miss. How can you be so easily flustered? Yet, she acknowledged that this young master was indeed gentle, far superior to those bothersome fellows. Wait, what am I thinking? Xiaodi, she vigorously shook her head, promptly dismissing the earlier incident from her mind. Come, this is our temporary abode. Yang Xian clapped Fang Jing on the shoulder as they entered the small courtyard. Fang Jing's expression remained dazed. Just yesterday, he had been a hunted, destitute scholar, and today, he found himself residing within the illustrious Luo family of Yunmeng City. Young master, I adore you, Fang Jing exclaimed, deeply moved as he followed. Chapter 25, on swordsmanship with Luo Qingning Master. Miss has invited guests to reside at the estate today. An elderly steward reported to Luo Tianqing, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, though Luo Tianqing had surpassed a century in age. Having broken through to the transcendence realm, he appeared merely in his 30s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Upon hearing that his precious daughter had a guest, he was momentarily taken aback, lifting his head in surprise. Luo Tianqing was quite familiar with his daughter. In Yunmeng City, she had no friends, and none of the so-called prodigies had ever caught her eye. Could it be that young lady from the divine martial marquis estate? Yet, I have received no word from the marquis. Just as Luo Tianqing pondered this, the steward added, Sir, it is a young man. What? Luo Tianqing exclaimed, rising in shock. His daughter had brought a man home. What are you shouting about? A dignified and graceful woman entered with a bowl of fish soup, immediately scolding him for his outburst. My dear, something significant has occurred. Upon seeing his wife, Luo Tianqing promptly settled back into his chair. What could be so alarming that it rouses you from your seat? Wang Qiushui inquired, taking a seat beside him with a nonchalant demeanor. My dear, our daughter has brought a young man into the residence. Luo Tianqing hastily explained, his teeth clenched with concern. It could be some scoundrel who has used sweet words to deceive her. This, Wang Qiushui's brows furrowed. Luo Tianqing, can't you speak a few kind words? Perhaps this young man is a talented individual that Xiao Ning met outside and invited to our home. Luo Tianqing was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter her reasoning. Perhaps Xiao Ning encountered him during her demon-slaying training. They may have bonded over their shared experiences and developed a deep connection, leading her to extend an invitation. Wang Qiushui spoke with a touch of emotion. As if resonating with their daughter's journey. Absolutely not. Luo Tianqing's temper flared at her words, his voice rising. What do you mean absolutely not? Wang Qiushui glared at her husband, indignant that he would dismiss her heartfelt narrative. Not so, my dear. Xiao Ning is only 18, Luo Tianqing protested, feeling aggrieved. What is so significant about turning 18? At such a tender age, it is truly remarkable that Xiao Ning has encountered her destined partner. Wang Qiushui's face radiated with hope, exuding an aura of pure maternal love. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqing was instantly filled with exasperation. This will not do. I must personally investigate this individual. Wang Qiushui shot him a disapproving glance. Saying, you, a master of the transcendental realm, going to see a junior, a mere display of your might would undoubtedly leave that young lad in a state of disarray if Xiao Ning were to find out. Just wait and see what consequences you will face, Luo Tianqing protested vehemently. Am I truly perceived as someone who relies on intimidation in the eyes of my lady? I will not relent. Should you dare to meet this guest, I will inform Xiao Ning, she retorted. With no other choice, Luo Tianqing turned his gaze towards the old butler Zhong Shu. I must trouble you to investigate this guest of Xiao Ning. If he harbors ill intentions, please inform me immediately. Rest assured, my lord, I shall discern friend from foe, the old butler replied, bowing before hastening off to fulfill his task. Luo Tianqing, feeling disheartened, meandered to the entrance. Gazing into the azure sky, lost in thought, the clash of golden and azure sword energies erupted violently, the ensuing shockwaves carving deep, spiderweb-like scars into the ground. Miss Luo, your swordsmanship is exceptional, Yang Xian exclaimed. His eyes gleaming, this was his first time engaging in a full-force duel, yet even with his refined golden killing sword chi, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. The level of sword technique mastered by Luo Qingning was undoubtedly on par with his own. And she had also comprehended the essence of sword intent to a certain degree. Shortly after arriving in the courtyard, Yang Xian had received an invitation from Luo Qingning to practice swordplay. And without hesitation, he was eager to witness the prowess of a martial prodigy renowned across the 36 states. As the duel progressed, it became increasingly clear that Luo Qingning held the advantage. Not only was her foundation far more robust, but her techniques also surpassed those of Yang Xian. Thus, even when she suppressed her realm to the initial stage of the cleansing marrow realm, she still outclassed Yang Xian in every aspect, save for sword intent. Again, Yang Xian called out, elated to find a peer of superior strength eager for a thrilling contest. He tightened his grip on the Gongxian sword. His gaze fixed intently on Luo Qingning, searching for any weaknesses. Come, Yang Xian bellowed, opting for a close-quarters sword fight. Very well, Luo Qingning replied, meeting him head-on, her sword dancing with the grace of a swimming dragon. Xiaoyi stood at the edge of the training ground, witnessing countless flickering sword shadows as the fierce energies enveloped an area of several dozen meters, where the two figures could be faintly discerned engaged in battle. So powerful to go miss, Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement at witnessing the full might of her mistress for the first time. The young master is surprisingly strong, Feng Jing observed from the sidelines. Captivated by Yang Xian's fierce engagement with Luo Qingning, lost in admiration nearby, numerous guards from the Luo family stood watch, wary of any unforeseen circumstances. Among them was Luo Yang, who watched intently, astonished to see someone capable of competing so fiercely with their esteemed miss. Captain, he is a guest invited by the miss, one of the guards quickly reported. A guest. Luo Yang refocused his attention on the two combatants. The sword energies clashed with unparalleled ferocity, the residual force ravaging the platform, its destructive power far exceeding that of the cleansing marrow realm. Ordinary practitioners of the cleansing marrow realm may possess extraordinary physiques but still wield their weapons like any common person, albeit with far greater lethality. The scene before him, where sword energies clashed like spells, could only be achieved by those in the true Qi realm who had mastered the manipulation of Qi. Only those who had grasped sword intent could channel the forces of nature within the cleansing marrow realm to produce sword energies that rivaled the force of Qi. It was evident that both combatants had long surpassed the novice stage of understanding sword intent. Displaying remarkable adeptness, Luo Yang, now over 50 years old, had only recently achieved mastery of sword intent himself. Despite the longevity afforded by his cultivation realm, he felt a twinge of inadequacy when compared to these two. I am growing old, he mused, stroking the scant beginnings of a beard that had just begun to sprout. I have encountered Butler Zhong, Luo Yang said as he turned at the sound of a voice, revealing an elderly man with a somewhat stooped posture standing behind him. The old man's weathered face was lined with deep creases, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Greetings, Butler Zhong, Luo Yang acknowledged, bowing respectfully. Though the elderly figure appeared frail, Luo Yang was well aware that he had looked this way for as long as he could remember, unchanged through the years. It's little Yang, Butler Zhong remarked with a smile, recognizing the younger member of the Luo family's collateral line, whom he had watched grow up. Your talents are commendable. His gaze shifted back to the sparring arena, where a sharp clang echoed as Yang Xian was forced to retreat over 10 meters, his foot crashing into the ground, causing the ironwood floor to splinter and collapse beneath him. Miss Luo has the upper hand, he noted. Yang Xian flexed his weary arms. The continuous eruption of sword intent had taken a toll on his body. Luo Qingning, however, shook her head. I merely hold an advantage in techniques. Had young Master Yang trained in the same profound arts from a young age, he would undoubtedly surpass me today. Yang Xian managed to smile, thinking it best not to mention that he had only begun his martial training a little over a month ago, a testament to his diligent practice. Miss Luo, you need not be so modest. Victory is victory. In this world there are few what-ifs. The outcome of this contest is the undeniable truth, he replied earnestly. Luo Qingning paused, a flicker of admiration crossing her features. Not boastful nor anxious, such qualities are indeed rare. As they descended from the martial platform together, Luo Qingning immediately noticed the stooped figure of the old man. Butler Zhong, what brings you here? She inquired, surprised to see him. Upon noticing her, the old butler's face brightened instantly with such a commotion. I had no choice but to come, he replied, a smile gracing his lips. This is my esteemed guest, Yang Xian, a true martial genius. Luo Qingning introduced, gesturing towards him. Yang Xian offered a polite greeting to the seemingly amiable old man, discreetly assessing the situation. Chapter 26, Dragon Elephant Characters. Wang Zhong Physique, Dragon Elephant Dominance, Purple. Mountain Moving Divine Ape Bloodline, Purple. Talent, Dragon Elephant Divine Strength, Purple. Unmoving as a Mountain, Purple. Loyalty and Righteousness, Green. Realm, 3rd Rank Transcendental Realm, Incomplete, Dragon Elephant Dominance, as mighty as a dragon and as powerful as an elephant. Unmatched in brute strength. Dragon elephant divine strength, the greatest strength in water, the foremost might on land, possessing the power of the dragon and elephant, invincible in divine majesty, unmoving as a mountain, an extraordinarily robust physique.
Firmly grounded, receiving a comprehensive enhancement, unyielding as a mountain. Mountain-moving divine ape bloodline. The mountain-moving divine ape, a legendary beast of antiquity, could move mountains 1,000 feet high in a single day. Possessing this bloodline endows one with an unparalleled physique.
Loyalty and righteousness, a blend of loyalty and righteousness. Those embodying these traits possess a resilient mind. Yang Xian was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly gentle old man before him was actually a master of the transcendental realm. Albeit a fragmented one. This was his first encounter with such a master, and while he differed from his expectations, the radiant purple attributes prominently displayed the elder's extraordinary nature. Moreover, as a master of body refinement,
he was indeed an exceptional figure. Yang Xian gazed at the old man, who smiled broadly, revealing a set of slightly loose, yellow teeth, finding it hard to imagine that this figure could easily send him flying for miles. "Greetings, Butler Zhong," he said, maintaining a friendly demeanor. A true young genius, indeed, remarkable, Wang Zhong praised without reservation, observing the handsome youth before him. "Your praise is unwarranted, for if we speak of prodigies, Miss Luo is the true paragon." Yang Xian replied, scratching his head, feeling somewhat shy in the presence of the powerful body refinement master. "Youthful humility is commendable, yet sometimes it is essential to display a bit of brilliance," Wang Zhong remarked. Observing the boyish reticence with a smile, "Meeting such an intriguing young man today has rejuvenated my spirit," Wang Zhong continued, his tone growing more profound. "My young lady has had few interactions with others. And we, her elders, have been overly protective, hoping she remains carefree, and now that you have become her friend, I hope you can support her in the future. Should any ill-intentioned individuals appear, do inform us promptly. While I may be an old man, I can still throw a few punches." Wang Zhong's seemingly casual words transformed in Yang Xian's mind into the image of a colossal divine ape, roaring at the heavens, shattering mountains beneath its feet. However, this striking vision quickly faded, as if it were merely a figment of Yang Xian's imagination. Yet, he understood that Wang Zhong had inadvertently released his aura. The overwhelming spiritual pressure giving rise to such an illusion, truly a protective figure. Yang Xian comprehended the elder's intentions and stated solemnly, "Since Miss Luo regards me as a friend, as long as I, Yang Xian, am present, she shall not suffer any grievances." Luo Qingning's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. "You two need not speak so freely." Yang Xian, noticing her flustered expression, realized his words might have been too intimate and awkwardly turned his gaze away. Wang Zhong, sensing the conversation veering off course, quickly excused himself. "I shall not intrude upon the two young ones any longer," he said, making his exit. At least the master's task is accomplished." Luo Qingning thought as she turned her attention back to Yang Xian, a hint of blush still gracing her cheeks. "Please do not mind Butler Zhong, he is merely overly concerned for me." Yang Xian shook his head, assuring her that he held no offense. "Furthermore, I am more than willing to protect Miss Luo." Upon witnessing the lingering shyness on Luo Qingning's face, Yang Xian could not resist teasing her once more. As expected, Luo Qingning's delicate countenance turned a vibrant shade of crimson. "Young Master Yang, you truly have a knack for jesting," she remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Yang Xian, her brows furrowing slightly before she hurriedly departed. Yang Xian chuckled at the sight of Luo Qingning's swift exit. Xiaohua, who had been lingering nearby, approached her with curiosity, asking, "Miss, why is your face so flushed?" "It's nothing, merely the cold," Luo Qingning replied, noticing the sun shining brightly overhead. While Xiaohua listened earnestly to her whimsical explanation, "Miss, do remember to wear more clothing in the future." At the Luo family estate, Luo Tianqing inquired anxiously upon Wang Zhong's return, "How is Uncle Zhong?" "Master, the body is pure and the soul is unblemished. He should not be associated with any malevolent sect. I conducted a spiritual probe earlier, and there were no signs of possession or manipulation, so there should be no issues," Wang Zhong reported, providing his findings. "That is reassuring." Luo Tianqing sighed in relief. Having been demoted from the central court to the position of the Lord of Yunmeng Prefecture, his greatest concern was the possibility of further complications arising. As a third-tier master of the transcendental realm, he was not particularly intimidated by unscrupulous individuals, yet the safety of his family remained a valid concern, were it not for Luo Qingning's insistence on joining the demon-slaying division. And recognizing that confining his daughter within the estate was impractical, he would have preferred for her to remain sheltered at home, allowing him to rest easy. A peerless swordsman ranked third on the list was indeed a figure of great interest. "What is the nature of their relationship?"
Now aware that Yang Xian was not affiliated with any malevolent sect, Luo Tianqing turned his attention to the connection between Yang Xian and his daughter. Miss and young Master Yang are, I would say, friends. Wang Zhong pondered for a moment before responding. Just friends, I presumed. Luo Tianqing immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is good. He had no desire to suddenly acquire a son-in-law. Miss, I can assist you no further, Wang Zhong silently resolved. 3 days later, in Luo Qingning's courtyard, Yang Xian was intently observing his surroundings. Across from him, Luo Qingning was skillfully preparing tea, her movements as fluid as water. A sight to behold, Miss Luo, your tea-making skills are truly remarkable, he complimented. Upon completing the final step of her tea preparation, she filled 3 cups to a perfect 8/10, releasing a fragrant steam. Please, young master. She offered. Thank you, Yang Xian said as he lifted the cup, savoring the delicate flavor that lingered on his palate, refreshing and invigorating, allowing him to relax entirely. He could sense that his cognitive faculties were even sharpening slightly. Clearly, this was an extraordinarily rare tea, capable of enhancing one's comprehension, even if only for a brief period, making it invaluable. Meanwhile, Xiaohua sat nearby, continuously stuffing her mouth with pastries. Upon seeing the hot tea, she gulped it down in one swift motion, smacking her lips as if still yearning for more. Observing this, Luo Qingning delivered a gentle chop to Xiaohua's head. Ouch, 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 Xiaohua cried, cradling her head with a pitiful expression. Yang Xian could not help but burst into laughter. Miss Luo and Miss Xiaohua share a profound bond. With a hint of exasperation, Luo Qingning rubbed her forehead, apologizing. I hope I did not cause you to laugh, young master. Yang Xian turned his gaze to Xiaohua, smiling as he remarked, Miss Xiaohua possesses an innocent disposition. One should consider it endearing rather than a source of amusement. Hearing Yang Xian's praise, Xiaohua straightened her back, a satisfied look on her face. Witnessing Xiaohua's pride, Luo Qingning couldn't help but feel a touch of helplessness. Miss, could you enlighten me about the innate sword bone? Yang Xian inquired, expressing his deepest curiosity while activating the sword bone within him. Causing his chest to emanate a soft white glow, Luo Qingning sensed a resonance with her own sword bone, the two seemingly responding to one another autonomously. She was astonished, realizing that young master shared her unique trait. No wonder he could master both sword and blade intentions. It seemed he possessed not only exceptional comprehension but also an innate sword bone. Excitement bubbled within her. She had not anticipated encountering a kindred spirit. Since you possess an innate sword bone, allow me to share some insights I have gathered. Chapter 27. The distinction of sword bones. Innate sword bones have appeared numerous times throughout history. Each sword bone is unique, with varying degrees of completeness. Only a complete sword bone can nurture a full-fledged divine ability. However, even complete sword bones possess distinctions of superiority and inferiority. Generally, only the more formidable sword bones can cultivate higher-tier divine abilities. This is also the Achilles heel of sword bones. Those capable of nurturing superior divine abilities have been exceedingly rare in history. The majority of sword bones fall into the categories of inferior or medium-tier divine abilities, or even fragmented ones. As Luo Qingning spoke, she activated the sword bone within her, and a clear, melodious ringing filled the air. The divine abilities nurtured by sword bones can only manifest upon breaking through to the true Gang realm. Prior to reaching the true Gang realm, innate sword bones can merely enhance our understanding of the sword path. After Yang Xian listened, he finally understood why he could not wield the power of the sword bone. It was simply a matter of not having reached the appropriate realm. That he had previously assumed that his sword bone was defective and unusable. Thank you for clarifying, he expressed gratitude, noticing the dawn breaking outside. He rose swiftly. Miss, the trials at the demon-slaying division should commence shortly, correct? Luo Qingning nodded. I have prepared the carriage. Young master may depart directly. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian clasped his hands in thanks. Upon arriving outside the estate, Yang Xian beheld 4 horses, each adorned with unusual horns and covered in black scales, drawing a lavish carriage. These were Joma, possessing the bloodline of the dragon, formidable in strength, akin to a 7th-tier marrow-cleansing martial artist. Regarded as superior steeds in the great Zhou dynasty, of Fong Jing had long been waiting nearby, and upon seeing the impressive Joma, he could not help but marvel. Yang Xian mounted the carriage, followed closely by Fong Jing. Young master, please hold on tight, we are setting off. The coachman cracked the whip, and the 4 Joma surged forward, galloping with the speed of the wind, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demon-slaying division was not situated in the heart of Yunming City but rather near the outskirts. Specifically in the eastern part of the city. Here an array of sprawling buildings served as the headquarters for the demon-slaying division, with a prominent 9-story tower rising nearly 100 meters high. At this moment, the typically quiet entrance of the demon-slaying division was bustling with activity as crowds gathered awaiting something. A magnificent carriage pulled by 4 Jama approached, stirring the attention of many onlookers. Young master. Those are the talents from various corners of Yunmeng Prefecture, Fang Jing remarked. Some have come voluntarily to participate in the demon-slaying trials, while others were recommended by demon-slaying emissaries. Most are inconsequential, but a few young masters warrant caution. Fang Jing gestured subtly towards a cold-faced young swordsman clutching a long sword. His name is Zhang Jian, a member of the Zhang clan in Yunmeng City. Though not a prominent family, the Zhang clan wields significant influence with several divine realm experts in their ranks. As the second son of the clan leader, Zhang Jian possesses remarkable talent. He is rumored to have a special constitution and possesses a profound understanding of the sword path. At merely 20 years of age, he has already reached the mid-stage of marrow cleansing and seems to have grasped the essence of sword intent. Of course, he poses no real threat to you. Fang Jing continued to introduce other notable talents, including the young master of a merchant guild and rising rogue cultivators. Yang Xian regarded Fang Jing with curiosity. Why are you inquiring about so many people? Isn't it because you, young master, are preparing to join the demon-slaying division? I am merely taking precautions. After all, they will be your future colleagues, Fang Jing replied earnestly. Yang Xian felt a sense of satisfaction at Fang Jing's diligence in gathering information, while he held little interest in these individuals. Fang Jing was performing admirably in his role as a subordinate. Well done, but no need to continue. I am not here to make friends at the demon-slaying division. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Yang Xian interrupted, for he had come to pursue the grand endeavor of avenging his family. As the 4 majestic Jama galloped forth, the onlookers erupted in discussions. These are Jama, my heavens, each one is worth thousands of taels. Where does this young master hail from? A finely dressed young heir gazed in astonishment at the approaching carriage. However, as the carriage drew nearer, everyone quickly spotted the character Luo emblazoned on it. Further capturing their attention, the Luo family. Is it not the Luo family of Yunmeng? The name of the Luo clan commanded immense respect and admiration within Yunmeng City. That appears to be the carriage of the Luo family's young lady. A young swordsman remarked uncertainly, eyeing the exquisite carriage. What, is it Luo Qingning, the celestial beauty ranked 3rd on the peerless list? Instantly the crowd erupted in excitement, captivated by the mention of her name, the name of the White Jade Fairy. Luo Qingning was known to all within Yunmeng City. Indeed, her fame surpassed even that of Luo Tianqing, the master of the transcendental realm. While masters were rare, there were still many across the 36 states. However, to be ranked 3rd on the peerless list was to possess a beauty unparalleled in the world, and she was the first celestial being to grace Yunmeng City. Indeed, Luo Qingning made an appearance in this very carriage, and I witnessed it myself from the roadside, her celestial visage forever etched in my memory. A young swordsman recounted, admiration shining in his eyes. With the young swordsman's fervent confirmation, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, their eyes glued to the approaching carriage. As the carriage's curtain was slowly drawn aside, a slender, elegant hand emerged, truly a fairy. Even her delicate hands are unlike those of ordinary women, spectators mused as they beheld the distinctly exquisite hand. As the curtain was fully pulled aside, a tall figure of striking elegance stepped out of the carriage, followed closely by a bookish-looking attendant. Has the fairy transformed into a man, or are there 2 of them? With a sharp crack, it seemed as though something delicate had shattered. The onlookers cast their eyes upon the 2 figures disembarking from the carriage with a mixture of sorrow and indignation. Upon stepping down, Yang Xian was met with the unwavering stares of the crowd, their eyes brimming with unshed tears, as if he had committed some egregious offense inciting divine wrath. Perplexed, he mused, I have yet to cultivate enmity. Yet here I stand, a veritable beacon of disdain. Confounded, he pondered whether he possessed an innate disposition to draw animosity. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden epiphany struck him. Surely this assembly could not be under the delusion that he was harboring Luo Qingning within. As this notion took hold, he scrutinized the expressions of those around him, stifling a smile while maintaining an air of calm at the entrance of the demon-slaying bureau. Meanwhile, Fang Jing swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the multitude's gaze pressing upon him, a palpable pressure that made him acutely aware of the price of trailing behind a paragon of excellence. He glanced at the composed Yang Xian, admiration swelling within him. Indeed, the young master remained unfazed, undeterred by the wolves encircling him. Yang Xian, amidst the probing eyes, busied himself with the panels before him. Vigilance was paramount. He was all too familiar with the art of deception. He certainly did not wish to uncover any insidious figures lurking beneath the surface board. He continued to peruse the panels until one caught his eye, causing his expression to shift to one of gravity.
Chapter 28, The Demon-Slaying Trial Character, Yen Zixia Qi Yuanha Physique, Mortal Talent, Crimson Demon Spirit, Purple, Soul Mutation, Purple, Demon Dao Prodigy, Purple, Realm, Initial Stage of 7th Rank Cleansing Marrow Realm Crimson Demon Spirit, Soul Metamorphosis. Spirit has manifested, possessing the true form of the Crimson Demon, capable of soul transference, soul mutation. Due to symbiosis with the spirit, the soul undergoes mutation and is being assimilated by the spirit. Demon Dao Prodigy, ruthless and unyielding, adept at the rapid advancement of Demon Dao techniques. Indeed, I have encountered one. Yang Xian raised his gaze to see a young man clad in a purple robe. His features unremarkable yet marked by a resolute expression, presently secluded in a corner. Who is that? Yang Xian signaled for Fang Jing to direct his attention toward the young man in purple. Fang Jing scrutinized him carefully. Young master, that is one of the prodigies participating in this demon-slaying trial, Yen Zixia. That he has recently risen to prominence as a rogue genius, rumored to have been an ordinary martial artist until a fortuitous return from Yunmeng Marsh. His strength has surged remarkably, purportedly breaking through to the cleansing marrow realm, and his combat achievements are formidable. Many speculate that he must have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity, drawing the attention of countless individuals. Yet he remains unscathed. As Fang Jing spoke, a tinge of envy graced his countenance. Fortuitous encounters were the aspirations of every martial artist. Yang Xian, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. This Yen Zixia must be the one who returned from Yunmeng Marsh with the Crimson Demon Spirit. Furthermore, given the term soul mutation in Demon Dao Prodigy, it was likely that Yen Zixia was nearing the completion of this spirit's embodiment. A flicker of intrigue passed through Yang Xian's eyes. A spirit could only undergo metamorphosis at the second-rank True Fire realm. Only with a spirit could one conduct soul transference, a process akin to living anew, though the opportunity for transference was singular. It remained exceptionally perilous, yet those possessing the second-rank True Fire realm were few and far between, their names well known throughout the realm. Yang Xian recalled a figure from the simulations, Qi Shuai, a venerable from the Qi Shui demon cult. And the shared surname raised suspicions of a connection. The Qi Shui demon cult, one of the 8 infamous sects, was among the largest of the demonic sects, and it was hardly surprising for them to possess individuals of the second-rank True Fire realm. Yang Xian chose to avert his gaze, deeming such ancient beings too distant for him to engage with at present. Master, will the difficulty of this demon-slaying trial be substantial? Yen Zixia silently pondered. Fear not, with my guidance, this trial shall pose little challenge for you, Qi Yuanha replied with unwavering confidence. Reassured by his enigmatic mentor's words, Yen Zixia felt a weight lift from his heart. I must become a member of the demon-slaying bureau. To personally vanquish the demons and avenge the wrongs that haunt my heart, Yen Zixia silently vowed, for both his parents had perished at the hands of the demon race, with his mediocre talent. He had once resigned himself to a life of obscurity. However, encountering his current mysterious master had not only enhanced his talents but also provided him with techniques, nurturing him into a prodigy, thus illuminating a glimmer of hope for his future. My master truly represents the greatest fortune of my life. Yen Zixia could not help but smile. Meanwhile, deep within Yen Zixia's soul, Qi Yuan has seated in frustration. This insufferable brat, bent on joining the demon-slaying bureau, does he wish for my demise to come swifter? Qi Yuan's heart brimmed with resentment. Had he merely been able to seize this body, he could have returned to the Qi Shui demon cult and gradually regained his strength. Yet, due to the grievous injuries inflicted upon his spirit, he could only choose to parasitize Yen Zixia's soul, gradually assimilating it. During this process, Qi Yuanha found himself irrevocably bound to Yen Zixia's soul. Should the demon-slaying bureau uncover any anomalies, he too would be ensnared. Curse it, this boy's convictions are too steadfast. Qi Yuanha felt exasperation rise within him. He had initially intended to sway the boy's thoughts through the influence of his soul, yet Yen Zixia's determination proved insurmountable even with relentless attempts day and night. He could not alter the boy's resolve. If this continues, I shall have to act swiftly. Qi Yuanha resigned himself to the risks. Recognizing this as the most prudent course of action, the demon-slaying bureau employed rigorous methods to detect anomalies within the soul. And had he not been gravely injured, he would have deemed their scrutiny laughable. However, with a spirit so severely wounded that even soul transference was problematic, he had little confidence in evading their examination. Do not blame me, little one. Encountering me is both your fortune and misfortune. I shall mold this body into a formidable force. All you need do is comply. Once I seize control, the demon race shall not know how many to slay. Qi Yuanha's resolve solidified as he fell into a profound silence within the depths of his soul. With a resounding thud, the heavy iron gate creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in gleaming silver robes.
Flanked by a procession of demon-slaying agents clad in pitch-black garments, the agents were distinguished by their black, silver, and gold attire, corresponding to the three ranks of badges: copper, silver, and gold. The gold badge was reserved for those at the third-rank Transcendence realm, while the silver badges were divided into three levels, correlating to the three stages of innate realms. The copper badge was the most common, awarded to those who had yet to reach the innate stage. Fang Jing explained this to Yang Xian. Yang Xian regarded the lead middle-aged man, noting the two silver stripes adorning his silver-white robe. 2 silver stripes indicated a warrior of the spirit intent realm. The silver-badged agent seemingly sensed Yang Xian's gaze and offered him a warm smile and nod. This gesture left Yang Xian bewildered. He was certain he did not recognize this demon-slaying agent. However, Fang Jing connected the dots, exclaiming, "Young master, I have heard that the head of the demon-slaying bureau in Yunmeng City is a member of the Luo family, a three-striped silver-badged agent. I surmise that, due to your relationship with Miss Luo, the bureau chief has likely been informed of your arrival. At last, Yang Xian comprehended why Luo Qingning had chosen to affiliate herself with the demon-slaying bureau. Her superior was indeed an ally. "Everyone, please enter," the lead silver-badged agent called out. Yang Xian and the crowd promptly filed in. A vast platform, constructed of verdant bricks, rose before them, upon which stood three colossal black stone tablets. "In our demon-slaying bureau, our foremost duty is, of course, to exterminate the malevolent creatures that disrupt the peace. Thus, our assessments are quite straightforward. It involves the eradication of these creatures, which we refer to as the demon-slaying trial." The middle-aged man in silver robes ascended the stone platform, gazing at the three tablets. "These tablets represent our task board, chronicling all the demonic incidents requiring attention within Yunmeng Prefecture." The silver-robed man smiled slightly. "Your mission is exceedingly simple. Complete the tasks assigned to you based on your abilities as listed on the tablets. Only those who succeed will be deemed worthy of joining the demon-slaying bureau. Naturally, these tasks must be accomplished independently. Should you rely on external assistance or fail to meet the deadlines, you shall be disqualified. Of course, if you possess confidence in evading the bureau's scrutiny, feel free to test your luck with that." The silver-robed man gestured for all to approach the tablets. The crowd gathered before the tablets, and Yang Xian observed the towering monument, 10 zhang high, upon which words began to materialize. Trialist, Yang Xian incident, recent disturbances in Sanshui City, Kaicloud County, caused by a 7th-rank demon. Eliminate the demon and ascertain the cause to complete the trial. Rank, see deadline. 1 month. Kaicloud County is one of the 6 counties within Yunmeng Prefecture. Situated in the eastern part of the prefecture, encompassing dozens of cities, some like Heishan City, are so small that they lack even a 7th-rank cleansing marrow realm warrior, while others are several times larger. Hosting true gang realm warriors, Sanshui City, being one of the larger cities, boasts a population exceeding 300,000 along with several cleansing marrow realm warriors. Recently, a 7th-rank tiger demon had invaded Sanshui City, devouring over 100 souls before making its escape, subsequently taking up residence in the vicinity and ambushing passing merchant caravans. Yang Xian, after reviewing the intelligence obtained from the demon-slaying bureau, signaled for Fang Jing, who had remained outside to prepare for their expedition. Chapter 29, Sanshui City. Sanshui City derives its name from the 3 rivers that flow through it, and its prosperous shipping trade has contributed to its flourishing economy, making it a significant urban center. This prosperity has also fostered advancements in martial arts, as Sanshui City is home to several formidable cleansing marrow realm warriors, due to the multitude of martial artists. The power dynamics within Sanshui City are quite complex. However, among these factions, one particular force stands out as the most formidable, reaping the greatest benefits from the city. The government, as expected, plays a significant role. With 2,000 soldiers stationed in Sanshui City, alongside 4 practitioners at the Washing Marrow Realm. In addition to this, there is the Chen family, boasting 3 Washing Marrow Realm warriors, which makes them the most powerful entity in Sanshui City. With hundreds of servants at their disposal, they are indeed the local overlords. My lord, where shall we begin? Wu Fang Jing inquired. Having finished reviewing the intelligence he held, let us first consult the government to gather information. Yang Xian replied without hesitation. The Demon Slayer Division has already made arrangements, so we shall naturally begin our inquiries there. An hour later, the boat docked, and Yang Xian and his companion made their way through the bustling wharf, heading straight for the county office. The county office, located in the northern part of Sanshui City, is quite expansive. The two arrived swiftly. As the guards attempted to stop them, Yang Xian produced a black token. I am an examiner of the Demon Slayer Division, here to address the matter of the Demon Tiger incident. Upon hearing this, the guards did not dare to delay and quickly rushed inside to inform the county magistrate.
Ha, we were already informed that the Demon Slayer Division would be sending capable individuals to handle the Demon Tiger situation. From what I see, you are indeed a young prodigy, the county magistrate said with a kind and approachable demeanor. His voice resonating powerfully. Greetings, Master Li, Yang Xian responded, returning the respectful gesture with humility. There is no need for such formality, I am merely an examiner of the Demon Slayer Division and not yet a true Demon Slayer. Yang Xian replied, noticing Li Wei's friendly attitude and lifting him up in spirit. Simultaneously, he discreetly assessed Li Wei's profile, character, Li Wei physique, mortal talent, insightful green, eloquent green, charismatic green realm, 8th rank bone refinement perfection. His strength was indeed commendable. However, in a world of high martial arts, inadequate power would render one unable to maintain stability. Yang Xian had heard that the central authority of the Great Zhou dynasty, comprising the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, consisted of at least 3rd-rank transcendent masters. To command respect, then, it would trouble you, Master Li, to enlighten me regarding the intelligence on the Demon Tiger, Yang Xian said with a smile as he entered the county office alongside Li Wei. Certainly, Li Wei replied, leading them to the main hall and summoning the county deputy. Young Master Yang, this is our county's deputy. He has been tracking the Demon Tiger incident and will provide you with the details. Li Wei gestured towards the somewhat rotund deputy. With a hearty smile, the deputy began, Young Master, the Demon Tiger appeared here 7 days ago. It first attacked a small village on the outskirts, devouring over 100 people in one go. When the county guards pursued it, it fled into the forest, which has a complicated terrain. Given the tiger's formidable strength, the guards did not dare to recklessly follow. After reporting this to the Demon Slayer Division, we were instructed to await the arrival of a true Demon Slayer. As the deputy glanced at Yang Xian, he continued, it seems that the Demon Tiger has made the nearby forest its lair, occasionally ambushing passing merchant caravans, leaving no survivors. As a result, that trade route has been temporarily abandoned. What is the exact strength of this Demon Tiger? Yang Xian inquired, eager to learn more. According to the county guards, the Demon Tiger is several zhang long and is estimated to possess strength equivalent to the mid-stage of the Washing Marrow realm. It is currently hiding in the largest forest to the east of Sanshui City. The deputy replied after a moment of contemplation. Having obtained the desired information, Yang Xian promptly took his leave. The county magistrate sought him off at the gate, only returning to the hall once Yang Xian had walked far enough away. After Yang Xian's departure, the deputy turned to Li Wei with a puzzled expression. Is it truly necessary for us to bow so low to someone who is not even a true demon slayer? Li Wei chuckled softly. I recently received news from the capital that Miss Luo of the Luo family has made a new acquaintance, who has become a prominent guest at the Luo residence. Moreover, he is a young martial arts genius who has come to our county. Should I not show a bit of humility? The deputy's eyes widened in surprise. Is this young master truly the one? Indeed, Li Wei nodded, sighing, my martial arts talent is lacking. If I wish to ascend to a higher position, I must rely on the support of others. This young master is a person of significance. Perhaps in the future, a mere mention from him could elevate my status immensely. The deputy, upon hearing this, lightly clapped his hands. Even without such a noble patron, with your capabilities, rising through the ranks is merely a matter of time. The county magistrate simply smiled and said nothing further. Once Yang Xian left the county office, Fang Jing could no longer contain her curiosity. Young master, shall we seek out the Demon Tiger now? Not yet. Let us first explore the city, Yang Xian replied, wishing to see if any malevolent forces lurked within Sanshui City. If any were found, he would deal with them before confronting the Demon Tiger. Since the Chen family is the largest clan in Sanshui City, let us gather information on their reputation. Yang Xian then led Fang Jing to various tea houses and taverns throughout the city to inquire about intelligence. Tea houses and taverns are typically bustling hubs of information, frequented by individuals from all walks of life. Although they might not hold critical intelligence, they serve as the quickest means to understand the locale. At this moment, a well-dressed young man in white robes and a scholar were seated on the 3rd floor, engrossed in the captivating storytelling of a performer below. With a loud thud, the storyteller struck the wooden table. Clearing his throat, today, we shall recount the tale of the martial king, who single-handedly faced a million-strong army and captured a dragon with but one hand. The story unfolded, recounting events from 30 years past when the various kingdoms of the West amassed 1 million troops, surging towards Qingzhou with unstoppable momentum. Despite the combined efforts of several major sects and the government, they faltered, suffering successive defeats, resulting in the fall of several transcendent masters. As the million-strong army marched south,
Their intention was to seize the 3 continents in a single relentless sweep. By the time the court received word, it was already too late. Reinforcements could not be dispatched in time, thus all hope was placed on the shoulders of the man known as the Martial King, who was said to command the very forces of nature. However, even the Martial King faced daunting odds against 1 million soldiers and numerous powerful martial artists. All that everyone could do was hope he could hold the final line at the Shanhaiguan Pass until reinforcements arrived. Yet, the Martial King was no ordinary man. He was reputed to suppress the martial arts of the world, defying expectations. The Martial King abandoned the pass and chose to confront the enemy head-on, wielding a spear against the million-strong army. This decision was audacious. Even a second-ranked true fire realm expert would find their strength diminished by 70% in such a scenario, let alone face the combined might of so many formidable foes. No mortal could survive such circumstances, yet the Martial King achieved the impossible. On the vast battlefield, a towering manifestation arose, its form reaching 1,000 zhan, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, with a dragon-shaped spear resting upon its back. Radiating an awe-inspiring presence, the army, not to be outdone, summoned their own energy, coalescing into a fearsome black dragon that charged towards the Martial King's manifestation. Yet, with a simple gesture of his left hand, the Martial King ensnared the dragon's head, rendering it immobile. With his right hand, he swung his spear, causing even the mightiest of masters to bow in submission, unable to bear the overwhelming divine might. One man shattered 1 million-strong army, a single spear imposing silence upon the vast western lands. After this battle, the Martial King transcended humanity, becoming a living legend, akin to the celestial beings of ancient lore. Capable of shaking the heavens and devouring the sun and moon with but a thought, the storyteller then delved into the intricacies of the battle, as if recounting a personal experience, vividly painting the scene and immersing the audience in the tale. "Bravo!" Yang Xian exclaimed, pulling out 10 taels of silver from his pocket, much to Fang Jing's disapproving gaze. Seeing the tip, the storyteller beamed with delight, expressing gratitude before diving back into the enthralling narrative with even greater focus. Truly inspiring, Yang Xian reflected, moved by the story he had just heard. This is the realm of high martial arts, where one individual's strength can transcend the mundane. He had indeed heard of the Martial King, the foremost among the 4 kings of the Great Zhou, originally ranked first on the celestial rankings, the pinnacle below the ascendant realm. The celestial rankings were a list that recorded the most prominent figures in the true fire realm, with only 36 positions available for the elite. To be listed among them indicated extraordinary prowess. The Martial King, capable of subduing all others in the true fire realm, was a figure of terrifying talent. Particularly after the upheaval in the west, he ascended to the ascendant realm, truly suppressing the martial arts of the world and standing at the apex of human achievement. After gaining permission from the Luo residents, Yang Xian frequently perused the library, diligently enhancing his knowledge. Various rankings established by the Tianji Pavilion documented the myriad people and entities in the world. The human, earth, heaven, and divine rankings specifically listed the most exceptional martial talents across the realms. The human ranking only includes prodigies under 40 years of age, while the earth ranking encompasses transcendent masters, with only 72 positions available. The heaven ranking records masters of the true fire realm, limited to 36 seats, while the divine ranking captures the pinnacle figures of the ascendant realm, without any specific order due to the rarity of their appearances. Furthermore, the Tianji Pavilion refrained from ranking these individuals, as any displeasure from a prominent ascendant could lead to dire consequences. Fang Jing, observing Yang Xian completely engrossed in the storyteller's captivating account, could not help but ask, "Young master, were we not here to gather information?" Yang Xian patted Fang Jing reassuringly. "Rest easy. We have visited several teahouses and taverns, and it appears that the reputation of these factions in the area is quite favorable. It seems there are no immediate opportunities for action." Yang Xian silently mused over this as Fang Jing prepared to speak again, when suddenly, a loud cheer erupted. "Bravo, a reward," as hundreds of taels of silver cascaded down, nearly striking the storyteller on the head. He, however, displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he gleefully gathered the coins from the ground and bowed toward the upper floors. "Thank you for the generous reward, young Master Chen," he exclaimed, unable to conceal the excitement etched on his face. The sum of over 100 taels was the most he had ever received in his travels across numerous cities. Yang Xian glanced across, spotting a corpulent young man clad in sumptuous attire, laughing heartily, clearly reveling in the attention. A member of the Chen family, Yang Xian thought, observing the young man with a peculiar expression. Character: Chen Ming, bone parasite physique, mortal talent, lazy gray, short-lived gray realm, mid-stage 9-tier blood refinement. Bone parasite? Yang Xian pondered this strange term, his eyes reflecting confusion.
It did not sound like a favorable condition. It appeared that trouble was brewing. His gaze flickered, initially believing he would struggle to find a target. But now it seemed the Chen family harbored significant issues. An opportunity had arisen. His simulator had long been yearning for action. Departing, Yang Xian, accompanied by Fang Jing, sought refuge in a rather opulent inn. With Fang Jing footing the bill, Yang Xian planned to investigate the Chen family estate later that night to uncover any hidden agendas. Chapter 31. The treasure silk garments several dozen miles from Three Water City. Nestled within a small mountain, a vast pit lay halfway up the slope, as if hewn by human hands, extending into the profound depths. However, after traversing the dark path for a while, the interior opened into a broad expanse. Flickering red flames illuminated the cavern, casting an extraordinary warmth that made the air stiflingly hot. At the center stood a colossal furnace, radiating boundless light and heat, within which a translucent silk garment could be faintly discerned amidst the roaring flames. Beside the furnace sat a frail, emaciated elder, his face gaunt, nearly devoid of flesh, resembling a mere skeleton draped in human skin. Almost there, the elder murmured, gazing at the embryo taking shape within the furnace. His eyes gleaming. Disciple, how goes the preparation? He turned to the side. A brawny man, resembling a hulking bear, promptly replied, Master, I have personally planted the bone parasites in every member of the Chen family. I have mixed the parasites into them. They will detonate within 3 days at the latest. Hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. The bone parasite was a secret treasure he had extracted from the bone path, capable of parasitizing ordinary individuals, transforming them into mindless killing machines until death or exhaustion claimed them. Moreover, a more potent breed of parasite could even infiltrate powerful warriors, such as those from the Chen family's marrow-refining realm. Even after having refined their bodies, enhancing their internal organs beyond the norm, their resistance could still be temporarily overridden, rendering them as soulless puppets. Once these parasites spread throughout the city, a single detonation would lead to a bloodbath. Leaving behind only the nourished skeletal remains, the elder's gaze shifted back to the translucent silk garment in the furnace. 100,000 living bones, one treasure silk garment. This is the secret art of our bone path. A garment embryo forged from vast resources. By adding the essence of 100,000 freshly deceased bones, one can obtain a defensive treasure weapon. No need for a master craftsman or outside aid. With sufficient resources, one can forge a treasure-grade bone silk garment. If we could slay millions, a divine-grade bone silk garment would not be out of reach with the addition of this 30,000 population. We are nearly at 500,000. As the guardian of the bone path, the elder had collected the essence of over 100,000 bones 30 years prior. Unfortunately, this endeavor had left him injured for decades. Only recently regaining the strength to gather more bone essence. 500,000 living bones, perhaps luck will grant us an upper-grade treasure weapon, he mused, his skeletal head creaking. Master, news from the Demon Slayer division has arrived. They have sent someone here, the brawny man interjected. Why has the Demon Slayer division dispatched someone? After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a pile of bones nearby, remnants of what appeared to be some large beast. This should be due to the tiger demon's disturbance. The elder's eyes flickered with intrigue. Who would have thought that a mere little tiger, accidentally wandering in, would attract the attention of the Demon Slayer division? What level? A novice trialist, the elder observed the brawny man quietly. Are you so idle that you find such trivial news worth mentioning? Sensing the elder's displeasure, the brawny man hastily added, the report states he has close ties with the Luo family. The Yunmeng Luo family. The elder's expression shifted from shock to gritted teeth. His years of injury could be attributed to the Luo family, whose former adversary had now ascended to the third tier of the profound realm. Wielding considerable power, meanwhile, he, due to his injuries, remained trapped in the divine intent realm, his lifespan already waning, effectively closing the door on his path to the profound realm. Every thought of this filled the elder with loathing. Even without his injuries, the probability of breaking through to the profound realm was incredibly slim, yet, the difference between despair and hope was palpable, and to learn that his enemy had achieved the very realm he yearned for set his heart ablaze with fury. You go kill him, the elder commanded, fixing his gaze on the brawny man, his second disciple. Though he had just entered the true Qi realm, dealing with someone who was not even innate would be a trivial task. Master, but what about the ties to the demon clan? The brawny man hesitated. Killing is one thing, but he is closely related to the Luo family. Taking a life comes with consequences, having survived in the ruthless bone path for so long. He had adhered to the principle of remaining low-key, living a half-life of caution. Now that he had finally broken through to the true Qi realm, he did not want to risk his life through a single misstep. I will personally reach out to the demon clan. They will not refuse the blood essence of over 30,000 people. The elder smirked coldly. You wouldn't want to miss out, would you?
The brawny man shuddered. His resolve solidifying. I shall obey your command, now that's my good disciple, the elder replied, satisfied, waving him off. The brawny man turned to leave, his expression bitter. This old man was far too demanding. He had initially joined the elder's ranks out of sympathy for his injuries. But now he found himself not only slaughtering cities but also being ordered to carry out such dark deeds. The Chen family estate was not far from the government office, situated within a district populated by affluent households. With the Chen residence nestled among them, in the deep of night, the full moon hung high, casting its light upon the brightly lit Chen estate, a testament to the family's opulence, utilizing the turtle breath technique. Yang Xian effortlessly infiltrated the estate, evading the notice of patrolling guards and even the fierce guard dogs in the courtyard. He navigated the walls toward the largest courtyard of the estate. Through the gauzy curtains, he could faintly hear the steady rhythm of breathing within. Peering inside, he discerned the head of the Chen family character. Chen Jian, bone parasite physique, mortal talent, swordsmanship talent green. Slight aptitude green, venomous white realm, mid-stage 7-tier marrow refinement. It appeared that inside was indeed the head of the Chen family. As anticipated, he too was afflicted with the bone parasite, without raising an alarm. Yang Xian decided to explore the other courtyards to ascertain whether any members of the Chen family remained unaffected. After a brief interval, Yang Xian returned to the courtyard, his countenance composed. He had covertly surveyed each courtyard, confirming that all inhabitants were in a state of bone parasite infestation. For everyone to be afflicted, there had to be a means of transmission. What could it be? Having gathered the information he sought, Yang Xian did not linger and left the estate without a trace. The following morning, Fang Jing rose early, stretching and shaking off the sleep. Upon descending the stairs, he found his master waiting for him below. Not wasting time, Yang Xian quickly devoured his 20th bowl of beef noodles and then dragged Fang Jing out of the inn. Master, I haven't had breakfast yet, Fang Jing protested, his stomach growling in protest. Fang Jing, I have a task for you. Investigate how many inns the Chen family has established in Three Water City. Fang Jing, puzzled but not inclined to ask further questions, immediately set off to gather information throughout the city. If the bone parasite sought to spread throughout the city, it would undoubtedly do so through means accessible to all. Food, water, and air were the three essentials that no one could evade. Firstly, the notion of air as a transmission method was terrifying. If it indeed spread through the air, during his time in the city, he had encountered several individuals, and aside from Chen Ming, none had shown signs of infection, thus air could largely be ruled out. As for water, the city had numerous water sources due to the convergence of three rivers, leading to an abundance of wells. Relying on water for transmission seemed excessively laborious. Moreover, given the current state of affairs, only a small portion of the population appeared to be affected, indicating that most remained safe, thus diminishing the likelihood of water as a vector. Importantly, the Chen family nearly monopolized the inn business in Three Water City, controlling both high-end and low-end establishments. This was the primary reason Yang Xian had chosen to investigate inns first. If they intended to spread the parasite, it would undoubtedly commence from the most accessible points. Hence, Yang Xian proceeded directly to the largest inn in Three Water City, Zui Chunju. This impressive 5-story establishment was exquisitely decorated, constructed entirely from high-quality rosewood, with various artistic scrolls adorning the walls, each exuding a profound ambience. Let me see if this place is clean, he murmured to himself. Chapter 32, The Tavern Characters, Niu Daqiang, White Bone Parasite Physique, Mortal Talent, Hunting Green, Reckless White Realm, Late Stage of 9-Rank Blood Refining Realm Characters, Su Hansan. White Bone Parasite Physique, Mortal Talent, Jealousy White, Venomous White Realm, Mid-Stage of 9-Rank Blood Refining Realm. Only the affluent can afford to visit Zui Chunju, hence most attendees are martial artists. The first floor serves as a hall, furnished with numerous tables and chairs, bustling with patrons, predominantly blood-refining martial artists. Yang Xian cast a casual glance and noted that every individual present was, without exception, in a state of white bone parasite. A nearby attendant was about to approach to serve the esteemed guest when he witnessed the young gentleman leap directly to the second floor. Young master, one cannot jump about here, he exclaimed. In the attendant's astonished gaze, the young gentleman then turned and dashed straight toward the tavern's kitchen, provoking a chorus of gasps as he burst inside. The kitchen of Zui Chunju was remarkably spacious, bustling with over a dozen chefs stirring pots, the rich aroma of oil and smoke saturating the air. What are you doing here, a stout man? Presumably the head chef bellowed upon seeing the intruder. Yang Xian disregarded the chef's furious outburst, his eyes scrutinizing everyone in the kitchen. Characters, Jiaode, White Bone Parasite Physique, Mortal Talent, Culinary White Knife Skills White Realm, Early Stage of 9-Rank Blood Refining Realm Characters, Wang Xiao. White bone parasite physique, mortal talent, culinary arts white, cooking white, knife skills white, taste white realm, late stage of 9 rank blood refining realm. Indeed, every individual present, including the shouting chef beside him, was in a state of white bone parasite. From where did you enter? Do you know this is the kitchen of Zui Chunju? This is the territory of the Chen family. The stout chef, witnessing Yang Xian's indifference, erupted in fury, causing the surrounding cooks to fall silent. It appeared that this chef was accustomed to wielding authority in the kitchen, and as he spoke, no one dared to provoke him. Talkative, Yang Xian retorted, delivering a punch that crushed the stout man's face, rendering him unconscious and sprawled on the floor, his corpulent body twitching. Although the chef was somewhat bothersome, his transgressions did not warrant death. Yang Xian merely controlled his strength, ensuring the man would remain in a coma for a month. Casting a glance at the cowering chefs, Yang Xian turned and departed. After he left, no one made any move to assist the fallen figure. The incident transpired swiftly. As Yang Xian stepped outside, several guards hurriedly approached, attempting to intercept him. Halt! With a thunderous crash, dust swirled, wooden planks splintered, and debris scattered everywhere, causing the diners on the first floor to scurry for cover. A gash over 10 meters long extended to the feet of the guards. Gazing at the several-inch deep scar on the ground, the guards exchanged glances, instinctively halting their pursuit. As soon as Yang Xian emerged, he hastened back to the inn, awaiting Fang Jing's return with news. Before long, Fang Jing rushed back, breathless. Young master, I've gathered all the information regarding the taverns. After catching his breath, he promptly relayed the locations of all taverns controlled by the Chen family. As the most powerful force in Sanshui City, the Chen family monopolized the tavern industry, with over 80% directly under their control. Without hesitation, Yang Xian set off towards the other taverns. Though Zui Chunju had been confirmed, he still sought to examine the situations at other establishments to further substantiate his suspicions. Soon chaos erupted in several prominent taverns across Sanshui City, as news spread of a young martial artist wreaking havoc unrestrainedly within various taverns. Chen Mansion, head of the Chen family, Chen Jian, was in his study admiring a renowned painting he had recently acquired at a great expense. The depiction of ancient mountains and rocks adorned with pines exuded an aura of vitality. Indeed, it was the masterpiece of the esteemed artist Lu Zijuan, truly deserving of its reputation. At over 50 years of age, Chen Jian, a practitioner of the blood-washing realm, was still in the prime of his life. As he marveled at the painting, a voice abruptly disrupted his reverie. My lord, there is an urgent message. Come in. And the steward entered, and Chen Jian, displeased at the interruption, inquired, what is it? There is a martial artist causing chaos in our major taverns, severely affecting their business. Chen Jian's countenance darkened. His first thought was of the several forces he had suppressed within the city, who had always eyed the tavern industry with covetousness. To cause trouble on my territory, let us see how daring he truly is. Anger flickered across Chen Jian's face. It had been a long time since he had acted, and it seemed someone in Sanshui City was brazenly challenging him, just as he was about to command the family guards to assemble. Another voice interrupted from outside, head of the family, there is an urgent matter to report. Chen Jian had no choice but to temper his anger and called out, enter. The guard who entered was bewildered by Chen Jian's fury and wasted no time reporting. My lord, the county magistrate requests your presence at the county office. The magistrate invites me. Although Chen Jian was uncertain of the circumstances, he dared not be negligent. The county magistrate represented the imperial authority, which still held considerable sway in Yunzhou. Despite the Chen family's dominance in Sanshui City, they could not afford to disrespect a county magistrate. Prepare the carriage. We depart at once, Chen Jian instructed, promptly preparing to leave. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Sanshui County office, Li Wei regarded Yang Xian with a grave expression. Young Master Yang, do you have any evidence? None, Yang Xian replied, sipping his hot tea. His demeanor calm. Since discovering that the source of the white bone parasite was the Chen family, he had approached Li Wei, believing that with the county office's intervention, they could seal off the taverns and curb the spread of the parasite. As it stood, the outbreak appeared to have only occurred in recent days, and the number of infections was still manageable. But if the source could be severed, the problem would not be insurmountable. Li Wei observed the composed Yang Xian, feeling an internal struggle but ultimately choosing to trust him. After all, Yang Xian hailed from the capital and had close ties with the Luo family, possessing broad knowledge and the capability to identify the white bone parasite he spoke of. Most importantly, Li Wei felt that Yang Xian had no reason to deceive him. Reporting, the head of the Chen family, Chen Jian, has arrived outside the office, a young clerk announced. Li Wei glanced at Yang Xian and replied, let him in quickly. As Chen Jian entered,
he spotted Li Wei seated at the head of the hall alongside a young man he did not recognize occupying the right seat. Curiosity stirred within him as he speculated about the young man's identity. His composure and extraordinary bearing suggested he might be a noble scion from the county. Greetings, county magistrate. Although Chen Jian was puzzled, he did not neglect the formalities and respectfully saluted Li Wei. In the Great Zhou dynasty, martial artists were exempt from the bowing salute, thus Chen Jian merely clasped his hands in greeting. You are Chen Jian, Yang Xian interjected first. Indeed, may I ask what business the young master and the magistrate have with me? Chen Jian maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though unease flickered within. Why are you spreading wicked sorcery in Sanshui City? Yang Xian questioned directly, without preamble. Chen Jian's pupils constricted, his expression remaining placid as he composed himself, saying, I have always adhered to the laws of the Great Zhou and would never engage in such heinous acts against the heavens. I am unaware of what sorcery you speak of. Yang Xian exhaled a few words. White bone parasite. Chen Jian's face betrayed no sign of change. He asked with feigned ignorance, what is this white bone parasite you speak of? No matter. You shall soon find out. A smile curled at the corners of Yang Xian's lips. He had no time to waste on idle banter. Once he subdued Chen Jian, all would be revealed. As Chen Jian regarded him with confusion, Yang Xian suddenly sprang from his seat, his feet pressing down, creating two small indentations in the stone floor. A fierce gust of wind surged as he lunged at Chen Jian like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Caught off guard by the seemingly gentle young man's sudden aggression, Chen Jian felt a surge of anger rise within him. I, Chen Jian, am also a 7th-rank martial artist of the bloodwashing realm, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, a figure who can stand against hundreds in this city. He was no mere insignificant foe. As Yang Xian charged towards him, Chen Jian did not flinch or evade but instead boldly prepared to meet him head-on. Fists against fists, palms against palms. Chen Jian's disdain for Yang Xian was palpable. He looked down upon these young nobles, who often believed themselves invincible despite their inexperience. Let me shatter your arrogance, with unwavering confidence. Chen Jian unleashed his perfected martial skill, the Mongshan fist, his iron fists rarely meeting an equal within the same realm. Crack, a sharp sound echoed as Chen Jian's body was sent flying sideways, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater, the outline of his writhing form barely visible. Ouch! Pain radiated from his arms. He realized both were incapacitated, his bones likely fractured beyond recognition, leaving him devoid of feeling. Now speak, who instructed you to spread the white bone parasite? Yang Xian pressed, his foot firmly planted on Chen Jian's chest, applying a slight pressure that elicited a series of cracking sounds. I don't know. I have no knowledge of this white bone parasite. County magistrate, will you just stand by and watch as he commits such violence? Chen Jian cast a desperate gaze at Li Wei, who averted his eyes, pretending not to notice Chen Jian's plea for help. Chen Jian, Yang Xian smiled broadly, exerting even greater force beneath his feet. Chen Jian's face contorted into a grotesque mask, feeling as though his body would be mercilessly ground into a pulp. Meeting Yang Xian's indifferent gaze, Chen Jian harbored no doubt that as long as he remained silent, he would be crushed to death on the spot. Ease up, I confess I know nothing of this white bone parasitism. But indeed someone instructed me to add something to the food at the tavern. Chen Jian gritted his teeth against the pain, wailing as he spoke. Who was it? The followers of the White Bone sect. What? Li Wei, who had initially thought himself uninvolved, leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with alarm. This is terrible. Li Wei paced anxiously. He had sensed something ominous when Yang Xian began to explain, but he never imagined it would truly involve the White Bone sect. Yang Xian's expression turned grave. The White Bone sect was no minor power. The Heavens Mechanism Pavilion had compiled a list of the world's dominant forces, giving rise to a saying that described these top entities: 1 saint, 2 Buddhas, 3 paths, 4 houses, 6 sects, 8 evil spirits. A total of 24 factions occupied the pinnacle of power, with legacies spanning thousands and even tens of thousands of years, some traceable back to the ancient era of immortal paths. The 1 saint refers to the Grand Zhou dynasty, the sovereign of the 36 provinces, whose might is naturally unparalleled, with 3 ministries and 6 departments, 4 kings and 8 lords, countless strong figures among them. The 2 Buddhas pertains to the Bodhi Temple in the south and the Great Brightness Temple in the north, the origins of Buddhism and Taoism. The 3 paths signify the 3 ancestral halls of the Tao, the true martial Tao sect, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect, and the Kunlun Immortal Sect. The 4 houses are the 4 noble families allied with the Grand Zhou dynasty, from which most high-ranking officials hail, including several of the 4 kings and 8 lords. The 6 sects represent the 6 foremost sects in the world, teeming with strong individuals and prodigies said to possess immortal weapons that suppress fortune, standing unyielding for millennia. The 8 evil spirits are the most formidable 8 forces of demonic paths.
most of which are targets of persecution by the Tao and Buddhist factions. For instance, the Blood Demon sect could only cower within their own sanctuaries. The White Bone sect and the Crimson Blood Demon cult also belong to the 8 evil spirits and are notably subjects of the Grand Zhou dynasty's fervent crackdown. This is precisely why Li Wei was so apprehensive. The fanatics of the White Bone sect treat city slaughter as mere routine, with hundreds of cities having fallen silent 30 years ago due to their rampage. Speak, how did you come to be associated with the White Bone sect? Li Wei glared fiercely at Chen Jian, wishing he could slay the scoundrel on the spot. Chen Jian managed a wretched smile. They came to me, promising that if I complied, my Chen family could join the White Bone sect. I know this is an ethereal promise, but what right does a humble Chen family have to refuse? Chen Jian glanced at Yang Xian, his face pleading, "Spare my life, and I shall help you deal with the White Bone sect." No need. Yang Xian disregarded Li Wei, who was about to intervene, and decisively stomped down on Chen Jian's chest. Crushing it, crimson blood gushed forth, his eyes gradually dimming. Yang Xian turned to the somewhat dazed Li Wei, saying, "County magistrate, one who is already committed to the White Bone sect is utterly untrustworthy. The pressing matter at hand is to dispatch troops to seal off the Chen family and all their properties. We cannot allow this dark sorcery to spread further." Upon witnessing Chen Jian's lifeless body, Li Wei ceased to speak further and immediately dispatched someone to inform the military commander. Chapter 34, Gongsun Sheng. Hundreds of armored soldiers, armed with spears, marched majestically along the main road, their armor and iron weapons glinting coldly, the atmosphere laden with a chilling sense of impending doom. The doors and windows of houses lining the streets were tightly shut, creating an eerie silence. Yang Xian, Li Wei, and County Lieutenant Su Rin rode ahead on magnificent steed, their coats a striking crimson. Soon, they arrived at the Chen family estate. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the battalion of armed soldiers, trembled in fear, utterly lacking the strength to resist as they were overpowered. Yang Xian drew his long blade with a flash of cold light. The heavy red lacquered doors collapsed with a resounding crash, splintering into pieces. Enter. Hundreds of robust soldiers filed into the estate in an orderly fashion. Some within the residence attempted to resist, but before they could cause any chaos, the military formation swiftly subdued them. Yang Xian had already taken the lead into the Chen estate, but before he could inquire about the location of the Chen family's treasures, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from the core of the mansion. Yang Xian rushed towards the sound. A towering figure, over 9 feet tall, wielding a massive sword, charged into the formation of 100 soldiers as if it were an empty space, each swing resulting in immediate fatalities. These soldiers, mere recruits from Shanshui City who had only trained in the Grand Zhou dynasty's rudimentary formations, could temporarily unleash formidable power through a surge of energy, yet they were utterly ineffective against a seasoned innate martial artist like the burly man who had already reached the true gang realm. The soldiers' spears and swords were akin to mere toys against the man's protective gang chi, which rendered them harmless. In that moment, he seemed like a tyrant descended from the heavens, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks as if slicing through vegetables. Gongsun Man meanwhile looked on in confusion. He had originally come at his master's behest to eliminate a target for the Demon Slayer division, and upon arriving at the Chun estate to gather information. He was taken aback when the army stormed in. Despite his bewilderment, Gongsun Sheng showed no mercy. As a disciple of the White Bone sect, he harbored no goodwill towards the Grand Zhou army. "A bunch of rabble," Gongsun Sheng scoffed, wielding his massive sword to carve a path through the military formation, his formidable gang chi akin to the toughest armor, impervious to blades and spears. Such a basic military formation, barely at the first level of blood energy integration, was beneath his notice. Yang Xian observed the rampaging figure with a serene expression. Character: Gongsun Sheng. Physique: barbarian bare body, green. Talent: steel muscles and iron bones, green. Youthful body, green. Composed, white. Realm: early stage of 6th grade. True gang realm: barbarian bare body. Blood of the barbarian bear flows within, significantly enhancing strength and physique. Youthful body: practicing a special technique, maintaining a youthful form for decades, resulting in more robust blood and gang chi. Clang. A sound of metal clashing rang out as Gongsun Sheng parried the incoming long blade, his expression darkening as he regarded the youth in white before him. "I never expected a mere Shanshui City would harbor such a skilled fighter." Gongsun Sheng grinned menacingly, his grip tightening on the sword, unleashing a surge of power that sent Yang Xian flying back several meters before he finally came to a halt. Clearly, there was still a significant gap between their strengths and the true gang realm. Yang Xian flexed his slightly numbed wrist, although he had entered the cleansing marrow realm through the golden bone realm. His strength was several times that of an ordinary practitioner in the cleansing marrow realm. However, compared to someone who had undergone the purifying effects of the world's vital energies in the true gang realm, The difference was still considerable. The true gang realm was recognized as the threshold to innate power precisely because the body had undergone a transformation free of impurities, far surpassing that of mortals in all aspects. Contemplating this, Yang Xin drew his treasured sword from his right waist. As the Gung Xin sword was unsheathed, a sharp sword aura began to surge forth, leaving fine scratches upon the ground. Gongsun Shang, upon witnessing the emergence of a treasured weapon, felt his expression twitch as he glanced at his own 7th grade blade. "Damn it, kid, a mere treasured weapon cannot bridge the gap between us." Gongsun Shang raised his massive sword, fully unleashing his Gangqi, striking down with all his might. As if a tyrant had descended, the force overwhelming, Yang Xian activated the Gung metal sword intent within him, sharp and unmatched in lethality. The air filled with an aura of keen edge. A 3-zhang sword wave erupted, effortlessly slicing through Gongsun Shang's protective Gangqi. The intense sensation of sharpness pierced into Gongsun Shang's brow, pricking like a thorn. "Damn it!" Gongsun Shang twisted his body just in time to narrowly evade the blade's edge, blood dripping onto the ground as he touched his face, finding a deep gash that nearly split his left cheek. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been cleaved in two by that razor-sharp Gung metal sword energy. Gongsun Shang regarded Yang Xian with profound trepidation. "I told you that such things shouldn't be attempted." Gongsun Shang cursed inwardly, realizing that the newcomer tasked with slaying demons was someone who had mastered a substantial sword intent. He had been cautious for years, only to encounter such misfortune upon his emergence. Before Gongsun Shang could collect himself, another wave of Gung metal sword energy surged toward him. He retaliated with a strike of his own, condensing his Gangqi into a blade several meters long. The clash of sword and blade sent the Gangqi crashing against one another, with Yang Xian's sword energy directly shattering Gongsun Shang's blade energy and creating a breach in his protective Gangqi before dissipating. Armed with a low-grade treasured weapon and his attuned Gung metal sword intent, Yang Xian's power nearly doubled, making him far superior in combat against Gongsun Shang, who was merely at the early stage of the true gang realm. "Come!" Gongsun Shang bellowed, charging at Yang Xian like an arrow released from its bow. Since his Gangqi could not match the sword energy, he would resort to his honed physique to crush Yang Xian. Yang Xian, unhurried, widened the distance, swinging his long sword. His sword intent enveloped a radius of 10 zhang, leaving Gongsun Shang in a dilemma as he attempted to advance under the oppressive sword energy. The surrounding soldiers encircled the battlefield, watching the clash of blade and sword energy with trepidation, too fearful to approach. "What a prodigy, truly deserving of being a noble with close ties to the Luo family," Li Wei remarked as he stood with County Lieutenant Su Ren, both observing the fierce battle between the two. Su Ren nodded in agreement, as a genius of the Su family in the county. Now nearing 40, he had only just reached the late stage of the cleansing marrow realm, yet he could not withstand even a single exchange from the two combatants. Gongsun Shang's expression darkened as the battle progressed. Despite having entered the true gang realm, his comprehension was average, and he had yet to grasp any profound intent, although he had made achievements in physical training, facing the cutting power of the Gung metal sword energy. He could not even approach Yang Xian, while he himself risked severe injury against the all-encompassing sword energy. Yang Xian, meanwhile, remained calm and collected, effortlessly unleashing waves of sword energy, patiently awaiting Gongsun Shang to reveal a flaw. After all, the true gang realm was still human, and even they would experience fatigue over time. "I will cleave you in two." Gongsun Shang appeared to be incensed by this cat-and-mouse demeanor, his eyes ablaze with fury. The surging vigor of his blood nearly erupting forth, the formidable aura radiating from him was impeccably concentrated, and with blades in hand, he seemed prepared to fight to the death. Yang Xian dared not be careless. Disciples emerging from such prestigious sects were inevitably equipped with life-preserving techniques. He immediately focused intently on Gongsun Shang's movements, adopting a defensive stance. With a thunderous roar, the massive blade swung, whirling like a windmill. As Gongsun Shang delivered a fierce blow behind him, the previously impenetrable wall of soldiers encircling the battlefield was instantly shattered, leaving a gaping breach. Dozens of armored soldiers were cleaved into disarray, their severed limbs and blood spilling across the ground, their wails echoing relentlessly. Seizing this opportunity, Gongsun Shang dashed away, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, disappearing among the debris of rooftops and rubble. Yang Xian sheathed his Gung Xian sword, refraining from pursuit, for catching up was impossible. The speed of a true practitioner in the realm of Xingang far surpassed his own. Beside him, County Lieutenant Su Ren's countenance darkened instantly at this sight. The soldiers had suffered heavy losses, and crucially, the enemy had escaped, yet Su Ren could only resign himself to misfortune. The appearance of a true practitioner in a county town was already a catastrophic disparity. Had it not been for Yang Xian's timely intervention, it was likely that everyone would have perished here. After dealing with Gongsun Shang, Yang Xian's most pressing concern was to locate the Chen family's treasure vault. What he had initially thought to be a simple demon-slaying trial had instead turned into an encounter with the denizens of the White Bone sect before he had even laid eyes on the demon tiger. However, as long as he could expend enough resources, even if faced with 10 more Gongsun Shangs, Yang Xian would ensure they were reduced to mere quails. As hundreds of soldiers scoured the premises, the entire Chen residence was soon turned upside down. Predictably, the treasure vault was also unearthed by the soldiers. Upon hearing the news, Yang Xian and his companions hurried to the vault. It bore no difference from the first 2 secret chambers Yang Xian had explored. These factions favored organizing their treasures meticulously, making Yang Xian's objectives exceedingly clear. In one corner of the vault sat 5 grand chests, emanating a dazzling brilliance of gold and silver. Upon inspection, Yang Xian found not only silver but also a substantial amount of gold. A brief survey revealed a total of 50,000 taels of silver and 2,000 taels of gold. In the Dezhou dynasty, the conversion rate for gold and silver was 10 to 1. Meaning there were a total of 70,000 taels of silver here, along with an additional 30,000 taels in silver notes. Truly, the Chen family was the strongest force in Sanshui City. Their wealth 5 times that of the Wang family in Heishan City. Sir County Magistrate, Sir County Lieutenant, I shall take these silver in cash, Yang Xian said calmly to the 2 beside him. Naturally, had it not been for young Master Yang, we would not have survived. Li Wei spoke first, his eyes brimming with gratitude. In essence, Yang Xian had indeed saved their lives by repelling the thugs from the White Bone sect.
Moreover, the most crucial assets of a family were not merely liquid wealth but rather their enterprises, the true source of their fortunes. Thus Li Wei was astute enough not to be ungrateful, and Su Ren beside him nodded in agreement. Powerful individuals naturally held the right to distribute rewards. With a wave of his hand, the gold and silver before him vanished, transforming into currency. Li Wei and Su Ren stared in astonishment at the now empty ground. Could it be some exceedingly rare spatial treasure? A shiver ran through Li Wei. Spatial artifacts were indeed precious, even among treasures, and even a modest-sized one was beyond the measure of ordinary gold and silver. Truly, a prodigy hailing from the capital city. Both Li Wei and Su Ren regarded Yang Xian with newfound respect. Yang Xian, however, was unconcerned with the display of his abilities before them. Such methods of instant storage did exist in this world. Albeit rare, the crux was that they could not contend with him. After the transaction, he silently invoked his thoughts to access his panel. Chapter 35, The world descends into chaos. Character: Yang Xian. Age, 18. Physique: blood chi battle body, blue talent, innate sword bone, purple. Mastery of sword and blade, purple. Blood chi boiling, green. Steel and iron frame, green. Intelligence, green. Realm, 7th grade. Washing marrow stage. Initial skills: gung metal slaughtering sword chi, minor completion. Frenzied demon blade intent, blood demon blade intent, gung metal sword intent, 30. Blood demon blade intent, 40. Frenzied demon blade intent, 40. Demon hunting technique, major completion. Greenwood fire blade, minor completion. Money, 70. 000. Commence simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 5,000 currency. Shall we begin? Yes, expenditure of 5,000 currency. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Talented beyond compare, purple. Exceptional cultivation aptitude, cultivation speed unparalleled. Hunter, green. You are a skilled hunter. Mastering numerous hunting techniques, clever, green. Quick-witted and agile-minded, commoner, white. You shall receive an asset of 10 taels of silver, cursed, black. Misfortune surrounds you, your life is short-lived. A purple entry emerged. A smile crept onto Yang Xian's lips. It seemed fortune favored him. He chose the purple entry, talented beyond compare. Simulation began. On the first day, after plundering the Chen family, you settled in the county office, preparing for the forthcoming upheaval. On the third day, numerous water demons emerged from the river outside the city, attacking Sanshui City, resulting in heavy casualties among the citizens along the banks. You prepared to lead over 1,000 soldiers alongside the county lieutenant to assess the situation. Just as you were about to depart, the previously quarantined bone-infested infected individuals suddenly went berserk, rampaging throughout the city. You could only first deal with these zombie-like infected, fortunate that they did not spread their contagion to others. The situation had not yet deteriorated beyond redemption. While you were leading the soldiers in a fierce battle, a mysterious elder suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He gave you a chilling smile, and you felt as if hundreds of bones were rushing towards you. The icy sensation rendering you immobile, your thoughts nearly frozen. You have perished. This simulation has ended. Please select one reward from the following options. Cultivation realm during the simulation, purple entry. Talented beyond compare. Cultivation experience during the simulation. Select purple entry, talented beyond compare.
Yang Xian felt a sense of clarity wash over him, though he could not pinpoint the exact change. He began to operate the swallowing yuan washing marrow method, his speed astonishingly increasing by more than threefold. This was a high-quality washing method he had obtained from the Luo family's scripture pavilion, though few practiced it due to its demanding resource requirements, as it involved absorbing various energies from the cosmos to refine the body. Below the realm of Xingang, one could only acquire substantial energy through rare materials, and only precious herbs yielded noticeable effects. Relying solely on the absorption of ambient energy was excruciatingly slow, taking decades to achieve significant results. Hence, the swallowing yuan washing marrow method was seldom practiced. After all, the resource consumption was exorbitant. Other methods of similar quality existed, requiring far fewer resources, making it impractical for the impoverished and undesirable for the wealthy. However, it was precisely because of this that Yang Xian was able to glimpse this breathing method on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Now, having gained talented beyond compare, his energy absorption speed skyrocketed. Yang Xian contemplated, for now he should see if he could draw a top-tier entry, but if not, he would have to leave San Shui during the simulation, cultivate to a higher realm, and then inherit that realm. While he would be relegated to the bottom tier of the same realm, leveraging his realm advantage would allow him to overpower all. At worst, after the simulation, he could scour sufficient wealth and, despite potential foundational setbacks, fall back down the ranks. After all, with the simulator, Yang Xian was not concerned about irreparable foundational damage. He could simply simulate more often to discover superior entries. Continue, simulation begins, filtering entries. Swift, blue, your agility will receive a significant enhancement. Butcher, green, proficient in the art of slaughter, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. Split personality, blue, you will gain another persona, whose talents cannot exceed those of your primary self. Fighter, green, mastery of various combat techniques, exceptional practical abilities. Green hat, white, a green glow shines above your head, your wife shall never bear your child. Yang Xian gazed at the generated entries, his expression calm, but upon seeing the green hat entry, he could no longer contain himself. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and he chose the blue entry. Swift simulation begins. On the first day, you stealthily slipped out of Sanshui City while everyone was distracted, boarding a vessel back to Yunmeng Prefecture. On the fourth day, news from the Demon Slaying Division reported that Sanshui City had fallen to an onslaught from demonkind and the White Bone Sect. Reduced to ruins, with half the population dead or wounded. Fortunately, the personnel from the Demon Slaying Division arrived in time, severely damaging the rampaging demons and saving the remaining populace. However, due to your solo escape from Sanshui City, coupled with your failure to complete the mission upon returning to the Demon Slaying Division, you were deemed to have failed the trial. On the fifth day, you were refused entry into the Luo residence. Luo Qingning was disappointed in you but expressed understanding. Though the Luo family would no longer welcome you, you found yourself alone once more, with only Fang Jing by your side. On the seventh day, you chose to join the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce, becoming a guest elder. By the 8th year, with your exceptional talent, you finally perfected the swallowing yuan washing marrow method, achieving the pinnacle of the washing marrow stage. By the 10th year, despite the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce's support, you could only source the lowest quality mid-tier energy to break through, becoming a true practitioner in the realm of Xingang. In the 17th year, you successfully broke through to the Divine Intent realm, becoming one of the actual controllers of the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce, knowing that the Dezhou court would soon target the Yunmeng Luo clan for a major purge. You proactively relocated the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce away from Yunmeng City. That same year, the Yunmeng Luo clan was obliterated, and Luo Qingning vanished without a trace. In the 18th year, you re-established the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce in Xianyun City, the capital of Yunzhou. That year, Marquis Xinwu raised an army against Zhou, swiftly conquering all of Yunzhou and marching southward, aiming directly for the capital city of Yujing. In the 19th year, all 4 kings and 8 marquises erupted into conflict, throwing the 36 states of the realm into utter chaos, rife with calamities and disasters. What once appeared to be a flourishing dynasty, resplendent with the flames of prosperity and adorned with vibrant blossoms, suddenly teetered on the brink of collapse, shattering into fragments. In the 20th year, while you diligently honed your skills within the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce, 2 formidable masters of the True Fire realm engaged in a fierce battle above the skies of Xianyun City, unleashing powerful shockwaves that engulfed the entire city. Except for a few locations fortified by powerful formations, the rest dissipated like smoke into the ether. You watched helplessly as flames and thunder intertwined in the heavens, ultimately crashing down heavily before your very eyes. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below: the cultivation realm and the simulation. Blue entry rapid, the cultivation experience and the simulation. Select the blue entry rapid. Yang Xian felt his body grow lighter, as if a mere push could propel him into the AI or .at the very least. It proved that my methods are still effective. Yang Xian nodded at his own thoughts. As long as he could endure, ascending to a higher realm was not a daunting task for him at present, especially below the third-grade Tongshan realm, where obstacles were non-existent. He had not anticipated the fragility of the Great Zhou dynasty, which caught Yang Xian by surprise. In previous simulations, he had met his end without such informational prompts. It seemed that his low realm had confined him to a single city, leaving him devoid of any hints. 18 years, he murmured to himself. Within this span, he would orchestrate the world according to his design. He had no desire for the currently harmonious world to be thrown into disarray, compared to chaos. Yang Xian preferred an orderly existence. If chaos were to ensue, it must be instigated by him, otherwise everyone else should remain composed, he mused. Continuing the simulation. Chapter 36, The Ancient Divine Demons. Still nothing. Yang Xian gazed at his remaining funds. Money, 15,000. Only 3 attempts left, and Yang Xian felt a twinge of despondency. Continuing the simulation. Consumed 5,000 funds. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries: impulsive white, hasty temperament, reckless inaction, metal spirit blue, the essence of metal, a force of slaughter. Born to align with the path of metal, greatly enhancing aptitude, blood curse black, burdened by a blood curse, you shall not live beyond 18 years, misfortune star black, fated to misfortune, a life of calamity. Yet lifespan remains unaffected. Ancient divine demon bloodline orange. In the ancient era, there existed a group of ancient deities and demons, born of the essence of the universe, traversing the stars and possessing unparalleled strength. Mastering the laws of heaven and earth. However, with the demise of the ancient era, these divine beings were forsaken by the world. Inheriting the bloodline of the ancient divine demons will grant you a portion of their legacy, though it may also incur a degree of disdain from the world. Finally, it has manifested. Yang Xian beheld the last entry radiating a brilliant orange glow, excitement bubbling within him uncontrollably. The ancient divine demons, as described, seemed to be beings of immense power from a time even more distant than the primordial. Though he was merely inheriting a fragment of their bloodline, the richness of the orange glow suggested that even among orange entries, his was undoubtedly the most exceptional. He chose the orange entry, Ancient Divine Demon Bloodline. Beginning simulation. On the first day, you awaken the Ancient Divine Demon Bloodline, feeling an astonishing transformation throughout your body. Your vitality surging like an ocean, your flesh is translucent as crystal, imbued with the might of dragons and elephants, and your spirit undergoing immense changes. You even sensed that the sword bones within you were slowly beginning to heal under the nourishment of the Ancient Divine Demon Bloodline. You understood that from this day forward, you were a remnant of the ancient era. On the second day, while familiarizing yourself with the ancient divine demon bloodline within the county office, you began to comprehend the legacy left behind by the ancient divine demons. Before you could grasp its essence, a gaunt, skeletal old man burst into the office, with only his skin-covered fingers lightly tapping Li Wei, and the soldiers within the office all collapsed lifelessly. The old man gazed at you with a greedy glint in his eyes. You recognized this as the world's disdain. The figure from the Bone Dao, initially expected to arrive tomorrow, had already descended today. Aware that escape was impossible, you activated your bloodline with all your might. Eager to ascertain the limits of this body, to see if you could reduce this detestable being to ashes. As your bloodline surged, an overwhelming force from the ancient era descended upon you. Golden divine light enveloped you, your physique towering as if the ancient deities and demons had returned to the world. Seeing you, resembling a divine being, the old man was not taken aback but rather elated. Initiating the attack first with a white bone dead domain of concentrated divine intent, yet you, empowered by the divine demon bloodline, were impervious to the dead domain, seeking to engage the old man in close combat. The old man suddenly swelled in size, his skin bursting like a deflated balloon, revealing a body of shimmering white bones. It was akin to two colossal beasts clashing, with the surrounding structures being swept away by the aftermath of their battle. Each collision resonated with dull thuds. Even as you, fueled by the ancient divine demon bloodline, fought furiously, you remained at a disadvantage. The gap of two great realms was insurmountable, and despite your fervor, you found it difficult to bridge the divide. After battling for half an hour, you, clutching a fragment of a silver thigh bone, fell in defeat. The old man, whose body had been torn apart, limped before you. Silver light flashed, enveloping everything. You died. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below: the cultivation realm and the simulation. Orange entry ancient divine demon bloodline, the cultivation experience and the simulation. Yang Xian gazed at the rewards from the simulation. A smile of joy breaking across his face, however, he knew he would have to wait to claim it. Upon exiting, Yang Xian observed the Chen family, now thoroughly ravaged, with a resounding shout from Su Run. Soldiers escorted all members of the Chen family along with their treasures out of the estate. County Magistrate, we must immediately take control of all taverns and supply points for the Chen family's provisions.
And all infected individuals must be quarantined. Yang Xian instructed Li Wei, who wore a furrowed brow. Rest assured, young Master Yang, I have dispatched all soldiers in the city to seal off the taverns. Su Ren replied, however, we will still require young Master Yang's involvement to deal with those infected. Not a problem. Yang Xian nodded. We shall apprehend the infected tomorrow. He understood that the mastermind would come seeking him the next day. Capturing that individual at this juncture would resolve all issues with ease. Su Ren harbored no objections, as Yang Xian was the only one among them capable of discerning the situation. Returning to the county office, Li Wei observed the agreement reached between the two, a slight smile breaking through his troubled expression. If this crisis could not be resolved, he would be the first to face punishment, which weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, at least there remained a glimmer of hope. Upon his return to the county office, Yang Xian immediately chose a relatively secluded courtyard to reside in. Li Wei, though puzzled, refrained from dissuading him, believing Yang Xian had his reasons for such a choice. Selecting the orange entry, ancient divine demon bloodline detection revealed a relatively weak yet compatible constitution and talent, which has been automatically absorbed. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Xian suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. Ancient divine mountains towered above the clouds. Colossal demons striding across the vast land. In the distance, ancient demons were locked in battle, vast terrains being reduced to dust, the rising debris even obscuring the sun in the sky. The mountains were endless. The territories boundless. In the far eastern domain stood a colossal divine mountain, piercing the heavens like a spear, soaring to an unfathomable height. Yang Xian strained to gaze upon the divine mountain before him, only to discover it seemed entwined with something, a swirling mass of crimson clouds, with two blood-red suns suspended above it. As his consciousness drifted further from the divine mountain, after an indeterminate distance traversed, he finally beheld the mountain's entirety, leaving him utterly speechless with astonishment. The clouds and suns were clearly the scales and eyes of the divine demons, their colossal forms entwined around the divine mountain. With eyes akin to the blazing sun fixed intently upon Yang Xian. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a pair of scarlet wings eclipsed the heavens, filling the world with their presence. The crimson eyes shone like the sun, their dragon-like form encircling the divine mountain. Yang Xian was so overwhelmed by this spectacle that his consciousness began to blur. The divine demon slowly lowered its head, resembling a dragon, its crimson gaze descending upon Yang Xian, who appeared as inconsequential as dust. I am Nanju. The ancient language resonated within Yang Xian's heart, and he understood its significance clearly. As the words of the divine demon echoed, the world shattered like a broken mirror. Chapter 37, Red Sky. Nanju, Nanju. Yang Xian murmured the name as he regained consciousness, the majestic dragon form encircling the divine mountain, the wings obscuring the heavens, and the scarlet dragon eyes glimmering like jade had left him profoundly shaken. The power wielded by the ancient demons of the bygone era was sufficient to make the current world tremble, yet such a glorious age of divine demons had ultimately become a relic. Supplanted by the path of immortality, Yang Xian recalled the ancient texts he had perused within the Luo family, which chronicled how the era of the ancient divine demons was brought to an end by the hands of immortals. The ancient demons had fallen, leaving only scattered records to linger through time. If the demons had been so powerful, what might those ancient immortals, who had concluded their era, have been like? Yang Xian's heart surged with excitement. This world, though it appeared to be merely a realm of martial prowess, where individual strength reigned supreme, still had powerful armies capable of swaying the tides of fate. At least in the records, there were instances of true Fire Realm masters being besieged and slaughtered within military formations. How intriguing this world has become! Yang Xian found himself increasingly eager to uncover the surprises that lay hidden within this ancient domain. As he calmed his mind, he sensed the ancient divine demon bloodline lying dormant within him, his once crimson blood now intermingled with traces of gold, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Yang Xian's bloodline flows from the ancient god and demon known as Nanju, who bore a dragon-like form and was adorned with twin wings in the earlier illusion. Through the inheritance he received, Yang Xian learned that although the god and demon Nanju possessed a dragon's body, it bore no connection to the bloodlines of the contemporary dragon clan. Each god and demon born from the cosmos is unique. Nanju's dragon form was merely an unconscious manifestation at the moment of its creation.
The inheritance he received not only conveyed information about Nanju but also imparted techniques from the ancient era of gods and demons. To be precise, as a god and demon, Nanju required no cultivation methods. It stood at the pinnacle of existence from the moment of its birth, wielding the mightiest powers of the universe. The techniques Yang Xian inherited are, in essence, a method of refining his body through the primordial bloodline of ancient gods and demons flowing within him, ultimately enabling him to attain a power that rivals that of the gods and demons. Moreover, it is possible to purify his bloodline to such an extent that he could potentially resurrect the formidable might of Nanju from the primordial era. This is a gift from Nanju itself. Yang Xian immersed himself in the mysterious runes coursing through his blood, which are indeed the techniques he inherited from the ancient times, from the gods and demons. Rooted in antiquity, Yang Xian recalled the majestic figure of Nanju, radiant in crimson, overshadowing the heavens. Thus, he named the technique the Crimson Sky Nanju God and Demon Body. Technique name: Crimson Sky Nanju God and Demon Body. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Nanju God and Demon Bloodline. Orange. Talent: Innate Sword Bone. Purple. Dual Sword Mastery: Purple. Golden Bone and Jade Marrow. Purple. Spiritual Wisdom. Purple. Realm: Initial stage of the 7th grade. Washing Marrow Realm. Skills: Crimson Sky Nanju God and Demon Body. Not yet initiated. Gunmetal Slaughtering Sword. Chi. Minor accomplishment: Frenzied Demon Blade. Intent: Blood Demon Blade. Intent: Gunmetal Sword. Intent: 40%, Blood Demon Blade. Intent: 40%, Frenzied Demon Blade. Intent: 40%. Wealth: 10,000. After numerous simulations, Yang Xian had indeed transformed from a mere fledgling into a formidable presence, adorned with an array of purple attributes, deserving of the title of a top-tier genius. Yang Xian then turned his gaze to the techniques section. Even techniques yet to be initiated can be recorded. It seems this technique is inherently inscribed within the bloodline of my being. Yang Xian speculated. The Crimson Sky Nanju God and Demon Body is divided into 9 layers. Even the first layer requires Yang Xian to approach the true Gang realm to barely initiate. According to the description, the first layer not only grants immense strength exceeding millions of pounds but also endows the body with resilience comparable to low-grade precious weapons. Along with the ability to manifest extraordinary powers, controlling a minuscule aspect of god and demon abilities, the 9th layer, upon reaching its limits, transforms one into an ancient god and demon, bestowing a genuine godly physique. While Yang Xian was uncertain of the specific level he had attained, it was undoubtedly beyond the strength of the first great ascendant realm. Now, only the improvement of his realm remained. Yang Xian looked at the 2 remaining simulation opportunities. His resolve firm. The bone path, perhaps. Yang Xian smiled faintly, determined to dismantle that skeletal figure and feed it to the dogs. Continuing the simulation, he expended 5,000 gold. Simulation commenced, filtering attributes. On the first day, aware that those from the bone path would arrive the next day, you immediately prepared to leave. Before departing, you reminded Li Wei and others, but Li Wei resolutely chose to remain. You said nothing further and, under the disdainful gazes of the others, promptly set sail to leave. Just as you were clearing away the water spirits attempting to board your ship, a figure appeared fuming at you, who was already over 1,000 meters from the dock. You turned back, smiling and waving. The other party could only watch helplessly as you departed. On the 4th day, news arrived from the Demon Slaying Division that Sanshui City had been besieged by demons and the Bone Path reduced to ruins, with casualties exceeding half the population. Fortunately, the strong from the Demon Slaying Division arrived in time to prevent further loss of life. On the 5th day, rejected by both the Demon Slaying Division and the Luo family, you unhesitatingly joined the Tongyuan Merchant Association, beginning to utilize its resources to cultivate the Crimson Sky God and Demon Body. In the 2nd year, with substantial resources at your disposal, your Crimson Sky God and Demon Body finally broke through to the 1st layer. Your strength saw a significant enhancement, but due to the extensive expenditure of resources, the Tongyuan Merchant Association soon faced a shortage. You decided to venture into the renowned mountains of Yunzhou for training while simultaneously gathering the resources you would need. Upon entering the illustrious Meng Mountain of Yunzhou, a sinister-looking young man appeared before you, accompanied by 2 elderly servants. What fortune, you have stumbled right into my grasp. The sinister youth smirked coldly, commanding his 2 elderly servants to attack. 2 massive purple wolf beasts, each over 10 meters tall, emerged before you, unleashing continuous bolts of thunder. You were forced to retreat repeatedly, although you had achieved the 1st layer of the Crimson Sky Nanju God and Demon Body and dared to confront even great demons of the Divine Intent realm. The 2 purple wolf demons before you were evidently of a different breed, and both were fully realized great demons of the Divine Intent realm, prompting you to exercise utmost caution, feigning weakness.
You skillfully dodged their attacks, prompting the sinister youth to laugh maniacally. Seizing the moment, you unleashed your full power, appearing before the sinister youth in the blink of an eye, and grasped his throat tightly. You hoisted him up, urging the two wolf beasts to back off. Watching the young master struggle in your grip, the two wolf beasts had no choice but to allow your escape. You sprinted for dozens of miles, finally breathing a sigh of relief once you had completely exited the Mang mountain range, just as you were about to dispose of the wretched figure resembling a dead dog in your hands. The sky suddenly darkened. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options: Cultivation Realm from the simulation, green attribute. Keen Senses Cultivation Experience from the simulation. Select the cultivation experience from the simulation. It felt as though he had been cast into a great crucible. Yang Xian's blood boiled as if in boiling water, his bones and tendons reshaping and growing stronger. Golden blood radiated a dazzling light, each strand of hair gleaming like jade, and his entire being emanated a divine aura. Yang Xian opened his eyes, now tinged with gold, acclimating to the transformations his body had undergone. A cluster of crimson flames abruptly ignited between his fingers, flickering with a perilous glow. The Nanju Spirit Fire. This was the ability he gained upon breaking through to the first layer of the Crimson Sky Nanju God and Demon body. Though the power of the Nanju Spirit Fire was but a fraction of its original might, it remained terrifying, for it possessed not only an extraordinary temperature but also the capability to consume one's lifespan. The Nanju Spirit Fire in Yang Xian's hands could burn an opponent's lifespan for several years. If the opponent's realm was significantly lower, it might even send them directly to their grave. However, if the opponent's realm were far beneath Yang Xian's, he might not fully exploit this function. The aspect of burning lifespan would require further breakthroughs to truly manifest its terror. Nonetheless, even the sheer heat of the Nanju Spirit Fire igniting all it touched was an exceptionally potent means of offense. Speaking of which, that old fellow from the Bone Path seemed to be nearing the end of his lifespan. Yang Xian contemplated the imminent arrival of the individuals from the Bone Path, feeling a surge of excitement. No need to rush. Tomorrow he would have the opportunity to experiment. Yang Xian glanced at his still nascent washing marrow realm and the single remaining simulation opportunity, and he immediately prepared to address his final shortcoming. Continue. Chapter 38. Call for help. Make way. Everyone make way. Fang Jing dashed frantically through Yunmeng City, shouting loudly to disperse the surrounding crowd. As a martial artist at the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm, Fang Jing's speed approached that of a galloping steed, weaving through streets towards the distant, sprawling mansion. Since discovering the Bone Path's parasitism, Fang Jing had urgently returned to Yunmeng City to seek assistance under Yang Xian's command. Also to distance himself from the battlefield. After all, he was merely a martial artist of the blood refinement realm, considered a mere practitioner of martial arts by ordinary folk, but he would be nothing more than cannon fodder in the face of the Bone Path. Fortunately, the distance from Sanshui City to Yunmeng City was not overly great. Having boarded the fastest vessel and galloping on horseback, Fang Jing finally reached Yunmeng City by sunset on the second day. At this moment, Fang Jing was racing towards the Luo residence. As for why he did not seek assistance from the Demon Slaying Division, in Fang Jing's mind the Luo family in Yunmeng carried far more weight than the Demon Slaying Division. Besides, the overseer of the Demon Slaying Division in Yunmeng City was none other than a member of the Luo family. Due to his relationship with Luo Qingning, Fang Jing headed straight for the Luo residence upon his return. I have an urgent matter to report to Miss Luo. Upon reaching the entrance of the Fang residence, Fang Jing, breathless, stated. The guards at the door recognized Fang Jing from their previous encounter and did not dare to be negligent, promptly reporting inside. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of the Luo residence, the tranquil little courtyard remained unchanged. At this moment, Luo Qingning was playfully molding the smooth face of Xiaoyi, shaping it into various forms. No more sneaking into the kitchen to steal freshly made snacks. No wonder there have been reports of a thief these past few days. Xiaoyi raised her right hand, her words slurred. Luo Qingning finally released her jade-like hand, gazing with satisfaction at her handiwork. Xiaoyi rubbed her flushed cheeks, looking at her mistress with a hint of grievance. Miss Young Master Fang, who accompanied Young Master Yang, urgently seeks your presence. A maid reported swiftly to Luo Qingning. An urgent matter. A sense of foreboding rose in Luo Qingning's heart. Quickly summon Young Master Fang inside. Before long, Fang Jing was led into the little courtyard by the maid. Upon seeing Luo Qingning, Fang Jing's excitement was palpable, his expression urgent. Miss Luo, my master has discovered a sinister technique known as Bone Path parasitism in Sanshui City, which is now spreading throughout the city.
He instructed me to come ahead to report and seek support. Bone path parasitism. Luo Qingning listened, unfamiliar with the term, but the name alone suggested it was a malevolent technique, and given its capacity to spread throughout a city, it was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Luo Qingning did not dare to delay, promptly notifying the maid to prepare the carriage and immediately proceed to the demon-slaying division. Yang Xian. A flicker of concern crossed Luo Qingning's beautiful eyes. Yang Xian had joined the demon-slaying division at her invitation, yet, encountering such perilous circumstances during the very first trial mission was something she had not anticipated. A momentary whim led to a decision that tragically claimed the life of a young man who should have been brimming with vitality. If it were to come to such a dire conclusion, she would never forgive herself. Yang Xian took a steadying breath, tapping into the divine and demonic bloodline within him, fully activating the Qi Tian Nanjushin Mo body. The surrounding elemental energy began to coalesce, forming a small vortex that continuously surged toward Yang Xian. The immense commotion immediately alerted the entire county office. Soldiers and minor officials rushed over upon hearing the noise, only to witness the swirling vortex of elemental energy before them. What is happening? Li Wei, observing the significant disturbance in the courtyard, wore an expression of astonishment. Disperse, young Master Yang is in the midst of cultivation. What are you all gathering around for? The minor officials and soldiers, initially drawn by the commotion, scattered at the sight of the county magistrate and returned to their quarters. Li Wei gazed at the courtyard where the elemental energy was gathering, stirred by fierce winds, and a hint of a smile graced his face. Such a disturbance is excellent, the greater the better, the stronger the better. Currently, Sanshui City is plagued by numerous calamities. Internally, the white bone path spreads its dark sorcery, while externally, water-dwelling demons obstruct the rivers and seal off the waterways. Naturally, Li Wei hoped that the strength of Yang Xian, who came representing the demon-slaying division, would grow even more formidable to assist Sanshui City in withstanding the impending disasters. He pondered whether the message could reach its destination. Li Wei recalled the individuals he had dispatched to the county seat in search of reinforcements and felt a surge of anxiety. Even though he had sent 3 batches of people for safety's sake, he could not ensure they would arrive without incident. Outside Sanshui City, danger lurked everywhere. As the county magistrate for over a decade, Li Wei had sensed something unusual ever since the spread of sorcery. The subsequent chaos wrought by the water demons had further robbed him of peace, as these 2 great calamities, the demon tribes and the dark sorcery, descended upon them in succession. He had even contemplated fleeing, yet, thinking of the lives of the hundreds of thousands of citizens within the city and the authority of the Great Zhou's laws, he resolved to stay. And now, he no longer yearned for a meteoric rise. Merely surviving this catastrophe had become his greatest aspiration. After casting one last glance at the courtyard, Li Wei slowly returned to his quarters. How slow! Yang Xian cradled his head, feeling somewhat frustrated, realizing why it was that in the simulations he had to entirely deplete the Tongyuan Merchant Association to achieve the first level. This was not something that could be mastered by mere mortals, relying solely on absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even with his innate talent, bearing the ancient divine and demonic bloodline, it would take decades to glimpse the hope of a breakthrough. The cultivation method was indeed commendable, yet it utterly failed to account for the vast differences between the ancient era and the martial arts age. The concentration of elemental energy in the ancient era was hundreds of times that of the present. In any random location, one could find an abundance of pure elemental energy so rich that it could even be used for bathing. However, in the current time, only the renowned mountains and rivers possessed slightly denser energy. In remote places like Sanshui City, merely drawing in elemental energy could stir such a significant commotion. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Nanjushin Mo. Bloodline: Orange. Talent: Innate Sword Bone, Purple. Mastery in both Sword and Blade, Purple. Golden Bone and Jade Marrow, Purple. Spiritual Wisdom, Purple. Realm: 7th rank. Cleansing Marrow Realm. Perfection. Skills: First layer of Qi Tian Nanjushin Mo body. Minor accomplishment in Gung Jin Slaughtering Sword Orad Madness Blade Technique. Insight: Blood Demon Blade Insight, for levels of Gung Jin Sword Intent, for levels of Blood Demon Blade Intent, for levels of Madness Blade Intent. Wealth: 0. Yang Xian stepped outside, gazing up at the now dimming sky. The cold pale moon offered no light, and the stars were completely swallowed by the thick darkness of night. I have been waiting for you. Yang Xian felt the bloodline within him boiling. The divine and demonic spirits were equally combative. Chapter 39, Great Battle Kill. The sound of slaughter echoed across the battlefield. Thousands of soldiers gripped their long spears, thrusting them forward with force. The cold metal pierced the tough exoskeletons of their foes. creating numerous bloody punctures. The intense agony only fueled the frenzy of the water demons. A crab demon, towering as high as a person, raised its gleaming metallic claws, swinging them left and right, severing both men and weapons. Yet soon after, countless long spears pierced through its body. Bolstered by the military formation, even with just the first level of blood energy fusion, the soldier's strength surged. Even a crab demon, equivalent to an 8th rank forged bone realm perfection, found itself overwhelmed by the 1,000-strong formation of soldiers, quickly becoming riddled with holes. Its massive carcass collapsed to the ground, its tiny eyes bulging, turning into lifeless orbs. Su Ren, as the commander, watched the continuous emergence of crab demons, shrimp demons, and even bizarre fish demons with 2 legs charging at the military formation, his complexion paling. Too many. Sanshui City is situated at the convergence of 3 rivers and near the Yunmeng Great Marsh, practically on the doorstep of the water demons' gathering grounds. In the past, the cooperation between the Demon Slaying Division and the major demons and demon kings, coupled with the water demons' lack of interest in land, had allowed Sanshui City to remain relatively safe from large-scale demon invasions for quite some time, but now the shores were teeming with water demons, numbering at least several tens of thousands. While he commanded merely 2,000 soldiers, facing such a formidable force was a hopeless endeavor. Retreat to the city walls, Su Ren shouted, and the thousands of soldiers immediately dashed into the city. Close the gates. The guards severed the ropes, and the heavy gates slammed shut with a deafening thud. In the distance, the densely packed water demons roared in unison, as if awaiting something. Hissed out. A 20-meter-long black python emerged at the center of the demon army, its dark scales emitting a sinister sheen, its yellow eyes fixed intently on the city gates. Moreover, such a colossal demon was not alone. A series of monstrous beings appeared, including a green crab demon towering over 10 meters. Its tiny eyes darting about, and 2 claws scraping together with a harsh sound, as well as a bizarre fish demon with sharp spines and 4 arms, its jagged spikes sending chills down one spine. 3 great demons. Su Ren's expression grew grave, even tinged with despair. With the appearance of these 3 great demons, the overwhelming demon army surged toward the city gates, a terrifying array of grotesque water demons. The soldiers atop the city walls gazed at the tidal wave of demons approaching like a vast ocean, suppressing their fear, their gazes resolutely fixed on their long spears, with the city behind them representing their only hope for survival. The black-scaled giant python transformed into a fearsome man clad in black, while the other 2 great demons also shifted forms. The blue crab demon morphed into a stunning woman in azure attire, while the spiny fish demon became a god youth. A fine feast of blood. The black-scaled figure surveyed the city walls, standing firm in the distance, inhaling deeply as if savoring the scent of humanity within. Strike, do not delay the king's plan. The azure-clad woman spoke coldly, her tone commanding. The crab lady speaks true. The king is in urgent need of these tens of thousands of blood offerings. Black-scaled, do not hesitate to act. The gaunt youth immediately chimed in, wearing a fawning expression. The black-scaled figure's expression stiffened, looking disdainfully at the gaunt youth, although the crab lady was the king's favored concubine, as a capable general under the king's command. The black-scaled one held little respect for those who sought to elevate their status through flattery, believing that power equated to status. The black-scaled demon abhorred such sycophantic creatures, though the black-scaled one looked down upon the transformed fish demon. He still felt the need to show some respect to the king's concubine. Watch me smash this pile of broken bricks. The black-scaled figure grinned savagely, revealing his true form as a 20-meter-long black-scaled giant python. Its very movement caused a considerable commotion. As it charged forward, the giant python crushed the smaller demons in its path, blood mingling with scales, creating a gruesome scene. When the massive python was mere hundreds of meters from crashing into the city gates, Su Ren, overwhelmed by despair, closed his eyes. A single strike from a great demon revealing its true form would shatter the gates. Once breached, they would face the onslaught of tens of thousands of demons, and the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Sanshui City would inevitably become fodder for the demon horde. Yang Xian, what trouble have you encountered? Su Ren's heart burned with anger. Yang Xian had yet to appear. Undoubtedly entangled in some grave predicament. Otherwise, with his strength, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Heaven has forsaken me. Su Ren braced himself for the final outcome. Why is there no sound? Su Ren did not hear the anticipated thunderous crash. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. He looked up, only to see a figure standing in the void. The fearsome black-scaled giant python remained frozen in its charging position, as if carved from stone. All eyes, both human and demon, turned skyward toward the figure resembling a celestial being, and in that moment, the battlefield fell utterly silent. At last, he has arrived. Yang Xian opened his eyes, surveying the seemingly empty courtyard. Earlier that day, he had instructed Li Wei and the others to evacuate the county office, leaving himself behind to await the confrontation. He had waited from day to night, until the stars were sparse and the bright moon hung high. Finally arriving at this moment, conceal and reveal. Truly the people of the White Bone Path are impressive. Yang Xian smiled slightly, as if speaking to the air. Kid, you managed to discover me, you have some skill. A sinister voice echoed from outside, chilling and ghostly. A withered old man emerged from beyond the courtyard, his gaunt form seemingly composed of little more than skin stretched over bones. Old fool, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Xian rose, fixing his gaze on the intruding elder. How interesting, you have been waiting for me. The withered old man feigned a smile, yet he was thoroughly scanning the surroundings, his spirit senses probing every corner. No need to search, old fool. There's no one here but me, Yang Xian kindly warned the immobile elder. Oh, little one, you are quite bold. I find myself liking you more. The withered old man retracted his senses. Observing the composed Yang Xian, his murderous intent intensifying, regardless of whatever trump card Yang Xian might possess, or if he was merely putting on a show, the old man had come here with the intent to fight. Yet, he did not believe that a mere youth, lacking even the true energy realm, could pose any significant threat to him, even if he had been stagnating at the initial stage of the divine intent realm for 30 years due to injuries. He was still not someone this youngling could challenge. I have heard whispers of your genius, and your profound connection with the Luo family, as well as your friendship with that illustrious prodigy of theirs. Excellent, I shall methodically dismantle your bones, piece by piece, to craft my most exquisite masterpiece. The emaciated elder, with both hands, tore away the human skin that enveloped him, his body swelling to reveal a form as lustrous as jade. A resplendent skeleton standing a full 10 feet tall. This, indeed, embodies the very essence of my bone path. The elder, admiring his precious skeletal form, turned his gaze towards Yang Xian, and you shall also become the essence that nourishes me. A warrior of flesh and blood, let me demonstrate to you the ascension technique of the bone path. Flesh and blood, suffering, and skeletal ascension. Come. With this intent, Yang Xian's eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. A divine light flickering upon his skin, his blood surging like a tumultuous river, revealing an ancient lineage imbued with a golden, dazzling radiance. I shall tear you apart, old man. Chapter 40, The Shadow of the Overcast Sky. The immense vitality surged like a pillar reaching the heavens, an overwhelming aura radiating with unparalleled glory. The once ordinary physique suddenly expanded several meters in an instant, flames spiraling into being, a crimson glow illuminating the night sky. Yang Xian clenched his fists, feeling a force potent enough to shatter everything. Upon awakening the bloodline of the divine demon, his body not only exceeded 10 feet in stature, but mysterious patterns began to manifest. As if ancient deities had truly returned to the world, the elder, transformed into a skeletal figure, gazed in astonishment at the towering form that had suddenly appeared before him, a weight settling in his heart. A special bloodline, the skeletal form crackled ominously, followed by a burst of laughter. Excellent, your bones must be exceedingly precious. Remember, it was I, the protector of the bone path, In Tianin, who shall slay you. In Tianin swung his bony arm. Under the moonlight, it shimmered with a jade-like quality, the immense force creating a sound as if the air itself were being rent asunder. His nearly century-long refinement of the skeletal body was his strongest weapon. Boasting hardness rivaling that of inferior treasures, endowed with various supernatural attributes, the silver-white arm descended upon Yang Xian like a mighty hammer, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The one who seeks to kill you is the martial newcomer. Yang Xian grinned, unleashing a punch of his own. Boom. The powerful shockwave instantly swept through the surroundings, tearing apart structures and forming a vast crater in the ground. Two colossal forms collided with the ferocity of primal beasts, each impact resonating like thunder. Is this all the strength you possess? Yang Xian's fists flew wildly, leaving behind afterimages in the air, having perfected the first layer of the divine demon body of the southern candle. He became a formidable weapon, relentlessly overpowering In Tianin with fervent assaults. The forceful strikes akin to warhammers piercing the void forced In Tianin's skeletal body to retreat repeatedly. How could this be? In Tianin struggled to withstand the relentless barrage. Even the skeletal body he had honed for decades could not endure the onslaught, beginning to show minute cracks. Facing the savage beast-like figure before him, In Tianin's heart sank, initially intending to crush Yang Xian with his prideful skeletal form. He now found himself being overpowered. The unknown ancient bloodline was far too tyrannical, enabling a martial artist who had yet to reach the true gang realm to dominate him with sheer physical prowess. The stronger Yang Xian's physique became, the more envious In Tianin grew. A body possessing such formidable bloodline was undoubtedly a rarity. If the physical contest was futile, then he would unleash his full power.
After all, he was a warrior of the divine intention realm, the bone death domain. The air suddenly turned frigid, and before Yang Xian appeared hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletal figures. The flora withered in an instant, and the previously devastated structures seemed to grow even more desolate, a chilling aura filling the atmosphere. Yang Xian's body felt as if it had been seized by countless skeletal hands, rendering him immobile. Is this the divine intention? Upon breaking through to the divine intention realm, a warrior manifests a unique soul phenomenon, a manifestation of their martial will combined with an enhanced soul for those beneath the divine intention realm. It exudes an overwhelming pressure, shrouding them in a hallucinatory state. The very circulation of their vitality becomes sluggish, and before they can make a move, their strength is diminished by 70%. Of course, if one's soul is sufficiently strong to resist such an impact, or possesses certain treasures that protect the soul, immunity is achievable. Yang Xian belonged to the former category, upon awakening the Southern Candle divine demon bloodline. His soul had greatly strengthened, granting him a degree of resistance to such divine intentions. Yang Xian's blood surged, a warm current coursing through his limbs, swiftly dispelling the chilling sensation, restoring his control. Yang Xian opened his eyes and unleashed a punch, sending the skeletal figure hurtling backward, creating a massive pit upon impact. How could this be? Yin Tianyin, witnessing Yang Xian's newfound agility, was utterly astonished. How could he, under the shroud of divine intention, deliver a punch that sent him flying? This was beyond his expectations. Yin Tianyin realized that Yang Xian was not only physically formidable and possessed a powerful bloodline, but also boasted an extraordinary soul. A mere washout of the marrow realm. Yin Tianyin's anger simmered. Being continuously suppressed by a junior of the marrow-washing realm was infuriating. The body, the soul, impressive, but let me test the supreme technique of my bone path. Yin Tianyin emitted a piercing wail, and around him, spectral images of skeletal heads emerged, seeking to devour. The skeletal heads, under Yin Tianyin's command, surged towards Yang Xian, their jaws snapping as if to consume him entirely. Yang Xian regarded the approaching skeletal heads with a slight smile. Flames erupting from his body, the crimson flames sweeping forth and incinerating the skeletal heads to ashes. The 10,000 bones heart-devouring technique. Yin Tianyin summoned his vital energy, condensing skeletal figures that swiftly covered the battlefield. The undulating sea of bones surged like an ocean. Yang Xian, witnessing the multitude of skeletal soldiers, felt his flames intensify. You think to drown me in a sea of bones? You have miscalculated. Yang Xian sneered, unleashing all of the Southern Candle spirit fire upon contact with the skeletal soldiers formed from his vital energy. The red flames latched onto them like a parasite, suddenly swelling, transforming the area into a vast sea of crimson fire in an instant. What a terrifying inferno! Yin Tianyin had not anticipated that the sea of bones created from his own extensive expenditure of vital energy would be consumed so completely. The Yin bone vital energy, upon encountering that crimson flame, only exacerbated its ferocity. Out of options, Yang Xian surveyed the skeletal body now exhibiting visible cracks, feeling a surge of exhilaration. I still have more. A glint of determination shone in Yang Xian's eyes as he summoned all the Southern Candle spirit fire, surging towards Yin Tianyin like a tidal wave. Yin Tianyin's expression changed dramatically as he beheld the encroaching sea of flames from all directions. He had witnessed the terror of this fire before. It could reduce even vital energy to nothingness. He had no desire to be caught in its grasp, even if his skeletal body might withstand it. He had no intention of testing that. The boning wind. Yin Tianyin harnessed all his vital energy, forming a fierce, frigid gale that exuded a corrosive chill. The ferocious wind rampaged in a single direction, managing to temporarily suppress the flame's advance, giving Yin Tianyin the opportunity to leap away from the fiery encirclement. Yang Xian watched as Yin Tianyin bounded away, seizing the moment to launch a punch. Just as he landed, the sharp winds imbued with the essence of metal tearing into Yin Tianyin, causing him to feel an intense pain. Before he could react, a hand grasped his arm. Crack! A skeletal arm was brutally snapped by Yang Xian, the excruciating pain prompting Yin Tianyin to kick out at Yang Xian. Using the recoil to swiftly create distance, Yang Xian casually tossed the skeletal arm he had seized, feeling satisfied, and then gripped it as a makeshift weapon. Let us enjoy this slowly. Yang Xian beamed at the aggrieved Yin Tianyin. Chapter 41, Decapitation. With a swift motion, a long arc of crimson blood sliced through the black serpent's body from head to tail, akin to cutting through tofu with effortless grace, splitting the serpent in twain. Crashing to the ground, both the humans and beasts on the battlefield turned in unison to behold the figure in the black robe that had suddenly appeared, clad in a black robe adorned with silver-white patterns.
With a mature, expressionless face, he wielded a long sword. A magnificent sword indeed. Su Ren stared in disbelief at the bisected serpent, once a formidable 30-meter beast, now reduced to lifeless remains. The crab lady gazed fearfully at the man above her, who had effortlessly slain the formidable black serpent, comparable to a warrior at the late stage of the true gang realm. Such power could rival even their king, this was her optimistic assessment. The man before her might very well be capable of cleaving their king in two with a single strike. Wang Tingjong strode forward, sword in hand, towards the two great beasts, while some dim-witted creatures attempted to assault him. Yet before they could even launch their attack, they were shredded to pieces by an unseen wave of sword energy, blood splattering upon the faces of the nearby beasts. "Who are you?" Wang Tingjong inquired as he approached the two great beasts. The crab lady and the slender youth trembled, unable to respond for a moment. The sharp sword energy pierced their skin, drawing forth beads of blood, and they felt a sharp sting on their foreheads that instantly brought them to clarity. "My lord, we serve under the Dragon Crocodile King," the crab lady stammered, cautiously observing the man's expression. "Which Dragon Crocodile King?" Wang Tingjong pressed further. "There are many who claim the title of Dragon Crocodile King in Yunzhou. Our king is the offspring of the Yunming Dragon Palace." The crab lady mentioned the Yunming Dragon Palace, hoping to appeal to the man's sense of mercy based on their connection to the palace. "Oh, so you are creatures of the Dragon Palace?" Wang Tingjong smiled faintly, appearing quite amiable, though a flicker of coldness glinted in his eyes. "Indeed, the Dragon Crocodile King is a progeny of the Cloud Dream Dragon Palace, with his father being a formidable Jiao Dragon Demon King from the same realm." Upon encountering the man, the crab lady displayed a hint of a smile, believing that the reputation of the Dragon Palace had indeed made an impression, and immediately began to expound upon the profound background of the Dragon Crocodile King. "And there is another Demon King." Wang Tingjong casually caressed his longsword, appearing rather indifferent, just as the crab lady's expression brightened. Thinking that the man might have some reservations, she was about to say something further. In an instant, a sharp glimmer flashed, and a massive crab head fell to the ground, revealing a headless giant crab, its formidable pincers hanging limply. The emaciated youth, upon witnessing the crab lady decapitated by a single stroke, was instantly struck with terror and fled in a frenzy. As Wang Tingjong sheathed his sword, the gaunt man froze in place, and soon a corpse of a large monstrous fish appeared on the ground. The once boisterous water demons, witnessing the demise of their three-headed leader, ceased their actions, for they had been summoned to attack the city by the greater demons, many of whom had been hastily conscripted along the way. Now, seeing their commanding trio dispatched with such ease, they had no intention of continuing the siege. The once dense throng of water demons, resembling a dark cloud, began to retreat like a receding tide, hastily returning to their respective rivers. Meanwhile, a few of the less astute water demons lingering beneath the city soon transformed into fresh sashimi. Observing the retreating water demons, Wang Tingjong paid them no mind, though exterminating them all would be a simple task. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Su Ren recognized the attire of the man, which was the official garb of the Demon Extermination Division, adorned with silver patterns, clearly indicating he was a silver metal demon slayer. This esteemed gentleman, just as Su Ren contemplated approaching him, he noticed the man's figure soaring like a great rock, swiftly vanishing into the city. Such urgency, something must indeed be amiss within. Su Ren murmured as he gazed at the disappearing silhouette. "You 500, quickly follow me into the city, the rest stay behind to secure the battlefield." Su Ren designated 500 soldiers, who promptly entered the city to ascertain the situation, knowing that while their actions might prove futile, it was imperative to at least grasp the circumstances. Upon entering the city, Wang Tingjong discovered considerable chaos within. A number of individuals, emaciated and resembling the living dead, were rampaging through the streets, their crimson eyes and skeletal faces instilling fear in many. Fortunately, the numbers of these undead were not overwhelming, and the situation was not entirely out of control, as numerous city constables were already gathering to address the crisis. The White Bone Sect. Wang Tingjong thought immediately of that malevolent force upon witnessing these mindless undead. Xiao Qingning was right, the influence of the White Bone Sect is indeed present. As he reflected, upon learning of the parasitic bones, he realized this was the handiwork of the White Bone Sect. 30 years ago, the nefarious practitioners of the White Bone Sect relished in spreading such parasites, transforming ordinary people and low-tier martial artists into mindless beasts of slaughter. Not only could they amass a plethora of cannon fodder, but they would also benefit from the refined essence of bones once these pawns perished. That young man must be at the heart of the city. I cannot allow any harm to befall him. Wang Tingjong thought of the task entrusted to him by Luo Qingning and immediately quickened his pace, the air around him resonating with sonic booms, stirring up gusts akin to a miniature tempest. The once solemn and austere county office of Sanshui City had become a desolate ruin strewn with charred and shattered debris, the ground pockmarked with enormous craters. The once unbroken line of houses was now almost entirely obliterated. As if swept away by a tornado, leaving behind only fragmented remnants, Yang Xian clutched a massive white bone skull tightly in one hand while the other penetrated the chest of Yin Tianin. Within his grasp, he held a pulsating crimson heart. Yin Tianin gazed dimly at Yang Xian before him. Although he practiced the white bone sect, he was not purely a being of bone, he was merely a martial artist of divine intent. While he appeared as nothing more than a skeleton, his internal organs still existed. Otherwise, he would no longer be human. Should he break through to the third tier of the Tongshan realm, he would indeed be able to transform entirely into a skeletal form, liberating himself from the sufferings of flesh. Yet it was evident he could not achieve that. How bitter it is to die at the hands of a junior when my vengeance remains unfulfilled. Yin Tianin, filled with resentment, glared at Yang Xian. A mere junior at the cleansing pulse realm had forced him into a corner. 30 years ago, he had nearly perished at the hands of Luo Lai. And now, 30 years later, he would meet his end at the hands of this junior closely tied to the Luo family. I refused to believe it. A surge of strength unexpectedly welled up within Yin Tianin's fatigued body, seemingly granting him a final glimmer of combat capability. Puff. The beating heart suddenly ruptured, and Yin Tianin's previously raised skeletal arm fell limply, the light in his eyes fading instantaneously. Yang Xian forcefully yanked the white bone skull from the body, declaring, "This ought to ensure he is truly dead." He examined the skull, contemplating the possibility of hidden life-saving measures possessed by these nefarious beings, and resolved to proceed with caution. Suddenly, he looked up, spotting a man in a silver-patterned black robe standing at a distance, watching him intently. A member of the Demon Extermination Division. A flicker of intrigue crossed Yang Xian's eyes. Wang Tingjong observed the youth before him, who was manipulating the massive white bone skull, his stature towering at nearly 10 feet. He resembled a small giant, muscles coiled like a great serpent, yet his visage was unexpectedly handsome. He certainly does not appear to be in need of my assistance, Wang Tingjong mused, his lips twitching slightly. Chapter 42, Arrival. Yang Xian's form suddenly shrank to that of an average person, with only tattered cloth remnants for modesty. Fortunately, the quality of the clothing was exceptional, preventing it from disintegrating entirely. Wang Tingjong, noticing Yang Xian's return to his normal stature, conjured a black robe and tossed it to him. "Thank you." Yang Xian accepted the robe, his eyes brightening, after activating the South Candle Divine Demon Physique. The first drawback was that his clothing could not withstand the transformation. However, as this was merely the first tier of the South Candle Divine Demon Physique, it would return to normal upon breaking through to the second tier. "You may call me Uncle Wang." Wang Tingjong regarded the dapper youth now clad in the black robe, finally feeling at ease. "I am, after all, an uncle to Luo Qingning. You may address me as such." Wang Tingjong bore the appearance of a mature man in his 40s, prompting Yang Xian to obediently call out Uncle Wang. Character: Wang Tingjong. Physique: Tongming sword. Body: purple. Talent: Sword Dao Prodigy, purple. Heart sword, purple. Vigorous blood, blue. Realm: early stage of the third tier Tongshan realm. Tongming sword. Body: mastery of the sword is effortless, significantly enhancing sword technique's efficacy. Sword Dao Prodigy: an extraordinary talent that greatly amplifies sword comprehension. Heart sword, concealed sword intent, capable of extinguishing souls. Vigorous blood, blood vitality surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Another master of the Tongshan realm. Yang Xian marveled, having encountered a succession of such masters since meeting Luo Qingning. Truly, it seemed that fate favored those with extraordinary potential, as the number of masters surrounding him was astonishing. Wang Tingjong approached the white bone remains on the ground, his expression peculiar. "This must be a disciple of the white bone sect at the True Gang realm. I did not expect him to be slain so ruthlessly." Observing the skeletal corpse missing an arm and with a gaping hole in its chest, he recalled Yang Xian's earlier transformation into a towering figure. Could it be some special physique or bloodline? No wonder Qingning holds him in such high regard. He is indeed a promising talent. Wang Tingjong couldn't help but sigh, thinking of the youth who was about to join his demon extermination division. His fondness for him increasing further. He patted Yang Xian's shoulder and said, "Young nephew, I have just been appointed as the head of the Demon Extermination Division in Yunming Prefecture, a silver medal demon slayer. Since you have chosen to join our ranks, you will henceforth be one of us. Do your utmost, and should you require anything, feel free to approach me. It has been a long time since our division has seen someone with your talent." The more Wang Tingjong observed Yang Xian, the more he felt an affinity for him. His trip to Sanshui City had unexpectedly led him to discover such a promising individual. Truly fortuitous. A silver medal demon slayer? Yang Xian cast a skeptical glance, Was it not customary for masters of the Tongshan realm to be appointed as gold medal demon slayers? Why then was there a silver medal demon slayer among them? However, since Wang Tingjong had stated it, there must be some underlying reason. Yang Xian chose not to inquire further, instead silently noting the matter in his mind. A Tongshan realm master concealed within Yunmeng City was certainly not a simple affair.
By the way, the water demons are still besieging the city. Yang Xian's expression changed. He had already been aware of the water demon army encircling the city, yet he had remained in the empty county office, waiting to resolve the white bone sect's threat. Do not worry, Wang Tingjong reassured him, restraining Yang Xian's urge to rush to the rescue. Now that I am here, that group of water demons has naturally been dealt with. As he explained, Wang Tingjong began to assess Yang Xian's physique, vitality like a dragon, excellent bone structure, and an ancient bloodline of unknown origin. There is no trace of demonic energy. Quite impressive. Wang Tingjong felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared he had encountered a fine seedling of the Tongshan realm. Indeed, within the city, there are also those plagued by bone parasites causing chaos. We must address them as well. With that, Wang Tingjong led Yang Xian straight to the epicenter of the greatest turmoil within the city. Originally, the majority of those afflicted by the bone parasites had gathered in one place, but their numbers had become overwhelming. Following the outbreak, the constables were unable to withstand the onslaught, and the soldiers had all gone to confront the water demons, resulting in the parasitized individuals rampaging through the city, attacking the living indiscriminately. Upon their arrival, Su Run was already organizing the troops to suppress the chaos, with numerous martial artists assisting, facing the assembled soldiers. The mindless parasites had no means of resistance, being swiftly subdued and brought to the ground. It appeared that even without Yang Xian's intervention, the turmoil would have subsided in due time, primarily due to the timely discovery. Had this malevolent sorcery been allowed to fester for a few more days, the consequences would have been far graver. Quite so. Wang Tingjong nodded, realizing that the urgent incident that had affected the entire city was nearing its conclusion. He needed to dispatch a group of professional pharmacists to treat the afflicted individuals. After some contemplation, he decided to summon personnel from the demon-slaying division in Senyun City, although there was already a method to dispel the bone parasitic goo. The strength that the demon-slaying division in the prefectural city could muster was undoubtedly greater. With the addition of Yang Xian and another individual, the unrest within the city was swiftly quelled, and all those afflicted were imprisoned, awaiting treatment. To prevent any potential uprising from these individuals, Wang Tingjong had deliberately employed an attack on their souls to render them unconscious for a brief period. At that moment, within the Chen family residence, which was temporarily acting as the county office, Li Wei respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards Wang Tingjong, who sat at the head of the table. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance in saving Sanshui City. It is not I who saved you, but rather Yang Xian, Wang Tingjong indicated with a nod towards Yang Xian, his expression one of approval. Li Wei, understanding the unspoken sentiment, lavished praise upon Yang Xian, striving to leave a good impression before Wang Tingjong. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Wonderful, young master, you are unharmed. Fang Jing rushed in, her excitement palpable upon seeing the unscathed Yang Xian. Following closely behind, Luo Qingning gazed at the youthful figure before her, whose lips were as red as cherry blossoms and whose complexion radiated vitality, a smile involuntarily gracing her features. You have also come. Yang Xian exclaimed, surprise and joy mingling in his voice as he looked at the two newcomers. Fang Jing declared loudly, young master, upon hearing that you were in danger in Sanshui City, Miss Luo hurriedly boarded a treasure boat and traveled downstream. Arriving just as the dawn broke, Yang Xian turned his gaze towards Luo Qingning, noticing a faint blush adorning her porcelain-like face, reminiscent of a blossoming red plum. Thank you, Miss Luo, he said earnestly, adjusting his demeanor to express genuine gratitude. You were invited to join the demon-slaying division by me. If danger arose during the trial, it would indeed be my fault, Luo Qingning replied with utmost seriousness, her demeanor slightly stern, yet paired with her cool beauty. It only made her appear even more endearing. Very well, Yang Xian replied with a smile in his eyes. Wang Tingjong, seated at the head, observed the exchange between the two with an amused expression. Unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, it is a pity that Luo Tianqing is not present, otherwise it would be even more interesting. He coughed lightly, interrupting their conversation. Since Qingning has arrived, you should all return together. Yang Xian was about to nod in agreement when a thought struck him, and he hurriedly added, but my demon-slaying trial remains unfinished. Wang Tingjong waved his hand dismissively. What trial? Having single-handedly slain a bone guardian, that is ample proof of your strength. The bone guardian. Luo Qingning's expression shifted to one of astonishment, clearly taken aback. The bone sect, being one of the foremost evil sects in the realm, would require at least a divine intent realm practitioner to serve as a guardian, yet Yang Xian had not even reached the true Qi realm and had managed to slay one of divine intent. Could it be that during our sparring, he held back most of his strength and intentionally allowed me to win? Luo Qingning regarded Yang Xian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. Yang Xian shyly scratched his nose, rather embarrassed. When he disclosed the identity of the Bone Guardian to Wang Tingzhong, he had not anticipated it to be a guardian, which would place it at a mid-level within the Bone sect. This guardian seems rather weak, he mused, recalling the scene from their battle. The formidable bone body was the only one capable of matching his own, which was akin to the South Candle divine demon body. Wang Tingzhong chuckled at the incredulous expressions of those around him, as he too had been equally astounded upon learning the news. Truly remarkable. Yang Xian, Chapter 43, The Dragon Crocodile Master. This appears to be the territory of a great demon. Yan Zixia cautiously evaded the ferocious fish demons that occasionally darted past him, holding his breath as he focused his mind. He had cultivated a secret technique that allowed him to remain submerged for extended periods. Even in deep waters, fear not, trust in me, with my presence, even a great demon must bow in submission. In due time, I will use the essence blood of a great demon to sanctify your body, ensuring your strength and foundation advance significantly. If we hunt down a sufficient number of great demons, you will undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with the finest prodigies of this era. The confident voice of Qi Yuanhe resonated within Yan Zixia's mind. Encouraged by his teacher's affirming words, Yan Zixia felt a surge of determination. His master, with his mysterious background and formidable strength, had been guiding and supporting him since his humble beginnings, thus his words were undoubtedly reliable. Now employ the concealment technique I taught you to bypass these fish demons and directly enter the palace within. Qi Yuanhe patiently instructed Yan Zixia. Yan Zixia gazed at the distant underwater palace, its pearls shimmering with ethereal light, appearing incredibly dazzling amidst the depths. Although not particularly large, it still evoked a sense of awe reminiscent of the legendary underwater dragon palace. In truth, it was merely an expansive pond, albeit one of considerable depth, reaching hundreds of meters, with the palace situated at the very bottom. What Yan Zixia had to do was stealthily infiltrate this palace, which housed a great demon. The fact that such a grand palace had been constructed in this location, with numerous water demons patrolling its vicinity, suggested that this great demon was no ordinary foe. Nevertheless, Yan Zixia remained resolute and successfully infiltrated, completely unnoticed by the passing fish demons, inside the grand hall of the palace. A group of clam maidens danced gracefully, their movements illuminated by the brilliance of the embedded pearls, rendering the hall immaculate. At the head of the hall, a pale-faced youth was drinking heartily, tearing into fresh flesh, with droplets of blood occasionally splattering down, leaving a large pool of coagulated blood on the long table. Yan Zixia recognized the youth in the hall as the master of this underwater palace. A great demon, only a great demon possessed the ability to fully transform into a human form. Master, what should we do now? Yan Zixia inquired internally. Attack. What? Yan Zixia swallowed hard, although the great demon appeared to be in dire straits. It was still a legitimate great demon. For a mere practitioner at the refinement stage to confront it would likely result in severe injury, even from a mere spit. Fear not, I sense that this great demon is already gravely injured. Unable to exert even a third of its power with me here, it poses no threat. Qi Yuanhe replied confidently, his tone brimming with assurance. Summoning his trust in his teacher, Yan Zixia gritted his teeth and firmly gripped his long knife. With a swift motion, a white flash streaked through the air, the long knife striking the youth's body with a clang akin to striking solid metal. How sturdy! Yan Zixia was astonished at the sight of the unscathed youth, the powerful recoil leaving his arm slightly numbed. A human, daring to encroach upon my territory. Yuan Crocodile's lips curled into a sinister smile as a layer of fine, dark yellow scales emerged across its body. Yan Zixia's 7th grade weapon left not a single mark upon the demon. Human, reveal your origins, and I may consider granting you a swift death. Yuan Crocodile extended its long, thick tongue, licking its lips as its yellow vertical pupils fixated upon Yan Zixia. Master, this is troublesome. Yan Zixia's hands trembled slightly. He had unleashed all his strength in that strike, yet had barely scratched the surface. He realized that the great demon before him far exceeded his expectations. Do not panic, Qi Yuanhe's robust voice echoed in his mind. Yan Zixia felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, followed by an unprecedented sensation of power flooding him, his vitality swelling like a balloon, his strength multiplying manifold in mere moments. Remarkable, is this the power of my master? Yan Zixia marveled within, his confidence soaring as he gazed at the pale youth. Oh, how intriguing! Yuan Crocodile observed the suddenly self-assured human before him.
Taking an increased interest. As the descendant of the dragon palace of Yunmeng, despite being a diluted lineage, the half-blood dragon essence within it rendered it nearly unmatched among its peers, not the least bit concerned by Yan Zisha's rapidly escalating momentum. Yuan Crocodile regarded him as merely a large ant, despite the fact that the human now appeared to have reached the true Qi realm. It seems we have a secretive human here. Yuan Crocodile sneered cruelly, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, its visage twisting into a menacing crocodilian countenance, truly seeking death. Yuan Crocodile closed the distance in a blink, its scaled arm swinging powerfully, sending Yan Zisha crashing out of the grand hall. Yan Zisha, covered in dirt and debris, climbed from the pit, appearing entirely unscathed. A powerful scarlet aura enveloped him, the earlier injuries rapidly mending. Just a bit heavy-headed. Yan Zisha shook his head, regaining his composure. Yuan Crocodile stared at the intact Yan Zisha, an expression of astonishment blooming on its face. Although it was currently in human form, it retained 70% of its original strength. To endure a direct hit from Yuan Crocodile's punch and emerge unscathed was indeed remarkable. Human, you are increasingly intriguing, it growled. Suddenly a dragon crocodile, measuring several dozen meters in length, appeared, its dark yellow scales akin to armor encasing its body. The dark yellow pupils exuded the coldness of a predator, and its powerful claws stirred the water, creating whirlpools. Most astonishingly, it bore a dragon's head. Yuan Crocodile raised its head, gazing down at the minuscule human, its voice resonating like a deep bell. Human, this is precisely why you can only become my prey. With the speed of the swiftest predator, Yuan Crocodile lunged towards Yan Zisha, its four sharp claws aiming to strike him down. The claws, massive enough to be embraced by several individuals, tore through the water without resistance. Launching forward like cannonballs faced with the razor-sharp claws, Yan Zisha dared not confront them head-on. With a push of his feet, he evaded the attack by sidestepping. In the next moment, a long tail, akin to a barbed whip, lashed out fiercely at him, its speed so extraordinary that it seemed to leave only an afterimage. Yan Zisha's complexion underwent a drastic change. Faced with this terrifying strike, he had no time to evade, and could only brace himself with his dual blades. Two pristine white blades splintered, forcefully embedding themselves into the ocean floor, while the 7th-grade weapon, the long knife, offered no resistance against such a powerful tail strike. Yan Zisha was also violently swept beneath the waves, stirred up mud and silt, transforming the once clear waters into a murky abyss. Flecks of blood mingled with the turbid seawater, and the heavy scent of blood wafted through the water. Exhilarating, the Yuan Crocodile gazed towards the pit at the ocean's depths, where a figure was slowly rising. Yan Zisha stood up, the vivid crimson aura once again swirling around him, and the grievous wounds that had pierced his body were rapidly healing. Miraculously, he was unscathed. The Yuan Crocodile stared in astonishment at Yan Zisha, realizing that even a warrior at the Divine Intent realm would not emerge unscathed from such a blow, yet this human before it appeared to be relatively unharmed. Particularly, the vivid crimson aura around him filled it with intense repulsion. Once more, Yan Zisha's pupils turned scarlet, his form darting forward like lightning, daring to engage in close combat with the colossal Yuan Crocodile. A foolhardy endeavor, the Yuan Crocodile thrashed violently, causing the surrounding currents to whirl, ultimately forming a massive vortex. The innate ability of the dragon race endowed the Yuan Crocodile with water manipulation, combined with the crocodile's death roll, creating its most formidable assault technique, the death vortex. As the vortex took shape, Yan Zisha was drawn into it, struggling in vain to break free. Just as he was on the verge of being torn apart by the vortex, his gaze suddenly shifted, as if he had transformed into another person. Chapter 44, Rebirth. With a sharp thrust, an arm pierced through the desiccated flesh. Yan Zisha struggled to crawl out from a withered crocodile carcass. The corpses of massive crocodiles, adorned with dragon heads, lay quietly on the ocean floor, their bodies shriveled as if all their vital essence had been drained. Surrounding him were numerous corpses of fish demons, all exhibiting the same desolate state, their emaciated forms drifting like thin paper in the water. The air was thick with a lingering stench of blood, yet it failed to attract a single fish. As if life within a radius of several kilometers had been utterly extinguished, leaving an oppressive silence. Coughing, Yan Zisha expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his head feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and on the brink of losing consciousness. Master, why does my head hurt so much? Yan Zisha struggled to keep himself awake, communicating with the entity within him. It is normal, this is the price of acquiring power. Your soul serves as fuel, allowing your physical form to gain an endless supply of energy, came the indifferent voice of Qi Yuan in his mind. Yan Zisha sensed something amiss, yet in his near-faint state, He could not ponder further. Master, you must help me ascend quickly, or I shall drown in these depths. Yan Zisha pleaded for Qi Yuan to grant him a temporary revival, just enough to escape this watery grave. Otherwise, once he succumbed to unconsciousness, he would be suffocated by the very water he sought to escape. Rest assured, I shall ascend with your body. Qi Yuan's voice erupted in manic laughter, followed by a sharp pain that jolted Yan Zisha back to awareness. Clutching his head, his visage twisted in agony, he felt as though he were being gnawed upon, the torment of his soul tearing apart, rendering him desperate to escape. Master, Yan Zisha realized the true culprit behind this torment was the remnant soul residing within him. A senior whom he had always revered as his master. Why must you treat me thus? Yan Zisha lamented, having used secret arts that consumed his soul. Now, in his weakened state, he was powerless to resist Qi Yuan's devouring force. As his consciousness dimmed, memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern, a blood-soaked ruin, gnawed limbs and severed arms, grotesque creatures devouring his parents whole. The young Yan Zisha hid in a cupboard, desperately stifling his cries, witnessing the carnage while the stench of blood masked his presence, allowing him to survive. Thus, he vowed to eradicate all monsters, striving to enter the demon-slaying division, despite his ordinary talents. He employed various brutal means to enhance his strength, yet still remained merely a fledgling in the blood refinement realm. Each encounter with the weakest of monsters left him grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Surviving only through sheer luck. In pursuit of strength, he ventured into the mysterious Yunmeng Marsh seeking opportunities, only to be targeted by a terrifyingly powerful demon that was the closest he had come to death, a massive serpent demon over several dozen meters long. Its oppressive aura rendering him immobile, its gaping maw casting an ominous shadow that allowed no escape. I am about to die, Yan Zisha murmured, a blood shadow flickering before him, dragging him from the abyss of that monstrous maw. Before ultimately consuming him whole, before long, as if he had ceased to resist, Yan Zisha's gaze dulled completely, resembling a puppet in a stupor. The sensation of being alive again is truly delightful. Qi Yuan reveled in his new form. Satisfied, though this body was of mediocre talent, surviving in the hands of that monster exceeded his expectations. He surveyed the lifeless waters and shattered corpses around him, acknowledging this as his rebirth, the blood demon sect. I have returned. Contemplating the turmoil his return would incite, Qi Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness, propelling himself forth like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Not long after Qi Yuan's departure, a figure cloaked in black appeared. Remarkably, he moved through the water without displacing a single droplet. An invisible force pushed aside the heavy currents, creating a domain devoid of water roughly 3 feet in radius. The sheer ability to repel the water from several hundred meters deep was almost unimaginable. Wang Tingjong observed the lifeless waters, his brow furrowed. Before him lay the remnants of a once grand underwater palace. Its shattered structure scattered, surrounded by the corpses of various water demons. The bodies were emaciated, as if drained of all their blood, resembling corpses long deceased. In the distance, a colossal figure lay still, its enormous body, even submerged, stood out conspicuously, its dark yellow scales dull and lifeless, also appearing withered like fragile parchment. Though Wang Tingjong had never encountered the so-called Dragon Crocodile King, he was certain this was the dragon progeny spoken of by the other great demons. It is dead. Wang Tingjong looked around, taken aback. While he had come to eliminate the Dragon Crocodile King, he hadn't anticipated someone would beat him to it. One who dares command water demons to engulf cities. Such a mindless creature's demise is hardly surprising. Wang Tingjong had no intention of pursuing the perpetrator. After all, he too had come to send this dragon crocodile on its way, yet the method of blood extraction intrigued him. He regarded the clearly drained corpses of the demons deep in thought. The one responsible was likely a practitioner of dark arts. However, the majority of such practitioners employed this secret technique for cultivation, making it impossible to pinpoint their identity, though this has inadvertently aided me. After ensuring no living beings remained, Wang Tingjong turned to leave, deliberately leaving behind the unique aura of the demon-slaying division. Come quickly to seek trouble. A demon king would be ideal, then I would strike it rich. A mysterious smile played on Wang Tingjong's lips as he vanished without a trace. Such grandeur. Yang Xian gazed in awe at the massive treasure ship docked by the riverbank. Nearly 100 feet in length, it appeared as a colossal war vessel floating on the water like a deep-sea leviathan, constructed entirely from ironwood as tough as steel. It was manned by numerous guards, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. The ship's structure comprised 4 tiers, with 3 visible above water, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall. Yang Xian marveled at the remarkable technology of this world, capable of crafting such an enormous treasure ship, a feat unimaginable in his past life. Only the unique materials of a high martial world could support such a massive vessel, though there might be other unknown technologies at play.
Luo Qingning observed Yang Xian's gaping expression, her eyes sparkling with amusement, as this was the first time she had seen him display such a reaction. Miss Yang Xian began as they boarded the ship. A robust middle-aged maid approached, dragging along a hulking man who appeared utterly incapacitated. What is this? Yang Xian regarded the figure in the maid's grip with a puzzled expression. This fellow was sneaking around the treasure ship. So I captured him, Luo Qingning explained, glancing at Yang Xian. Young Master Yang, do you recognize him? He is a disciple of the White Bone Path's protector, responsible for the deaths of many soldiers in Sanshui City. Yang Xian regarded Gongsun Shang with a look of bemusement. Since he is a practitioner of dark arts, let us confine him to a room under guard until we reach Yunmeng City, where he can be handed over to the demon-slaying division. Luo Qingning swiftly pronounced Gongsun Shang's fate. The man, having had his bones shattered, resembled a lump of mud, and upon hearing his impending transfer to the demon-slaying division, his expression fell like a wilted eggplant. Truly, a great family. Even a maid possesses the strength of a divine intent warrior, Yang Xian mused, watching the retreating figure of the middle-aged maid. Young Master Yang, please follow me. I have arranged accommodations for you. Luo Qingning led the way, and Yang Xian quickly fell into step beside her, engaging in pleasant conversation, their laughter ringing like chimes. Feng Jing trailed leisurely behind them. Chapter 45, Entering the Hall. Yang Xian, for slaying a protector of the White Bone Path in Sanshui City and thereby saving the city, you are hereby awarded the title of demon-slaying envoy today. Within the pitch-black Grand Hall, a black-robed demon-slaying envoy with silver patterns handed a bronze token to Yang Xian. The entirely bronze token was engraved with a long knife poised to strike. As if ready to descend at any moment, Yang Xian examined the token in his hand, appreciating its cold, smooth texture. Congratulations, Lin Ring displayed a smile. He was the examiner who announced the assessment that day and also a two-striped silver medal demon slayer. Thank you, my lord, Yang Xian said with a respectful gesture. This Lord Lin was a staunch follower of Wang Tingjong, hence he was exceedingly amicable towards Yang Xian, who was favored by Wang. Upon exiting, Yang Xian encountered many newly promoted demon slayers being escorted by a silver medal demon slayer for testing. This was to ascertain whether there were spies from the demon clan or sinister forces among the newly promoted demon slayers. With the aid of a mid-grade treasure, the soul mirror, coupled with a silver medal demon slayer skilled in soul techniques, no one, except for demon kings and individuals of the third-tier transcendence realm, could evade this dual scrutiny. Had it not been for Yang Xian being personally confirmed by Wang Tingjong, he too would have been subject to this procedure. My name is Fanji, and I arrived a decade earlier than you. I possess some experience in the demon-slaying division. A seasoned bronze medal demon slayer, appearing to be in his 40s, spoke volubly as he walked ahead, likely having spent many years in the division. Over here is the Hall of Techniques, where all the techniques of the demon-slaying division are recorded, including some foundational techniques from legendary manuals. Over there is the armory, where you can exchange your merits for weapons. With sufficient merits, you could even acquire top-grade treasures. That area is the Hall of Tasks, where you will accept your trial missions. By the way, your tokens are connected to the heavenly secret mirror of the demon-slaying division, which displays your merit points. After Fanji guided Yang Xian through the major locations of the division, he finally offered a reminder. Upon flipping his token, Yang Xian saw a number displayed on the reverse, 7,000. 7,000 points. A slightly stout man, adorned with 3 silver-striped tokens at his waist, looked at the silver medal demon slayers in attendance with confusion. It is known that slaying a peak demon comparable to the 4th-tier divine concealment realm would only yield 5,000 merit points. The newcomer to the demon-slaying division unexpectedly obtained 7,000 points, which he found utterly unacceptable. Although Yang Xian had slain a guardian of the Bone Path, that guardian was merely a martial artist of the divine intent realm. Even considering the Bone Path's influence, he would have at most earned 2,000 merit points. Furthermore, while saving the city of Sanshui was indeed a significant achievement, it could not be equated to that of a peak demon. Those top-tier demons were either sheltered under demon kings or possessed formidable means of survival, causing great havoc in a county, which was incomparable to a mere small city. Su Baoying, do remain calm. This decision was made by General Wang. If you have any objections, feel free to address them with him. Linren, seated at the lower end, though merely a 2-striped silver medal demon slayer, showed no fear towards the 3-striped silver medal demon slayer, returning the retort without hesitation. Upon hearing General Wang's name, Su Baoying immediately deflated. Since the demon slayer from the Luo family had been transferred to Yujing City last year, General Wang had parachuted into the demon-slaying division of Yunmeng Prefecture.
Initially, several contenders were eager to vie for the position of the division leader, only to find that someone had seized the opportunity ahead of them. The few three-striped silver medal demon slayers who received the news ground their teeth, preparing to work together to undermine this newly appointed demon slayer and render him a mere figurehead. However, upon Wang Tingzhong's arrival at the division, he wasted no time in administering a severe beating to them, only relenting once they were crying for mercy, kneeling on the ground. From that point onward, Wang Tingzhong's position in the Yunmeng Prefecture's demon-slaying division became unassailable. Even the three-striped demon slayers dared not defy him in the slightest. To now have Su Baoying question this matter would be akin to offering his face for a slap from General Wang. Upon hearing this, Su Baoying could only sit back down in silence. Defeated, observing Su Baoying's humiliation, the others ceased to dwell on the topic, quickly transitioning into fervent discussions about other demon-related incidents. Moreover, in the future, when you encounter silver medal demon slayers of 2 stripes or above,
remember to address them as Xiaowei.
If you meet Lord Wang, you may refer to him as General Wang, Fan Ji added, as if recalling something. Our demon-slaying division is an official institution of the court. All silver medal demon slayers hold official titles. For instance, those with 2 stripes or more are conferred the title of Xiaowei, and significant figures like Lord Wang, who oversees a division, are granted the title of Pianzhang. As for those of higher rank, they are the gold medal demon slayers in charge of entire states, holding the title of Zhenjiang in the court, a true big shot, reserved for masters of the 3rd-tier transcendence realm. As Fan Ji spoke, a glimmer of yearning appeared in his eyes. The position of gold medal demon slayer was the aspiration of all demon slayers, and he was no exception. Yang Xian silently noted all this and then expressed his gratitude to Fan Ji. Thank you very much. Fan Ji waved his hand indicating that Yang Xian need not be overly concerned. By the way, I heard you slayed a guardian of the bone path in Sanshui City. I wonder which grand hall you wish to visit first? Fan Ji inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze towards the talented newcomer. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xian replied, I should visit the Hall of Techniques first. My background is rather ordinary, and I am exceedingly curious about those legendary techniques. Upon hearing Yang Xian's response, Fan Ji sighed. Techniques are indeed paramount. They are the foundation. In my early years, I was infatuated with weapons, believing that a fine weapon was the quickest means for a warrior to enhance their strength. Each of those divine weapons and celestial arms commands authority over the world. They possess far greater deterrent power than so-called masters and grandmasters. I, a fool, thought the might of weapons surpassed human strength. Yet those legendary weapons only shine in the hands of true masters. Is there any instance of a mere blood refinement realm warrior wielding a supreme celestial weapon, becoming invincible? Had I realized this truth sooner, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. As Fan Ji spoke, his tone grew increasingly subdued. Casting a glance at Yang Xian, I apologize for my ramblings. If you had chosen the armory, I would have attempted to dissuade you, but it seems you are indeed a prodigy of martial arts, possessing a formidable conviction. Unperturbed by external distractions, Yang Xian regarded him, unsure of how to respond. Without the simulator, he would merely be an ordinary citizen, perhaps even inferior to Fan Ji. However, now that he wielded extraordinary means, he would not allow such futile emotions to hinder him. Yang Xian was solely focused on reaching the pinnacle and witnessing the highest vistas. Fan Ji gathered his emotions, straightened his demeanor, and bowed respectfully. May your martial fortunes flourish. The youth before him, clad in white like snow, radiated vitality and vigor. In his eyes, memories of his younger self resurfaced. He too had joined the demon-slaying division with great ambition, yet the difference lay in the astonishing talent of the youth before him, a stark contrast to his own. Since you possess such talent, you must strive diligently, Fan Ji concluded, casting one last complex glance at Yang Xian before turning to depart. Yang Xian quietly watched him leave, then turned and stepped into the Hall of Techniques. Chapter 46, Trials and Tribulations. The Hall of Tasks was not as Yang Xian had imagined. It was completely devoid of people, or more accurately, there was no one to oversee it. The demon slayers merely entered separate compartments with their tokens. Observing their actions, Yang Xian followed suit and stepped into a compartment, constructed entirely of gray stone. The interior was roughly 10 square meters, with a massive flat mirror at the front that clearly reflected Yang Xian's image. Please present your token. A mechanical voice resonated. Yang Xian picked up his token, and an invisible consciousness swept over him. Identity confirmed, access granted, please select a technique for exchange. The once clear mirror was suddenly filled with a myriad of densely packed characters. The background shifting to pure white, with black characters standing out prominently. Categories of techniques included techniques, martial arts, and secret arts. Yang Xian focused on the techniques category. Wind and Thunder Classic, 4th tier technique, contains nurturing methods for the 5 divine caches. Suitable for wind and thunder attribute vigor, with power as fierce as thunder. Merit points, 5000. Qingmu Secret Classic, 4th tier technique, contains nurturing methods for the 4 divine caches. Suitable for wood attribute vigor, with average power and a certain longevity effect. Merit points, 3000. Heavenly Wind and Earth Fire Scroll, fragment 3rd tier divine technique, only fragments from the 9th to 4th tier, lacking the method for condensing divine powers. Suitable for wind and fire attribute vigor. With formidable power. Merit points, 6000. Miro Divine Light Buddhist Scripture, fragment 3rd tier divine technique, originating from the now extinct Zen Radiance Temple. Only the incomplete portions below the 3rd tier remain, lacking the method for condensing Buddhist divine powers. Not suitable for shadow or demonic attribute vigor, with formidable power. Merit points, 5000. Heavenly One Life Water Sword Classic, fragment 2nd tier divine technique, originating from the Middle Ages martial arts techniques. Only the incomplete portions below the 3rd tier remain. With great cultivation difficulty, suitable for special sword bodies like the Heavenly Water Sword Body, possessing immense power. Merit points, 7000. Yang Xian perused the array of techniques displayed on the panel, from the most basic body tempering methods to the legendary divine techniques. All were present. Truly, as one of the 3 formidable institutions of the Great Zhou, it had undoubtedly eradicated countless forces, showcasing profound depth. Yang Xian gazed in awe at the plethora of 3rd tier and 2nd tier divine techniques before him. However, all these divine techniques were incomplete, lacking the essential method for condensing divine powers. The reason these techniques were termed divine was that they could bestow true divine powers upon warriors. This was the key to stepping into the realm of transcendence and becoming a master. Only by condensing divine powers could one truly claim to possess the might of a transcendent being. In the legendary era of ancient immortals, every practitioner who had cultivated divine abilities was akin to an ancestor with a lifespan of several thousand years.
This stands in stark contrast to the contemporary masters of the transcendence realm, who possess a mere 600 years of life. It was therefore entirely within Yang Xian's expectations that the divine arts here were incomplete. A provincial-level demon-slaying bureau simply could not possess true classics of divine skills, nor would it dare to store such authentic scriptures in its treasury. Nonetheless, despite the absence of the most crucial components, these divine arts held significant value for Yang Xian. From bone tempering to marrow cleansing, he had only practiced the most rudimentary techniques. Now, with access to a complete scripture of divine arts, he could reforge his foundational skills and elevate his prowess further. However, the question remained: which one should he choose? Yang Xian meticulously examined the section on techniques, seeking the one most suited to his capabilities. In terms of physicality, he had the Qitian Nanju divine demon body. Thus that was not a concern for offensive capabilities. He possessed the healing innate sword bone, which also required no further consideration. This left only the enhancement of his vital energy. The greater the potency of his vital energy, the more formidable his various techniques would become. With utmost seriousness, Yang Xian scrutinized each technique's introduction, determined to identify the one that best aligned with his needs. After an extensive period of contemplation, he finally encountered a description that truly captivated him: the Qianjia Baiduan Baogang Jing. This 2nd-tier divine skill, originating from the medieval era of martial arts, comprised only the incomplete portions below the 4th tier. It revered vital energy as its core principle, embodying the essence of Qianjia Baiduan, which could propel one skyward with a single breath. Aiming to refine vital energy, this divine skill demanded a tribulation every year, culminating in 1001 years of rigorous training to achieve mastery over vital energy. Upon reaching perfection, the vital energy would swell with the brilliance of the sun, enabling techniques powered by this energy to approach the realm of divine abilities. However, the time required was excessively lengthy. One would need to endure a millennium and 100 years below the transcendence realm to reach completion, rendering it a daunting endeavor, likely tailored for the progeny of celestial beings. With 3,000 merit points required, it was evident why this technique was deemed suitable only for those with divine bloodlines, as only those possessing such an immortal lineage could afford the time necessary for its cultivation. Yet, for Yang Xian, it was just right. Armed with a simulator, he could undertake a millennium's worth of training, or even 10,000 years, should he have sufficient funds. Moreover, due to the technique's evident shortcomings, it only demanded 3,000 merit points.
This is the one, he decided. Upon clicking to exchange, a jade talisman suddenly emerged from the mirror, which Yang Xian promptly caught. Engaging his spiritual sense, he was soon inundated with a torrent of information. The deluge of data surged through his mind, making it clear that fully absorbing this knowledge would require several hours. Yang Xian swiftly severed his connection to the influx. Remarkable, he mused, handling the jade talisman crafted from a unique stone. The information received contained details about the talisman itself. Such divine classics, even in their incomplete forms, were often comprised of millions of characters. Documenting them in books would be excessively cumbersome. Thus, the legacy talisman was designed specifically to record techniques. Disintegrating once the information was fully received. With 4,000 merit points remaining, he turned his attention to the martial techniques section. Currently, Yang Xian possessed only one prized 4th-tier martial technique, the Gangjin slaughtering sword chi. Acquiring additional techniques through martial experience was purely a matter of chance. With 4,000 merit points still at his disposal, he was eager to explore what martial techniques he could exchange for and swiftly master through simulation. The Wanlu Guiwan Palm, a 4th-tier martial technique, it embodies the essence of myriad streams returning to their source, encompassing vast energies and exuding an overwhelming presence, containing a complete artistic conception. Quantity, 1 merit points, 4,000. The Yalalong Fist, a 4th-tier martial technique, it exudes the might to crush a dragon, unrivaled in its dominance, and imbued with a complete artistic conception. Quantity, 2 merit points, 3,500-9,000. The Qingsong Zhu Jian Sanshur, a 4th-tier martial technique. This renowned skill of the elder Qingtai features upright bamboo embodying a bold spirit, with a sword strike that is unwavering and resolute, capable of inflicting great harm, both to foes and to oneself. Encompassing a complete artistic conception. Quantity, 1 merit points, 4,500-15,000. How exorbitantly priced, Yang Xian observed, noting that the costs of the martial techniques nearly rivaled that of the divine arts, especially those infused with complete artistic conceptions. Their prices were exorbitantly high, yet, given the presence of artistic conceptions, the difficulty of comprehension would significantly diminish. While achieving perfection was not guaranteed, attaining substantial mastery was certainly more feasible. Each infusion of artistic conception represented a martial artist who had attained perfection, having sacrificed their spiritual essence to convey their insights. Thus, the pricing was, in a sense, justified. The Gangjin slaughtering sword chi sufficed for combat. However, Yang Xian desired an additional technique to enhance his speed, possessing the Qitian Nanju divine demon body and Gangjin slaughtering sword chi. He was formidable in combat but lagged in velocity. Were it not for the previous entrapment by the Nanju spirit fire, he would have had no means of escape when pursued by Yin Tianin. Found it, he exclaimed upon discovering the Lingshu Yufeng method, a 4th-tier martial technique. It allows one to soar gracefully like an immortal. At its pinnacle, one can briefly traverse the void, covering over 10 miles. Upon reaching perfection, one could ride the winds for 100 miles. Merit points, 3,000. This is it, Yang Xian declared, immediately clicking to exchange. The mirror again released a jade talisman, which he caught before departing the compartment. Just as Yang Xian prepared to exit the Hall of Techniques, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to pause. I still lack silver. Chapter 47, Exchanging for Silver. Esteemed colleagues, Yang Xian called out as he observed the increasing number of demon slayers in the Grand Hall. His robust voice, filled with vitality, resonated like a bell, instantly capturing the attention of those present. Whether they had just emerged from their compartments or had only recently entered the hall, all eyes turned towards the audacious individual who had raised his voice so unexpectedly. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, Yang Xian clasped his hands in greeting, a smile adorning his face. I am Yang Xian, a newly appointed demon slayer, with 1,000 merit points that I have no use for. I seek to exchange them for silver. I wonder if any of my colleagues are interested. The hall fell into an eerie silence, the air so still that one could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of this suspended moment, the crowd erupted like boiling oil, a cacophony of voices rising in a tumultuous chorus. Brother Yang, I am interested. I will offer 500 taels of silver for your merit points. Exclaimed one demon slayer eagerly. Choose me, Yang Xian. Another voice clamored. Soon a frenzy ensued, as one after another began shouting out offers, each vying to outbid the last. How dare you offer only 500 taels? I will give 600. Quiet down, I am a renowned merchant from Yunmeng City. I will offer 800, Brother Yang, choose me. Pushing and shoving ensued as the demon slayers jostled to get closer to Yang Xian. These warriors, who had fought valiantly against monstrous foes, were not the type to remain docile. Some had even rolled up their sleeves, prepared for an impromptu brawl given the preciousness of merit points, which they typically earned only through slaying chaotic demons. It was no wonder they were willing to abandon their pride for this opportunity, although they privately regarded Yang Xian as a fool for parting with such valuable merit points for mere silver. Outwardly, they treated him with deference, eager to curry favor and secure a share of his merit points. In this day and age, such selfless demon slayers were a rarity. Yang Xian surveyed the chaotic scene unfolding in the hall, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. For him, while merit points were significant, acquiring sufficient funds was paramount. With wealth at his disposal, he could easily obtain merit points once his strength increased. Everyone, please refrain from shouting. Let's foster a spirit of harmony in our dealings, bidding freely, with the highest offer winning, Yang Xian proclaimed, his voice cutting through the din. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the hall, an area typically off-limits to ordinary demon slayers, two men observed the commotion below. My lord, it appears our newly minted genius, this Yang Xian, is not one to play by the rules, exchanging merit points for silver. This is a first in our demon-slaying bureau, remarked Shui Tonglin, one of the three-striped silver metal demon slayers. With a hint of jest, his thoughts wandered, contemplating whether Yang Xian truly lacks silver. If so, perhaps he could offer some to build rapport. Yet, as a three-striped silver metal demon slayer and a fourth-tier divine concealment realm practitioner, it seemed unbecoming to present a gift to a junior, but given Yang Xian's impressive talent that had garnered General Wang's admiration, it would not be inappropriate to cultivate a relationship with this new prodigy. Shui Tonglin's expression reflected his internal conflict as his thoughts swayed. Wang Tingzhong, beside him, was taken aback by his subordinate's musings. Observing the lively bidding below, he found it difficult to intervene. This lad, I must have a word with him next time. Treating merit points like cabbages, selling them off so casually for silver, such a trivial exchange. Wang Tingzhong mused internally. By the way, during your recent assignment in the state capital, were there any directives from above? He inquired of Shui Tonglin, who had been sent in his stead due to urgent matters in Shanshui City. Upon hearing the question, Shui Tonglin's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. My lord, there is indeed a significant matter that has been entrusted to us. Oh, let us discuss it inside, Wang Tingzhong replied, his brow furrowed as he noted the dwindling sound of their footsteps. Stop, my esteemed colleagues, the merit points have been completely exhausted. Let us remain calm. Yang Xian tightly clutched a substantial stack of silver notes, his face unable to conceal his elation. After a fierce bidding war among dozens of participants, the merit points had ultimately skyrocketed to 1,001. With more seekers than the available points, this 1,000 merit points were swiftly snatched up by the crowd. In essence, this 1,000 merit points had been sold for a staggering 1 million taels of silver, a fortune equivalent to Yang Xian's plundering of numerous minor families. With this immense wealth in hand, Yang Xian felt little desire to linger, and he departed swiftly amidst the regret and reluctance of his peers. Each demon slayer in the demon slayer division was assigned a modest courtyard, spanning several hundred square meters, complete with a training room, master bedroom, and side chambers. Furthermore, demon slayers were permitted to bring 2 attendants, albeit with restrictions barring them from entering important areas such as the mission hall and the martial arts hall. Fang Jing accompanied Yang Xian to reside in the courtyard, primarily responsible for daily affairs. Yang Xian did not expect Fang Jing to possess formidable combat abilities, yet his talent for gathering intelligence proved commendable, as his loquacious nature allowed him to engage in conversation with anyone. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yang Xian was met with a rich and savory aroma. On the redwood table lay a feast of snake soup, crab meat, fish, and other dishes, exuding an intensely appetizing scent that made Yang Xian's mouth water. I had no idea your culinary skills were this remarkable, Fang Jing, Yang Xian exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the delectable spread. The snake soup was thick and rich, the tender white snake meat smooth as jade, and a delightful fragrance wafted forth. A large plate of crab meat resembled delicate snowflakes, incredibly tender, while the fish also emitted an irresistible aroma. Yang Xian savored each dish, warmth flooding through him, leaving him feeling blissfully content. These ingredients are extraordinary, he mused, casting a puzzled glance at Fang Jing. This was ordered by Lord Wang. He had a substantial quantity of snake, crab, and fish delivered, and instructed the demon slayers with ice essence to freeze them for preservation. Fang Jing gestured towards the kitchen, where a hint of cold air seeped out. I see, this must be the flesh of the water demons that invaded Shanshui City. Yang Xian quickly comprehended. Before long, Yang Xian set down his bowl and chopsticks, patting his unchanged belly with a satisfied expression. Since acquiring the South Candle divine demon bloodline, his body had become akin to a vast furnace, swiftly breaking down all consumed food into energy to nourish himself. Thus, even after devouring an entire table's worth of dishes, he felt perfectly satiated. Fang Jing, on the other hand, was so stuffed he could barely muster the energy to speak. As a mere blood refinement realm warrior, the meat of these great demons was still too enriching for him. Even after consuming only a small portion, his vitality surged, his complexion rosy. "Come, let us step out for a moment." Yang Xian changed into a white outfit, slinging a long sword over his shoulder as he prepared to leave the young master. "Where are we headed?" Fang Jing asked, stifling a burp. To exchange for money. Chapter 48, The Dragon-Slaying Sovereign. My lord. Do you recall the events surrounding the dragon-slaying of 300 years ago? As Wang Tingjong took a seat, Shui Tonglin could hardly contain his eagerness to speak. The dragon-slaying of the world. Wang Tingjong's eyes narrowed slightly as if lost in thought. Of course, I remember. The world is replete with waterways, countless rivers giving rise to a multitude of water demons. Among these demons, many kings ruled over their domains, causing havoc in their territories. However, there existed a dominant power among the water tribes, the Dragon Palace, which commanded the largest water veins in the realm and ruled over innumerable water demons. Rivaling the six sects in its might, only 4 places in the world could truly be called Dragon Palaces, namely Qi, Huai, Song, and Yunmeng. Qi, Huai, and Song represent the ancestral veins of the water system, while Yunmeng Marsh is the largest lake in existence. Thus, these 4 dragon palaces stand as the supreme realms of the water tribes, though presently only 3 remain: Qi Water Dragon Palace, Huai Water Dragon Palace, and Yunmeng Dragon Palace. The dragon-slaying of the world pertains to the now-vanished Song Water Dragon Palace. The Tsong Water Dragon Palace was situated at the heart of the Tsong water system, specifically in Sangzhou. As one of the 4 dragon palaces, their dragon offspring were ubiquitous throughout Sangzhou. Furthermore, Sangzhou lacked any truly top-tier sects to suppress them, allowing the Tsong Water Dragon Palace to act with impunity, treating the entire region as their territory. Most critically, at that time, several masters overseeing Sangzhou, including the gold-ranked Demon Slayer and the Sangzhou governor, were lured by the Dragon Palace's promises of wealth, turning a blind eye to the ensuing chaos. Consequently, Sangzhou became a playground for the dragon offspring, with rampant floods transforming the land into a vast marshland. This situation persisted for a century, during which several masters concealed the truth, and the influence of the Tsong Water Dragon Palace rendered Sangzhou a genuine disaster zone, plagued by demons that devoured humans, relentless rains, and sinking lands, resulting in boundless floods. Thus, the dragon-slaying of the world was born, with no one knowing from whence this figure emerged, only that he wielded a long blade that pierced through Sangzhou from north to south, staining it with the blood of dragons, shattering the depths of the Tsong Water Dragon Palace and obliterating the dreams of the palace's ancestral figure to ascend to the realm of immortals. With a single dragon-slaying blade, he dismantled a legacy that had endured for millennia, and none of the dragon offspring escaped retribution. It is said that every river in Sangzhou bore the corpses of dragons, staining its waters red, awakening countless small fish and shrimp to newfound intelligence. Overnight, that formidable being grew ever more frenzied, not only dismantling the Tsong Water Dragon Palace but also seeking to slay every dragon across the realm. Ultimately, it was the elder of Qi Water Dragon Palace, armed with a celestial weapon, who blocked him at the gates of Huai Water Dragon Palace, resulting in the elder sustaining severe injuries and Huai Water Dragon Palace losing a second-tier true dragon in the process. This calamity resulted in the loss of a third of the world's dragons, with even a true dragon being slain, hence it was known as the dragon-slaying of the world. Following this event, that powerful being was enshrined among the deities by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, securing the 14th seat on the divine ranking, the dragon-slaying sovereign. By Yuan, however, what connection does our Yunmeng prefecture have with this dragon-slaying sovereign? Wang Tingjong recalled past events with a look of reverence before turning to Shui Tonglin. Shui Tonglin's expression grew grave as he replied, "After all, the Tsong Water Dragon Palace was one of the 4 great dragon palaces, and their dragon lineage is said to be widespread across the 36 prefectures. The ancestral figure was but a step away from reaching the first-tier realm of immortality. Thus, even though the dragon-slaying sovereign destroyed the Tsong Water Dragon Palace, he could not eradicate all its related dragon bloodlines. It is because of this that a surviving third-tier dragon king once wandered to Yunmeng Marsh, seeking to heal its wounds, only to succumb to its injuries in this very place. Over hundreds of years of evolution, it inadvertently formed a small secret realm filled with various unique energies. This secret realm emerged just recently on the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, and we in the Demon Slayer division have secured numerous spots, with Yunmeng Prefecture receiving 3. Indeed, Wang Tingjong was equally delighted, recognizing that the secret realm formed from the Dragon King's remains must possess high-quality energies. He no longer needed to exert himself to assist that young one. Inform everyone that those wishing to claim these 3 spots should register themselves and rank according to their strength. Shui Tonglan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the rule of their Demon Slayer division to obtain valuable resources. One must demonstrate their prowess. Understood. Shui Tonglan clasped his hands in salutation and swiftly exited the room. The Dragon King's secret realm. Wang Tingjong furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. What a coincidence! I have just arrived, and now a secret realm has emerged. Dragon pearls. I hope there is no connection. Wang Tingjong stood gazing at the towering 9-story demon tower, his expression inscrutable. Esteemed guests, do take care on your way out. At the entrance of the Tiandi Merchants Association, the steward fawned over the 2. Yang Xian waved his hand, entering a rather luxurious carriage gifted to him by Luo Qingning, though the 4 horses were not of the extraordinary dragon steed variety. They were still remarkable, their forms athletic and graceful, galloping as if they danced through the clouds, swift and ethereal, known as cloud smoke horses, categorized as mid-tier extraordinary steeds. As Yang Xian settled into the returning carriage, he closed his eyes, appearing to rest yet truly immersing himself in the interface. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: South Candle Divine Demon Bloodline, orange. Talent: Innate Sword Bone, purple. Mastery of both sword and blade, purple. Golden Bone and Jade Marrow, purple. Spiritual Wisdom, purple. Realm: 7th tier Blood Refinement Realm, completed. Skills: First layer of the Red Sky South Candle Divine Demon Body, minor completion of the Gunmetal Slaughtering Sword Chi. Madness Blade Technique Realm: Blood Demon Blade Realm, 4/10 of Gunmetal Sword Intent, 4/10 of Blood Demon Blade Intent, 4/10 of Madness Blade Intent. Wealth: 1,000,000. The feeling of wealth is truly delightful. Yang Xian gazed at the string of zeros on the interface, experiencing an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Once he found a suitable top-tier essence, he would begin his breakthroughs. At that point, beneath the realm of masters, it would be his turn to wreak havoc, and even the top of the rankings would have to take notice. And there rests also the matter of changing techniques. As Yang Xian contemplated his future plans, he pondered the 1,000 calamities and 100 difficulties. Precious Essence Sutra he acquired from the martial arts hall. Blood refinement, bone tempering, and marrow washing are referred to here as the 3 foundations. So only one foundational technique is recorded, the 100 calamities and 10 difficulties foundational technique. What is this nonsense? The more Yang Xian read, the more he sensed something amiss. Blades cleaving, axes chopping, flames burning, floods drowning, lightning refining the body, all sorts of bizarre calamities appeared within. Forget it. I'll leave the headache to my simulated self. Yang Xian decisively ceased his perusal. Chapter 49, The Map of Mountains and Beasts. Upon Yang Xian's return to the Demon Slayer division, he noticed the Demon Slayers passing by him appeared somewhat exhilarated. It seemed that something significant had occurred. Curiosity piqued, he proceeded to the mission hall, and upon seeing the announcement at the top, he finally understood the situation. 3 days hence, 3 Demon Slayers will be selected to venture into the Dragon King's secret realm in search of essences. Interested parties may register now. Below is an introduction to the Dragon's secret realm. A small secret domain formed from the remains of a 3rd-tier dragon demon king. It is imbued with a multitude of exotic essence, potentially even containing supreme-grade energy. It is no wonder they are so excited. Such an occurrence is rare and only happens once in several decades, and naturally Yang Xian would not let such an opportunity slip away, especially as he was pondering how to acquire top-tier essence. This secret realm presented the perfect chance for him to explore. With this thought in mind, Yang Xian approached the personnel on duty, a demon-slaying envoy with a silver insignia, who was busy with registrations. The registration process was straightforward, requiring only the reporting of one's cultivation level and position. Name: Yang Xian. Position: Copper rank Demon Slayer. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Yang Xian glanced at the sky, where dark clouds rolled ominously like thick ink, occupying half the heavens. Fatally, the sound of thunder rumbled, instilling a sense of oppression. It seemed rain was imminent. After entering his room and closing the door, a serene silence enveloped him. This moment, 1,000 miles away in the Yunmeng Great Marsh, a small mudfish lamented, "This is unacceptable. I've heard you are the only demon king from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace to have ascended in centuries, yet your strength is so feeble." A figure clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns hovered in the air, wielding a long blade that traced lines of flame, relentlessly striking the massive body of the dragon. Wei Wuyan Yuan Ao, with his 100 young form undulating in the waters, stirred up monstrous waves. His black scales, singed by the fierce flames, were charred in places. He leaped into the sky, disappearing into the thick clouds. With a mighty roar, the dragon's bellow resonated for miles around, as if the clouds above were summoned by some unseen force. Gathering into a viscous mass, the gale surged, and the atmosphere thickened with moisture, conjuring vast sheets of rain and mist. As the dragon moved, the winds and rains rose in tandem. As a third-tier dragon, Yuan Ao was already a formidable demon king, capable of invoking such celestial phenomena that could extend 1,000 miles away. Truly immature, Wei Wuyan remarked with a slight smirk, charging into the clouded skies, where brilliant flames intermittently illuminated the once dull clouds, accompanied by anguished howls. Below the battlefield, several figures observed the fierce clash above with keen interest. Among them, a stern-looking middle-aged man's expression darkened further upon hearing the continuous cries. Enough! In an instant, the middle-aged man appeared at the center of the battlefield, grasping Wei Wuyan's long blade with one hand. The terrifying flames surged forth, yet merely caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Seeing that a dragon had come to intervene, Wei Wuyan ceased his assault and sheathed his blade. Yuan Ming, it seems your talented dragon from the Yunming Dragon Palace is not as resilient as I thought. Wei Wuyan taunted without reservation. Ignoring Yuan Ming's increasingly agitated demeanor, Wei Wuyan stepped away from the battlefield and joined several others. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a battered dragon, or rather a black dragon. Its body nearly reduced to charcoal from the searing flames. Yuan Ao transformed into human form, resembling an otherworldly being covered in a layer of black sheen, his face distinctly larger than normal, swollen. Observing Yuan Ao's disheveled state, Yuan Ming felt his blood boil with indignation. You, a freshly ascended third-tier dragon, dare to provoke a demon-slaying general who has guarded Yunzhou for a century. It seems your time in the Yunming Dragon Palace has dulled your wits. I will report to the ancestor and ensure you undergo rigorous training. Sensing Yuan Ming's fury, Yuan Ao dared not speak, silently enduring the pain, a dampness creeping into his eyes. That bastard, this pain is unbearable. While enduring the fiery torment coursing through his body, Yuan Ao cursed inwardly. The two dragons then retreated, opposing the trio before them. Wei Wuyan regarded Yuan Ao, still brimming with defiance, lightly caressing his long blade, gesturing at him. Little mudfish, it seems you're still unconvinced. Hearing this, the residual heat from the flames on Yuan Ao intensified, prompting him to turn away, evading Wei Wuyan's provocation. Enough, brother Wei, this is a critical moment. We can deal with this little mudfish later, an elder with white hair and eyebrows interjected, gazing toward the unfathomable depths of the marsh. Of the secret realm should be emerging soon. Zhu Xiong put in more effort. Naturally, with a rugged countenance and towering stature, Zhu Xiong produced a scroll adorned with splendid landscapes, depicting numerous rare beasts, some with wings soaring and roaring at the sky, others resting on cliffs, or engaged in fierce battles. Emanating a formidable aura, the Mountain River Beast Scroll, a third-tier divine weapon. Yuan Ming felt a pang of apprehension upon seeing the scroll in Zhu Xiong's hands. Every divine weapon possesses sentience, some gentle, others cruel, and others, like the one before them, ferocious and unrestrained. A third-tier divine weapon corresponds to a third-tier mastery level, yet such weapons are rare. Even with the passage of time, their numbers remain limited. With only a handful of masters able to wield them, masters in possession of divine weapons are seldom matched within the same realm, for 1 + 1 is not merely greater than 2. Moreover, this Mountain River Beast Scroll is among the pinnacle of third-tier divine weapons, merely a step away from second-tier, containing more than one third-tier demon king, a testament to the foundation of Xuanqin Mountain. I did not expect Xuanqin Mountain to place such importance on a secret realm formed from a demon king's remains, dispatching a master and even a divine weapon to accompany them. Aren't they afraid their own stronghold will be compromised? Yuan Ming remarked with a hint of derision. Our Xuanqin Mountain is not as ostentatious as the Dragon Palace, looking down upon a mere demon king's secret realm. However, since Lord Bai has offered this secret realm to Yunzhou, we shall graciously accept it, Zhu Xiong retorted, laughing heartily. Instantly, Yuan Ming felt humiliated. The dragon realm that appeared at his doorstep was taken by a group of humans, and he had to intervene to prevent them from causing trouble. Yet, remembering it was the directive of the Bai Tianjun, he could only swallow his pride. Ancestor, why must you expose this dragon realm and hand it to these humans so easily? Reflecting on the arrangement of the Dragon Palace's ancestor, Yuan Ming could only sigh helplessly. Rise, Zhu Xiong shouted, casting the scroll into the sky. The Mountain River Beast Scroll floated above, erupting with divine light. A tremendous energy surged forth, creating a breach in the waters. The exotic beasts sealed within the scroll seemed to come alive, their eyes sparkling with unprecedented vitality as they burst forth from the scroll. Hundreds of exotic beasts swarmed out, bringing with them a savage and wild aura, yet they stood motionless around like puppets. Go! With a commanding shout from Zhu Xiong, the 100 beasts poured into the unfathomable depths of the waters through the breach. After a considerable time, sounds of water rising echoed, as if something was stirring beneath the depths, churning the waters for miles around. They are coming. Wei Wuyan focused intently on the depths of the water, where a colossal spherical object was being pulled forth by the 100 beasts. A giant ape roared, a golden phoenix flapped its wings, and chains of essence entwined the beasts, with the mountain river beast scroll continuously supplying them with the power to advance. Boom! As a staggering wave surged, Wei Wuyan stood firm with his long blade, his eyes flashing with golden flames. The roaring fire converged into a blazing sea, crashing against the enormous wave, ultimately transforming into a thick mist that spread for dozens of miles. The lower-tier divine ability, Knife Mountain Fire Sea, manifested, and as the mist gradually dissipated, a secret realm spanning several miles emerged at the center of the waters, revealing ancient trees and mountain ranges, resembling a small world. In the eyes of the masters and demon kings present, the space within was not merely a few miles, it likely extended over 100 miles. Such a vast space implied that the treasures supporting this secret realm were extraordinary. All present were taken aback by the scale of the secret realm, initially believing it would measure only a few dozen miles, only to discover it spanned 100 miles. It seemed that the surviving Dragon King had certainly gained considerable benefits from the Tsangshui Dragon Palace. With this thought, the hearts of the onlookers ignited with fervor. Everyone, go summon your juniors, but do not act rashly. Lord Bai has stated that the first exploration of the secret realm is to be entrusted to the younger generation. I hope everyone will remain cautious, the elder with white hair and eyebrows said, his face beaming with joy at the emergence of the secret realm, while also issuing a warning. Upon hearing this, the previously greedy Zhu Xiong and the two dragons regained their composure. Life is indeed more precious, they harbored no doubts. Should they dare to act recklessly, they would undoubtedly be cleaved asunder by Wei Tianjuan's blade descending from the heavens the very next day. Especially Yuan Ming, who felt a deeper dread. The dragon slayer Tianjun targeted the dragon clan, and if he were to find a handle on him, even the Yunming Dragon Palace might face annihilation alongside him. Sighing deeply, Yuan Ming cast one last glance at the secret realm before swiftly departing with Yuan Ao. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 50. The sword light opened the panel. Yang Xin murmured to himself. Character, Yang Xin. Age, 18. Physique, Southern Candle Divine Demon Bloodline, Orange. Talent, Innate Sword Bone, Purple. Dual Mastery in Sword and Blade, Purple. Golden Bone Jade Marrow, Purple. Spiritual Insight, Purple. Realm, 7th Tier Cleansing Marrow Realm, Perfection. Skills, First Layer of the Southern Candle Divine Demon Body. Minor accomplishment in Metal Killing Sword Chi, Madness Blade Intent, Blood Demon Blade Intent, 4-tier Metal Sword Intent, 4-tier Blood Demon Blade Intent, 4-tier Madness Blade Intent. Wealth, 100,000. Not bad, it's time for a significant upgrade. Yang Shen grasped the 2 jade talismans he had received from the task hall, Heavenly Calamity and 100 Trials Treasure Scripture, and the Lingshu Wind Technique. These 2 precious methods must be perfected. Coupled with my Southern Candle Divine Demon Body, I should be able to contend with masters of the 3rd Tier Mastery Realm, and perhaps even encounter those of the 4th Tier Divine Concealment Realm. Once I find suitable essence to break through to the true Calamity Realm and simulate, by then, even the masters of the 3rd Tier Mastery Realm will have to experience the sharpness of my blades. Begin simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 40,000 gold coins. Shall we begin? How exorbitant. Let us proceed. Yang Xian's expression twitched, feeling a pang of heartache. The consumption of 40,000 gold coins has commenced. The simulation begins. Filtering the options. Height of 2 Zhang Blue. Your physique is permanently fixed at a height of 2 Zhang, and your strength receives a corresponding enhancement. Longevity Green. Your lifespan will be forcibly fixed at 100 years. Unless you encounter an accidental death, your lifespan will remain unchanged. Banker Green. You will acquire expertise in financial matters. Dual Focus Green. Slightly enhances your control over the spirit, allowing you to multitask. Ultimate Misfortune Gray. Everything goes awry. Luck is exceedingly poor, and the risk of death is significantly increased. The effect of the fixed height of 2 Zhang is unacceptable. Yang Shen does not wish to be eternally confined to the stature of a small giant. What nonsense is this longevity business? Is it a curse upon me? I shall select dual focus. The simulation begins. I am the first year. You ventured into the mystic realm of the dragon, wielding the Red Sky South Candle Divine Demon Body to sweep through the realm. The so-called talents of Yunzhou were no match for you. You devoured most of the dragon's essence within the realm, transforming it through the bloodline of the South Candle Divine Demon, generating the Red Sky Candle Dragon Vitality. The animosity of the dragon lineage increases. In the 2nd year, in pursuit of a stronger foundation, you pondered the 100 Tribulations 10 Difficulties Foundation method. After more than a year of cultivation, you voluntarily faced numerous tribulations. And your understanding of the 100 Tribulations 10 Difficulties Foundation method reached a minor success. By the 5th year, even though you were already comparable to cultivators at the divine intent realm. You endured multiple life and death trials, and after overcoming numerous tribulations, the 100 Tribulations 10 Difficulties Foundation method finally reached perfection. You have cultivated the minor tribulation body. By the 6th year, your red sky candle dragon vitality was perfected. And you began to break through to the true vitality realm. Using the red sky candle dragon vitality as your foundation, you successfully broke through to the true vitality realm. By the 10th year, you had become a seasoned demon-slaying envoy, beginning to scour resources for the cultivation of the red sky south candle divine demon body. You discovered that the resource demands of the red sky south candle divine demon body were far greater than you had anticipated. You began to secretly target the disreputable families, and to maintain secrecy, you traveled to other cities. By the 13th year, an uproar erupted in Yunzhou regarding a family enemy. Many families were brutally pillaged, and some were even annihilated. Of course, those families you suppressed were notorious for their misdeeds and connections to demonic forces, yet, the other prominent families did not concern themselves with this. They listed you as a wanted individual, claiming your actions severely trampled upon their so-called familial dignity. By the 14th year, having amassed sufficient resources, you returned to Yunmeng Prefecture. To avoid suspicion, you decided to scour Yunmeng Prefecture as well. In the 15th year, you engaged in seclusion within the demon-slaying division, consuming an immeasurable amount of resources, and your red sky south candle divine demon body finally advanced to the second layer. Your body could transform into a Three-Zheng divine demon form or assume the shape of an ordinary person. With every movement, you could cleave mountains and sever rivers, and your entire being was not inferior to mid-grade precious weapons. With this divine demon body, you faced warriors of the divine concealment realm without a hint of fear. By the 16th year, with only 1 year remaining until the annihilation of the Luo family of Yunmeng, you had long since reminded Luo Tianqing about this matter. He seemed to have anticipated it. Reluctantly entrusting Luo Qingning to you. In the 17th year, an army of 100,000 surrounded the city. As the pinnacle legion of the Great Zhou dynasty, their formation had reached the 3rd level of military spirit manifestation. Towering 100 zhang like a golden-winged rock cast in gold, it fixed its gaze upon the massive city before it. Even the 100 zhang high city walls barely reached its neck, surrounded by several masters with watchful eyes. The great battle erupted. The Luo family of Yunmeng exerted their utmost to fend off the onslaught, while you had already taken Luo Qingning away from this place. With a whoosh, a piercing sound cut through the air as a spear descended from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force that stirred up waves of energy. As the target of the attack, you could only momentarily withstand it by fully activating the red sky south candle divine demon body, after which your body was riddled with cracks like a shattered tortoise shell. In just one strike, your body, comparable to a mid-grade precious weapon, was nearly shattered. It was evident that the assailant was a master of the profound realm. The Great Zhou dynasty was making a concerted effort to obliterate the Luo family of Yunmeng, and your attempt to escape unnoticed was glaringly evident before this colossal being. A martial general clad in black armor stood in the sky, his cold spear radiating an overwhelming pressure that made you feel uncomfortable. So what if he is a master? Fight! You activated the red sky south candle divine demon body once more, frantically burning the bloodline within you. And a powerful surge of strength continuously erupted from your body. The divine demon body grew to 5 zhang, and the color of the south candle spirit fire deepened to a blood-red hue. The earth cracked, and in the blink of an eye, your figure appeared in the sky, the crimson flames transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped the sky. The spear danced like a dragon, the flames obscuring the two of you, with faint sounds of the divine demon roaring and battling in a frenzied boom. As the flames dissipated, the armored general wielding the spear had his armor shattered, revealing charred flesh beneath, with a wound on his chest deep enough to see the bone. Not bad, remarked the black armored general, as he swung his spear like a mountain crashing down upon you. The mere aftermath of the strike tore the earth apart, leaving fissures extending for 100 zhang. You lay on the ground, your red sky south candle divine demon body shattered, returning to the size of an ordinary person. Helplessly watching as the blow approached, closing your eyes to welcome your fate. The moment the spear swung, Luo Qingning swiftly stepped in front of you, standing resolutely with her sword, her expression resolute and filled with determination. Clang! The sound of the sword rang through the heavens as a long sword descended from above like a bright moon, its powerful sword intent shattering the spear inch by inch. The expression of the black armored general changed drastically. He cast one last intense gaze at you before hastily fleeing. You felt a splitting headache, as if something sharp had brutally pierced your spirit, and your consciousness gradually blurred. The sword light shone as bright as the moon, enveloping a mist of blood, before rain fell upon the earth, sparkling under the sun's radiance. So beautiful, you fleetingly thought this, feeling an immense sense of elation. You have died. Chapter 51, The Celestial Realm. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. Cultivation realm achieved during the simulation. Green option. Dual focus. Cultivation experience gained during the simulation. Truly unfortunate. Is this the favor of destiny? In times of crisis, someone will surely come to your rescue. Yang Xian observed himself in the simulation, having been slain by the Black Armored General's final strike, feeling somewhat disheartened. No, it must also be due to my South Candle Divine Demon bloodline. Yang Xian suddenly recalled that there seemed to be an introduction regarding his Divine Demon bloodline. Ancient Divine Demon bloodline. Orange. In the ancient era, there existed a group of ancient divine demons born from the essence of heaven and earth, traversing the sun and moon, sailing across the starry rivers, possessing unparalleled physiques and mastery over the laws of heaven and earth. However, with the demise of the ancient era, the ancient divine demons were forsaken by heaven and earth. Inheriting the ancient divine demon bloodline will grant a portion of the inheritance from an ancient divine demon while simultaneously incurring a degree of disdain from heaven and earth. Disdain, you say? Yang Xian murmured softly. No wonder, even being in the presence of the favored Luo Qingning, he would still succumb to sudden spiritual attacks. He chose the cultivation experience gained during the simulation. Flames erupted abruptly, crimson fire enveloping Yang Xian's entire being in an instant, ancient patterns flickering across his skin, and the divine demon bloodline within him surged, fatally resonating with a rumbling sound. Yang Xian strained to control his suddenly transforming body. The abrupt surge of power was indeed a considerable challenge for him to manage with his current spiritual control. Nearly reaching his limits, the originally red blood within him seemed to shimmer with a golden hue, his internal organs growing stronger, and each breath became more profound and prolonged. With his heartbeats resonating like drums, his skin became smoother, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to the most precious jade, and his seemingly ordinary body possessed hardness comparable to mid-grade precious weapons. The second layer of the Red Sky South Candle Divine Demon body allowed him to transform into a Three-Zheng Divine Demon form, and the surge of power brought forth a more potent South Candle Spirit Fire, along with a brand new ability. By burning the bloodline, the version of himself in the simulation was able to achieve a significant enhancement in power for a brief period, even able to engage in combat with a master of the profound realm. It was akin to the disintegration technique of the demonic path, yet not as brutal as those secret arts that could bring one to the brink of death. Burning the bloodline would only result in weakness for several months, and one could no longer activate the divine demon body. It seems I may not need this ability. Yang Xian's expression turned peculiar once he emerged from the mystic realm and condensed the red sky candle dragon vitality. He could commence his breakthrough. By that time, with the simulator in hand, he need not fear even a master. At worst, he could simulate once more, risking an imperfect foundation to break through to a master or even a grand master. Next, a goal must be established. After numerous simulations, Yang Xian had already discerned the simulator's patterns. If he set a target before the simulation, the actions of his simulated self would revolve around that goal. Initially, Yang Xian intended to simulate naturally, but thinking of the adverse effects brought by his South Candle Divine Demon bloodline, he felt it necessary to add a layer of precaution. Survive, survive, Yang Xian silently chanted in his heart. Establishing a clear and straightforward goal, the simulation begins, consuming 40,000 gold coins. The simulation starts, filtering the options. Short-lived ghost gray, lifespan drastically reduced, physique weakens, longevity green, lifespan extended by 20 years, turtle shell green, the back becomes extremely hard, able to mitigate some damage. A grand sorcerer green, right hand as movement speed increases, grip strength intensifies, lightning speed green, randomly and significantly reduces time in a certain aspect. What peculiar options! Yang Xian gazed at the options presented, his lips twitching. Turtle shell, grand sorcerer, lightning speed. These descriptions left Yang Xian utterly speechless. There was not a single serious option. The term short-lived ghost was even more absurd. Thus, the only choice is to select longevity. In the first year, you ventured into the secret realm of the dragon, effortlessly sweeping through it with the formidable prowess of the Qitian Nanju divine demon body, rendering the so-called prodigies of Yunzhou utterly incapable of standing against you. You devoured the majority of the dragon essence within the realm, transforming it through the Nanju divine demon bloodline into the Qitian Zhulong's formidable energy. Your enmity with the dragon lineage intensified. In the second year, you grasped the rudiments of the Lingshu Yufeng method, allowing you to traverse the void and command the gentle winds, significantly enhancing your speed. In the third year, you stealthily infiltrated other prefectures, employing the second tier of the Qitian Nanju divine demon form to visit various prominent families with impunity. By the fifth year, after 2 years of tyranny across the 6 prefectures of Yunzhou, you were finally met with a coalition from the aggrieved families who could no longer tolerate your dominance. They expended great resources to summon the venerable ancestor of the Su family from Shenyun City, who resided in Yujing City, a master of the Tongxian realm. Thanks to the connections of the Yunmeng Lu family, their movements were transparent to you. Foreseeing their actions, you had already returned to Yunmeng City. That same year, you achieved mastery in the Lingshu Yufeng method. In the 6th year, with the power of the Qitian Zhulong's energy, you successfully broke through to the true energy realm. By the 10th year, you challenged the 72nd rank on the human list, emerging victorious with a single punch, thereby securing your place among the ranks. In the 13th year, having perfected the Gengjin sword intent and the Lingshu Yufeng method, you ascended to the divine intent realm, claiming the 27th position on the human list. In the 17th year, you faced a critical choice: to remain in Yunmeng City and weather the storm alongside the Yunmeng Lu family, or to depart alone in search of survival. After much contemplation, you resolved to leave, recognizing that your presence would not sway the tide of the conflict. With Luo Qingning favored by destiny, her survival was assured. Only you, lacking the strength to alter the situation, bore the brunt of heaven and earth's disdain. Thus, departing was your only glimmer of hope. You set forth from Yunmeng Prefecture, aware of a few tales shadowing you but choosing to disregard them as you hastened your exit. With a shattering sound, a blood mist filled the sky. You successfully departed from Yunzhou. Shortly thereafter, the entire Yunmeng Lu family was exterminated, and Luo Qingning vanished without a trace. In the 18th year, the divine martial marquis gathered armies in Yunzhou to strike against the Zhou. Directing their might toward Yujing City, the forces of evil and the myriad demon clans began to stir, and turmoil engulfed the realm. By the 19th year, all 4 kings and 8 marquises ignited the flames of war, plunging the 36 prefectures into chaos. Beset by calamities, what once appeared to be a flourishing dynasty now teetered on the brink of collapse, fractured and disintegrating. In the 20th year, you ascended to the divine concealment realm, and the sects of evil emerged in full force, with the 4 kings and 8 marquises carving out their territories, leaving the great Zhou in name only. By the 22nd year, a cataclysmic shift occurred as the shackles of the celestial path were shattered. The entire cosmos began to expand at an astonishing rate, with the concentration of essence increasing exponentially, giving rise to numerous blessed lands in the depths of mountains and rivers. Peaks once towering were forcibly elevated many times, resembling the divine mountains of the primordial era, reaching towards the heavens ascended to the sun and moon, while the earth extended to the abyss. At that moment, it felt as if creation itself was unfolding. You sensed the disdain of heaven and earth more acutely than ever before. In the 25th year, due to the cataclysm and the heightened essence concentration, your cultivation speed surged exponentially. You swiftly unlocked the 5 divine concealments within your body. Standing just a step away from the Tongxian realm, that same year, the ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect broke through to the first grade of the immortal realm, becoming the first to step into the realm of immortality. In the 26th year, the heavens continuously birthed phenomena spanning miles. Some wielded blades to cleave open the gates of the immortal realm, others laughed as they stepped into immortality, while unparalleled demons smashed their way in with sheer force. In just a year, over 10 martial artists entered the immortal realm. In the 27th year, you finally discovered a mid-grade divine ability, using it as a foundation to successfully break through to the Tongxian realm. The mysteries of heaven and earth became clear, and divine abilities were born. In the 28th year, the White Bone sect discovered your presence, their covetousness ignited by your ancient divine demon bloodline, even as a Tongxian realm master. You were no match for the White Bone sect, one of the evil factions. In the wake of the celestial upheaval, these top sects saw their power soar, with many even boasting the presence of immortals. The colossal hand of the White Bone, heavy as a mountain, obscured the sun and moon, casting a shadow for miles, clearly the work of a first-grade immortal realm master seeking to capture you. Now, as a Tongxian realm master, you felt as insignificant as an ant before the strike. Just as you prepared to expend your bloodline for a desperate counterattack, a crisp sound of shattering echoed, and a finger the size of a mountain came crashing down. A woman wielding a long sword appeared, her demeanor calm as she regarded the White Bone sect's master. The sword intent enveloped the area, subtly revealing a crescent moon, the chilling aura causing the bones to frost over, glistening like crystal. As the sun and moon dimmed, the sword intent radiated brilliance. You gazed with a complex expression at the woman who had come to your aid. Rendered speechless, the white bone deity, upon seeing her, smiled rather than fuming, and in an instant, two tremendous presences descended. 3 First-grade immortal realm giants of the demonic path formed a triangular formation to encircle the woman. Their immense auras soaring into the sky. It was evident you had been used as bait. Bone, bloodlight, divine demons, sword domain. 4 of the most formidable powers beneath the immortal realm collided, shattering mountains and gradually lifting the battle from the earth. Confronted by 3 demonic path giants wielding immortal weapons, even the woman's celestial sword appeared to struggle. The 4 clashed in the vast heavens, their residual energies tearing open black voids, the sword light flickering as the world turned pale, revealing 2 bright moons in the sky. You stood far from the battlefield, watching several true Fire Realm grandmasters with resigned expressions. The cries of divine demons echoed, flames engulfing the land, transforming the surrounding miles into a blank expanse. After a prolonged silence, you perished. Chapter 52. A lack of martial ethics. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the options below. Cultivation realm in the simulation. Green attribute, longevity, cultivation experience in the simulation. Choose the cultivation experience from the simulation. Lingshu Yufeng, traversing hundreds of miles. The Lingshu Yufeng method is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier allows one to master basic techniques of void movement, enabling the body to shift through the air like a phantom. The second tier involves true mastery of the Lingshu Yufeng method, allowing for brief relocations of dozens of miles in the air, liberating one from the constraints of the earth and achieving breakneck speeds, easily surpassing the sound barrier. The third tier represents complete mastery of the Lingshu Yufeng method, enabling one to traverse hundreds of miles, nearly rivaling the ability of a Tongxian realm master to command the heavens and earth. Yang Xian, having perfected the Lingshu Yufeng method, can now stand upon the celestial dome like a master, capable of dealing with aerial foes. Below the master realm, the Lingshu Yufeng method remains highly practical. Yang Xian felt as if his body were weightless, his feet propelling him skyward, a sensation both wondrous and exhilarating once he condenses the Qitian Zhulong's energy and breaks through to the divine concealment realm. With his profound energy, he could traverse vast distances with ease. However, Yang Xian pondered the classification of his Qitian Zhulong's energy. The quality of the essence determines the grade of the energy produced. The difference between low-grade essence and supreme-grade essence, even among the 36 types of heavenly energies, is immense. For instance, supreme-grade essences like True Yang Essence, Li Fire Phoenix Essence, and Nining Malevolent Essence can even aid a martial artist in developing a unique physique when advancing to the true energy realm. Moreover, the 36 types of heavenly energies are certain to give rise to extraordinary physiques upon ascending to the true energy realm. Yang Xian had sought extensive knowledge regarding suitable energy, learning that most of the 24 top forces in the world possess their own unique essences, and many even have heavenly energies. Among the tidbits he gathered, the true martial Dao sect boasts the true martial dragon and serpent calamity energy, which not only guarantees the birth of a dragon and serpent calamity physique but also has a minuscule chance of manifesting a true martial Dao calamity physique. The Bodhi Temple possesses the great Bodhi Wisdom Buddha energy, capable of forging the Bodhi Buddha physique, renowned for its ability to pierce through time and space. The current Bodhi disciple is said to embody this physique, his intelligence and wisdom earning him the admiration of the great Zhou's national master, ranking 3rd on the human list, known as the Bodhi Buddha disciple. 1 of the 6 sects, the Taiyin Moonlight Palace, possesses the Taiyin Moonlight immortal energy, reputed to forge the Taiyin Moonlight divine body, endowed with celestial qualifications. Such legacies abound, with nearly all top sects possessing similar foundations, which serve as the bedrock of their unyielding traditions spanning tens of thousands of years. The essence birthed from the Nanju divine demon bloodline should not pale in comparison. After all, Nanju was a divine demon from the primordial era, and the sight of its wings obscuring the heavens and its dragon form encircling the divine mountain still left Yang Xian in awe. Its prowess should not be inferior to that of the immortals, although ancient texts record that the ancient immortals ended the era of primordial divine demons. The strength of these ancient divine demons, who battled the immortals for eons, must have been formidable. With this realization, Yang Xian felt even more confident about the Qitian Zhulong energy he would soon possess after the secret realm. Continue the simulation. Cost: 40,000 gold. Simulation commencing. Filtering rewards. Die in the 30th year. You were targeted by the White Bone Sect's White Bone Deity, crushed into a pulp by a colossal hand. Once more. I in the 40th year. You were pursued by the red blood demon Sex Chi Yuena. After defeating him soundly, he summoned several first-grade immortal realm-old demons to encircle you, resulting in a severe beating before you were extinguished. Again, in the 45th year, the fourth prince of the Great Zhou ruthlessly ravaged Yunzhou and set his sights on you. He allied with the celestial demon Sect behind him, dispatching a first-grade immortal realm elder to capture you. After enduring years of torment, your soul was shattered. Again. In the 46th year, an ancient deity emerged from the abyss of demons and gods, fixating its gaze upon the bloodline of the southern candle demon within you. After fleeing for several years, you ultimately fell into the clutches of this ancient being, drained of your very essence, meeting a tragic end. Moving on to the 47th year, you found yourself ensnared in the conflict between two celestial beings. Unfortunate enough to be caught in the ensuing backlash, leaving you on the brink of death. By a stroke of fate, you encountered the Qi Yuan River, where you were transformed into a radiant mass of divine blood. Truly, what accursed fate! Yang Xian's fingers trembled as he reflected on the 20-some simulations he had undergone, enduring relentless beatings from the Bone Path, the abyss of demons and gods, the Crimson Blood Demon Sect, the fourth prince of the Great Zhou, and the Celestial Demon Sect, often facing overwhelming odds. Not once had he survived beyond 50 years in any simulation. Once again, Yang Xian grasped the grim reality of what the ancient deities represented in this era, a true symbol of misfortune. An existence forsaken by heaven and earth, where even a simple stroll could lead to encounters with enemies. He pondered the nature of the fourth prince of the Great Zhou, a figure he had never even laid eyes upon. Yet one who seemed inexplicably fixated on him. The memory of the one who had been second only to the Bone Path and inflicting harm upon him filled him with ire. He resolved to continue his simulations. At this moment, far away in the vast expanse of the Divine Land, known as one of the 6 central regions, it thrived as a fertile land, resplendent and expansive. Stretching nearly 100,000 miles, and serving as the power center of the Great Zhou dynasty in the ancient city of Yujing, which had stood for tens of thousands of years and weathered the reigns of several dynasties. It ranked among the oldest cities in existence today, and was the capital of the Great Zhou. The city walls, though not towering, were constructed from a peculiar jadeite, gleaming under the sun's rays. Resembling a divine city adorned with flowing colors, with spiritual energy concentrated for thousands of miles, vast and boundless, reminiscent of the ancient era reborn. At this time, within the residence of the fourth prince of the Great Zhou, a sprawling complex of palatial structures stretched for miles, adorned with rare treasures and exotic flora, including ethereal fountains crafted from liquefied essence, and artificial hills fashioned from rare metals, meandering corridors, and luxurious pools and bridges. Powerful auras lurked within the palace, akin to an ocean's depth. The guards surrounding the palace were vigilant, their eyes gleaming with remarkable intensity, each at least innate martial artists of the 6th rank. Your Highness, we have news from Yunzhou. A sharp voice echoed within the spacious hall. Lying among several enchanting figures, Zhou Zi rubbed his sleepy eyes and lazily rose, still draped in the light veils of the women beside him. What news? The eunuch kneeling at the foot of the hall did not dare to raise his head, responding with utmost respect. It concerns Luo Qingning. Zhou Zi instantly became alert, his excitement causing him to inadvertently kick one of the women at his feet, sending her crashing against a pillar in the hall, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist, thickening the air with the scent of blood. The other women in the chamber trembled slightly, too afraid to breathe. Zhou Zi paid no heed, donning a golden-robed dragon outfit, and descended the steps. The eunuch, allowing beads of blood to drip slowly from his face, continued, "It is said that Luo Qingning has a close relationship with a man of a different surname in Yunming City, and even invited him to her residence." "Very well," Zhou Zi smiled. "How close?" "I am not certain," the eunuch stammered, cold sweat pouring down his brow, unsure how to respond. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, the eunuch feeling as if his heart might cease to beat. This fourth prince was known for his bloodthirsty nature, taking lives as easily as drinking water. Since nearly being killed by the divine Martial Marquis years ago, his temperament had become increasingly erratic, often indulging in murder for amusement, and erupting into violence without cause. Just as the eunuch feared for his own life, Zhou Zi's voice slowly emerged. "I recall a talented individual from Yunzhou seeking refuge a year ago. Let him deal with that bothersome fellow. No, ensure he eradicates every trace, not leaving even the dogs connected to that person. To kill a Yunzhou man by a Yunzhou talent. How delightful!" Zhou Zi suddenly exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "At first, eliminate that individual, and then wipe out all related to him. Luo Qingning, Li Yaoqi, this is a grudge born from a single punch of the divine Martial Marquis, one of the 4 kings and 8 marquises. A master of the second rank had formidable connections, and Zhou Zi dared not seek revenge against him, lest he truly face death. Luo Tianxing, a master of the profound realm, was no easy target either. As for Luo Qingning and Li Yaoqi, they were the offspring of the aforementioned, and Zhou Zi had nearly met his demise at the hands of the divine martial marquis in Yujing City due to them. However, anyone associated with them was fair game for his vengeance. He intended to make it clear that crossing the fourth prince of the Great Zhou came with dire consequences. After waiting for several years, he finally found someone closely linked to them, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. Gazing at the intelligence in his hands, which detailed Yang Xian's recent activities, his eyes grew cold as he crumpled it into pieces. I am the fourth prince of the Great Zhou. I am the master of the Great Zhou dynasty. You worthless dogs who dare to defy me will one day pay the price. All of you shall die, die. A surge of demonic energy swelled within Zhou Zi, his expression increasingly frenzied, with his intense fury almost manifesting as a tangible force. The eunuch, witnessing this, trembled in fear and quickly bowed out. At such times, the fourth prince would channel his demonic intent through slaughter. As a prince practicing the core techniques of the celestial demon sect, Zhou Zi was plunging himself into an abyss. The eunuch had a fleeting thought but dared not linger, hastily exiting the palace, not wishing to become part of the grim scene within. Chapter 53, Mutual Destruction Cost, 40,000 gold. Simulation begins. Filtering entries: talent of humanity, green, average aptitude, surpassing the ordinary, herb body; blue, highly sensitive to herbs, possessing extraordinary gifts in the way of plants, naturally harmonious with nature; blade intent, divine bone; orange, embodies blade intent with extraordinary divine bones, significantly enhancing cultivation aptitude and randomly generating a middle-grade blade technique. Adversity body, purple, will undergo 3 life and death tribulations, with each crisis overcome, greatly enhancing cultivation aptitude. Goldwood spirit body, blue, dual-born of gold and wood, possessing extraordinary constitution, significantly enhancing aptitude in both paths. Upon seeing the 5 entries that appeared, Yang Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, a critical strike either occurs in the first simulation or the final one. Remarkably, even an orange entry has surfaced. Excellent. I choose blade intent, divine bone. In the first year, you swept through the secret realms, suppressing various talents, refining the red sky candle dragon's aura, increasing the dragon's enmity. In the third year, to hasten the refinement of the red sky candle dragon's aura, you began secretly hunting dragon-blooded creatures on the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, targeting only those with diluted bloodlines for safety. By the fourth year, after wreaking havoc on the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, your red sky candle dragon's aura reached perfection, allowing you to break through to the true aura realm. In the fifth year, you challenged the 72nd on the talent list, defeating your opponent with a single punch, securing an effortless victory. In the seventh year, you traveled across several states, consecutively defeating numerous talents from the talent list, ranking 30-6th. In the 11th year, you broke through to the divine intent realm, defeating the 10th on the talent list, officially entering the top 10. In the 17th year, Yunmeng City was besieged by a great army, led by a master of the true fire realm and several other masters. You and Luo Qingning had long since departed Yunmeng City, yet you were aware that a formidable adversary awaited you ahead. Before long, a silver spear pierced through the air, creating a massive pit 100 feet deep in the earth. Anticipating this, you stood at the edge of the pit, gazing up at the armored general with a calm smile. This time, you were ready for a proper fight. The demonic body surged upwards, flames scorching the heavens, the clamor of blades ringing out. Having initially mastered 2 divine techniques, you would not retreat another step. A mere junior in the divine intent realm dared to provoke him. The armored general fell silent for a moment, the long spear in his hand ringing ominously as anger surged within him. You should hold reverence for the strong, he roared, sweeping his spear across, generating waves of force. In an instant, the 2 figures clashed, the ground fracturing beneath them, forests and mountains obliterated, everything laid to waste. Yang Xian observed the armored general gradually gaining the upper hand. Yet his battle spirit soared higher, his blood boiled like hot soup, his power growing ever more formidable. With a single punch, he sent the armored general flying several thousand meters, the immense impact piercing the ground for dozens of meters, creating a vast pit, revealing a figure covered in dirt and grime. The armored general's expression darkened. Being bested by a junior in the divine intent realm was undoubtedly a first in a millennium, a profound humiliation for him. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a clear sound of a sword ringing echoed from the sky. It seemed as if moonlight had materialized, a sliver of silver light streaking past. Blooms of blood flowers erupted in the air, and the silver spear shattered into countless fragments. Watching the once mighty armored general vanish in an instant filled you with heightened apprehension. A woman in palace attire appeared before you. Introducing herself as the second mistress of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace, swiftly capturing both you and Luo Qingning without resistance, Luo Qingning officially became an acolyte of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace in the 18th year. Luo Qingning entered the secret grounds of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace to receive her inheritance, while you chose to depart, wandering through the 36 states of the world. In the same year, the divine martial marquis raised an army to seize Yinzhou. Marching directly towards Yujing, as various nefarious sects emerged. By the 20th year, you broke through to the divine concealment realm, ranking third on the talent list. In the 22nd year, the world underwent a great transformation. With the shackles of the celestial path shattered, suddenly the spiritual energy of the universe surged, revealing a multitude of paradises and miraculous herbs across the mountains and rivers, ancient, medieval, and modern secret realms emerging one after another. At this moment, you found yourself only a step away from the profound realm. In the 25th year, the first being of the celestial realm was born, and the venerable ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect first transcended into the celestial realm. His overwhelming divine might enveloping 1,000,000 miles, while an extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens obscured the brilliance of the sun and moon. In the same year, you broke through to the profound understanding realm, giving rise to two mid-tier divine abilities. By the 26th year, the celestial realm witnessed a flurry of births, with numerous beings previously ranked on the divine list ascending to the celestial realm. In an instant, it felt akin to the resurgence of the ancient era of celestial paths, with true immortals descending to the mortal world. That same year, you advanced to the mid-phase of the profound understanding realm. In the 28th year, you returned to the Palace of Lunar Radiance, where Luo Qingning successfully emerged from the secret realm, her cultivation unexpectedly surging to the first tier of the immortal ascension realm. And she obtained a celestial weapon. With Luo Qingning's support, you utilized a vast array of resources from the Palace of Lunar Radiance, a lineage with an unfathomable heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years. And your cultivation began to rise dramatically. By the 35th year, you transcended to the Grandmaster of True Fire Realm, your soul transforming into the primordial spirit, enabling you to traverse the ethereal heavens. Unbound by earthly constraints. In the 40th year, you intentionally revealed your whereabouts, which indeed attracted an ancient devil ancestor of the first-tier immortal ascension realm. Luo Qingning, who had long awaited this moment, wielded her celestial weapon with a radiant might. Suppressing all with her transcendent power, the devil ancestor, lacking a celestial weapon, could only flee in a disheveled manner when faced with her strike. After hundreds of exchanges in battle, the devil ancestor was left with but half his form, his primordial spirit having been diminished by a third. Just as he prepared to make a desperate strike to escape, a full moon blanketed the heavens. Time halted, and the devil ancestor found himself immobilized, akin to an insect encased in amber, ultimately witnessing his own transformation into ashes. A figure, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, descended gracefully, dimming the world and eclipsing the moon's radiance. This was your ultimate trump card, the Grand Master of the Palace of Lunar Radiance, the moonwalking celestial lord. Regrettably, it only attracted an ancestor of the Devil God sect. In the 50th year, the Palace of Lunar Radiance endured a joint assault from the three great lineages of the White Bone Path. The Devil God sect and the Crimson Blood Demon cult. The moonwalking celestial lord single-handedly faced two formidable beings of the celestial realm. Luo Qingning, brandishing her celestial weapon, confronted several first-tier demonic foes. The battle raged for a month, and as the Crimson Blood Celestial was severely wounded, the conflict gradually reached its conclusion. You held aloft a second-tier True Fire Realm skull, watching as the three great lineages retreated. In the 60th year, your primordial spirit's manifestation gradually attained perfection, and you were but a step away from forging your own celestial body and breaking into the immortal ascension realm. By the 65th year, you began to attempt the creation of your celestial body. In the same year, several ancient deities emerged from the ancient demonic cave. Though they were not the primordial deities of your, lacking the earth-shattering powers of the ancient era, their strength was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of the celestial realm's great beings. In the 61st year, several ancient deities once again united with the three major lineages to besiege the Palace of Lunar Radiance, even with Luo Qingning having ascended to the celestial realm. She found herself outmatched against overwhelming numbers. A towering ancient deity with a height of 1,000 jang and 4 wings ruthlessly shattered the palace's protective formation, scattering the moonlight, which began to dissipate. Moonwalking Celestial and Luo Qingning, under the relentless assault of numerous deities, began to falter. Falling into a dire predicament, you ignited your bloodline. A majestic figure shrouded in the aura of the celestial mountain emerged behind you. With wings that brushed the heavens, your crimson eyes ablaze with golden divine flames. In the fearful gazes of the ancient deities, the raging golden flames enveloped both you and them, ultimately returning to the void. You perished. Chapter 54, Dual Divine Bones. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. Within the simulation, your cultivation realm, Orange Tier Blade Intent Divine Bone. The experience gained during the simulation, you unexpectedly advanced to the True Fire realm. And you are merely a step away from the Immortal Ascension realm. Yang Xian gazed at the simulation's description of his mutually assured destruction with the ancient demon god, a glimmer of surprise flickering within him. At this moment, he felt a surge of impulse to immediately choose the cultivation realm, yet he managed to restrain himself. Selecting the cultivation realm at this juncture would only elevate him to the weakest grandmaster of the True Fire realm, perhaps even allowing a mere master to challenge him across tiers. Moreover, the simulation's consumption for the True Fire realm was undoubtedly a staggering figure. He might not even be able to gather the funds for the simulation, leading to an awkward predicament. After much contemplation, Yang Xian calmed himself, deciding to wait until his Red Heaven Candle Dragon Chi was perfected, ensuring that within the innate three realms, he would be virtually unmatched. And at that point, attaining the Master Realm would merely be a thought away. He chose the Orange Tier Blade Intent Divine Bone. A surge of formidable blade intent flashed before dissipating, revealing a divine bone radiating resplendent divine light. Nestled closely against the innate sword bone, upon detecting two highly compatible attributes, he was prompted, "Would you like to combine them?" Yang Xian, taken aback by the sudden notification, realized that the two attributes referred to the additional unusual bones within him. Historically, combining to attain a higher tier was customary. The probability of merging an orange tier and a purple tier attribute into an upgraded form was exceedingly slim. Nonetheless, anticipation surged within him. Combined. On the interface, the two attributes slowly faded, culminating in an explosion of dazzling orange light, gradually revealing a few characters. Dual Divine Bone Orange, a divine bone formed from the fusion of the divine bone and sword bone, stronger than the average divine bone. Harboring two mid-tier divine abilities related to blades and swords, did it not advance? Yang Xian gazed at the newly birthed orange tier attribute, feeling a tinge of disappointment, though it was within his expectations. The odds of fusion leading to an advancement were indeed minimal. However, despite the lack of progression, the newly formed Dual Divine Bone attribute shone with an even more brilliant orange hue, with a hint of gold intermingled, suggesting it was not far from achieving a golden tier. Furthermore, the Dual Divine Bone could give rise to two mid-tier divine abilities, whereas most masters of the Profound Understanding realm typically birth lower-tier abilities upon breaking through. Only a select few masters with immense potential could manifest mid-tier abilities, similar to Luo Qingning's orange tier innate sword bone, which signified her potential to ascend to the immortal realm, let alone the golden tier, which was a sure ticket to the celestial realm. Open the interface. Yang Xian softly uttered. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Southern Candle Demon Bloodline Orange. Talent: Dual Divine Bone Orange. Blade and Sword Dual Excellence Purple. Golden Bone Jade Marrow Purple. Spiritual Wisdom Purple Realm. 7th Tier Cleansing Marrow Realm Fulfillment Skills. Second layer of Red Heaven Southern Candle Demon Body. Introductory techniques of the 1000 Calamities and 100 Difficulties Treasure Chi. Perfected Wind Manipulation Technique. Perfected Metal Killing Sword Chi. Mad Demon Blade Intent. Blood Demon Blade Intent. Perfected Metal Sword Intent. Perfected Blood Demon Blade Intent. Perfected Mad Demon Blade Intent. Wealth 40,000 with the second layer of the Red Heaven Southern Candle Demon Body. 3 perfected realms, and the enhancement of the Dual Divine Bone. Who beneath the Master Realm could rival me? A glint of brilliance sparkled in Yang Xian's eyes. The Red Heaven Southern Candle Demon Body would grant him a physique comparable to that of the Divine Concealment Realm. And with the augmentation of the 3 perfected realms and the Dual Divine Bone, his strength surged exponentially. Ordinary beings of the Divine Concealment Realm only mastered one complete realm, while only exceptional talents could attain a perfected state. It was only those ranked among the top of the human list who could forge their own mindset. Now, although Yang Xian's realm was merely the Cleansing Marrow Realm fulfillment, his prowess could arguably rank him among the mid-tier on the human list. Yang Xian contemplated the renowned prodigies of Yunzhou, Xuanxin Mountain Xuanxin Sword Master, the direct descendant of the Su family in Xianyun City, Su Changnian, and Gu Xinyuan, the demon slayer of Yunzhou's Demon Slayer office. These three were the current top prodigies of Yunzhou, yet they occupied the lowest ranks on the human list, barely squeezing in. Yang Xian had heard of their exploits, but the most renowned was perhaps the tale of Xuanqin sword master single-handedly battling the three bandit leaders of Lianshan. Ultimately slaying them all. However, those bandit leaders were merely rogue cultivators who had barely ascended to the divine intent realm, their strength likely ranking at the bottom within that realm. If this were the extent of their capabilities, then Yang Xian could confidently claim the title of the strongest martial artist under 40 in Yunzhou. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently become the most formidable prodigy in the entire region. Yang Xian felt a surge of joy. In truth, had he not shunned the pursuit of realms, he would have already attained the position of a grandmaster of the true fire realm, albeit a rather inflated one. However, he had no desire to become a stepping stone for those who could challenge him across tiers. As there was no pressing crisis, Yang Xian preferred to linger in the fish pond, seeking to amass more attributes. Should a golden or even crimson super attribute appear, it would truly be a leap forward. As Yang Xian pushed open the door, he found the skies had cleared. The heavens, washed anew, shone with a brilliant clarity, exuding a fresh luster as the sun and raindrops intertwined to create a vibrant spectacle. As the rain ceased so soon, Yang Xian pondered, bemused, as not much time had elapsed. "Young master, a message has arrived." Fang Jing approached with a light jog from the courtyard, holding a pristine letter. This was delivered by a maid from the Luo residence. Fang Jing quickly explained. Curious, Yang Xian took the letter and found several elegant lines inscribed within. Upon a careful read, it was no surprise that it was written by Luo Qingning. The content conveyed her urgent matters that prevented her from attending the upcoming Dragon's Secret Realm expedition, urging Yang Xian to do his utmost to suppress those self-important so-called prodigies. The letter also revealed that the origins of this Dragon's Secret Realm were extraordinary, formed from the demise of the Dragon King that had fled from the Tsangshui Dragon Palace years ago, and it likely contained treasures from the ancient palace. Moreover, this expedition was a grand opportunity personally bestowed upon the younger generation of Yunzhou by the fourth-ranked dragon-slaying celestial lord of the divine list. Dragon-slaying celestial lord, Tsangshui Dragon Palace. Yang Xian carefully stored the letter, murmuring the names. He was well aware of the dragon-slaying celestial lord, or rather, it was unlikely that anyone among the 10 or so figures on the divine list was unfamiliar with him. The dragon-slaying heavenly sovereign, by Yuan, occupies the 14th seat on the divine rankings. He emerged 3 centuries ago and is renowned for having vanquished 30% of the world's flood dragons, including the fall of a true dragon at his hands. Thus, he has earned the reverence of the world as the dragon-slaying heavenly sovereign. Legend has it that 3 centuries ago a dragon palace was buried under his command, and it appears to be the Songhai Dragon Palace. Yang Xian glanced at the monetary value displayed on the panel. Money, 40,000, but he could simulate once more. A soft smile graced his lips. This was his trump card should he truly acquire something valuable within the Dragon's Secret Realm. It was inevitable that others would covet it. At that time, he could simply opt to claim the simulated cultivation level that he would then ascend to the realm of the true fire grandmaster, or even become a transcendent being of the ascendant realm. One could only imagine the astonishment this would evoke. Chapter 55, The Descent of Gods and Demons. 3 days later, at the Demon-Slaying Division's Martial Arts Hall. The hall was essentially a vast arena, spanning 100 feet in diameter and elevated 7 to 8 meters off the ground, constructed entirely of ironwood. Ironwood is a first-tier spiritual wood, its hardness rivaling that of ordinary fine iron, making the martial arts platform an embodiment of resilience. For martial artists beneath the true Qi realm, breaching this solid arena would be nearly impossible unless employing exceedingly sharp weapons. Typically, the martial arts platform serves as a training ground for the elite demon slayers engaged in combat with vile creatures. It is frequented by many martial enthusiasts and warriors, and thus it was erected for such purposes. At this moment, a considerable number of figures had gathered around the arena. The demon-slaying division usually comprises only a few hundred demon slayers, most of whom are out on missions, yet now, the number of demon slayers encircling the platform likely exceeded 1,000, drawn by the rare opportunity to witness this competition, while most understood that the secret realm quota was unlikely to pertain to them. Their interest in this large-scale contest was undeniable. This competition aimed to determine the 3 strongest individuals under the age of 40 within the demon-slaying division, a prospect too enticing to ignore. "Are you certain this is a competition for those under 40? Yang Xian inquired, glancing at a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a face weathered by time, seemingly laden with stories. As he spoke to Fang Jing beside him, while 40 might denote middle age for an ordinary person, for most martial artists who had entered the cleansing marrow realm, it marked the prime of their lives. After undergoing the trials of sinew severing and marrow cleansing, their appearances often resembled that of youthful men. This middle-aged man, appearing to have weathered life's storms, hardly seemed like a 40 under cleansing marrow bronze badge demon slayer. Before Fang Jing could respond, a voice interjected. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man, hearing Yang Xian's remark, turned around with a fierce glare. "This is maturity, do you understand? A mature man possesses far greater charm than someone like you with your slicked-back hair and pale complexion." The man appeared to have struck a sensitive nerve, his agitation palpable. Yang Xian, taken aback, realized his unintentional comment had provoked such a strong reaction. My words may have been ill-considered, esteemed brother. I have yet to learn your name. Yang Xian clasped his fists in greeting. Seeing the gentle demeanor of Yang Xian, the man's anger gradually subsided. "I am called Yuanshin. You may refer to me as Old Yuan. Do not let my middle-aged appearance fool you. I am merely 30 years old, albeit a bit mature for my age. I have been with the demon-slaying division for 6 years." Yuanshin clearly possessed a hearty personality, quickly forgetting the earlier incident and engaging Yang Xian in conversation. Upon learning that Yang Xian had just joined the ranks of demon slayers this year, he generously shared his experiences as a senior. "Young brother, look at this throng of over 1,000 demon slayers. In truth, most are merely here to serve as background. Ultimately, even within the demon-slaying division, an institution where merit supersedes identity and background, only a select few can truly shine." Yuanshin sighed, lamenting that only extraordinary talents, like the hidden gems of the Songhai, are coveted by the demon-slaying division. As for us, mere mortals who barely entered the division, even if the most formidable techniques lay before us, we remain trapped at the threshold. How lamentable. He patted Yang Xian's shoulder, imparting earnest advice. "Be cautious not to be overly reckless, even in combat with vile creatures. Always retain your means of survival, and in competitions like this, if you see no hope, it is best to refrain from participating. An injury could leave you at a severe disadvantage." Before Yang Xian could respond, a voice echoed across the arena. 4 silver-patterned black-robed demon slayers had appeared atop the high platform, led by Wang Tingzhong, alongside 3 3-patterned silver-badged demon slayers. On the platform, Shui Tonglin spoke first. "This competition aims to determine the 3 slots for the secret realm. To assess everyone's combat abilities, we will employ a free-for-all format, but the use of weapons is prohibited. The rules are simple. The last 3 standing on the platform will secure their places in the secret realm. Now, competitors, take the stage." Upon hearing the competition rules, the crowd erupted in excitement. Unlike the previous advancement matches, this free-for-all format demanded true combat skills, relying not solely on strength but also on strategy. This ignited a fervor among some demon slayers who had initially come to spectate. For in a free-for-all, they might find themselves with a genuine opportunity to prevail. Many demon slayers had already leaped onto the platform, while others below were eager to join. "Not be why the way, young brother Yang. I know a great spot to watch the match. Let me take you there." Yuanshin began, but Yang Xian immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Brother Yuan, I must take the stage." Ignoring Yuanshin's look of confusion, Yang Xian swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, appearing on the platform in the blink of an eye. Yang Xian surveyed the surrounding demon slayers, numbering over 300, each standing on the towering platform in a state of vigilance. As he scrutinized these demon slayers, he continuously checked their profiles for any hidden talents. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face among the youthful visages, standing out starkly. Character: Yuanshin. Physique: spiritual ape. Body: green. Talent: resilience, green. Martial arts prodigy, green. Realm: mid-level 6th rank True Chi realm. Spiritual ape. Body: agile as a spiritual ape, possessing extraordinary agility and martial arts talent. At that moment, Yuanshin noticed Yang Xian's gaze, sheepishly scratching the back of his head before waving a greeting. "This guy." Yang Xian's expression became peculiar. Just moments ago, Yuanshin had advised him to be cautious, yet here he was, having stealthily ascended the platform himself. "Mid-level True Chi realm," Yang Xian murmured in astonishment, glancing at Yuanshin's profile. The True Chi realm was the standard for silver-badged demon slayers, and with Yuanshin only 30 years old, achieving this level at such an age indicated he was on the cusp of either the profound understanding realm or the divine concealment realm. In the demon-slaying division of Yunmeng City, he was undoubtedly a rare talent, with his prowess ranking among the elite of the several hundred demon slayers present. "The competition begins," Shui Tonglin declared, noting that no one else had taken the stage. Boom! At the sound of the command, chaos erupted. The most formidable individuals, renowned for their prowess, were immediately besieged. With weapons prohibited, the demon slayers could only rely on their physical might. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed as the battle commenced. Despite the ban on weaponry, a few true Qi realm martial artists wielded their Qi with devastating effect. Yang Xian cast a glance at Yuanshan, who was feigning the role of an ordinary cleansing marrow realm warrior. Joining the fray against the mid-level true Qi realm fighters, Yang Xian, unimpressed, casually pushed aside an approaching foe with a single palm strike, sending him flying 100 feet away, off the platform. Enough dilly-dallying. Allow me to clear the field. A grin spread across Yang Xian's face as he vanished in an instant, leaving behind a crater eye. In the next moment, he appeared where the crowd was densest, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent dozens of combatants hurtling out of the arena. The second layer of the Red Sky Southern Candle's divine demon body granted him substantial power, allowing him to unleash a punch with the force of 100,000 pounds. Can you withstand the power of my punch, which embodies a month's worth of effort? Like a bulldozer, Yang Xian ruthlessly swept through all obstacles in his path, and not a single opponent could withstand his strike. Soaring through the air as they were sent flying, the demon slayers gazed in terror at Yang Xian, a mere mortal exuding unimaginable strength, as if the offspring of ancient gods had descended. Wielding godlike power. It's over, Yuanshan thought, initially just passing time in the arena, but now felt a rush of panic as Yang Xian, resembling a god of war, approached him. Chapter 56, The Abyssal Flood. Dragon level huff. A gust of force surged past Yuanshan's ear, clearing a group of demon slayers behind him like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Brother Yuan, are you alright? Yang Xian flashed a smile, effortlessly tossing another demon slayer off the platform like a child's toy. Yang brother, Yuanshan managed a strained smile, a hand resting on Yang Xian's shoulder. Brother Yuan, just hold on a little longer, Yang Xian urged, exerting his grip, lifting Yuanshan's robust frame as if it were weightless, and then flinging him towards the edge of the platform. It seems the outcome of this competition has already been determined. Wang Tingjong, standing on the high platform, observed Yang Xian's unmatched prowess and a smile broke across his face. Shui Tonglin nodded in agreement, quickly instructing Yang Xian to cease his attacks. If he continued, not a single competitor would remain standing. The other two three-pattern silver badge demon slayers, Su Baoying and Lei Wu, watched with keen interest as Yang Xian dominated the arena, although they had heard tales of a prodigy emerging from the demon-slaying division. This was their first encounter with the individual in question. His strength, as rumored, was indeed extraordinary, capable of single-handedly slaying a guardian of the bone path, a feat that was nothing short of remarkable. Su Baoying couldn't help but compare Yang Xian to his family's leading figure, Su Changyan, the green-clad hero currently ranked 93rd on the illustrious list. Changyan, now in the mid-level divine intent realm, had mastered the grand accomplishment of intent and achieved significant success with the family's unique techniques. Although Yang Xian has vanquished the guardian of the white bone path, he is merely a remnant from 30 years ago, his strength only at the initial stage of the divine intent realm. In terms of power, he should still be slightly inferior to Changyan. As for potential, Su Baoying sensed that the young man before him was merely a practitioner at the cleansing marrow realm, which left him somewhat incredulous. Could it be that he was concealing his true level? To slay a master of the divine intent realm at the cleansing marrow stage is indeed astonishing. A feat rarely witnessed in a millennium, and without exception, it is accomplished by extraordinary prodigies from ancient traditions. Yet, what if it were true? Su Baoying found it absurd that such a remarkable figure, comparable to a disciple of the Tao or a son of the Buddha, could arise from the humble Yunming city. Regardless of whether he was hiding his cultivation level, his innate talent was undeniably extraordinary, and it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. Su Baoying glanced at the nearby individuals, Wang Tingjong and Shui Tonglin, who were already well aware of Yang Xian's exceptional nature, wore smiles of pride, reflecting their sense of honor. Su Baoying understood that these two must have deliberately concealed Yang Xian's information. Otherwise, he would not have been caught off guard today upon learning of his age and cultivation level. Turning his gaze to Lei Wu, he noted that while his expression was one of astonishment, he appeared quite composed, seemingly indifferent towards Yang Xian. It was time to relay this information back to the family. Su Baoying silently resolved. On the stage below, Yang Xian, halted by the intervention of Shui Tonglin, stepped away from the platform and quietly observed the ongoing contests. With the absence of Yang Xian, the relentless force of nature, the battles finally returned to their proper course. After a fierce competition, the honest-looking Yuanshan and a demon-slaying envoy named Shinfeng emerged victorious. Both were practitioners of the true Gang realm, with Shinfeng being at the initial stage. Subsequently, Shui Tonglin announced that Yang Xian and his companions would represent Yunming City in the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. Upon descending the stage, Shinfeng appeared somewhat intimidated upon seeing Yang Xian, As if the latter's earlier performance had cast a shadow over him, Yuanshan, on the other hand, approached with a broad grin. Brother Yang, I never expected you to be the famed demon slayer who defeated the guardian of the White Bone Path. Truly a prodigy, indeed remarkable, Yuan brother. I too am astonished by how deeply you have concealed your prowess, Yang Xian replied with a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded the middle-aged man before him. Hearing this, Yuanshan awkwardly scratched his head. I merely wished to preserve my strength better. As the grand competition concluded, Wang Tingjong announced the end of the trials, striding towards Yang Xian. Good lad, perform well in the secret realm, he exclaimed, patting Yang Xian on the shoulder with a look of approval. Yes, General Wang, Yang Xian responded. 3 days later, at the demon-slaying division of Yunming Prefecture, a magnificent treasure ship hovered at its center. Measuring over 20 zhang in length and divided into 3 tiers, its hull was adorned with a multitude of intricate runes, resembling the sinuous movements of dragons and snakes, radiating a gentle, ethereal glow. The vessel floated approximately 10 meters above the ground, and Yang Xian gazed in awe at the magnificent flying craft before him. What an extraordinary creation, he marveled, meticulously examining the ship from top to bottom. Wang Tingjong, noticing Yang Xian's astonished expression, explained, this is a Yuanjiao-class flying vessel, capable of carrying hundreds of people over vast distances, traversing tens of thousands of miles in a day. It operates through several formations and consumes elemental stones for power. He paused, continuing to educate Yang Xian. The flying warships are strategic assets of the Great Zhou dynasty, categorized into 3 levels, Yuanjiao Jinlong, and Tiangong. The Yuanjiao class you see before you can carry hundreds of people across great distances. And with sufficient elemental stones, it can travel 1,000,000 miles without issue. The Jinlong class is even larger, exceeding 100 zhang in length, with 9 tiers, accommodating thousands of soldiers and capable of covering 100,000 miles daily. While possessing some offensive and defensive capabilities, such attacks could pose a significant threat to masters of the Transcendence realm, and its defenses could momentarily withstand their assaults. The Great Zhou dynasty possesses fewer than 30 such warships. And even provincial capitals may not have one. For instance, our Yunzhou has none. As for the mightiest Tiangong class, it is a true behemoth, with a length of 1,000 zhang, resembling a celestial palace floating in the sky. Capable of housing tens of thousands, even 100,000 soldiers, and able to traverse hundreds of thousands of miles in a day, even a grandmaster of the true fire realm would struggle to breach its defenses. Yet its consumption is equally terrifying. The last time one was deployed was 30 years ago. It is said that 3 such vessels are stationed in Yujing City, a true testament to their foundation. Wang Tingjong expressed his deep admiration, recounting how this technology is a remnant from the ancient era of immortal cultivation. In ancient times, there were even vessels 100 times larger than the Tiangong class. Truly celestial palaces, commanded by ancient sects capable of traversing the vastness of the cosmos. Hearing Wang Tingjong's account left Yang Xian and his companions utterly astounded. The cosmos beyond their world remained unexplored. While the ancient immortals had already ventured into the boundless realms of the universe, such fearsome creations rendered the world increasingly intriguing to Yang Xian, though the epics of antiquity had long since perished. The remnants of those times still profoundly impacted the present world. Yang Xian's thoughts drifted to the great upheaval that would transpire 22 years hence, when ancient gods and demons would emerge, heralding an era of celestial wonders. Filling him with anticipation, after refining the red sky candle dragon's vital energy in the secret realm, he would prepare to break through to the Transcendence realm. Yang Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. He was resolved to explore all the marvels this world had to offer. Chapter 57, Yaoqi and Yunzhou, the residence of the god of war. An intense blood-soaked aura radiated from within, akin to a dormant true dragon exuding a terrifying might, causing the vicinity of the residence to feel as if it had been purified by the overwhelming force of martial intent. Even a third-tier master of the Transcendence realm would find their form unstable and power greatly diminished when faced with this iron-blooded atmosphere. Clad in crimson armor, the soldiers appeared fierce and robust. Their eyes gleaming with the ferocity of seasoned warriors, they comprised the divine martial army under the command of the god of war, a fully staffed force of 100,000, each soldier a formidable practitioner. With many holding positions as captains of the innate 3 realms, the god of war's residence served as both a home and a military camp, with the army stationed nearby, resembling a blood-red dragon stretching for dozens of miles, instilling fear in all directions. Within the internal courtyard of the god of war's residence, filled with the scent of exotic flora and the graceful dance of spirit birds, a melodious voice broke the tranquility. Little Qingning, you smell divine. Li Yaoqi embraced Luo Qingning from behind, burying her face in the latter's silken hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance, her face alight with contentment. Yaoqi, let go, Luo Qingning replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she attempted to push away the playful woman behind her. Li Yaoqi laughed, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief. Unlike the cool, ethereal demeanor of Luo Qingning, who resembled a celestial being, Li Yaoqi exuded the charm of a flower fairy, her beauty unmatched and radiating an otherworldly allure. I see, Little Qingning has forgotten her sister now that she has found a suitor, refusing even a moment of closeness. Li Yaoqi feigned a sorrowful expression. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Qingning retorted. Her face tinged with embarrassment as she playfully struck Li Yaoqi with her delicate fist. Little Qingning is ready to strike me for her suitor. Li Yaoqi dodged gracefully, her face a mask of mock sorrow. Appearing exceedingly heartbroken, Luo Qingning, observing Li Yaoqi's antics, could only display a look of helplessness. By the way, is he truly not your suitor? Li Yaoqi inquired, leaning closer to Luo Qingning with an inquisitive expression. Of course not, young Master Yang is merely my friend. I invited him to join the demon-slaying division and was concerned for his safety, which is why I assisted him, Luo Qingning explained earnestly. Oh, Li Yaoqi responded with a prolonged tone, a knowing smile spreading across her face. By the way, I want to accompany you to the Taiyin Moon Palace this time. Why? Luo Qingning asked, tilting her head in confusion. Naturally, to support you, although that old woman claims it's for you to receive the baptism of celestial energy. The Taiyin Moon Palace is not solely under her control. If anyone dares to create trouble for you, with your temperament, you would surely be bullied, but with me around, they wouldn't dare overstep their bounds, Li Yaoqi declared confidently, resembling a proud little phoenix. Luo Qingning knew she was correct. Li Yaoqi was the only daughter of the god of war. Of noble birth, more importantly, the god of war's elder brother was the current leader of the 4 kings and 8 marquises, the Jinwu King. A formidable figure of the immortal Ascension realm, holding the 15th seat on the divine ranking. Jinwu King Li Xianzhou, and the god of war Li Xianyi, was his younger brother, a lineage that boasted 1 king and 1 marquis, an unparalleled feat in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. With 1 king and 1 marquis as her backing, Li Yaoqi's status was naturally elevated, rivaling even that of certain princes of the Great Zhou, including a certain 4th prince. With me here, you can confidently accept the baptism of celestial energy. Who knows, you might even become the top of the divine ranking, pushing that detestable old woman down a peg. That would be quite amusing, Li Yaoqi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she hugged Luo Qingning tightly. Nuzzling against her, Luo Qingning cast a helpless glance at the exuberant girl clinging to her, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. It seems the secret realm is about to open. I wonder if Yang Xian has managed to enter. She pondered, her thoughts wandering far away. A magnificent flying vessel, over 20 zhan long, soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, its powerful currents dissipated by the formations on board, transforming into gentle breezes. Even standing at the bow, Yang Xian felt no discomfort. Instead, he was overwhelmed with a sense of exhilaration. This was his first time viewing the entirety of the world from such heights, where mountains, rivers, plains, and hills unfolded before him. This is the essence of the sky, he thought, filled with wonder. Yang Xian stood at an altitude of 1,000 zhang, casting his gaze over the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, feeling an immediate expansion of his heart and mind, as if even the cogs of his thoughts had quickened. Although Yang Xian possessed the skill of riding the wind, he could only elevate himself to a height of 100 zhang at most. Far from the celestial perspective he enjoyed now, akin to a divine being surveying the world. It was no wonder that those masters of the transcendence realm favored flying. This sensation was undeniably enthralling. As Yang Xian felt the gentle breeze caressing his face, he couldn't help but marvel at the experience. The distance to Yunmeng City was not particularly great, nearly a little over 2,000 li. Aboard the Yuanzhou-class warship, they arrived at the waters near the inner region of Yunmeng Days in less than an hour. Several massive vessels, resembling great beasts, were already anchored here, and Yang Xian noticed a few other Yuanzhou-class warships hovering above. Presumably belonging to different demon-slaying departments, Junzhou lacked top-tier sects and demonic forces, thus the demon-slaying department served as the mainstay of the region, with the seasoned General Wei Wuyuan of the demon-slaying department commanding Yunzhou. At the center of the waters, a small realm spanning several kilometers was suspended above the surface. Through its entrance, one could vaguely discern the mountains and rivers, the flora and dust within. At the entrance to this secret realm sat 3 figures, exuding an aura as formidable as rivers and mountains. The sun and moon. One was a sharply featured young man, another a middle-aged man with a fierce countenance, and the last was an elderly man clad in white. his white hair and beard giving him a scholarly air. Were these the three masters presiding over the secret realm? Yang Xian observed the three conspicuous figures at the entrance, their mere presence augmented by the innate sense of the transcendence realm, rendering them as glaringly evident as the sun. Drawing all attention away from the fleet of ships to themselves, on board the ship, Wang Tingjong had previously introduced these individuals to Yang Xian and his companions. The young man was Wei Wuyuan, the seasoned master of the demon-slaying department, who had defended Yunzhou for over a century and had even slain a rebellious third-tier demon king. Despite his youthful appearance, he was nearing 300 years of age. Having already lived half of his lifespan in the Transcendence Realm, the middle-aged man was Zhu Xiong, a master from Xuanqin Mountain and one of its two Transcendence Realm masters, having recently ascended to mastery decades ago. He practiced the 100 Beasts forging body technique, boasting immense physical strength and wielding a third-tier divine weapon, the Mountain and River 100 Beasts chart, likely surpassing Wei Wuyuan in power. The elderly man was a wandering cultivator and the strongest among them. Ranked 70th on the Earth ranking, known as He Jiming, the Earth ranking recorded the most powerful masters in the world, placing He Jiming among the top 72, making him indisputably the strongest of the three. Even though Zhu Xiong possessed a third-tier divine weapon, He Jiming also wielded a third-tier divine weapon, the Dragon Heartstaff. This was the extraordinary fortune that allowed He Jiming to rise from a mere wanderer to an Earth-ranking master. And now he represented the dragon-slaying heavenly monarch to oversee this secret expedition. As the three noticed that everyone had gathered, they rose from their positions as if towering mountains, their overwhelming presence silencing the crowd instantly. This secret realm is accessible for one day only. Once time is up, you will be automatically expelled, announced the white-haired He Jiming with a genial smile, though the immense pressure he exuded commanded respect from all present. Now you may enter the secret realm. The fierce Zhu Xiong nodded, activating the Mountain and River 100 Beasts chart, tearing open an entrance to the previously sealed secret realm. In an instant, several figures leapt from the vessel, diving into the secret realm, causing ripples at the entrance as they vanished from sight. Go forth. Prioritize the treasures of the secret realm, Zhu Xiong instructed his companion, Xuanqin Sword Master, the latter, appearing as an aloof and solitary swordsman, nodded before also leaping into the realm. Naturally, Yang Xian followed the flow of people into the secret realm. As he passed through the entrance, he was suddenly confronted by a dense forest of ancient trees, their trunks towering dozens of meters high, with branches intertwining above, the heavy green leaves obscuring the sun's brilliance and casting a shadowy gloom. Yang Xian looked up, and through the dappled shadows, he could faintly see an ethereal sun hanging in the heavens. This illusory sun was merely a projection of the outside world, with its light and warmth generated through the transformation of energy from the secret realm's treasures. It seemed that this place was indeed a forest. Yang Xian surveyed his surroundings, noting the monotonous dark green scenery. Wang Tingjong had informed him that typical demon kings or similarly ranked powerful beings could create a secret realm through fortuitous encounters over centuries, typically spanning only a few dozen li, and sometimes even less than 10. Not however, this secret realm extended over 100 li, clearly supported by exceptionally precious treasures. This was the greatest opportunity of this expedition, a third-tier Dragon King's rare artifact, a legacy from the Tsangshui Dragon Palace, which was at least third-tier and likely of second-tier quality or higher. As for the treasure's location, Yang Xian sensed the concentration of energy in the vicinity and determined the direction with the highest energy density. Without hesitation, he surged forth like a tempest. High-quality energy of the gung metal dragon shot. Yang Xian dashed through a valley, sensing a sharp energy within mingled with the dragon's aura. Peering down, he beheld a dragon-shaped entity formed from golden energy, roaring continuously, its scales radiating vivid hues and exuding a powerful dragon's might, resembling a true young dragon. At this moment, several individuals had surrounded the golden energy at the valley's center, each occupying the entrances and fixating their gazes on the gunmetal dragon Sha. Though the energy is but a single mass, sufficient for only one person, the surrounding 4th and 5th tier spirit plants are of considerable value, likely surpassing that of the energy itself. One among them, Lin Yan, proposed with a righteous demeanor, "How about one of us claims the energy, and the remaining 5 share the spirit plants? I will take the energy, so let me bear this burden." "Shut your mouth," barked a rather impatient man, cursing vehemently. Yet Lin Yan was not seeking a discussion. Seizing the moment when everyone was at a standstill, he swiftly dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, nearly instantaneously appearing beside the gunmetal dragon Sha. So fast, the other 5 were taken aback, realizing that Lin Yan's speed had transcended even the true gang realm, catching them entirely off guard. "Excellent," Lin Yan exclaimed, his smile unabashed as he approached the gunmetal dragon Sha. Now within arm's reach, it was worth my arduous practice of the thunder flash technique. Once unleashed, who could withstand me? This high-quality energy is coveted by countless families and sects, worth even a mid-tier treasure. Upon seeing Lin Yan suddenly beside it, the gunmetal dragon Sha roared, releasing waves of powerful dragon might, yet, as merely an energy form, its offensive capabilities were nearly non-existent, and its dragon's might could only intimidate lesser creatures below the 7th tier. Having little effect on Lin Yan, "Come here, little treasure," he said with a beaming smile, reaching out to seize it. Suddenly a dark object appeared in Lin Yan's line of sight, growing larger by the second. With a thud, Lin Yan's body was sent tumbling like a rag doll, executing several complete rotations in the air before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Who? Before the others could comprehend. They merely witnessed Lin Yan being hurled backward and subsequently impaled into the ground like a carrot. "Who is it?" Lin Yan exclaimed, pulling his head from the dirt, his right cheek noticeably swollen with a distinct shoe print. Accompanied by a dark bruise, he turned to see the figure who had ambushed him at the center of the valley, a striking young man clad in a black robe adorned with silver patterns. With eyes like bright stars and an aura as deep as the ocean, his gaze reminiscent of a stern deity surveying the mortal realm impressive, the crowd was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yang Xian. They were overshadowed by his formidable presence. Could he be another hidden prodigy? Among the 6 present, the strongest were undoubtedly the 3 renowned figures on the human ranking, yet there could still be other concealed geniuses. After all, the human ranking only recorded those who had made their moves, and it was not surprising to find an understated prodigy. Yang Xian, noticing the 6 individuals taken aback by his presence, turned his attention to the gunmetal dragon Sha, which continued to roar unconsciously, resembling a young dragon but with hollow, lifeless eyes. Indeed, this was not Yang Xian's first encounter with an anomalous energy. He had previously come across several mid-tier energies, but this was his first experience with high-quality energy. Grasping the small dragon, he prepared to consume it directly. "Damn it, put down my treasure," Lin Yan exclaimed, realizing that what he had thought to claim was about to be snatched away. "Are you all willing to relinquish this? Though he is strong, with our combined strength, the outcome remains uncertain," Lin Yan shouted to the others. Hearing this, the remaining 5, already reluctant to back down, resolved themselves. "Let us engage in a battle first." With their minds set, the 6 formed a pincer attack from all directions. If flames flickered, verdant greens flourished, and 6 types of gang energy surged forth, tearing the ground asunder, creating a web of cracks that stretched for dozens of zhang'ai. In the center of the 6 converging energies, Yang Xian observed the vibrant attacks approaching him and smiled slightly. "Are you here to present me with fireworks?" A strand of golden flame ignited in his eyes, and a faint ethereal image of a divine mountain began to emerge behind him. Yang Xian's physical form radiated divine light, withstanding the onslaught of 6 types of fierce energy, even as the ground was turned upside down and a deep pit several meters was blasted beneath his feet by the residual shockwaves. Yang Xian maintained an expression of calm indifference. The sword energy of the gunmetal slaughter surged forth. A brilliant sword light illuminated the sky like a blazing sun, its resplendent sword intent enveloping all directions. The Gungxian sword emitted a slight tremor, and several strands of golden sword energy swept through, shredding the fierce energy surrounding the 6 individuals into mere fragments, akin to torn paper. So dazzling. The 6 individuals could only see the blinding golden light, and then their bodies uncontrollably flew backward, crashing to the ground after soaring dozens of meters. Yang Xian, glancing at the now quiet figures, wore a satisfied smile before soaring into the sky, vanishing into the vast expanse, leaving behind 6 craters and the 6 individuals struggling to regain their footing. Chapter 59. Emergence. At the heart of the Jiaolong secret realm lay a mountain range stretching several dozen miles. The area with the densest primordial energy within the secret realm. In the very center of the mountains, 4th and 5th tier spiritual entities were plentiful, with even a few 6th tier spiritual entities thriving among them. In the outside world, spiritual entities above the 4th tier were exceedingly rare, regarded as precious treasures for martial artists of the innate 3 realms, yet here, in the core area of the Jiaolong secret realm, which had accumulated energy over centuries, such entities lay bare before the eyes of all, representing an unimaginable opportunity. Martial artists entering the secret realm, regardless of their location, unanimously chose to venture toward its very center. Boom! A resplendent sword scar tore through the air, followed by a violent explosion that shattered ancient trees within a radius of several dozen meters into splinters. Yang Xian swiftly seized a crystalline flower exuding purple mist. The sixth-tier spiritual plant, purple chi dragon heartflower, a potent tonic for nourishing the soul, was considered a divine herb for martial artists below the Tongxian realm. The three major hurdles of the Tongxian realm included the soul barrier, which required a sufficiently powerful soul force to cultivate a seed of divine ability. As a sixth-tier spiritual plant steeped in dragon energy for centuries, the purple chi dragon heartflower possessed an extraordinarily nourishing effect on the souls of martial artists in the divine concealment realm, even enhancing their comprehension. At this moment, such a precious spiritual plant was effortlessly seized by one individual. Damn it! Upon witnessing the theft of the purple chi dragon heartflower, the others grew anxious, their eyes wide with frustration. Leave it behind. Even though the strikingly handsome youth exuded an overwhelming aura of power, the group could no longer afford to hesitate. If they remained timid, they might as well return home to live out their days in solitude. As the group surged forward, Yang Xian raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of the Gongxian sword in hand, sharp golden sword energy permeated the air, enveloping a 10-meter radius before him. The sword energy coiling like a spirit serpent, poised to strike, the group was taken aback, their feet propelling them to a halt, gazing at the terrifying sword energy field a mere few meters away, a chilling aura sending shivers down their spines. Seeing this, Yang Xian vanished from his spot in an instant. A fruitful harvest. Yang Xian examined the crystalline purple flower in his hand, the purple petals emanating a mist that invigorated his spirit. Then he glanced at his bulging pockets and smiled with satisfaction. Having flown from the outskirts of the secret realm, Yang Xian had darted toward larger clusters of individuals, seizing opportunities as they arose. With the perfected Ling Su Yufeng technique, he held a significant advantage in this secret realm that spanned merely 100 miles. Any spiritual entity that came within his sight had no chance of escaping his grasp. Within less than a quarter of the secret realm explored, he had already acquired 10 fifth-tier spiritual entities, in addition to 3 sixth-tier entities including the purple chi dragon heartflower. All of this is wealth. Yang Xian gazed at his overflowing pockets, his eyes sparkling with desire. Although he had no immediate use for these items, they could all be exchanged for currency. Once he exited, he could resume his simulations. With 10 fifth-tier entities and 3 sixth-tier ones, he would have ample opportunities for simulations, bringing him closer to the Tongxian realm. Next, he sought the true treasures within the secret realm. Yang Xian's gaze fixed upon the center of the mountain range, a towering peak reaching 1,000 meters, where the concentrated primordial energy was palpable to anyone present. Once he set his course, Yang Xian shot forth like a tightly drawn bowstring, racing toward the summit. Xuanqin Sword Master, it would be rather selfish to hoard all the treasures alone. A young man clad in a black robe adorned with silver patterns, his features sharp and defined, casually observed the aloof swordsman before him while dragging a massive blade. Gu Xinyuan, it would be wise to tread carefully in your words, for I have no intention of obstructing your entry. Xuanqin Sword Master's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. In truth, the seeming tranquility of his demeanor barely concealed his internal exasperation. Uncle Zhu, how could you be so unreliable? Before entering the secret realm, Zhu Xiong had used his position as the master of the mountain and river 100 beasts map to secretly scout the area and provided him with a marked map indicating the likely locations of treasures. Yet upon entering, the concentration of primordial energy atop this peak was as conspicuous as the sun within the secret realm. Anyone with sight could easily discern its abnormality, as if a storm were brewing. Xuanqin Sword Master observed the burgeoning primordial energy storm at the peak, where energy began to converge from a radius of several dozen miles, even causing a shift in the heavens, with distant rumblings of thunder echoing as if heralding the emergence of a divine entity. As he sensed the map within his Qiankuan ring, his expression twitched. Upon entering the secret realm, he found himself at the very edge, having no chance to seize even a single opportunity on his way here. I propose, Su Changyan, that we join forces. Driving away a competitor would benefit us both. Noticing that Xuanqin Sword Master had ceased to engage him, Gu Xinyuan felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Turning his gaze toward a refined young gentleman exuding an air of nobility. Su Changyan, twirling the dragon and phoenix dual-shaped jade pendant in his fingers, chose to ignore the seemingly boisterous yet internally dark-hearted individual. How dull this all seems. Gu Xinyuan idly tapped his ear, assuming a languid posture resembling a slacker with nothing to do. It was hard to imagine that he ranked 96th on the human rankings. Bore the title of Flame Demon Blade. Before long, as the primordial energy surged in magnitude, a tempest of energy, towering over 100 meters, gradually took shape, with white mist enveloping the skies and purple lightning darting like serpents. It is about to emerge. At this moment, the summit teemed with individuals, all watching the dramatic changes in the heavens, their expressions a tapestry of anticipation. At least a third-tier divine object. Throughout history, there have been countless instances of individuals seizing opportunities and soaring to greatness. Much like Bai Yunso, who was once merely a fisherman, through fortunate coincidence, he stumbled upon an ancient relic from a millennium ago, acquiring not only a profound martial arts text but also a third-tier divine weapon. The dragon heartstaff. From that moment on, the fisherman Bai Yunso vanished, replaced by the renowned Tongshan realm master, the dragon slayer Tianjuan's closest companion. If Bai Yunso, once just a fisherman, could ascend due to a stroke of fortune and breach the gates of the Tongshan realm, surpassing 90% of his peers to attain mastery, then so could they. All that was lacking was a single opportunity. In their hearts, it felt as if they had been doused in boiling oil, the heat intensifying as they gazed upon the impending divine entity, envisioning themselves breaking through to the Tongshan realm and attaining mastery a century hence. Chapter 60, The Three-Headed Dragon Treasure Chest Roar. A series of ferocious dragon roars emanated from the primordial energy storm, the powerful sound waves shattering rocks and causing some to bleed from the corners of their mouths, evidently sustaining minor injuries. Gu Xinyuan's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on the center of the energy storm. Two black figures danced within the tempest's eye, with sharp claws, golden vertical pupils, and serpentine bodies exuding an almost tangible dragon might. Two Jiao dragons. All present looked skyward, stunned into silence by the sudden appearance of the two Jiao dragons. They are not true Jiao dragons. They must be some form of divine object materializing in this shape. Su Changyan narrowed his eyes, a glint of purple light flashing within his pupils. It seems their power is considerable. If they are third-tier divine weapons or the like, gaining their acknowledgement will be quite troublesome. Xuanqin's sword master tightened his grip on the sword hilt, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. The reason divine weapons are termed as such is due to their sentience, unless they have been nurtured by a clan or sect for hundreds or thousands of years. Ordinary divine weapons require their wielder to earn their recognition before they can be activated. What on earth is this? At that moment, Yang Xian, concealed at the storm's periphery, felt no adverse effects from the tempest that had caused such a dramatic celestial phenomenon. The howling winds merely tousled his robe. Yang Xian peered intently, his formidable perception allowing him to see through the essence of the two Jiao dragons. One Jiao dragon harbored a dragon-patterned longsword within. While its form was distinctly composed of boundless sword energy, with each scale and every ounce of flesh coalescing from the gathered sword energy, the other Jiao dragon was similarly constructed, its core being a remarkably imposing longsword. Its dragon head seemingly poised to roar defiantly at the heavens, yet these seemingly extraordinary divine objects were not the source of the storm. Amidst the swirling swords and blades, a jet-black treasure chest floated, rising and falling, while the two Jiao dragons meandered around it. 3 divine objects. This appears to be a complete set of divine weapons. Upon glimpsing the true nature of the objects that had triggered the celestial upheaval, Yang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ordinary divine weapons are already exceedingly hard to come by, let alone a complete set comprising 3 divine weapons. Their value could rival that of some common second-tier divine weapons. But how does one gain their acknowledgement? As Yang Xian pondered how to claim this set of divine weapons, the Jiao dragons formed from blades and swords suddenly displayed an unprecedented brilliance in their eyes, as if they had come to life in an instant. All looking intently at Yang Xian, Yang Xian seemed to sense something. Within him, the divine bones and divine light erupted magnificently, radiating a dazzling brilliance that sent forth tremors. Resonating with the dragon-like forms conjured from blades and swords, these dual divine bones, a rare fusion of innate sword bone and blade intent, possessed an unimaginable affinity with weaponry. In an instant, Yang Xian comprehended why the 3 divine weapons within the sword box had suddenly surged with energy. It appeared he had underestimated the power of the dual divine bones residing within him. As the tempest gradually subsided, the celestial phenomena began to stabilize, revealing the true forms of the divine weapons, including the sword box encircled by blades. 3 divine weapons. Gu Xinyan and the others were taken aback as they beheld the 3 divine weapons manifesting in the sky, their expressions shifting from shock to joy. Gu Xinyan turned his gaze to the other 2 companions, and unsurprisingly, even the usually aloof Xuanqin sword master could not maintain his composure, his eyes almost igniting with fervor. Su Changyan was similarly affected, his grip on the dragon and phoenix jade pendant tightening. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had seen divine weapons before. His family's ancestor possessed a third-tier divine weapon, yet, witnessing the potential opportunity for such a weapon to fall into his hands stirred his heart profoundly. The path of enlightenment was no mere illusion. Besides the trio, the remaining dozens present also exhibited fiery gazes, their expressions warped with fervor. All eyes were fixated on the dissipating storm. A shadowy figure materialized at the storm's epicenter. Two serpentine dragons coiling around him, exuding an intimidating chill, while a colossal pressure descended like a tangible force. The figure, ensconced by the dragons, gazed down upon the world with a kingly detachment. Jiu Xinyan and the others felt as though a colossal stone had lodged in their chests, rendering them breathless. The oppressive aura emanating from the divine weapons weighed heavily upon them. Who was he? As the storm fully dissipated, the crowd turned their eyes to the figure in the sky, filled with astonishment when they realized the dragon-like forms of the weapons were swirling around him like docile pets. Their hearts ignited with fury. They had yet to make a move, and already the divine objects had chosen another. The stark contrast left them momentarily unsettled, their resentment flaring like an ignited flame. Jiu Xinyan discerned the figure in the sky, particularly noting the black robe of the demon-slaying division he wore, causing his pupils to constrict. Could this be someone from my demon-slaying division? Gu Xingyan racked his brain, struggling to recall any impression of the imposing figure above the eye in the sky. Yang Xian scrutinized the treasure box in his hand. Its deep black hue adorned with three fierce black dragons, their menacing heads guarding the central sword and blade motif. The three-headed dragon treasure box. Yang Xian absorbed the information emanating from this fortuitous divine weapon. Just as Yang Xian had perceived, this was a set of divine weapons comprising a sword, a blade, and a treasure box. Each individual piece was merely a rather ordinary third-tier divine weapon. However, when combined with the treasure box, the power of the spirit dragon devouring sword and the black dragon annihilation blade would multiply, rivaling second-tier divine weapons. The value of this divine weapon set was already comparable to that of an ordinary second-tier divine weapon. From the information received, Yang Shan learned of the origin of the three divine weapons, confirming the external speculation that the secret realm harbored the treasures of the Tsangshui Dragon Palace. Indeed, the three divine weapons in Yang Shan's possession were forged from the corpses of three third-tier dragon demon kings of the Enlightenment realm. During the great upheaval of the dragon demons, the demon king had seized many precious resources amidst the chaos, including these three divine weapons among over 10 treasures of tier 3 and above. Initially, besides these three divine weapons, there were also precious elixirs and several 7th-tier divine herbs, but they had all been taken by the Dragon Demon King to heal its wounds, yet, even having been slightly affected by the residual energy of the dragon-slaying lord, the 3rd-tier Dragon Demon King sustained an indelible wound. The horrific injuries nearly drained its soul, and after a century of struggle, it ultimately fell into obscurity. The Dragon Devourer lived up to its name. Yang Xian caressed the two serpentine dragons that gracefully circled him, feeling their affectionate intent as their bond strengthened. Suddenly Yang Xian appeared to recall something, casting his gaze downward, even from several hundred meters away. The intense resentment radiating from the crowd surged toward him. This was my first time wielding divine weapons. Yang Xian felt a surge of excitement, and the two dragons formed from the spirit dragon devouring sword and the black dragon annihilation blade seemed to sense his emotions, their roars echoing through the heavens. Chapter 61. The mixed origin ultimate intent divine spear should be emerging soon. Outside the secret realm, He Jiming observed the realm beginning to tremor violently, stroking his white beard, a smile gracing his lips. At this moment, martial experts from various sects and families in Yunzhou focused intently on the secret realm, which was quaking so violently that the waters began to ripple. Could it be that an extraordinary divine object had been discovered? Many thoughts stirred within everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, seated at the entrance of the secret realm, Zhu Xiong fixated on the unfolding events, his expression serene. Xuanqin's disciple, do not let me down. Regardless of the swirling thoughts of those outside the secret realm, at its center, Yang Xian held a blade in his right hand and a sword in his left, the two divine weapons exuding a dazzling brilliance, and fatally two fearsome serpentine dragons seemed to materialize behind him, roaring towards the heavens, their scales shimmering with an awe-inspiring menace. Truly a fearsome weapon. Yang Xian's face lit up with joy. Now, wielding the two divine weapons, he felt his sword intent amplify several-fold, and as their master, he could now command a portion of their divine powers. These divine weapons should serve him well for an extended period. Yang Xian felt immense satisfaction, then leaped to the peak of a mountain, gazing at the dozens of individuals before him, who seemed hesitant to act despite their intentions. Each of them was a renowned genius from various counties, with the weakest among them being a true Qi realm warrior. Yet, before the two divine weapons wielded by Yang Xian, they dared not make a single move. However, witnessing such a fortuitous opportunity fall into Yang Xian's hands,
Their faces were painted with indignation. Su Changyan clenched his right hand, veins bulging, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant he usually treasured now displaying fine cracks. Oblivious to this, he stared fixedly at Yang Xian. His daze intense, missing out on the opportunity for divine weapons left him with no gains. How could he accept that such fortune had befallen an inconspicuous figure? Was it truly so? Su Changyan felt a surge of inner turmoil, his expression chilling that he was not without his own trump cards. What of the divine weapons? The Su family was not without them. Unclaimed divine weapons remained as such. With that thought, Su Changyan resolved, determined to strike with thunderous force, completely eradicating future threats. A jade talisman materialized in his hand, and he softly murmured, causing the talisman to erupt with resplendent divine light. The mixed origin ultimate intent divine spear. A powerful force shattered the heavens, triggering violent fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy, as a long spear of mixed origin manifested like a colossal pillar, piercing through the realms. The fragile void of the secret realm began to crack, and the chilling intent to kill rendered the thoughts of all present nearly frozen. How dare you? Gu Xinyan exclaimed in fury, though he harbored some resentment over the divine weapons being seized. He was willing to accept that the opportunity had ultimately belonged to his fellow members of the demon-slaying division. However, Su Changyan's audacity to publicly attack a member of the demon-slaying division while employing techniques of the enlightenment realm was utterly unhinged, showing blatant disregard for them. Su Changyan's expression remained unchanged, his focus locked onto Yang Xian. Since he had already made his move, he intended to strike decisively. As for the so-called demon-slaying division, once he acquired these divine weapons, his family's ancestors would naturally ensure his safety. Yang Xian regarded the increasingly solid mixed origin spear, which though only a few dozen feet long, seemed capable of measuring the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming intent to kill pressed down on him. The power unleashed by a protective jade talisman of the enlightenment realm rivaled that of a master at full strength, yet, it was still not sufficient. Yang Xian faced this terrifying strike with a calm smile. Golden flames erupted, enveloping the spear, igniting the crimson sky as a towering figure emerged slowly from the inferno. His golden vertical pupils appeared to burn with an eternal crimson flame. Ancient runes and patterns adorned his form, enough to overwhelm anyone who gazed upon him. This was the bloodline inheritance from the ancient deities, containing unimaginable taboos. The sword she dragon formed from the spirit dragon devouring sword coiled around his right arm, its head exhaling exquisite swordlight capable of obliterating any intruder. The black dragon annihilation blade transformed into a dark dragon encircling Yang Xian's waist, its fierce eyes brimming with killing intent. As a weapon of great malice, its ferocity far surpassed that of the other two divine weapons. With the fearsome dragons coiling around his waist and arm, his entire being ignited in golden flames, his golden pupils gleaming like a deity surveying the world. Yet the aura he exuded resembled a great demon descending upon mortals. This was the essence of the divine and demonic, wielding dominion over the cosmos. Akin to a celestial being, yet devoid of restraint, a force capable of wanton destruction. Yang Xian felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body as he embraced the full form of the scarlet sky southern candle demon. As if he could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas with a mere thought. Come. The ancient aura of the deities and demons bore down upon him like a mountain as Yang Xian gripped his blade and sword, the divine bones within him radiating an unparalleled divine brilliance, a scorching sensation akin to a small sun igniting in his chest. At this moment, the fully materialized mixed origin spear resonated, its dispersed power disrupting the void around it, tearing apart portions of the heavens and the earth, revealing a terrifying rift of chaos, a realm of tumultuous nothingness within the black fissure. The throngs had long since departed from this place. Now standing 1,000 fathoms away gazing from afar upon the scene, they beheld the formidable Yang Xian embodying a divine presence, wielding the cataclysmic spear capable of rending heaven and earth, causing their hearts to stir with an indescribable awe. Gu Xinyan, with a countenance darkened by concern, directed his gaze toward the battlefield. Although the godlike demeanor of Yang Xian startled him, he did not perceive him as possessing a significant chance of victory. The reason the Tongxian realm is revered as that of masters lies in its representation of an entirely different echelon, where the mastery of divine powers grants a prowess akin to that of celestial beings. In the ancient epic of the immortal path, the equivalent realm was venerated as the true person, transcending the mundane, a true traveler upon the immortal road, with a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. Capable of moving mountains and boiling seas, though the cataclysmic changes to heaven and earth diminished not only longevity but also the potency of divine abilities, and unyielding law remained, no one beneath the Tongxian realm could ever hope to surpass a Tongxian master.
The powers of heaven and earth are not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Even the most dazzling prodigies of the present age, with their illustrious achievements, merely managed to reach a stalemate with a newly ascended Tongshan master. Yet they were lauded as the most exceptional talents to emerge in a millennium. Could Yang Xian ever stand shoulder to shoulder with such figures? Gu Xinyan certainly did not believe so. Especially considering that the ancestor of the Su family was a seasoned master, possessing a modicum of renown even in Yujing City. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of hope stirred within Gu Xinyan's heart. Perhaps it was due to their shared affiliation with the demon-slaying department that he yearned to witness the rise of an unparalleled prodigy from their ranks. Emerging from the abyss of despair, a dragon leaping from the depths, soaring into the skies, please do not perish. Gu Xinyan's gaze remained hopeful as he observed the battlefield. Chapter 62, Su Changyan Dai, the heavens and earth are interconnected. And divine powers self-generate. Though the Hunyuan Extreme Intense Spear was not the divine art of the Su family ancestor, it still constituted a third-tier martial skill of exceptional caliber, and when mastered to its zenith, its might rivaled that of some inferior divine techniques. The spear, stretching several zhang, resembled a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, bearing an overwhelming momentum as it surged forth. The formidable aura firmly locked onto Yang Xian. And as the spear approached, the terrifying pressure flooded toward him like a tidal wave. This strike was sufficient to pierce through a towering mountain, disturbing the vast expanse of the heavens' impressive power. Yang Xian faced the spear, radiant like a blazing sun, unflinching in his demeanor. The second layer of the Red Sky Nanju demon body had endowed him with physical strength comparable to that of the divine storage realm. Coupled with various perfected realms, even among the divine storage, he was no weakling. Were it merely this, he might have found himself lacking against a full-force strike from the Tongshan realm, but one must not forget that Yang Xian was now the master of divine weapons. The spirit-like dragon-slaying sword and the black dragon annihilation blade were forged from the bodies of third-tier dragon kings, supplemented with numerous divine materials. Their might was not inferior to that of the Tongshan realm. Although Yang Xian could not fully unleash their powers at present, neither was his opponent a true Tongshan master. His strength was but a single strike. Come! Golden flames surged in Yang Xian's eyes. And behind him, a colossal silhouette obscured the heavens, encircling the divine mountain. The 2 dragon spirits seemed to sense the ancient aura of deities and demons, bowing their heads and roaring, their spiritual essence growing ever more potent. Yang Xian gripped his sword and blade tightly, the divine bone in his chest emanating a radiant light, as if containing a burning sun. The already fierce intent of the blade and sword surged exponentially. The blade energy and sword energy coalesced into 2 Tenjang dragons, one pure white and brimming with spirit, the other a deep black, suffused with a ferocious intent, their sharp auras causing slight black fissures to emerge in the surrounding void. The 2 dragons entwined their essences, merging as one, and then charged directly toward the spear, 3 dragon forms intertwining, their powers clashing in scattering waves that surged skyward. As a blinding white light shot into the heavens, the once towering mountain, measuring 1,000 meters, began to visibly evaporate, until the white light dissipated, leaving the summit reduced to mere powder. The mountain, originally 1,000 meters tall, was suddenly diminished, its peak rendered smooth and flat. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Those who had retreated 1,000 fathoms away, upon witnessing a 1,000-meter mountain being brutally vaporized by 100 meters, wore expressions of stupefaction. Most had never witnessed a Tongshan realm warrior in action, and now, confronted with this scene of mountain-shattering might, their minds wandered. Truly a divine technique. Su Changyan, witnessing the eruption of battle, felt a tightening in his chest. Though he believed Yang Xian had little chance of survival from this strike, he could not find solace until he beheld the corpse with his own eyes. Gu Xinyan fixated intently on the battlefield, his spirit dimming upon witnessing such terrifying power. Xuanxin's swordsy secretly gripped his sword tightly. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point, yet for him, it might not be a misfortune. Once the divine weapon was unclaimed, he too would vie for it. The overwhelming aftermath of battle swept away the clouds for dozens of miles around, as far as the eye could see. The sky was clear and bright, reflecting a serene azure reminiscent of a pristine sea. The mountaintop, devoid of any debris, gradually revealed itself as the aftermath faded and the dust settled, allowing the onlookers to glimpse the true form within. As a figure stepped forth amidst their varied expressions, Yang Xian's sleeves were tattered, reduced to mere strips of fabric. Fortunately, the divine weapon had automatically shielded him, preventing him from being left entirely exposed. Yang Xian raised his right hand, revealing a wound, a blood hole emanating a murderous intent, bleeding profusely. Though the injury was minor, a sharp pain coursed through his entire body. This was the intent of the spear from the Tongshan realm. Entwined with a sense of slaughter as if it were a malignant affliction, this was the mental technique of the Tongxian realm, Yang Xian mused. Had it been an ordinary intent, even in the hands of a Tongxian master, it would not have had such an effect. It seemed this Tongxian had already ascended to the second tier of mental realm. Only those who had forged their mental realms could possess such strange and formidable abilities. Briefly breaching the protective barriers of two divine weapons, leaving a mark upon him. Yet, this was not out of the ordinary, as most Tongxian beings mastered the level of mental realm. Thankfully, I managed to store everything away. Yang Xian gently caressed the dragon-slaying treasure box in his hand. As a vessel for nurturing swords and storing divine weapons, it possessed its own space, ample enough to contain several thousand cubic meters. Though it could only hold inanimate objects devoid of life. There is still one person to deal with. Yang Xian lifted his gaze, his golden pupils igniting instantly. At this moment, 1,000 fathoms away, Su Changyan's face contorted with veins bulging, the dual dragon and phoenix jade pendant in his grasp reduced to dust. He seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the figure that strolled calmly from the heart of the battle. How could this be? As Su Changyan's expression was frozen, the worst outcome had come to pass. Yang Xian had emerged unscathed from the hands of a Tongxian master, appearing largely unscathed, save for the bloodstains on his hand. Now, as he beheld that godlike figure gazing back at him, it was as though he saw a golden sun relentlessly burning him, reducing him to ashes. No, I still have a chance, as long as I wait for the secret realm to conclude. I will be guided out. There are still several masters outside. I have hoped. Su Changyan dared not linger for a moment, though the masters had spoken of a prohibition against killing in this place. He did not believe that the ferocious man would spare him. Run, as long as I run fast enough, there remains a sliver of hope. A single thought flashed through Su Changyan's mind, and he summoned all his qi. His form darting through the air like a spirit bird, swiftly placing dozens of zhang between him and Yang Xian. You think you can escape? Yang Xian chuckled softly upon seeing Su Changyan's panicked flight. To attempt to evade me is tantamount to courting death. In the blink of an eye, Yang Xian vanished from his original position, a powerful force stirring up violent gusts of air, echoing with thunderous explosions akin to the roar of a storm. Su Changyan unleashed all his qi, his form soaring like a spirit bird, feeling as if he had reached an unprecedented pinnacle of speed. My qi is of the superior grade, cultivated through the 4th tier martial skill. Spirit bird's 9 transformations, and I have attained minor mastery. Surely, a lucky fool who merely stumbled upon a divine weapon cannot hope to catch me. Su Changyan encouraged himself inwardly, when suddenly he sensed a disturbance in the air. Turning back, he was alarmed to find Yang Xian less than 100 meters away. Yang Xian smiled slightly, a sharp sword light slicing through the air, brilliant white radiance erupting before Su Changyan. The lethal sword intent emanating a palpable threat. Su Changyan beheld the sword light blossoming before him like a barrier, paralyzing him with fear. He had no choice but to turn around, his face grim. He uttered no words of plea, for in this moment, words were the most impotent of things. I can compensate you. Su Changyan inhaled deeply, staring intently at Yang Xian, a hint of earnestness in his gaze. No need. Yang Xian grinned, his black dragon annihilation blade resembling an emerging black dragon, the surging blade energy ravaging the surroundings within 100 zhang. No. Confronted with the specter of death, Su Changyan could no longer maintain his facade of indifference. The composure of the former scion of a noble family vanished, replaced by a ghastly expression akin to that of a demon. He hurled out various defensive treasures, attempting to withstand the oncoming storm of blade energy. His qi erupting like fire, the martial manifestation of the mid-tier divine intent realm appeared behind him, a spirit bird poised to take flight, shrieking to the heavens. As the blade energy surged forth, the spirit bird cried out in anguish, the tempest of blade energy tearing everything within 1,000 meters into shreds, rocks reduced to sand, ancient trees splintered, the earth riven with fissures. In that moment, Su Changyan seemed to see a fearsome black dragon roaring, its scales resembling dark armor, its malevolent aura soaring into the clouds, before his vision darkened, and he plummeted from the sky. Chapter 63, The Collapse of the Secret Realm. Why do I have an ominous premonition? On the Su family's towering ship, Su Wei felt a sharp pain at his brow, as though something significant was transpiring. As the leader of this operation and the elder brother of the Su family patriarch, Su Wei, a martial artist of unparalleled prowess who has unlocked the 3 divine treasures within his body, possesses an exceptionally acute sense of spiritual awareness. The sudden sharp pain he experiences fills him with an ominous premonition. With the protective jade talisman left by the ancestral elder, he reassures himself that all should be well. Recalling the trump card left by his ancestor, he finds solace in the fact that the protective measures of a master in the transcendental realm would suffice to keep Su Changyan safe within the domain of a demon king's secret realm. At the entrance to the secret realm, He Jiming gazes in astonishment at the quivering portal, realizing that some unforeseen event has transpired within. It appears that these little ones have indeed stumbled upon a significant opportunity. He Jiming chuckles as he glances at the other two companions. Zhu Xiong, calm and composed, speaks with an air of confidence, declaring that the highest-ranking swordsman of Xuanqi Mountain will undoubtedly emerge as the victor of this opportunity. After Zhu Xiong's declaration, he shifts his gaze to Wei Wuyan, who, with furrowed brows and a distracted demeanor, seems disinterested in the unfolding events. How peculiar, Wei Wuyan muses, this fellow gives me a sense of familiarity.
Wei Wuyan's intense gaze is fixed upon the leader of the Yuan-Long-class battleship from Yunmeng House. He suspects the identity of this individual, Wang Tingjong, a 3-pattern silver medal demon-slaying envoy who has recently descended upon Yunmeng City. Since taking charge of the demon-slaying division in Yunmeng City, Wang Tingjong has never formally introduced himself, always sending his subordinate instead, leaving a lasting impression on Wei Wuyan. Could he be from a prominent family in Yujing City?
Wei Wuyan contemplates, perhaps he has encountered him in Yujing City before. On the deck of the battleship, Wang Tingjong feels the scrutinizing gaze of Wei Wuyan and is taken aback. This fellow's spiritual awareness is exceedingly sharp. He has noticed me, a testament to his prowess as the 6th general of the demon-slaying division. Wang Tingjong recalls their previous encounter in Yujing City, where they merely observed each other from a distance. And he had not revealed his true form, so he should not be recognized. After a while, as the sensation of being watched dissipates, Wang Tingjong breathes a sigh of relief. I hope Yang Xian emerges soon and finds the appropriate vitality. Wang Tingjong silently thinks as he observes the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the ravaged forest lies in disarray, the ground reduced to a patch of yellow mud and scattered vegetation. Su Changnian's body lies rigidly on the ground. His gaze dim, devoid of any spirit, and his form marred by numerous bloodstains that traverse his body, nearly torn to shreds. Yang Xian inspects the disfigured corpse before him and notices a premium jade ring of mutton fat jade on Su Changnian's right middle finger. Its hue is pristine and smooth as white silk. This is a spatial item. Yang Xian removes the jade ring and probes within, discovering a space approximately several dozen square meters in size. Alongside a stack of silver notes worth 200,000 taels, he finds a collection of luminous spirit stones, as well as various spiritual herbs and elixirs. With a thought, a milky white jade stone materializes in Yang Xian's hand. Rich with concentrated vitality, spirit stones are a precious resource utilized only in the 3rd innate realm, necessary for absorbing vitality to condense the vital essence. These spirit stones, being condensed vitality, significantly accelerate the cultivation process. Even at the efficiency of inferior-grade spirit stones, the small pile of spirit stones amounts to around 300, radiating a milky white glow akin to dazzling incandescent lights. The other items, including various elixirs, consist of precious spiritual pills and several 5th-grade spiritual herbs. Excellent, Yang Xian's eyes gleam. It seems that the scion of a noble family indeed possesses considerable wealth, alleviating his concerns about resources after his advancement to the true vitality realm. Subsequently, Yang Xian diligently examines Su Changnian's corpse, searching for any additional treasures he may have concealed. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had been hundreds of feet away, are drawn to the sounds of battle, eager to uncover the truth. Gu Xinyan, the fastest among them, follows in Yang Xian's footsteps and arrives at the scene just as the battle is concluded. What are you doing? Gu Xinyan inquires, astonished by Yang Xian's relentless search of Su Changnian's body. Upon closer inspection, he notices that Su Changnian's clothing is in disarray, with some garments having seemingly vanished. Gu Xinyan stammers, turning away, unable to bear the sight. Yang Xian, having sensed the approaching presence long before, continues his search with confidence. However, upon witnessing Gu Xinyan's expression, his countenance darkens. What are you thinking? A chilling voice pierces the air, causing Gu Xinyan to shudder. Could he be contemplating silencing me? A momentary panic overwhelms Gu Xinyan's thoughts. Recalling Yang Xian's formidable prowess as he commanded twin dragons and resisted the might of the primordial spirit, if he were to strike at me, I would stand no chance of resistance. I am sorry, I saw nothing, truly nothing, Gu Xinyan hurriedly explains, his face growing increasingly pale. Observing Yang Xian's unwavering expression, Gu Xinyan steels himself and raises his right hand towards his eyes. I am willing to blind myself. Please spare my life. Yang Xian, taken aback by this drastic action, swiftly intervenes. A sharp surge of sword energy shoots forth, striking Gu Xinyan's right hand, rendering it powerless and limp. You seem to have misunderstood something, Yang Xian remarks, exasperated, as he regards the sharply defined figure before him. Let it go. Yang Xian eventually looks up at the sky, which has begun to twist, and the distant landscape to crack. Realizing his earlier misinterpretation, Gu Shenyan, initially embarrassed, is suddenly alarmed upon witnessing the impending collapse of the world around them. The secret realm about to collapse. The secret realm, spanning 100 miles, had relied on 3 pieces of third-grade divine weapons to stabilize the void. Allowing it to endure for so long. Now that the divine weapons have been removed, the secret realm is naturally destined to return to nothingness. Not far away, the group that had been hastening their way sees the imminent collapse of the secret realm and becomes increasingly frantic. Before they can descend into chaos, massive passages appear around them, simultaneously slowing the rate of the secret realm's collapse. The master has taken action. A collective sigh of relief escapes the crowd as they step into the passages. The moment the passage opens, Yang Xian rushes inside, followed closely by Gu Shenyan. Chapter 64. Seeking death in vain in the waters of Yunmeng days, Zhu Xiong shakes the scroll in his hand. Unleashing over 100 ferocious beasts that roar towards the heavens, radiant divine light erupting from them, tearing a massive passage through the secret realm. I didn't expect it to conclude so swiftly. It seems they have gained quite a bounty. He Jiming observes the gradually disintegrating secret realm, fully aware that the collapse is triggered by the removal of the suppressive forces within, outside the secret realm. The remaining individuals await with eager anticipation, their hearts racing with uncertainty, who will emerge as the possessor of the treasures within the secret realm. This thought spirals through their minds, as logically, the 3 top-tier prodigies should be the most likely candidates for this opportunity. Yet, the possibility of others seizing this fortuitous chance cannot be dismissed, otherwise, it would hardly be deemed a true encounter. Shortly after the passage opens, figures begin to emerge, with an increasing number of individuals appearing. As they re-enter the world outside, a sense of relief washes over them, and they exhale deeply. With the emergence of the crowd, the events that transpired within the secret realm rapidly spread. What? 3 pieces of divine weapons? And 3 pieces of third-grade divine weapons at that. Why didn't you obtain any, you fool? Exclamations of astonishment resonate, accompanied by a mix of emotions. The grand opportunity within the secret realm becomes known in an instant. And as news of the 3 divine weapons spreads, expressions among the crowd vary, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Divine weapons, these are treasures that can serve as the foundation for a clan or sect. And for a family or sect, the significance of a single divine weapon can surpass that of a master. After all, a master's lifespan is limited to around 600 years, while divine weapons can endure for millennia. Providing protection for generations. You mean Su Changyan perished within Zhu Xiong, initially darkened by the lack of spoils from the Xuanqin swordsman, now wears a look of rapturous intrigue as he hears the detailed account of the events within the secret realm.
Su Changyan, the foremost individual of the Su family in Xianyun City, is a genuine direct descendant, favored by the Su family's ancestral elder. His standing within the family ranks just below that elder. In ordinary noble families, such a situation would be unfathomable, as even a prodigy at the bottom of the rankings would rarely garner such favor from a master in the transcendental realm. It would be akin to being treated as a favored son, given that Su Changyan ranks merely as a low-tier prodigy, with potential at best to become a formidable warrior in the divine storage realm. The likelihood of achieving mastery is virtually non-existent. This fact is well known among the populace of Xianyun City, and Zhu Xiong, being nearby, has certainly heard of it. Upon learning that Su Changyan had even employed the protective jade talisman left by the family's ancestor within the secret realm, Zhu Xiong's expression shifts dramatically. Su Yangyan has shown such affection for this junior. The protective jade talisman, infused with the power of a transcendental realm master, is not easily crafted. The materials capable of bearing such power are exceedingly rare. Sealing one's own strength within is an immense strain on the master, drawing upon their very essence. Only with blood as the foundation can the talisman fully harness the might of a transcendental realm master. Yet, to hear that someone could survive such an assault, even sustaining only minor injuries, suggests that a remarkable prodigy is emerging from Yunzhou, regardless of whether that individual survived the lethal assault of the transcendental realm due to the protection of divine weaponry. After this battle, his name is destined to resonate across several states, and his ascent to the ranks of renowned figures is already a foregone conclusion, with a placement that will undoubtedly be commendable. The competition between prodigies and masters has now become quite intriguing. Zhu Xiongjian cast his gaze upon the Su family's ship, where the leader was Su Changyan's uncle, the formidable Su Wei. A figure who had unlocked the 3 divine treasures. If there were no external interferences, perhaps eliminating him would not pose a problem. Zhu Xiong couldn't help but ponder that even he, a master of Xuanqin Mountain,
felt a pang of envy for the three divine weapons. With a legacy spanning 2 millennia, Xuanqin Mountain had only ever possessed 3 third-grade divine weapons, yet, in this moment of opportunity, Amir Jr. had acquired weapons that rivaled the 2,000-year accumulation of Xuanqin Mountain. How could he not feel envious? However, recalling that this junior was a member of the Demon Slayer division, a headache ensued. Zhu Xiong discreetly glanced at Wei Wuyan, who was not far away, his eyes closed as if in meditation. Causing a wave of internal conflict, perhaps it was best to let it go. Zhu Xiong thought of the formidable reputation of Wei Wuyan, the 6th town commander, as well as his moniker, the Flame Demon. Prior to joining the Demon Slayer division, and his earlier inclinations quickly extinguished, before long, as the details of the events within the secret realm began to circulate, all eyes turned to the Su family's ship. They were not disappointed. Soon, a voice rich with sorrow resounded like thunder across the surrounding miles. Junior, return the life of Su family's prodigy. Su Wei's eyes widened with fury, his overwhelming aura radiating fiercely as he gripped a black-patterned spear. His renowned mid-grade treasure, the black tiger-piercing cloud spear. Just as Yang Xian emerged from the secret realm, his ears were filled with the sound of thunder. He looked up to see a formidable man, spear in hand, glaring at him with a menacing air. Who is this? Yang Xian's eyes darted, and upon noticing the large character Su emblazoned on the ship, he quickly deduced the man's identity. So, after dealing with the younger generation, here comes the middle-aged. Once I take him down, will there be an elder next? A sudden thought sparked in Yang Xian's mind, leading him to smirk, his lips forming the words, "You brought this upon yourself." Seeking death, seeing Yang Xian's indifferent demeanor, Su Wei felt a fire ignite within him, his anger nearly consuming him whole. How dare he disregard him so brazenly, so contemptuously? This was intolerable. Su Wei no longer cared about the presence of other masters. His sole desire was to shatter this insolent fellow into fragments to honor his fallen nephew. His form surged forward like a flying tiger pouncing on its prey, a tempest of malevolence swirling around him. His spear dancing with a ruthless intent, each movement aimed directly at the vital points. Su Wei, seasoned by military experience and having once held the rank of a military officer, had mastered a brutal spear technique. The aura of slaughter enveloping him like a cloud. Behind him, an ethereal image of a winged tiger appeared, poised to devour. This was the essence of a warrior forged on the battlefield, truly deserving of the name. Piercing cloud spear. The onlookers, initially observing the scene, were taken aback by Su Wei's sudden assault, and soon as they sensed his overwhelming aura, they could not help but express their astonishment. Yang Xian, witnessing Su Wei charging at him, felt a flicker of confusion. Did this man truly not know of his resilience against a transcendental realm master's strike, or was he simply this audacious? Just as Yang Xian prepared to summon the Black Dragon Annihilation Blade, a searing heat erupted, and he turned to see Wei Wuyan slowly rising, his blade shifting lightly. Out of my way. Chapter 65, resolution. Radiant as the sun, blazing like a sea of fire, a blade of light shot forth like a pillar of flame, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that dove toward its target with scorching intensity. Su Wei, gazing at the dragon-like arc of light, paled and promptly positioned his spear defensively across his chest. The impact was thunderous. Su Wei's form crashed into the ship like a falling star, the tremendous force nearly penetrating the entire vessel, shattering several layers of its deck before finally coming to a halt at the bottom of the cabin. Had Wei Wuyan not restrained his power, both man and ship might have been reduced to ashes. I recall stating that killings are prohibited. Wei Wuyan's figure stood firm in the air, his tone calm. Su Wei struggled to emerge from the wreckage of wooden planks, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his entire being ablaze with pain, and his spear now charred. Black Wei Town Commander, it was my Su family's Qilin son who perished. Su Wei gritted his teeth, casting a furious gaze toward Yang Xian while suppressing his rage. You brought this upon yourself, Wei Wuyan remarked, casting a casual glance at Su Wei. These words, Su Wei's face contorted in rage, veins bulging visibly as he glared at Yang Xian, his clenched fists loosening. The Su family will not let this matter rest, and it is beyond my control. I hope Wei Town Commander can understand. Taking a deep breath, Su Wei looked up at the sky where Wei Wuyan hovered, his expression calming once more. Your Su family's actions are of no concern to me. Should that old fool seek death, he is welcome to bring his troubles to me at the Demon Slayer division. Wei Wuyan smiled, his blade igniting with crimson flames, the scorching aura radiating across the miles. Hearing Wei Wuyan's response, Su Wei felt a sense of relief. Today, he had engaged with Wei Wuyan on behalf of Su Changyan. Upon returning to the Su family, even the revered ancestor Su Yangyan would have little to say. He had already surmised that Wei Wuyan would not remain indifferent to this incident. With his actions today, he had fulfilled his duty as an uncle without leaving any leverage for others. Changyan, it is not that I do not act, but rather my own inability. Su Wei sighed internally before promptly commanding the slightly damaged treasure ship to depart. Observing Su Wei's tactful withdrawal, Wei Wuyan's figure flickered.
And he soon appeared beside Yang Xian. Remarkable, your strength is commendable, and your fortune is extraordinary. Wei Wuyan regarded the youthful figure carrying a treasure box with admiration, having diligently served as the town commander of Yunzhou for over a century without acquiring a single divine weapon. This young lad had emerged from a secret realm with 3. You flatter me, town commander. I must also express my gratitude for your intervention. Yang Xian smiled, feeling a certain fondness for the assertive town commander of the Demon Slayer division. It is nothing, I merely fulfilled the wishes of that young lad. If he truly sought to harm you, the outcome would be uncertain. Wei Wuyan chuckled lightly, having seen through Su Wei's little scheme. Moreover, if you were to truly kill him, one cannot guarantee that the madman from the Su family wouldn't come knocking. Wei Wuyan shot a meaningful glance at Yang Xian, seemingly convinced that he could easily crush Su Wei. Yang Xian merely touched his nose, offering a faint smile that made him appear gentle and harmless. What a remarkable youth! He Jiming stroked his white beard, looking at Yang Xian with admiration. The 3-headed swallowing dragon treasure box was once a renowned divine weapon. Forged from the remains of 3 third-grade dragon demon kings, these 3 weapons embody the essence of slaughter, spirit, and nurturing respectively. When unleashed, they soar like dragons, capable of stirring the sea and sky, their worth rivaling that of some second-grade divine weapons. A secret realm that yields prodigies like this young friend must surely delight Lord Bai Tianjun. He Jiming chuckled, his white hair and beard giving him an ethereal presence. You honor me with your praise. Esteemed senior, Yang Xian replied humbly, not daring to overestimate himself in front of the amiable master. What, do you wish to seize my prodigy from the Demon Slayer division? Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyan raised an eyebrow. Positioning himself before He Jiming, his long blade poised as if ready to strike at any moment. Witnessing this, He Jiming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The name of Wei the demon is well deserved. Wei Wuyan, however, appeared unfazed, noting that this old fellow had been gathering promising talents from outside over the years. Despite his seemingly celestial demeanor, I have had the pleasure of meeting Town Commander Wei, Wang Tingjong. Standing not far away, bowed respectfully to Wei Wuyan. Indeed, upon seeing Wang Tingjong, Wei Wuyan scrutinized him closely. Wang Tingjong, you have been quite the busy person these past few years, even sending subordinates to report on your behalf. Hearing this, Wang Tingjong broke into a cold sweat, promptly apologizing. I beg for your understanding, Town Commander Wei. I have indeed been entangled in worldly matters, which delayed my report. Wei Wuyan no longer sensed the familiar feeling from him and consequently lost interest. Yang Xian, I hope to see you in Xianyun City. With that, Wei Wuyan vanished in an instant, disappearing into the sky. Young friend, should you find the time, do visit Wanlong Lake in Jinzhou. He Jiming offered Yang Xian a warm smile before soaring into the air. A phantom of a dragon-shaped staff flickering into view. This journey was worthwhile. We welcome you to visit us at Xuanqin Mountain. Zhu Xiong also managed to smile, though whether he was inviting Yang Xian or had other intentions, only he knew in his heart. Young man, you are about to become a true prodigy. Wang Tingjong maintained his ever-present smile. Yang Xian discreetly checked his status panel. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. During his time in the secret realm, Yang Xian had already undergone a simulation, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. If anything unexpected were to occur, he would emerge as the Grand Master of True Fire. Fortunate that it was only a martial artist from the Divine Treasure realm who had attacked him, sparing him from more complications. A fall from grace could be quite disastrous, potentially rendering him a useless being. At which point some attributes might shatter. The floating warship, measuring over 20 zhang, glided through the air, swiftly departing from the vast waters of Yunmengze. Yang Xian cast a glance back at Yunmengze. Shrouded in mist, its endless azure waves shimmering under the golden rays of the setting sun glowing brilliantly, and amidst the ethereal mist, there seemed to be undulating dragons and serpents entwined with the clouds and mountains. In the depths of Yunmeng Great Marsh, 2 golden pupils, glowing like suns, fixed their gaze upon the departing warship. The immense form stirred slightly, causing ripples across the water, akin to a towering pillar rising from the seabed. Surrounded by countless humanoid servants, including formidable demons and even demon kings, who stood in reverent attendance like the most loyal of vassals, the majority among them were dragons and serpents. In Chapter 66. Slaying demons and devouring dragons. Within a mysterious hall suspended in the void, 12 ancient chairs were arranged in the center, each occupied by a vague figure. Countless streams of white light traversed the hall, transmitting information from all corners of the world. Esteemed colleagues, there is a possibility of changes in all 3 rankings this time.
we must deliberate on the order," declared the indistinct figure seated in the central chair. His voice resonating through the hall like the sound of a thunderous drum. The figure sitting in the foremost position on the left pondered for a moment before speaking. "First, Lord of the Pavilion. The true martial Dao Sect's divine fire true monarch has recently bested the esteemed Baoshu Venerable of the Dragon and Tiger Academy at the Great Bright Temple, shattering his three treasures mystical tree technique with his fire arts. Indicating a significant increase in strength, the Baoshu Venerable possesses an extraordinarily powerful treasure body impenetrable except by the great masters of the heavenly ranking, and even the 35th ranked Qilin Sword Master could not breach his defenses. I believe the divine fire true monarch should be included in the heavenly ranking." Indeed, several figures among the 12 nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his proposal. "Let it be established as the 36th position in the heavenly ranking." The Lord of the Heavenly Machine proclaimed decisively upon seeing the consensus among the gathered. As he spoke, a few others hesitated, prompting him to add, "While the divine fire true monarch has indeed overcome the Baoshu Venerable's technique, it does not imply that he can surpass the Qilin Sword Master. One must recognize that the Qilin Sword Master's Qilin Flowing Light Divine Armor is a rare second-grade defensive divine weapon. Beyond the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, none can claim certainty in breaching such defenses. Thus, it is unquestionable that the divine fire true monarch ranks behind the Qilin Sword Master." Upon hearing this, the hesitant figures subdued their thoughts and nodded in agreement. With no further dissent, the Lord of the Heavenly Machine shifted to the next topic, stating, "The changes in the Earth ranking are considerable this time. Aside from alterations among the top positions, there are also individuals set to depart from the ranking, who." The sudden announcement startled everyone. Departing from the ranking could only signify two possibilities: death or ascension to a higher realm. Thus leaving the ranking behind the second of the Earth ranking, the four-symbol Sword Master, Qin Wuqiu. As the Lord of the Heavenly Machine spoke, a slight quiver entered his voice. "It is indeed he." The crowd was taken aback, as they had collectively anticipated another individual. "Qin Wuqiu has taken the lead in entering the true fire realm. This is intriguing. Our next main edition of the Heavenly Machine report is set," someone remarked with a hint of amusement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Indeed, the others began to discuss among themselves, evidently intrigued by Qin Wuqiu's ascension to the true fire realm. "Silence," the Lord of the Heavenly Machine bellowed, restoring order before continuing. "In this round of the Earth ranking, the Nine Mountains Taoist has reversed the standings, challenging the 10th ranked White Bone Demon. I believe he should ascend to the 5th position." "Do any of you have objections? Is the White Bone Demon dead?" the crowd inquired eagerly upon hearing this significant news. "He should still be alive," replied the figure seated to the right of the Lord of the Heavenly Machine, shaking his head. "I was present at the time. The White Bone Demon, as a double agent for both the White Bone Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect, possesses numerous means of survival, although he appeared to perish under the Nine Mountains Taoist's mountain techniques. His soul has not been entirely extinguished, only partially diminished. Given this, we have no objections." The assembly concurred upon learning of the White Bone Demon as survival. It was hardly surprising that a ruthless individual capable of escaping the clutches of two malevolent forces would not meet such an end. Now we are left with one final matter. The human ranking has seen only one alteration recently. Yang Xian from Yunzhou has gained recognition from the divine weapon, the three-headed dragon box, slaying the celestial cloud young master Su Changyan, and withstanding a strike from a transcendental realm master. I propose he be placed as the 36th on the human ranking. Do any of you have objections? Without hesitation, the assembly nodded in agreement. Compared to the Earth and heavenly rankings, their interest in the human ranking was notably tepid unless it involved the top 10 elite prodigies. Thus, the three major rankings have been confirmed. We shall disperse," concluded the Lord of the Heavenly Machine. Upon his words, his figure transformed into countless motes of light, followed closely by the other 11 figures. I and the residents of the demon-slaying office, Fong Jing excitedly read the latest report issued by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Gazing in admiration at Yang Xian, he never expected that his young master would return from a brief excursion to find himself ranked 36th among human prodigies, having effortlessly slain a fellow prodigy in the process. Yang Xian held a copy of the human ranking list, a refined version he had purchased for 30 taels of silver, which not only detailed the rankings of the prodigies but also featured exquisite illustrations of their likenesses. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion certainly knew how to conduct business. Yang Xian had heard that the Earth and heavenly rankings required the use of elemental stones for purchase, and the prices were exorbitant. Specifically aimed at those wealthy martial artists, however, being in the 36th position was clear to Yang Xian. It was due to his acquisition of the divine weapon that his ranking was not higher.
Although the recognition from the divine weapon had propelled Yang Xian into the spotlight, the value of his achievement in withstanding a strike from a transcendental realm master naturally diminished. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion likely ranked him as the 36th for this reason. Yang Xian glanced at the name occupying the top position in the human ranking. Name, Yuxuandu title, Celestial Pivot True Person Realm, Divine Concealment Realm, 5 Treasures Unlocked Identity, Disciple of the Kunlun Immortal Sect Achievements, engaged simultaneously with 3 true inheritors of the Blood Demon Sect. Gaining the upper hand and severely wounding all 3. Fought 9 times against the Light Sun of the Great Bright Temple, achieving 1 draw, 1 loss, and 7 victories to I in the Long Palace of the Huai River. He triumphed over the 5 Dragon Sons using celestial techniques to stir the sea, causing upheaval in the Huai River Dragon Palace, battled the evil Pathmaster of Tianzhou, the Demon Slayer, using a first-grade divine weapon. The Jade Dragon Snow Mountain to annihilate 3 Transcendental Realm Masters, including the Demon Slayer evaluation, an immortal bone body unparalleled in millennia. Such remarkable achievements, Yang Xian murmured, contemplating Yuxuandu's status as a disciple of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Having suppressed the elite martial prodigies of the world for 40 years, his innate talent must be terrifyingly formidable. Especially notable was the evaluation of his immortal bone body, deemed unique throughout the ages, suggesting he possessed more than just a singular extraordinary quality. Once Yang Xian ascended to the innate realm, he would certainly be eager to witness just how powerful Yuxuandu truly was. Yang Xian then examined his own profile, character, Yang Xian age, 18 physique, orange South Candle divine demon bloodline talent, dual divine bones, orange, dual mastery of sword and blade, purple, golden bone jade marrow, purple. Spiritual insight, purple, kill intent perception, blue, realm, 7th rank, complete purification realm skills, 2nd layer of the red sky South Candle divine demon body, beginner's manual of the 1000 calamities and 100 difficulties. Perfected wind manipulation technique, perfected metal slashing sword chi, madness blade intent, blood demon blade intent, perfected metal sword intent, perfected blood demon blade intent, perfected madness blade intent wealth, 200,000 today, I shall enter the innate realm. Yang Xian mused, feeling the surging energy within him, akin to dragons and serpents weaving through his core. The crimson energy seemed imbued with a certain temporal potency, each wave that coursed through his internal organs revitalized them. Red Sky Candle Dragon Energy. This energy encompassed all the attributes of the South Candle Divine Demon bloodline, not only possessing the burning characteristic of the South Candle Spirit Fire that incinerates all, but also the ability to manipulate time and control one's lifespan. South Candle. Yang Xian recalled the figure that entwined around the divine mountain, eyes ablaze like ignited suns, crimson wings resembling an ancient demonic canopy. Is it capable of commanding the cycles of the sun and moon? He pondered, musing that perhaps this was the authority wielded by the South Candle, the Red Sky Candle Dragon energy, infused with divine demonic properties. Exhibited various extraordinary traits. Although Yang Xian had never encountered the 36 types of heavenly energies, he had utilized several high-grade elemental energies he seized from the secret realms to forge the Red Sky Candle Dragon energy. Even so, it remained no larger than a strand of hair, not to mention projecting energy several zhang away. Even condensing it to a point resulted in only a barely discernible few inches. Such an alarming consumption led Yang Xian to believe that the power of the Red Sky Candle Dragon energy was undoubtedly comparable to any heavenly energy. Now he understood why the simulated version of himself required several years to refine enough energy for a breakthrough to the true energy realm. The consumption was simply too extravagant. Since that's the case, let the simulation commence. Yang Xian murmured to himself, this simulation required a cost of 40,000 wealth. Shall I begin? Yes. Consuming 40,000 wealth. Simulation commencing. Filtering attributes. Chapter 67. Chaos of the Flood Dragon Runic Spirit Eye. Blue, a natural spirit eye that perceives all around. Capable of sensing the minutest details and possessing keen insight into formations and runes. A greedy stomach. White, your appetite shall be significantly enhanced, correspondingly boosting your digestion and absorption abilities, yet your greed will dominate your soul, turning you into a slave of desire. Extraordinary luck. Blue, you will gain a measure of fortuitous power, encountering profound opportunities and reducing the chances of heart demons and heavenly demons' interference. Timid as a mouse. Gray, a cowardly disposition, afraid of all unknowns. Your life shall be one of trepidation. Affinity with the wind. Green, you will develop a profound connection with the natural wind, significantly enhancing your talent in the path of wind. Remarkably, there exists a luck-related attribute. Upon reading the description of extraordinary luck, Yang Xian felt a surge of joy. Luck has always been elusive, yet those favored by fortune often achieve extraordinary feats.
Much like Luo Qingning, who seemed to be the favored child of heaven effortlessly traversing the path to immortality. Moreover, Yang Xian himself had suffered from a certain degree of rejection from heaven due to his ancient divine bloodline. This luck attribute could indeed prove beneficial. I choose the blue attribute, extraordinary luck. Commence the simulation. On the first day, you begin to absorb the myriad spiritual medicines acquired from the secret realm, refining your Qi Tian Zhulong vital energy. By the 10th day, after arduous training for 9 days, you proceed to the task hall to accept a mission. You select a perilous task to slay a rampaging great demon. On the 12th day, you opt to embark on a large passenger vessel towards your destination. Upon reaching the edge of the Yunmeng days, the heavens and earth suddenly darken as a great demon casts spells. Stirring winds and waves for 100 miles around, towering waves surge forth, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. You realize that the foe approaches you. The spiritual dragon emerges, transforming into the shape of a flood dragon, controlling the tempest and instantly calming the storm. Truly, it is the divine weapon of the Tsangshui Dragon Palace. Extraordinary indeed. A black flood dragon, measuring 100 feet in size, rises from the depths, gazing down upon you with its golden, gluttonous eyes. As you tread upon the waves, the true master reveals itself without uttering a word. The sword and blade burst forth from the swallowing dragon treasure box, morphing into 2 flood dragons, one black and one white. Human, it seems you fail to comprehend the chasm that separates us. The black flood dragon exhales 2 streams of white vapor, looking down upon you with disdain. I am Yuan Ao, the demon king of the Yunmeng Dragon Palace. Human, wielding the divine weapon forged from the remains of my dragon kin is a grave offense. If you willingly return it to me, I might consider granting you a more merciful demise. Die, you bellow, your form swelling in an instant, a 3 zhang tall demonic body seemingly defying the heavens. Crimson spiritual flames boil the waters, vaporizing the mist for 1,000 feet around. The black and white flood dragons roar skyward, charging alongside you into battle. Human, it appears you have chosen the most excruciating path to death. Yuan Ao scoffs, his dragon's roar reverberating like thunder, shaking the very fabric of this realm, as winds and rains converge, and waves rise in fury. Seeing my refusal to bow, your fate is sealed. The 100-foot-long black flood dragon swirls the tempest, engaging you in fierce combat like a savage beast. The 3 flood dragons clash in a chaotic melee, and you strike fiercely at the sinuous dragon horn atop Yuan Ao's head, nearly fracturing it. A wave of intense pain surges through Yuan Ao's dragon form, inciting a greater ferocity within him. The winds and waves intensify, coalescing into a domain that obscures the sky. Thick inky droplets of black rain fall from above, while gales slash through the air like razor-sharp blades. As the black rain descends upon you, an intense burning sensation courses through your body as the slicing winds leave behind trails of blood. This is a divine ability. You are jolted, realizing that this is indeed the signature power of the Dragon Clan. A tempest that is anything but simple. The corrosive black raindrops, even to your current physique, feel searing, like blades carving into your flesh. You understand that if this continues, you will not endure, thus, you resolve to deliver a decisive strike. You summon the entangled spiritual dragon and black dragon from the skies, golden flames radiating like an unquenchable sun. A divine light flickers within your chest, and as you open your eyes, a transcendent shadow of a divine demon appears. Come. Grasping the blade and sword, your divine abilities manifest. You feel the divine bone in your chest growing increasingly fiery, akin to an erupting volcano, emitting a brilliant glow. The weapons in your hands seem to transform into 2 true dragons of the 9 heavens, their might shaking the very heavens and earth. The realm appears to shatter like glass as the divine demon wields the empowered divine weapons, seemingly intent on cleaving this world asunder. The 100-foot-long flood dragon halts abruptly, its golden vertical pupils dimming, resembling a pearl that has lost its luster, crashing into the waters like a statue, stirring tumultuous waves. Is it dead, just as you contemplate approaching for a closer look? A mournful dragon's roar reverberates through the skies, and a massive maw, intent on devouring, looms before you. You are dead. Chapter 68. Hammering down of the simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the options below. Cultivation level attained during the simulation. Exceptional fortune, blue text. Experience gained during the simulation. Where did this flood dragon emerge from? Yang Xian furrows his brow, astonished that he has barely acquired a divine weapon when a dragon sets its sights upon him. And a demon king at that. The flood dragon king appearing in the Yunmeng days is undoubtedly linked to the Yunmeng Dragon Palace. He selects exceptional fortune, blue text. It seems there are no noticeable changes. Yang Xian carefully senses within himself, finding no immediate effects. However, it is true that the concept of fortune is esoteric. He hopes it proves useful. Nevertheless, Yuan Ao, the flood dragon, poses a considerable nuisance to it. Is evident that Yuan Ao is fixated on him. continuously tracking his movements. Given that the waters of the Yunmeng days cover Yunzhou, acquiring his intelligence would be a simple task for Yuanao. In that case, he decides to remain hidden. An idea strikes Yang Xian. Commence the simulation, consuming 40,000 gold. Simulation begins, filtering through the options: the Flame Sun spiritual body, blue mastery of the Flame Sun fire, an innate affinity for the path of fire, exceptional talent, and formidable power. Bone ash extraction, randomly lose 1 bone. With a high probability of losing the most precious one. Heaven and earth abandonment, black subject to the disdain of heaven and earth, your fortune reduces to 0. Calamities ensue, akin to a harbinger of disaster. With misfortunes relentlessly befalling you. Focus, green. Your mental concentration will significantly increase. When your energy expenditure reaches 1/3, you will exit the focus state. Evergreen tree, blue. The evergreen tree, ancient and enduring, doubles your lifespan. While your vital energy becomes exceedingly gentle, reducing its potency to 1/3, without hesitation, Yang Xian has made his decision. He selects the Flame Sun spiritual body, blue text. The simulation begins. On the first day, you start absorbing the primordial energy obtained from the secret realm, refining your Qi Tian Zhulong vital energy. By the 9th day, after 9 days of arduous training, you do not opt to receive a mission at the task hall. Instead, you exit the Slaying Demon Bureau and head towards the Yunmeng Lu clan. In the ashen countenance of Luo Tianqing, he reluctantly informs his subordinates to prepare your former residence. In the first month, you immerse yourself in cultivation, justly relishing the resources of the Yunmeng Lu clan. Leveraging their influence, your speed in refining the Qi Tian Zhulong vital energy accelerates rapidly. By the second year, your Qi Tian Zhulong vital energy remains complete, prompting you to reflect on the adage that soft rice is indeed fragrant. In the third year, you break through to the true vitality realm, enhancing the power of the divine weapon you wield. By the 8th year, you ascend to the divine intent realm, your spirit undergoing transformation, and you begin to contemplate leaving Yunmeng City. As you step beyond the city gates, an ominous premonition envelopes your heart. Triggering the activation of the exceptional fortune text, you find yourself drawn back to Yunmeng City. By the 15th year, you have advanced to the divine vault realm, with merely 2 years remaining until the Yunmeng Lu clan faces annihilation. You choose to stay. In the 17th year, the Great Zhou dynasty, under the pretense of rebellion, dispatches a martial general to encircle Yunmeng City with an army of 100,000. The essence of martial spirit materializes, and a golden rock, born of iron-blooded slaughter, cries out, shaking the heavens and earth for 100 miles. Its expansive wings cast a shadow over the city, enveloping all beneath a shroud of iron-blooded killing intent. The Yunmeng Lu clan fights valiantly against the assault masters, clashing in combat, the heavens echoing with thunderous roars. As Yunmeng City teeters on the brink of collapse, you and Luo Qingning choose to escape through a secret passage from Yunmeng City. Suddenly, a long spear pierces the heavens, akin to a ferocious beast charging towards you. The divine sword emerges from its sheath, and the flood dragon ascends into the skies, sword energy slicing through the air. The spirit-like swallowing dragon sword emits a terrifying brilliance, and with a mere brush, the spear is sent flying back, bearing a slight dent. A dark-armored general suddenly appears in the void, grasping the rebounding spear. His expression pained as he observes the minor damage on its surface. The dark-armored general then shifts his gaze to the terrifying spirit-light swallowing dragon sword, his eyes a turbulent mix of resentment and greed. Hand over the divine weapon, and I may spare Luo Xianzi. The dark-armored general glances at Luo Qingning, who you shield, his gaze venomous. You seem to have misunderstood. It is you who should be pleading for mercy. Yang Xian once more summons the Black Dragon Annihilation Blade, entwining the black and white flood dragons, their overwhelming dragon might suppressing the area. A 6 tall demonic form stands firm, golden pupils flickering with the semblance of the sun and moon in motion. Ancient demonic patterns concealing forbidden knowledge, while his attire remains unscathed, descend before me. The demonic figure roars toward the heavens, as the 2 flood dragons encircle him, both emitting fierce roars. A brilliant light flashes. The dark-armored general's eyes narrow, devoid of color, as if the world has been reduced to black and white, cleaving the heavens and severing all existence. The sword energy, agile as a spiritual dragon, perches upon the celestial dome. While the blade energy, like a black dragon of destruction, cleaves the earth, the dark-armored general barely has time to cross his spear, as an overwhelming tide of sword and blade energy cascades down with an unstoppable force. With a splatter of blood, the spear shatters on impact, against the divine weapon imbued with divine abilities. Even a weapon possessing a fraction of divine essence crumbles like tofu. The dark-armored general struggles to lift his arm. Embedded within the mountain peak, attempting to shift his form, countless strands of vital energy spill forth, radiating a searing heat that pulverizes a towering mountain into fragments. The dark-armored general's eyes widen in horror. Though he is merely a master of the Enlightenment realm who ascended through external means, he is confident he could withstand a true master for a brief moment, yet now, confronted with Yang Xian wielding two divine weapons, he can barely endure a single strike. Although his trump cards have yet to be revealed, the dark-armored general's heart has turned cold. I have awaited this day for quite some time, the booming voice resonates, echoing in the dark-armored general's ears like a terrifying presence. I am Huangfu Qi, a third-rank general of the imperial court, a direct descendant of the Huangfu family. Spare my life, and I shall willingly submit to you. Huangfu Qi's face displayed a hint of pleading. No need, Yang Xian replied indifferently, his apathetic gaze already regarding him as a lifeless being. Upon hearing these words, Huangfu Qi let out a bitter smile. Since you deny me a path to life, let us perish together. As he spoke, a dazzling brilliance erupted, and countless spear shadows emerged, exuding a sharp, metallic aura that surged forth like a tidal wave. Enveloping the earth, the inferior divine ability, Golden Destruction, unleashed a radiant light from each spear shadow, descending from the heavens, piercing the ground, and shattering mountains. Yang Xian stood amidst this golden rain of spears, his expression inscrutable. A bit weak, he mused, grasping one of the incoming spear shadows. He exerted a powerful squeeze, reducing it to mere motes of light that scattered into the air, despite the intimidating spectacle of the golden spear rain. Its actual potency was surprisingly feeble. Yang Xian assessed that the power contained within it could not even annihilate a warrior of the Divine Concealment Realm, merely inflicting severe wounds for warriors of the Divine Concealment Realm. Such an attack was indeed a terrifying threat. No warrior of that caliber could guarantee their survival against the overwhelming golden rain, yet for a master, this level of assault could only be regarded as somewhat menacing. Is this your divine ability? Truly feeble, he remarked. The towering demon raised its fists, engulfed in golden flames that radiated an overwhelming force. In Huangfu Qi's eyes, his fists resembled two crimson meteors trailing fiery tails, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. With a force that tore through the earth, they penetrated the ground, creating fissures that extended hundreds of feet, reducing the surrounding area to mere powder. Under such terrifying might, Huangfu Qi, bound by the black and white dual dragons, was torn apart like a broken doll. The demon ravaged the earth, the dragon's roar echoing through the skies, as a master was reduced to naught but dust in the world. In the eyes of the arriving Yunishang, this was the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 69. Shattered. Witnessing the disintegration of a master, the freshly arrived Yunishang regarded you with a peculiar expression. It was her first time witnessing a master perish in such a humiliating manner, killed by mere fists. You looked at Yunishang as she approached, the clang of blades ringing behind you. Your gaze coldly fixed upon her, even though you were aware of her identity. In this moment, your demeanor was entirely justified. Yunishang surveyed your fierce countenance, her lips twitching slightly, but upon seeing Luo Qingning behind you, a smile finally graced her face. Luo Qingning too displayed a semblance of relief, quietly explaining her identity to you. Second princess of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace, the celestial maiden of the 28th on the heavenly rankings. Yunishang, Luo Qingning implored her to intervene and rescue the Yunmeng Luo clan. Hearing this, Yunishang's expression faltered, hesitating for a moment before speaking. The downfall of the Yunmeng Luo clan is irreparable. Even I had to exhaust the full might of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace to arrive here to assist you. It was clear that the demise of the Yunmeng Luo clan was entangled in a struggle among multiple ancient sects, and even the Taiyin Moonlight Palace could not alter the course of the conflict. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingning's eyes dimmed. Her perceptive mind had already sensed the complexities of the situation, yet she remained unwilling to accept defeat. Soft jade-like warmth and delicate sensations brushed against your chest, prompting you to glance down. Luo Qingning lay gently against your chest, a few glistening pearls slipping from your bosom, her delicate hand tightly clutching your collar. Her body trembling slightly. After a considerable pause, Luo Qingning lifted her head, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite face, seemingly devoid of any sorrow. You tenderly ruffled her hair, choosing to return to the Taiyin Moonlight Palace alongside Yunishang. In the 18th year, Luo Qingning entered the secret realm of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace to receive her inheritance, while you opted to remain and cultivate within the palace. The divine martial marquis raised an army in Yunzhou. Marching straight towards Yujing City, malevolent forces stirred restlessly. The three great dragon palaces were frequently on the move, and the 6 major sects had their own agendas, plunging the world into chaos. In the 19th year, The 4 kings and 8 marquises ignited a war, unrest spreading across half the realm as malevolent beings formally emerged, resembling the twilight of a dynasty. In the second year, you opened all 5 reservoirs of the divine concealment realm. Your body flawless and impenetrable, your internal organs as unyielding as iron, able to refine gold iron, and jade like a great furnace, your attributes experienced a substantial enhancement, and the seeds of divine abilities began to burgeon. With continual nurturing, they would connect with the heavens, giving rise to a unique divine ability. In the 22nd year, the world underwent a significant transformation, and the shackles of the celestial path were shattered. The path to the human realm's celestial paradise had opened, as the tide of vitality washed over the globe, revealing hidden realms of fortune, with the earth extending into the depths of the abyss, and the heavens soaring to the starry skies. This was an era of great contention, where all vied for the celestial path. It was a time brimming with infinite possibilities, where mere ants could one day gaze down upon the lofty true dragons. In this transformative year, you successfully broke through to the divine concealment realm. The seeds of divine abilities blossomed, yielding a mid-grade divine ability, or perhaps half of a superior divine ability. In the 25th year, the ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect broke through to the celestial realm using ancient celestial techniques, unleashing celestial phenomena across the 36 states. On this day, all could witness a figure that pierced through the heavens. Claiming a celestial fruit position, after the last remnants of ancient immortals from the era of antiquity, a new immortal was born in the human realm once more. In the 26th year, following the ascension of the Kunlun immortal sect's ancestor, celestial phenomena reigned upon the human realm, as various beings, demons, fiends, humans, and gods rushed to the celestial realm. Talented individuals emerged in droves, and the human realm witnessed the rise of countless hidden dragons. It appeared that the world had returned to the ancient era of the celestial path. With the rain of celestial opportunities falling upon the human realm, even commoners glimpsed the hidden celestial realms, transforming into potential dragons and becoming unparalleled prodigies overnight. You chose to practice a supreme great scripture. The Moonlight Divine Lord's immortal body, passed down from the Taiyin Moonlight Palace. In the 28th year, Luo Qingning emerged from the secret realm, her cultivation soaring to the first grade ascendant realm and gaining mastery over a celestial weapon. Becoming one of the rulers of the ancient lineage of the Taiyin Moonlight Palace, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, with Luo Qingning's support, you began to harness the vast resources accumulated over centuries by this ancient lineage, causing your cultivation to rise exponentially. In the 32nd year, leveraging abundant precious resources, you successfully amassed sufficient foundation for the third-grade divine concealment realm within a few short years, forging the Taiyin Divine Lord's primordial spirit, and breaking through to the second-grade true fire realm. From then on, your primordial spirit soared through the 9 heavens and the abyss. As long as your primordial spirit endured, so too would you. In the 35th year, the 3 great powers of the White Bone Cave, the Crimson Blood Demon sect and the Celestial Demon sect united to invade the Taiyin Moonlight Palace. The White Bone Lord and the Crimson Blood Heavenly Sovereign, both celestial beings, jointly assaulted the Taiyin Star Lord. Moon Dance Fairy Luo Qingning wielded a celestial weapon, single-handedly battling 5 first-grade ascendant realm foes, gaining the upper hand with the help of the celestial weapon. You revealed your demonic form to withstand the assaults of the second-grade true fire realm, maintaining the battlefield at that level. As the Crimson Blood Heavenly Sovereign was gravely wounded, the White Bone Lord retreated first, shattering the united assault of the 3 malevolent sects. In this battle, Luo Qingning killed 2 first-grade ascendant realm experts, while you, with your demonic form, dominated the second-grade true fire battlefield, tearing apart 3 ancient demons of the true fire realm. Chapter 70. Abyssal Celestial Being. In the 40th year, your Moonlight Divine Lord's primordial spirit gradually reached perfection, and you began to traverse the 36 states, seeking out the scattered opportunities of the celestial path. In the 45th year, amidst the return to Ruin Sea, you and Luo Qingning, with the aid of celestial weapons, swept through enemies, seizing a superior blessed land. On your return journey, an ancient demon suddenly struck, sealing the heavens and locking the earth with its power, dragging you into a domain separated from the world. As a newly emerged postnatal demon, your innate bloodline from the ancient era was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for it. Fortunately, you had long been prepared. The Taiyin Star Lord, Moondance Fairy, wielding a celestial weapon, tore through the domain, shattering the vast expanse into powder. The Taiyin Star Lord's Dharma body spanned the heavens and the earth, drawing in all the moonlight from the starry skies, as silvery cascades flowed through the heavens, enveloping the celestial panorama in a shimmering veil. The power of the celestial weapon surged, altering the rules of the surrounding 10,000 miles. Turning day into night and reversing the sun into the moon, the ancient demon roared to the heavens, its form swelling to a towering height, for the demon revered the flesh and the laws. Its physical form could traverse the outer starry skies and effortlessly tear apart small worlds, while its mastery over the laws allowed it to dominate the universe and contend with the great abilities of immortals. However, Moondance Fairy was no ordinary immortal. She was the executor of the ancient lineage of the Tyene Moonlight Palace, the Tyene Star Lord of the human realm, wielding the most formidable celestial weapon passed down from ancient times. With a gentle sweep of her celestial weapon, she shattered the void for miles, instantly rending the ancient demon's body with terrifying fissures, heavy as mountains, splattering golden blood imbued with divine brilliance and collapsing peaks. The intense might of the celestial weapon attracted the attention of all immortals across the realm, as their celestial wills descended upon the battlefield. Under the gaze of numerous immortals, Moondance Fairy and the ancient demon harmoniously left the earth. Soaring towards the 9 heavens for a decisive battle in the outer starry skies, you and Luo Qingning exchanged knowing smiles, as your celestial weapon tore open a void passage just as you returned to the Tyene Moonlight Palace. Moondance Fairy followed closely behind, brandishing a severed, fearsome arm covered in black scales. The outcome of this battle was already cleared. In the 60th year, Luo Qingning, wielding a celestial weapon, broke open the gates of the celestial realm with a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry and a tiger's roar. A phantom of the Tyene Fairy ascended to the 9 heavens, with her 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a galactic waterfall, her stunning visage exuding an air of solemnity and grace. Akin to a celestial sovereign, radiating a divine majesty from the most ancient times, Luo Qingning plucked a celestial fruit position from the heavens, and the Tyene Moonlight Palace welcomed yet another immortal. In the 61st year, several ancient demons once again allied with the White Bone Sect, the Crimson Blood Demon Sect, and the Celestial Demon Sect to assault the Tyene Moonlight Palace, faced with celestial beings outnumbering them. The Tyene Moonlight Palace appeared to be in dire peril. However, it is fortunate that you are not entirely unprepared. As one of the 6 sects, the Palace of Lunar Radiance is not without allies. From beyond the heavens, one of the ancestral temples of the Dao lineage, the true martial Dao sect, sends its leader wielding a celestial weapon to break through the barriers of the realm. Moreover, Luo Qingning herself has ascended to the realm of immortals, further bolstered by the presence of the mighty King Li Xianzhou, who rules with martial strength. 4 Formidable beings of the immortal realm, each armed with celestial weapons, join forces against the 3 ancient deities and the Bone Dao Lord, alongside the Bloodshed Celestial Sovereign and the Celestial Demon Sovereign, totaling 6 powerful entities of the immortal realm. For a time, neither side gains the upper hand. As time passes, however, Li Xianzhou inflicts grave injuries upon the Bloodshed Celestial Sovereign, and in the immortal battlefield, the Palace of Lunar Radiance begins to seize the advantage. With the intervention of other ancient Dao lineages, this conflict ultimately reaches a stalemate. The 3 ancient deities retreat to the ancient demon cavern, promising, at the request of the celestial beings, to remain hidden for 300 years. On the journey back to the Bloodshed Demon Sect, the Bloodshed Celestial Sovereign encounters a mysterious ambush by a celestial weapon, narrowly escaping with his life. The Bone Dao Lord and the Celestial Demon Sovereign swear an oath to refrain from action for 300 years. Should they violate this vow, they shall face the collective wrath of the celestial beings. In the 80th year, your Lunar Radiance Sovereign's primordial spirit remains intact, and you begin to attempt the refinement of your celestial body. Striving to touch the threshold of the first rank of immortal ascension. By the 90th year, your Lunar Radiance Sovereign's celestial body has undergone initial refinement, achieving immortality. You sense a significant extension of your lifespan. Although your celestial body is immortal, your primordial spirit remains susceptible to depletion. A typical practitioner of the first rank of immortal ascension may live up to 4,000 years, while this is far less than the 10,000 years of the ancient celestial path's transformation sovereign. It still allows one to witness the tides of change in the mortal realm. Possessing the bloodline of the Southern Candle Demon, your lifespan far exceeds that of an ordinary first-rank immortal ascender. Nearing 8,000 years. At this moment, you stand but a step away from the first rank of immortal ascension. By the 100th year, your Lunar Radiance Sovereign's celestial body has reached its final stage of refinement. With the consumption of the treasured item, the Moon God Essence, stored within the Palace of Lunar Radiance, your celestial body will be fully completed. Just as you prepare to enter seclusion, Yu Wuxian and Luo Qingning arrive with all the high-level combatants of the Palace of Lunar Radiance. And naturally, you are among them. Yujing City, the former central hub of the Great Zhou dynasty, is also the core command center of the 36 provinces. However, since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, The rebellion of the 4 kings and 8 lords, and the emergence of countless malevolent entities, the Great Zhou dynasty has all but ceased to exist, were it not for the presence of the last remaining celestial being wielding a celestial weapon in Yujing City. The dynasty would have long been obliterated. As an ancient divine city that has endured since the era of the ancient celestial path, its former glory need not be elaborated upon, yet, the Yujing City before your eyes now lies in ruin. With crumbling walls and a vast chasm stretching for hundreds of miles, tearing apart the ancient formations of the city and shaking the very veins of the continent. A massive passageway has emerged within the chasm, exuding an endless aura of the 9 netherworlds as the breath of the underworld permeates the realm, transforming all into a desolate wasteland. Shadows of ghostly entities continuously emerge from the passage, claiming dominion over the land. A celestial being, armed with a celestial weapon, gazes grimly at the unfolding chaos before him, the terrifying aura stirring the heavens, revealing his inner turmoil. As time progresses, more celestial beings arrive, and in a brief moment, the majority of the celestial beings since the upheaval have gathered. All gaze solemnly at the ever-expanding passage to the underworld, yet none dare to take the initiative, clearly wary of the unknown threats lurking within. Until one celestial being, unable to contain himself, takes the first action, this being the last celestial protector of the Great Zhou dynasty. Despite the fragmentation of his dynasty and its diminished power, he cannot accept that their stronghold has been torn apart by this mysterious passage. How could this not incite his fury? The celestial weapon in his hand radiates dazzling light, cleaving the sky and unleashing countless crimson meteors akin to falling stars. It is evident that he intends to annihilate the passage that has expanded to hundreds of miles in circumference. Countless crimson meteors, radiating overwhelming heat, envelop the skies as if heralding a cataclysmic disaster. These meteorites, small celestial bodies drifting from the outer void, vary in size, with some merely a few miles across, while others span hundreds of miles. As they streak across the heavens, their descent would undoubtedly render vast areas into barren wasteland. Even after the realm has undergone a cycle of expansion, such a strike would still devastate a significant portion of the divine land. This furious strike from a celestial being, though somewhat restrained, remains unbearable for the current realm. The assembled celestial beings observe the enraged protector of the Great Zhou dynasty, their expressions a mix of concern and contemplation. Unless they wish to witness a ravaged divine land, they must collectively counter this impending assault. It is clear they are being compelled to act together, just as the crimson meteor shower is about to descend. The passage to the underworld suddenly begins to expand violently, accompanied by a cacophony of strange sounds, as if something is about to emerge from within. A chilling gust sweeps through, engulfing the daylight for hundreds of thousands of miles, revealing a figure that towers above all, its scarlet eyes resembling twin suns suspended in the firmament, causing all life to wither in its presence. The flames are extinguished, the once menacing crimson meteors freeze, silently vanishing from the sky. I am the underworld celestial god Shang. The ancient and eerie voice seems to emanate from the depths of the underworld, carrying an overwhelming divine authority akin to that of an ancient deity governing life and death. Imbued with an unassailable majesty, you hear this voice resonate in your ears before losing consciousness. You have perished. Chapter 71, The Cycle of Life and Death. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the options below. In the simulation, the realm of cultivation is represented by the blue entry. The flame sun spirit body Yang Xian gazes at the 3 emerging options, wrestling with indecision. Choosing a realm of cultivation signifies that he will possess the impending breakthrough to the first rank of immortal ascension. Yet, the realm of cultivation in the simulation cannot be perfectly manifested in reality, much like the primordial spirit and celestial body of the lunar radiance sovereign. In reality, he lacks the foundational text for this first-rank celestial skill, implying that even if he accepts the realm of cultivation, he cannot conjure such a celestial body from thin air. What then would his primordial spirit resemble? Yang Xian lowers his head, contemplating this perplexing issue that has lingered in his mind for some time. Even if he chooses not to select the realm of cultivation this time, his simulated cultivation level is at least of the 2nd rank. He cannot consistently opt for the entries, Yang Xian internally laments. If this continues, he would need to seek out a complete celestial skill text, but where could he find it? It is implausible to confront those formidable forces and seize it by force. Setting aside the risks, his current strength would be insufficient to subdue those powerful factions that possess grandmasters and celestial weapons. After much deliberation, Yang Xian finally steels his resolve. If he must forcibly condense the weakest primordial spirit, then he shall endure the consequences of falling back in rank. Although some entries may be diminished, he decides he cannot afford to be overly concerned. He chooses the simulated realm of cultivation. As soon as his words are spoken, a violent transformation occurs within Yang Xian's body, as if an accelerator had been installed. The minute red celestial dragon essence within him instantaneously expands for ordinary practitioners of the true essence realm. Projecting essence outward for 3 zhang is the standard for entering this realm. However, even for prodigies it can extend to 10 zhang or more, yet, Yang Xian's red celestial dragon essence, once fully condensed and saturating his entire being, possesses the density to project 300 zhang outward, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius. In essence, this is not the end. As the red celestial dragon essence grows increasingly robust, Yang Xian's physique strengthens correspondingly. His entire being washed in essence repeatedly. Once the essence reaches its limit, it can project out to 1,000 zhang, marking the culmination of the true essence realm. Upon completing the true essence realm, one transitions into the divine intention realm, where the spirit undergoes a metamorphosis, marking the first accumulation of the spirit into the primordial spirit. After advancing into the divine intention realm, one will also condense their martial manifestation. Akin to the true form of the spirit bird or the skeletal giant's true form, the birth of a martial manifestation not only amplifies one's combat prowess but also signifies the first transformation of the spirit. The most significant distinction between the divine intention realm and the true essence realm lies in the spirit itself. A powerful spirit allows one to cultivate special spiritual martial techniques and utilize martial manifestations to intimidate opponents, diminishing their strength before a confrontation occurs. As the spirit strengthens, Yang Xian perceives a transformation in his senses. He can distinctly hear the fluttering of wings from insects 1,000 zhang away. Focusing his gaze, he can discern the individual feathers of birds from the same distance. Yang Xian's entire being thrums with power, guided by his spirit, as golden blood flows like molten lava, exuding an overwhelming heat and radiating brilliant divine light. An indistinct phantom materializes behind him, its serpentine form entwined around a towering divine mountain, its wings resembling a cascading river of stars veiling the heavens, its visage obscured. Only 2 crimson gems shine through the mist, vaguely revealing the rotation of the sun and moon. The southern candle demon. Yang Xian is astonished to discover that his manifestation derives from the source of his demonic bloodline, the primordial demon of ancient times. The southern candle. Before he can examine it thoroughly, another manifestation begins to coalesce behind him. Black and white energies emerge, embodying the sacred essence of life and the desolate void of death, as a massive will gradually takes shape. With black and white occupying distinct halves, clearly demarcated. Upon closer inspection, the white will bore an imprint resembling a sword, its emanating aura coalescing into a sinuous white true dragon. The dragon scales, akin to luminous jade, radiated an essence of life and brilliance. Conversely, the black wool was marked by a knife-shaped insignia, its lethal intent crystallizing into a black true dragon, where the essence of death and slaughter flourished like a bloom in the depths of night. The yin-yang life and death heavily dragon will. As Yang Xian beheld this grand martial phenomenon, its name surfaced in his mind. This yin-yang life and death heavenly dragon will was a manifestation evolved from the dual divine bones within Yang Xian's body. The life and death profundity contained within undoubtedly related to the divine powers gestating within the bones. 2 Phenomena. Indeed, while dual manifestations are rare, they are not unprecedented. Moreover, a greater number of manifestations does not necessarily equate to superiority. Although there exists no strict hierarchy among them, the more magnificent and striking the phenomenon, the more astonishing the enhancement it brings. A singular top-tier martial phenomenon far surpasses a mere 10 ordinary ones. In but a brief moment, the 2 manifestations had fully formed, and Yang Xian exerted every effort to restrain their might, preventing the commotion from echoing throughout the demon-slaying division. At this juncture, his divine comprehension reached perfection. Just as Yang Xian was on the verge of breaking through to the divine abode realm, the changes within him abruptly ceased. The cultivation method for the divine abode realm was not detected. This enhancement was concluded. That all. Yang Xian felt a twinge of surprise within, yet it was still within the realm of his expectations. The simulated cultivation realm resembled a condensation of decades, even centuries, of accumulated effort, achieving a meteoric rise in prowess within mere moments.